Quinn's mind was racing with questions about whether or not he was doing the right thing at the moment. Not because he didn't want to help those in the parasite group, but because he was worried about his friends back on the cursed ship. They'd been infected with the poison for a while, and Dennis was in serious trouble when Quinn left. He knew his actions would now delay helping them. The problem was with Syl. His ability would only work for the next 24 hours. There was a chance traveling from the faction shelters that they could run into beasts. Even when using his shadow travel, there was the off chance this could happen. Upon returning, he felt that maybe by then Syl would no longer have his ability. He might have been able to copy Paul's, but he was even unsure if that would work, or if they were exactly the same type of ability as they differed slightly. According to Weevil, even when crazed, there were still a couple of days before they would meet their end. It was only because Weevil had informed him of this that he wasn't too worried about returning so soon. Still, that didn't mean he wouldn't worry. Leaving the room with the others, they finally reached the outside where they could see the extent of Syl's work. There were hundreds of men, in pain or knocked out, rolling on the floor. Seeing them spread out all across the shelter like that. "Don't worry, Quinn. We'll be back soon. I'm a lot stronger than Mantis." Closing his eyes, Syl concentrated. His hands started to glow green, and a strange aura surrounded them. Before even accepting, Syl knew about the others, that they needed to help. He was never planning to go around and remove the poison individually from every single person. The aura around his hands grew even larger than before. From each of the bodies lying on the floor, the green poison could be seen lifting out. Where they were standing, they could see little green particles of poison all over the shelter, and then, at the same time, they all fell to the floor. "How? I've never seen Mantis do a thing like this before. Can any poison user even do this type of thing?" Weevil was wondering. The parasite should have at least done some research before even attempting to take on the cursed faction. That was their biggest downfall in this whole thing. "I think I got everyone. Let's head back to the ship," Syl said. "Let's save everyone. I'm happy that no one will have to die," said Quinn. In the training room, everyone was looking at the horror that was happening before their eyes. Fex had turned into some strange beast, having half of his body transformed. He had latched onto Blip's neck and was constantly draining him of his blood. Blip wanted to do something. He tried his best to hit Fex off. He didn't even know it was Fex, but was just trying to do anything he could to survive. But his punches seemed useless, and as each second passed, he could feel the power in his body fading away. Linda was still on the floor, hurt from her encounter with him. She wanted to get up and help her brother, but couldn't. Eventually, it seemed that Blip's attacks were hurting him somewhat, but now Fex was starting to slash at his arms, destroying any hope Blip had. "Are we going to do anything?" Sam asked. Paul was hesitant. He didn't know what to do with this and was waiting for Kaz to act. "He should have had enough blood by now to turn back, but he keeps consuming as if he has become an addicted bloodsucker. Maybe the poison is affecting him?" Kaz said. Paul was wondering if he could do the same trick as he had done with Dennis, but he found no room for him to step in. Everything that was happening was so wild. Then he felt a breeze on his cheek. While he and Sam were thinking about what to do, Kaz was already starting to act. She had held the regular hand of Fex, stopping it from hitting Blip, then lifted his body and slammed it to the ground. Soon after, with her legs, she continually dug her heel into his body, hitting it over and over. Finally, it looked like Fex had stopped moving. The two boys were amazed by this. "She's far stronger than I thought," Sam said, stunned. "Is this why Quinn told us not to act out against her?" "He's not dead, is he?" Paul asked. "No," Kaz replied. "For now, it would be best if I stayed by his side, in case he does get up." There was a slight groan from the ground near her, and immediately she stomped her foot on Fex's body, making sure he was silent. By now, Linda had already healed up, and she was running towards her brother, who was on the ground. When she arrived, she was devastated at the sight. Her brother was almost unrecognizable to her. One shoulder had been clawed completely down to the bone and tendons. His skin had shriveled, as if it was extremely dehydrated, yet she could see he was breathing, still in pain, while the blood was still seeping out from his wounds. "I'll go call the medic," Sam shouted, leaving the room, to try to find someone, but the others, including Sam, knew that it would be useless. Too much blood had already left his body, and it looked like Blip was on his last breath. Lifting her brother's head, she tried to call out to him, but there was no response, as if he was deaf. His eyes remained open, but were gradually closing in and out. He held Linda's hand with little strength and smiled at her softly. "No!" she shouted. "You are not going to die here." Linda looked at Paul and Kaz. "You two, you're both vampires like Quinn, right? Can't you save him, just like Quinn did with me? Turn him into something, anything so he can live another day," she cried. "I don't know how, and I'm not sure if I really could," Paul replied. "You can't and I can't," Kaz interrupted. "Although I can turn him, it is against the vampire laws. If I did, then he would become an illegal. I do not have permission from my leader to do so." "But he's dying. Can't you just forget about the rules and save him?" she pleaded. Kaz shook her head and stood firmly. "The only person who would be able to turn him is Quinn, as he is a vampire leader. Then he would no longer be an illegal." "Please! Please!" Linda screamed at the top of her lungs. She was begging. She knew Kaz could help. When she said she couldn't, it was just because she was following her laws. "Quinn!" she screamed. "Where are you?" With Kaz refusing to help, there was only one person she would ask, but her cries were useless. At that moment, Blip's eyes started to close, and his breath had stopped. The sound of the heartbeat was silent. "I can confirm that he is dead. There is nothing that can bring him back now," Kaz said. When the parasites were left to their own devices, there was a chance that they would take advantage of the opportunity to flee. To escape the planet, however, where would they even go? Whom would they run off to? Weevil had promised Quinn that he would follow him from now on, and that he and Hannah would handle everything. Even though Tony was the vice leader, the faction members held the highest regard for these two. They were the ones who tried to persuade Mantis to give them part of the antidote before it was needed whenever something went wrong. Tony, on the other hand, would be Mantis's go-to guy, saying yes to every suggestion and everything he did. "All right, everyone, it's time for you all to decide," Weevil shouted from the top of the platform. The faction members were recovering, and they had gained enough strength to move again, but they were unaware of the bombshell that Weevil was about to drop on them all. "You have a choice." Heading back, Quinn and Sil had no trouble, and they had arrived at the shelter sooner than they thought. A message had been sent back ahead of time, and Peter had responded, saying that Dennis was acting strangely, but that was a while ago. The two of them went through the teleporter and were on board the cursed ship, running straight for the command center, but before they could even reach there, Peter was standing in the main open hall. "Quinn, did you manage to solve it?" Peter asked. "I didn't, but Sil can now remove the poison. Where are the others?" Quinn asked. Peter led the way but didn't say much. He didn't know what to say to Quinn to prepare him for what had happened while he was on his way. If anything, Quinn seemed to be in a happy mood that he had found a way to save the others. Then, upon entering the training room, Quinn could see many people in the room. It reeked of blood, but he expected this. As time went on, he imagined more of them were throwing up on the ground like the others. Sam was present, along with Paul and Kaz. The two of them were standing over Dennis, Nate, and Fex. They looked like they had been beaten a few times, but were at least still alive. Sil, seeing them, rushed over quickly and got to work removing the poison. Scanning the room once more, he saw Linda, away from them all. She was sitting down on the floor with her head on her knees. Quinn had seen Sil do this a number of times when he was upset. However, what caught his attention more than that were two things. First, the sound of crying was coming from Linda. She was uncontrollably sobbing, and even now tears were falling to the floor. The second thing was what was in front of her. A sheet had been placed over something, and right at the bottom, a pair of boots could be seen sticking out from it. "No, I brought back Sil. We can get rid of the poison," Quinn said, walking towards her. Seeing Linda and the body in front of her, it didn't take long for him to put the two things together. When she heard someone coming closer, she looked up to see Quinn through her blurry vision. "Quinn," she cried. "Blip, you can save him, right? Please tell me you can save him," she continued to sob. It was her only hope, hoping Kaz was mistaken about what she'd said. Kneeling on his knees, Quinn removed the sheet to have a look underneath it, a bloody mess known as Blip. He closed his eyes and placed the sheet back over. He knew Blip was dead. I'm sorry I wasn't here. I can't bring back the dead," Quinn said softly. Placing her head back down, she continued to sob. Quinn went to approach her, hoping to perhaps comfort her. "Don't. Please, Quinn, just go away. I know it's not your fault, or Fex's, but I just can't look at you right now. Not for a while," Linda said. Quinn understood. and decided to leave her be. She was such a strong woman, and it broke his heart to see her like this, but he was beginning to wonder what had happened. Blip was never infected with the poison to begin with. Thinking back at the image of Blip in his mind, there was something he could see on the neck. There were 2 bite marks. Immediately, Quinn's mind wanted to blame Kaz, and as he walked back towards them, a strange energy was overflowing from him. He had enough. If Kaz was behind this, then he was unsure if he could hold himself back this time. Even his gauntlets were already covered in a strange shadow. "Quinn, it wasn't Kaz," Paul said, knowing the look in his eyes. Hearing this, he started to think about what Linda had said, about how she had said she didn't blame him or Fex for this. The anger started to calm down, and the shadow disappeared. But how? Everything was explained to Quinn about what had happened while they were away. He was kicking himself in the foot, wondering if he had stayed behind, if the outcome would have been different. However, Sam, Nate, and Dennis all tried their best to comfort him, especially Dennis, who was more grateful than ever before to Quinn. He knew that his life was hanging on the line, and if Quinn hadn't left to deal with the parasites as quickly as he did, there was a good chance that he could be dead as well. Eventually, the news was released to everyone on the cursed ship. A day of mourning had been given to Blip. It came as a shock, especially since a lot of members of the Crows had joined because of him. What surprised everyone even more was that Linda had yet to be seen at the morning event. They were expecting some type of speech from her, but nothing had occurred. The parasites were blamed for Blip's death, and word of Quinn attacking them quickly spread. They weren't told how he did it on his own, but they couldn't imagine how a large group would react. Otherwise, more faction members would have known about it. The sequence of events seemed jumbled to them. Quinn went to deal with the parasites after they thought Blip had been killed by them, proving to them how much Quinn cared about their lives. He thought that maybe people would leave after such a thing, but they had all decided to stay, showing him more respect compared to before. Weevil had kept his promise. He was unable to get in contact with Daisy as they were dealing with their own things, but he left them a message blaming the event on the parasites. They decided to stick to the story that was spread around the cursed faction. After the duel, Mantis attacked Blip, and Quinn retaliated. Most of the parasite members agreed to join the cursed faction. They were very thankful after the poison was removed, as Weevil thought they would be. The members explained the situation to their families as they were unaware of what was really going on in the parasites. The shelter they had could remain, and now was in the process of being built permanently. They wanted a person to oversee this matter, and in the end, Linda was the one who volunteered. She had recovered a little from her brother's death, trying to act normal with everyone, but there was an odd feeling around her whenever they would converse. When she volunteered, it came as a surprise, and they thought it might be best to give her a task like this to get her mind off it. When going through the parasite's belongings, they found that Mantis had written his own personal poison ability book. It was given to Paul to look over, and he had found that it had cultivation techniques that would teach someone to get their ability up to level 8. It was the thing he needed most right now. It was a tough time for the cursed faction, but Paul reminded them that many more tough times were probably to come in the future. Even though big things were happening, they couldn't just take a break. They needed to proceed with their plan. The plan would place them in a prime position to become part of the Big Three, a powerhouse of the human race. In those 2 days, wiping the sweat from his head, Alex looked at the last piece of equipment on his table. Finally, the Emperor tier equipment is done. With everything that had happened on the cursed ship so far, everyone seemed to be recovering at a steady pace, except for one person who was just as affected as Linda. Quinn had stopped just outside one of the rooms on his way to the living quarters and entered. In his hand was a blood pack that had been taken from the medical storage center. He threw the pack over, and it landed right on Fex's face, who didn't even move, allowing it to slide off onto the bed. "Well, the tables have turned now," Quinn said. "Usually you're the one who comes to cheer me up." Fex hadn't left his room in 3 days since discovering what he had done to Blip. Blip had been nothing but nice to him since they joined. He was nice to everyone. The events of that day were worse for him compared to Nate and Dennis. When the others regained consciousness, they had no recollection of what had happened while they were crazed, but Fex did. Just like when Quinn would turn into a bloodsucker, Fex had experienced the same thing. When regaining consciousness, they would remember everything that they did and know they were responsible. "You need to eat. We'll be moving soon, and I need you to lead one of the attack teams," Quinn said. Getting himself out of the bed, Fex sat on the edge and looked at the blood pack. Looking at it reminded him of when he had killed Blip. "Have you ever heard of a vampire that is scared of blood?" Fex replied, chuckling, while his hands were also shaking. "No, but I do know that if you don't consume any blood, then there's a good chance you're going to turn into a bloodsucker again," Quinn replied. Although it seemed like Quinn was being tough in situations like this, he had to be, and it seemed to work. Hearing Quinn say those words, Fex tore into the bag and started to drink from it. Sam had arranged for people on the ship to begin donating blood at Quinn's request. Sam thought it was strange because they didn't have a capable doctor to perform things like blood transfusions in the first place, but Quinn said it was best to prepare for the future. Sam assumed it had something to do with having a reliable food supply, but the amount of blood requested was excessive, and Quinn's suggestion was odd as well. He didn't ask for specific blood types to be stored. Instead, he requested that as many different types of blood as possible be collected from people. Of course, to the faction members this made sense, and they were willing. They would be called in for a routine checkup, and the procedure for drawing blood was simple. "Is there something about vampires that Quinn hasn't told me about?" Sam thought. By now, a decent number of different blood packs would be stored in the medical bay, which was a bunch of stat points that Quinn would have access to soon. Before leaving the room, Quinn had one more thing to say to Fex. "If you want to stop pointless deaths and things like this from happening, then help me win this war," Quinn said. When Quinn received some news from Alex, the plan was to move out the next day. He was informed that the Emperor tier gear he had been working on was now complete. It was quiet this time when he entered the forgery. Alex had told the others to take a break primarily so that he could show Quinn everything he had created. They too were curious about what Alex had been working on non-stop this whole time, and they were starting to think he wasn't human. Rumors were spreading about how they hardly saw Alex get a wink of sleep while working on these pieces of equipment. Alex didn't know whether he was being paranoid or not, but because of this, he chose to give everyone a break in the forging room until he was done. Any requests in the meantime were to be sent to the parasite shelter, where they had their forgers there as well. Just like before, Alex had spread out the items on his workbench and had a piece of cloth under each one. "You sure like to put on a show," Quinn said. Although Alex wasn't as happy as he was last time, or at least he didn't seem to be as he had his hand over the first piece of cloth. "Is something wrong?" Quinn asked. "You will understand when you see it, but I promise you I tried my best," Alex said. Rather than revealing the pieces one by one, he tore all of the pieces of cloth apart, save for one at the end, and each piece of equipment was shown in its entirety, including the boots, legs, chest, and shoulders. Looking at them, Quinn had two things to say. "Aren't they a bit big and flashy?" Alex shook his head as he knew this would be Quinn's comments. The Emperor tier looked impressive. It was nicely designed, and one could see and feel the quality it had been made from, but the pieces were extremely large. The shoulder protectors were twice as large as regular ones, and it was nearly the same as every other piece. Quinn's other comment was that all of the equipment was red. It was usual for the equipment to take the color of the beast crystals they had come from. However, Quinn had used many different Emperor tier crystals to create this. "I should have realized this sooner," Alex started to explain. "I've never worked with high-tier crystals before, but mixing the different types of crystals was a huge mistake. I was unable to create any type of active skill on any of them. However, I did do my best to make it the highest quality possible. Rather than lacking in any department and wasting the crystal, I did whatever I could best, and this was the result. As for the red color, I did as you asked and added a bit of my blood. When that happened, all the pieces of armor started to dye red." Although he couldn't say much about the colors, from the sounds of it, the equipment might be pretty disappointing, and using his inspection skill, Quinn was even more worried. "Basic Emperor tier, chest piece, all stats +1. Basic Emperor tier, boots, all stats +1. Basic Emperor tier, shoulder guards, all stats +1. Basic Emperor tier, leg covers, all stats +1. How can this be? It's worse than the King tier equipment, but we use so many Emperor tier crystals." Seeing the look on Quinn's face greatly pained Alex. He knew he was expecting a lot from this, and he felt like his inexperience had let him down. He had gathered some similar crystals, and if he knew beforehand, maybe he could have made something else. Before making a full judgment, Quinn felt like there had to be more to it, and decided to look into things a little further. Chest piece defense, 100. Shoulder guards, 30. Boots, 20. Legs, 30. Total defense, 180. Active set skill, when wearing all pieces of equipment, the defensive armor can double for 5 minutes. Quinn was beginning to grasp why the gear was considered to be of the Emperor tier. His King tier chest piece from before had a defensive capability of 30. The chest piece alone was worth $100. He was confident that wearing this full suit of armor, he wouldn't be harmed by an enraged King tier beast. However, it did remove the extra stat points he would usually get, so he would be slower and his attacks weaker with this set of armor. Thinking about it, Quinn thought it would be perfect to use his shadow equipment. Depending on the opponent he was facing, he could switch between the Emperor tier gear and the regular gear he had until he improved. After finding this out, he was no longer as disheartened as before. "Don't worry, you did a good job," Quinn said. Moving on to the final piece, Alex had a smile on his face for this one, because it was finally time for him to show the Emperor tier gauntlets. As the last sheet was pulled off, Quinn's eyes were glued to the gauntlets he could see in front of him. Just like the others, it had a red base color from being mixed in with Alex's blood. Running up the gauntlet's sides and within the palm itself, a brighter red radiating energy could be seen coming from it. There were several small spikes that looked similar to those that were on Adalki's back. "Is it still active?" Quinn asked, wondering why the palm and sides were glowing red. "I only just recently finished creating these gauntlets. They took the longest out of everything. I think the energy from the crystals is still seeping out from it, but it should start to cool down a bit and return to regular-looking gauntlets in a few hours or so," Alex explained. If it wasn't the case, then Quinn could imagine he would have to wear the gauntlets less often. Otherwise, others would think he was preparing to attack them all of a sudden. Nervously, Quinn looked at them. He didn't even want to touch the gauntlets, and was afraid to use his inspection skills. After being disappointed a little by the other pieces of equipment, he didn't want to over-expect with these. One thing is for sure, they certainly pleased in the looks department. If that was anything to go by, then it would be quite a great outcome. "All right, let's go." Inspect. Infinite Flame Gauntlets, Emperor tier. Strength, plus 20. Defense, plus 20. So far so good, Quinn thought. The strength was increased by double compared to his last pair of gauntlets, which was a huge improvement. Active skill, Blade Condense. Using the power of the fire crystals, the active skill allows the user to condense and harness the power to create a 4-inch spike made of flames. The spike will appear from the palm of the user's hand. The skill can be activated and deactivated at will as many times as the user wishes. Just on the description alone, Quinn was wondering how useful such a skill could be. Especially, the spike that would come out from his gauntlets was a hidden blade. When attacking enemies, they would assume he had no weapon, or if his reach wasn't enough, he could form a spike made of flames. He was unsure how strong the condensed flame was, otherwise it would be useless against certain types of armor. However, what Quinn was more interested in was how he could improve the active skill as he had done with the previous one. When infusing his ki into the last pair of gauntlets, he could use his shock skill for longer. As long as he had ki, the shock would work. These gauntlets didn't seem to have a time frame on how long or short the skill could be used, so he was wondering what effect it would have if he infused his ki into the gauntlets themselves before activating the skill. Would the blade be stronger, longer, or maybe it would even do nothing? It sounded a little like a weapon, and Quinn wasn't good at using weapons. Still, at least it came out from the palm of his hand, allowing him to continue to use his martial arts in the fight. It was probably the best type of weapon he could ask for from an active skill. The second thing was, Quinn was trying to figure out a way, in his head, to combine this with his shadow powers, similar to how he had done with the shadow scythe. It didn't seem like he could fuse this with the scythes as he did before, but it also didn't make sense for him to switch out these gauntlets for his last pair like the rest of his equipment. After all, these gave him more strength stats than the others, so even without an active skill, it was overall just better for him to use these. "What do you think?" Alex asked. "They're great. I'll need to do some testing with them, though, to get the hang of them for a bit," Quinn replied. Touching all pieces of equipment, Quinn placed them into his dimensional space. That way he could shadow equip them at any time. He wouldn't use the Emperor-tier armor unless he was going up against a foe that required it. "In the future, I will place the crystals that have a similar attribute off to the side," Alex said, "and then when I get a set of Emperor-tier crystals to create something for you, I will make sure to try my best." With the Emperor-tier equipment collected, it was finally time. They could start their conquest of the other planets. There had been a few changes in the teams since the latest incident. They now had more people than before, and one less leader compared to before. It was a tough decision to make, but in the end, Weevil from the Parasites was invited to join the Cursed leaders. This was because he had the most trust in his people, and he knew them best. He would not have the same respect, and possibly his words would not carry as much weight, but it was important for him to be there in the decision-making process. Weevil was replaced by Blip, who led an attack force that included Nate, Dennis, and Linda. They were the old Parasites, as far as the people who would accompany them were concerned. This solved two problems. The force that had been with Blip and Linda had been transferred to Syl and Peter, and they now had a group willing to follow them and attack as well. Every team had already received their briefing and was preparing to depart. The cursed ship would soon arrive on the Crow's planet, and each team's movements would begin then. Quinn was searching the area for the others who would be joining him at the time. Fex, Kaz, and Paul, when he was looking for them, it turned out that Kaz was also looking for Quinn. They had bumped down the hallway of the living quarters, and for once, Paul was nowhere to be seen. "Quinn, before we head out, due to how long we might not be in contact with the Council, I have decided to push forward with the in-person report," Kaz explained. Once a month, Kaz was required to make an in-person report. On top of her weekly reports, they had 2 unexpected vampires after Paul's life the last time this happened. Quinn couldn't decline her request. The only reason why they were allowed out in the first place was to investigate the disappearance of the vampire spies all around them. Truthfully, he hadn't even been trying to investigate that, and was thankful that Kaz wasn't pestering him about it, perhaps because she knew that everything else going on was more important at the moment. "That's fine. I hope you can say good things about us," Quinn said, attempting to smile at her. "When you come back, we can move out." Kaz herself was nervous. She hadn't made an in-person report ever since what happened to the first family members, and she also hadn't informed her father of their doings either, since her weekly reports went directly to the king. Returning meant she would also have to meet and speak with him, to explain why Quinn hadn't been dealt with yet. This, too, was something she couldn't avoid, and she walked off. Seeing Kaz walk off back to her room and head to the vampire world gave Quinn a thought. He had been so concerned with the humans, he didn't have time to think about them. "I wonder how both Leo and Aaron are doing, and the rest of the 10th family. I hope they are living a better life than before, and I hope things are less crazy there than they have been here." In comparison to when Quinn had last left it, the 10th castle was bustling. Vampires now prowled the empty corridors, and the once empty rooms were now half filled. People were pleased with Leo as the vampire knight as a result of his small display, and there were no complaints within the family. Most of the 10th still wished to eventually leave and one day join one of the other more recognized families. However, they no longer felt as hopeless as before. Thanks to Edward and Quinn's idea, they now have a goal and hope. Their little reward system seemed to work out. Unlike the other families, who were able to share their abilities with those they saw potential in, or were directly linked to the family, the 10th family didn't have that, so they came up with a reward system. The majority of vampire technology was powered by beast crystals, which they used to trade with one another. Groups from each of the families would go on expeditions every now and then. Many members of the 10th family used to simply give the crystals they earned to other families in the hopes of gaining favor. Those who completed the expeditions successfully and returned with the crystals were rewarded with various sets of beast equipment or gadgets created by Vincent in the past. Some of the items were duplicated and combined into a unique set. The 10th family soon felt like they were in the middle of a type of collection game. When they had the gauntlets, they wanted to get the shoulder guards and the boots that went with them. With each item, they felt stronger. This was because the set of equipment they were giving to people had an active skill that would activate when all of the items were together in a set. As long as you had all the items, they would gain a boost in power. Once they had collected the full set, they were able to decide whether or not they wished to move out of the pooling area and join the main castle. There, it would be traded for a better set of beast gear equipment. If anyone left the 10th family, they would have to return their belongings. Although Quinn had come up with the idea, he wasn't the one that had thought about all the little smaller final details. This was all thanks to Timmy, who had become Edward's close assistant. At first, there weren't many vampires who even cared about the beast gear equipment. It was embarrassing for vampires to have to rely on such a thing. It was seen as something humans needed to match up to them in terms of strength. However, from using the beast gear himself, Timmy knew. He knew that once they got the taste and strength of beast gear, it would be hard for them to turn back from it, which led to the result they had today. 25 vampires had completed the full set of beast gear equipment and had chosen to trade in their set for a better tier of equipment. They would no longer be able to move between the other families because they were now living inside the castle. Even though they had no leader, things were changing around the place. Xander and Amy didn't live in the castle. They had moved with their family, and although they were happy to join the 10th, Xander still couldn't commit to the 10th family inner circle so soon. It was a loss not just for him, but for his family as well. The 10th family still had the reputation of being at the bottom of the barrel, and that wouldn't change soon. However, the two of them did often come to the castle to talk to Edward, Timmy, and Amy, who wanted to get to know Aaron a bit more. In her mind, a friend of Layla's and Sia's was also a friend of hers, even if she seemed to be a little colder than the other two. They were in the castle today because Edward had invited them to come and watch something. One of the storage rooms wasn't sealed like the one on the top floor. It had been converted into a plain, empty room. The room itself was covered in scratch marks, broken pieces of rubble, and more. It was one of the worst rooms they had seen, but the room itself made them wonder what type of training was going on here. The castle was built using a mixture of the strange black rock that vampires had managed to obtain. Although the castle walls were mixed with other materials to mold and shape the structures, they were still very young and sturdy. Xander imagined that even if he used his full strength to punch the wall or swung at it with a sword, he wouldn't be able to make a scratch. When they walked in, they noticed Leo and Aaron on one side of the room, standing against the wall. Edward and Timmy stood in the middle of the room, huffing and panting and with marks on their faces. His body looked as if he had been hit a few times. "I guess Timmy is no longer the crybaby he was before, huh?" Xander said. "Yep, it looks like someone's gotten a promotion," Amy replied with a giggle, looking at Xander. She was happy, although Xander might have been less pleased with the current situation he was in. He was by far in a better place. When Xander was part of the first family, he had this pressure to achieve something and be something. He needed to get better and learn the first ability not to disappoint all those that had hoped for him. Now, with that pressure gone, he was far calmer and didn't start up useless fights and arguments with people. "Again!" Edward shouted. Timmy's body began to vanish as he took a deep breath, and soon a mist surrounded Edward. The others could see Edward's position, but had no clue where Timmy was. When Timmy's shape began to take shape, Edward leaped forward and punched the human shape in the mist, but it had vanished. The mist began to clear a few seconds later, and Timmy could be seen on his knees, gasping for air. "I did it," Timmy said, managing to pull a smile. "You have grown a lot," Edward said. "I see our guests have made it." Both Amy and Xander gave a bow to Edward. He was now their vampire knight, but the two of them would have even respected him before this. "My mist ability is quite strong right now. Well, know how weak Timmy was, and now look how much he has improved," Edward said. Although these words might have hurt Timmy, Timmy didn't care because he was thankful that Edward even allowed him to learn his ability and be his teacher. "I know you guys are stubborn about learning one of the other family's abilities, and you don't want to rely on the beast gear, but there is still plenty to choose from," Edward explained. Now Xander knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to get Xander to become his pupil. Before the whole mess, Xander was considered the top student, if one wasn't being compared to the direct descendants like Fex. Edward knew in the future if they could make sure he wouldn't move to another family leader. He would be a big plus to have on their side. "The ability is certainly one of the best ones. It's not even available in the marketplace, so it is nearly as rare as a leader's abilities," Xander said. "But please, give me some more time." "Is the mist invincible?" Amy asked. "Does it just require a lot of MC cells?" Edward started to laugh. If you are really interested in how it works, then you are free to learn it. For some extremely skilled users, it can seem invincible, but there's always the main body hiding in the mist somewhere." Edward looked over at Leo while saying this. After the two of them had fought a little, I was curious about his abilities, just to test their skills. At the time, he was astounded by two things. The first was that his ability allowed Leo to track down Edward's true body at any given time and place. The second, when being injured by Leo's sword. It took longer for his wounds to heal. He assumed it had something to do with the weapon at first. However, Aaron, his disciple, was able to do the same thing. It seemed like they had learnt something dangerous that could be used against the vampires. He was in the middle of deciding whether or not to ask Leo if he could teach the other vampires, but he thought if they found out about this strange skill they knew, then the two of them would be targeted even more. Edward turned and looked at Layla and was deeply concerned about her. Moments before Timmy had gone through his final training session with Edward, Aaron had done the same. "So you taught her in the end, huh?" Edward thought. Having been turned, Aaron was finally able to learn an ability. While browsing the market, she was unable to find one that she liked. After much deliberation, she was wondering if she ever would. Then, that day, she saw the fight between Leo and Edward. She had made up her mind. "Leo, would you please teach me your ability?" Aaron asked. When Aaron had popped the question to Leo, it had come as quite a surprise to him. It was the first time that anyone had ever asked to learn about his ability before. This ability he had devoted himself to, no one had taught him, so he was considered a new original. However, unlike other abilities and powers, his was not one people could just see with the naked eye. There were no flashy explosions and such, and even if he did allow for anyone to learn it, not many would choose to, for the simple reason that if the ability was on its own, it would be able to do no damage whatsoever. It would have been classified as a supportive type ability like super hearing, sonar, and so on. "Do you really think it's the right choice?" Leo asked. "After all, unlike me, you are not blind. You can rely on your eyesight." "I know, but I've been thinking about it a lot," Aaron replied. "You often say that your ability allows you to see more than regular people. I've seen you fight multiple times, and the way you use your sword. I've realized that when I had an ability in my past, my swordsmanship would suffer, but for me, I need an ability that will further enhance my sword skills. You have been my teacher for the longest time, but there are some things that you can't explain to me. I think maybe the ability can help with that." Leo thought about it for a while, not for his own sake, but for hers. It was true that his ability would be able to help one become a better swordsman, but it required hard work and dedication. During this whole time, Leo had been with her. He hadn't seen her back down from a challenge once. Perhaps this ability would be perfect for her. "What's your goal?" Leo asked. "I wish to get rid of the Dalki, kill all of them that hurt my family and friends," Aaron said, clenching her fist. It was similar to Leo's own goal. He too hated the Dalki for killing his friends and family. However, he was also in search of his leaders, who he was sure had connections with Pure. He was wondering if having a direct disciple was the right thing to do. "And I want to get strong enough to the point where I can protect my friends from any dangers, so I don't feel useless anymore." Saying these words, the memories of her father saying she was too weak rung in her head. Too many times had she felt weak during her time at the school and at Pure, but with Leo and Quinn she felt like she was progressing and changing. "Very well, but it will be a tough road for you." Back in the training room, everyone had gathered around Edward, as it looked like he had something important to say. "Today is the last day that the two of you will have at the castle," Edward said, looking at Timmy and Aaron. The two of them were confused by this, as they hadn't been informed of anything. "The reason why I personally fought both of you was to see if you were ready or not, and after today's performance, I believe that you are both more than ready. The reason I called both Xander and Amy is because the two of them, from today onwards, will take you under their wing." Aaron looked at the two of them. Although they were strong, she was pretty sure that at the moment she could beat both of them in a fight. What could she possibly learn from staying with these two? She would much rather continue training with Leo. "I can see the look on your face, but there are things that Leo can't teach you that these two can," Edward started to explain. "I'm afraid the council has made a decision, so it's out of my hands. But starting from tomorrow, the vampire school will be starting up again, and you two have been admitted. This is why these two have been called upon. You may have survived school life back on Earth, but it's a different story here." The monthly meeting had been called inside the vampire council room, and all of the leaders had been summoned except the 10th family. This was because they had officially recognized Quinn as the leader and decided they would just inform Edward about the decisions that had been made later on. If they were to vote on anything, they wouldn't count his vote as they had done in the past. The meeting also had the king present and his 2 royal knights by his side, which was a rare occurrence, but recently he hadn't been avoiding meetings. The first matter at hand was the request to increase the limit of vampires each family held. Currently, the limit was set to 1,500, but nearly every family was at the maximum limit, and some vampires had requested that they would like to have children. After much discussion, they finally came to a decision. "It has been decided," Dwight said, stepping forward. "Each family can have a maximum of 1,600 people registered. However, the amount that is allowed to live in the castle shall remain at 50, and those in the inner castle area at 100. Although the number of vampires had increased, it essentially meant those allowed to learn abilities or those that would be loyal to the vampire families were not. This increase would only increase the general pooling area, which was not what some of the vampires wanted. But based on their case, they couldn't really argue about the decision either. "We shall move on to the next subject. It seems like some of you are not happy with the decision to have the direct descendants join in with the regular vampires at school," Dwight explained. "It's madness," Prima shouted across the table. "Those kids shouldn't be mixed in with the others. Their powers and skills are worlds apart, and they carry the weight of the future of our leaders." "The decision was made because of what had happened recently," Sunny replied. "We have experienced our first attack in years, and students have died this time. The school is safer for them all, and they need to learn quickly in case of more attacks." "But then why the need to teach them the same things?" Bryce interrupted. "Are we sure the students' skills are that far apart?" Muka asked. "Why should we differentiate their teaching? Perhaps some students are even better than the descendants?" Half of the leaders started to laugh at this comment. The descendants were vampires that had more pure blood from the leaders than any of the others, and this was what made them naturally skilled and stronger than the others. "Enough!" the king spoke. Everyone was quieter, and the king started to cough. It seemed to be getting worse with each one, but no one was allowed to show concern for the king, and they just waited for it to eventually stop. "The decision has already been made. The descendants are not the only vampires that we must protect, and this is the best case to look after them all. If there aren't any more matters to discuss, then I think it's time for me to leave." After respectfully bowing down, the other leaders left the room. However, Dwight had asked Sunny to stay behind. "Would you please have a look at the king? Things have been getting worse lately," Dwight said. Of course, she agreed. Just before leaving the room, Bryce made a note of what was going on. It was clear to him based on his coughing from earlier, and then asking Sunny to take a look at his condition. "It looks like the king's time is almost up," Bryce said with a smile. After everyone had left the room, Sunny, the 2 royal knights, and the king went off and headed for the top floor of the main castle. For the whole journey, the king had been walking on his own, and he seemed to be doing just fine. However, the second the doors to his room closed and there was no one else but them in the room, Dwight immediately went to his side, giving his arm to the king. It looked like he was about to fall over. The 2 of them went to his bed and gently laid him down. Looking around the room, there seemed to be multiple empty packets, and there was even a strange machine that had been filled with red liquid. It was clear that it was blood. Getting onto the bed, a needle was injected directly into the king's arm, and blood started to enter his body from the machine. The pained and weak look he had on his face started to disappear. "Has he really already gotten this bad?" Sunny thought. "He should have gone into eternal sleep years ago." "I know what you are thinking, but maybe this was how Eno felt when he was king. I wish to see the vampires heading in a clear direction before passing my time. At the moment, things are still difficult." Sunny went by the king's side and started to do a few checks on him. She closed her eyes and tried her best to see if there was anything she could do. After a few checks, the king spoke. "That's enough," the king said. "There is no reason for you to do this. I know my time is already short." "But, Your Majesty," Dwight interrupted, "if you went into eternal sleep now, then you would no longer be in pain." "But the pain in my mind for leaving this place, in the state that it is in at the moment, would haunt me forever," the king replied. "Tell me, Do you have any news about the crazed?" Sunny stood up from the bed and felt like it was her time to leave. Perhaps it was a discussion that was not meant for her ears, but the king raised his hand, informing her to stay. "There is no point hiding our troubling matters. Soon you will all learn and need to deal with them," said the king. "We thought that eventually the crazed would end up starving to death, especially since there should be no source of blood on the planet apart from in the castle," Dwight replied. "We are still keeping an eye on them, and they are certainly still active. They have made no such move apart from killing beasts here and there, but if they still have the strength to fight, then it means they are getting a supply of blood from somewhere." The king shook his head in disappointment. If the crazed were getting the blood from somewhere, it meant that there was a traitor who was going against their orders in the castle. If someone was ignoring the orders and working with those that couldn't even be called vampires anymore, it meant they planned to use them somehow. "There is trouble all around us, Dwight. I feel like not a single thing has been solved during my time here, and you want me to go to sleep?" said the king. "Don't say that." Dwight came forward with a pained look. "If it weren't for you, I'm sure the leaders would have clashed several times already." Sunny, who had been listening in on the conversation, knew what they meant by this. If the king was to give up his seat, then a new one would need to be elected. In the past, two types of kings ruled, one that had favor with the majority of leaders. They were either a charismatic or smart person who helped advance and better their lives. Or the second type of king that had been elected in the past was far stronger than any of the others. The current king, King Newman, was a person who excelled in both. The vampires respected him because he was stronger than any vampire in his current generation, and he also had a good head on him. However, out of the current set of leaders, although Bryce may have been considered the strongest, it wasn't overwhelming enough for him to sway support from everyone. At that moment, there wasn't a clear idea of who would become king if the current one was to pass. This means the tradition would begin again. A tradition of electing a new king. Sunny shivered thinking about this and the mess it would cause. When she was leaving the room, Dwight followed her out and stopped to speak to her. "Tell me, how long do you think he has left?" Dwight asked. "It's hard to tell, but he definitely doesn't have more than a year, and if something occurs where he has to use his powers, then it could turn out to be even less. Every bit of blood aura that leaves his body is leaving it permanently," Sunny explained. Thinking about what to do, Dwight had originally wanted to go into slumber when the current king did, after selecting someone as his replacement. But the way things were looking, if the king was to pass, he would have to remain to see what happened. Although everything was kept in secrecy, and Sunny had told no one, news about the king's condition was spread to the other castles. The leaders had found out, but it wasn't new news to them. From a single glance, they could see the king's condition with their own eyes. Jin, Cindy, Sunny, and Mooka had called their meeting together. Sunny wanted to tell them the probability and time frame of the king's passing soon. She was deeply worried. "Why don't you try calling Lee and David here?" Mooka asked. "I did, but they refused to come. They didn't want to make it us versus them situation," Sunny replied. "Well, it certainly seems like it will turn out like that," Jin said. "The problem is, if a new king is to be selected, we need to convince Lee of the 13th family and David of the 11th family to come over to our side. As we agreed, we will all vote for Cindy to be our next leader." "I think your maths is a little off there," Cindy replied. "Even if we manage to get the two of them onto our side, that is only 6 seats out of the 13. We would need 7, and that is a big if. What happens if they choose to pass up their vote? Then the selection process will begin, the tradition." "I hope it won't come to that," Mooka said. "I think we might be able to convince the young boy. Remember, he is now a leader as well, and his vote will be accepted just like ours. It has to, unless a certain someone decides to go against the rules." "Bryce will follow the rules and accept the result," Sunny replied. "Even though his thoughts and ideals don't line up with ours, he is one to follow the rules." Although the others thought this, Mooka disagreed greatly. He was still sure that Bryce had killed his vampire knights that were looking over effects. He had no evidence, so he decided to leave the matter. But if he had broken the rules before, then perhaps this righteous rule-following fool was all just an act that he had everyone tricked with. "I think we are getting ahead of ourselves here," Jin added. "The reason I didn't even put the young boy in our calculations to begin with is because we're not even sure if he will choose to come back, or if he will even make it back." The next day had arrived in the 10th castle. Both Xander and Amy had chosen to sleep over, as they were all to leave in the morning together and head off to school. No words were spoken to them as they left. Whatever they needed to do, it was better if they found it out for themselves, Edward and Leo thought. If they needed their help, they would know where to come to find them. A few moments after the kids had left for school, Edward suggested it was best for the two of them to start performing their leader duties. This whole time, Leo had pretty much stayed in the castle. He knew those that had joined the inner circle, and even fought with them a couple of times, but the same couldn't be said about the rest of the family. Edward wanted the 10th family to grow a strong connection, like the one that it had in the past, and not the fractured connection they have today, so he wanted Leo to get more acquainted with them. "Is this the right thing to do?" Leo thought to himself. "One day I will leave you guys as well." He was worried that something might happen here similar to the past. The vampires were strong, but so were his close friends back at the dojo. It seemed a little strange that the vampires acted as if there were no threat to them. Judging by what he had seen so far, the vampires should have just been as worried about the Dalki as the humans were. Judging by how few vampires there were, if the two sides were to clash at this moment, he would put his money on the Dalki winning. He was making this judgment without having seen the royal family or the king act, though, which could sway things in their favor. Edward had given Leo a change of armor. It was the set that those in the castle wore. He had his armor, but the idea behind Leo walking out in this one was simply promotion to the other family members. They had already seen his power, and some in the 10th now looked up to him. Edward was hoping if they saw him wearing something they could get, they would be excited to work harder. Coming out from the front of the castle, Leo was in a full suit of silver and blue beast gear. "You look great," Edward said, wearing the same gear himself. Just as the two of them were leaving the castle, there was a surprise visit, someone standing there at their front gate. "Now what is a beauty like you doing here?" Edward asked. Walking forward, her long silver hair swayed and seemed to shine even in the darkness of the planet. "I came to speak to you," Silver said, walking towards Leo. "I'm sure Edward has already told you this, but you and those you care about need to be careful. The new 10th family is unknown to the other families, and the unknown scares people. With things moving forward the way they are, I'm sure there will be many that will try to influence you, trick you, or outright force you into doing their bidding." Leo smiled. "You are a caring type. I thought the only person you cared about was your brother. Even though he is not here, you have come down here to warn us." Hearing this, Silver stepped back as she tried to think of another reason as to why she had come down here. "I was just in the air—" "Worry not," Leo replied. "We all expected this, especially with the disruption we caused. But I assure you, each of us in the 10th family has a goal, and it will be hard to kill any of us until our goals are achieved." Quickly, Silver pulled her hand and performed a blood slash, stepping her foot forward and trying to fire one out as fast as she could. Before she knew it, Leo had sliced the blood slash and placed his sword back in its sheath. "Looks like I had nothing to worry about," Silver said, walking off. Walking to school, Timmy was shaking with excitement, and Amy and Xander were chatting away. Meanwhile, Aaron remained mostly silent the whole time. "I can't wait! Everyone is going to be so surprised when they see my new powers," Timmy said excitedly. "You really should have taken Edward's offer, Xander. Maybe now I can even beat you." "Hey!" Xander snapped back. "Don't get too cocky now. Remember I was, and still am, the best student, even with no ability." Truthfully, Amy was a little worried that they might be subjected to what the 10th family had been subjected to before. Now that both Xander and Amy were part of the 10th family, it could prove troublesome compared to the past. Even in this short amount of time, those that she used to call her friends at school hadn't come to visit her once, not like they used to. They hadn't hung out, gone to the center together, or anything. The only reason she could think of was that it was because of her current family situation. "Those fake girls! I don't need them! They can flip-flop all over the place!" Amy shouted in anger. However, she did feel lonely without them, and there wasn't even Layla here to talk to. She turned to look at Aaron. She could see that she had her eyes closed. She had not only been quiet the whole way, but had been walking the whole time with her eyes closed. Impressive. The path they took wasn't a straight one, and many things would get in their way. If a person tried to walk with their eyes closed, their imagination often started to make them fear what was in front of them, but Aaron was walking just fine. When they finally reached the school, which was located in a different area from the main vampire settlement, they could see that everyone was already making their way inside the gates. But once they got past the gate, they noticed that there was quite an audience. Instead of heading straight to their classes, the students were fascinated by something outside. "What's going on?" Amy said out loud. Another 30 of the direct descendants stood in the open field. Students who had already learned their family's abilities lived in the castle and had the opportunity to become family leaders. It was a mixture of boys and girls, and even Rokin was standing there nervously. He had been forced to comply by the others. "What are they doing here?" one of the students asked. "Aren't they supposed to have their special training? Don't tell me they're going to be joining us." The students were taken aback because they had not been informed of the change. Their concerns stemmed from the fact that some of them had previously worked under these students outside of school and had developed a superiority complex. This was something that many of the leaders encouraged for some reason. They would fill their heads and tell them that they were born to be a leader and were better than the others. Standing in the center, there was a handsome-looking boy who had his hair gelled back. His hair was blonde in color, with a black streak running down the middle. Xander noticed him right away and thought he would be up to this. "One of the first family descendants, Niku." Niku was younger than most there, and he had an older brother. That was until he was killed during the expedition trip. Nothing was done when the new 10th leader assassinated him. This had caused him to direct his rage toward the 10th above all others, but it had also aided him in some ways. Because of his brother's death, he was allowed to attend school earlier than expected, but then was disappointed once again after learning he had to do so with everyone else. So he had decided to call this gathering, a gathering to make the others aware of their positions. "You see us standing here in front of you? You are all staring at us like we are different," Niku said. "Well, that's because we are different. Although we are attending school with you, we hold a higher position than you. We hold more importance to the vampire's future than you, and that is why we expect to be treated better than you." The students started to mumble and talk to each other. They didn't like where this was going. The school was a break from their family duties, and now it looked like they would have to keep it up here as well. "Are you that special?" a voice said. "Who said that?" Niku asked, annoyed that he was interrupted in the middle of his speech. There were many mumbling about what was happening, but he chose to ignore them. However, this was said loud and clear and was directed at him. When the crowd cleared the way to reveal who had spoken those words, they were all staring at a girl they didn't recognize. "It was me, and I said, 'Are you really that much better than us?'" Aaron repeated. They were intrigued by the mysterious woman's words and wondered which student would be brave enough to say them, maybe behind their backs but not in their faces. Nonetheless, many of the students there shared the same sentiments. They harbored the same resentment toward their direct ancestors. Of course, not all the descendants were like this. However, there would be those who led the way in every group, influencing others by pushing them to have similar thoughts to their own. This has caused a fraction between the regular vampires and those that lived in the castles. Vampires were meant to be able to speak up and tell their leaders the concerns they had. The family leaders were there not only to protect them, but to better their lives. But lately, the young vampires had been treating them more like slaves than fellow people they were responsible for. Yet not a single one of them would dare complain, which was why someone speaking up in front of them all had come as such a surprise to everyone. They didn't recognize her when they turned to look at her, but many vampires chose to stay with their families and would only be seen at a later time. The reason they did not recognize Erin as one of the humans that had come to attack a short time ago was because her facial features and hair color had changed since the last time they had seen her. Before, she was a blonde woman, but now her hair was black. "I know your type," Erin said. She continued and ignored the death stares Niku was giving back to her. "My type?" Niku replied. "You mean us here, those that have a chance at being a leader, those that protect you?" "A leader? All I see is a child who has let everything get to his head. I've seen a real leader before." She thought back to her father, who had protected the planet at the risk of his own life. When trouble comes, these types of leaders are the first to run away. "Leaders are meant to gain the respect of their people. They chose to follow them, not force them. Even if you have the title of leader, you will never be one." By now, all those that were around Erin had moved off to the side. They did not want to be associated with her at all, and the only ones that were still standing next to her were the same group that had arrived with her. "Maybe we should calm down a little, huh, Aaron? It is the first day and all," Amy said nervously. She knew that they would probably be targeted by a few people here and there, but she was hoping that Xander's past deeds and strength would deter most of those. She never thought the descendants would be attending the same school. Even Xander, with his skill, stood no chance. Now, with Aaron winding up the descendants, they would be the center of attention and a bigger target. However, she didn't know Aaron's strength either. She had never seen her directly fight before, and was wondering where this strange confidence was coming from. Niku was thinking about what to say when he noticed the people standing by the annoying girl's side. He was hoping to prove her wrong and shut up this wench, but seeing a certain someone gave him an idea. His angry frown had turned into a smile. "Now I see why you were acting up," Niku said. "It's because Xander is there standing behind you, right? I had heard that he was once the most promising student in the school, and had even been invited to join the first family. I had heard you had moved to the 10th family. Have you been made to just be a simple babysitter? It would be best if you kept those girls' mouths shut." Those comments have now even infuriated Amy as well. "What did you say, you snot-nosed brat?" Amy shouted back. "We don't need his permission to speak. We can speak for ourselves. Look at you. Aaron was right. You are a child. Have you stopped sucking on your mother's breast yet?" Xander was worried that Aaron had gone too far, but he didn't realize for a second that the real person he needed to control was Amy. Niku was enraged even more when the other descendants standing behind him began to chuckle at his remarks. "Let's see who gets the last laugh," Niku said. "Stand back," Aaron said. Aaron sensed what was about to happen before anyone else. She could tell with her ability that the change in his aura had become aggressive, and it was moving out in front of him. He was on the move in the blink of an eye, his hand extended. "Amy!" Xander shouted, who was closest to her. He pulled her back out of the way and went to hit Niku, but in comparison to Niku's speed, it looked like Xander's fist was moving in slow motion. Niku ducked and did a sweeping kick, knocking Xander off his feet. Before Xander could try anything else, with an aggressive stomp, he had not only pinned down Xander's arm, but had crushed it as well. "Ha ha!" Niku laughed widely. "You see, this is the difference between us descendants and the rest of you. Even the strongest of you is not a match for us." "Get off him," Aaron said, walking towards the two with her hand on the hilt of her blade. She'd switched to a katana-like blade that matched Leo's, but she still carried a long sword on her back. "I just defeated your leader. What do you think you can do?" Niku asked. Aaron took out her sword in a single smooth motion when she was within striking distance of Niku, without saying anything else. A loud clang was heard, stopping her blade. How did he block it? Aaron thought. When she looked at who had blocked her attack, it wasn't Niku. "What is going on here, and on the first day?" Silver said. "It's Vampire Knight Silver," the students gasped and spoke. "Is she going to be teaching at the school again? She must be. That's probably why she's here, right?" The blade had been stopped by Silver's hardened hand, and it looked like Silver had used the blood-hardening skill, as her fingertips were encased in blood. "Everyone, head to your classes immediately. I will not have this on the first day," Silver commanded, and everyone started to follow. Before allowing Aaron and her group to move, Silver made sure that the direct descendants had entered the school. When she raised her hand, she felt a stinging pain and saw that the palm of her hand had been cut. "That's your student, Leo. I can see she is a strong one, but a dangerous one as well. If I hadn't stopped that attack just now, then Niku's head would have been rolling on the floor." Heading to the school, Aaron continued to close her eyes and was acting as if the incident that had just happened had never happened in the first place. She wanted to use every opportunity she had to practice her new ability. She wasn't like Leo, and she would need to try to increase her level somehow. "I was able to see his aura quite clearly, but it seemed like that was because he was quite the wild one and had a lot of energy." However, during that small little scuffle, she noticed something else as well. She had felt something different when her aggression had risen towards Niku. What shocked her more than anything was the aura she had seen. Everyone around them had the same color aura, whether they were strong or weak. The subclasses differed in some ways, such as Amy, but they were all similar. However, there was one person who had a distinct aura, and that was herself. "Quinn, did you lie to me? What am I?" Aaron thought. Quinn had told Aaron that she was different compared to the others. Curious about what Quinn actually meant by this, she had asked Amy for information on the different types of vampires. She'd never been to school and was learning about them for the first time, so she didn't know much about them aside from what her friends had become. From Amy, she had learned about the subclasses. However, this was what she had found strange. Vampires and subclasses had the same purple aura. The only difference was the shape it would take. Vampires flickered like a type of flame. The undead's aura was more like a circle, and so on for the other subclasses, but hers was different. It wasn't a different shape, it was similar to a vampire, but hers was a different color altogether, which made her question, was Quinn keeping something from her? "What exactly is a dhampir? Maybe I can find out more details about it in school." The first day of school started, and Erin and her group were all placed in the same class. They could only assume that this was thanks to Edward doing so. He would have been able to give a simple lesson as to why it was important to have those look after the new members of the 10th family. There were a few descendants in their class, but thankfully it didn't seem like Niku, who held the biggest grudge against their group, was in it. Another bit of bad news was that their teacher wasn't Silver either, and was another woman who went by the name of Gina. She was strict with her lessons, but in the teacher's way rather than in the cold way Silver would be. As the lessons went on through the day, there was an apparent gap that people started to notice. The descendants were not only stronger, but their knowledge was better as well. The subjects that were being taught to the rest of the class they already knew about. It got to the point where Gina would no longer ask them questions. However, as a result of this, they began to cause disruptions in class due to boredom, causing her to lose her cool. "Would you guys at the back please shut up?" Gina shouted. "I understand that you may already understand today's lesson, but the others do not. Can you really be so selfish?" The descendants came to a halt, and one of the front row boys, who had his fringe covering one eye, looked at her. "Aren't you part of the 3rd Toppy family, Miss Gina? If I recall, you've been buttering up my mother for quite a while, trying to get into the inner castle. It would be a shame if all that suddenly fell down the drain, wouldn't it?" Gina's face sank and she gulped, soon going back to her lesson and ignoring the chatter in the back. "This is a mess. What were they thinking?" Amy whispered. "This is why the descendants were taught only by vampire knights in the past," Xander replied. "They have too much influence over the regular vampires, regardless of age." Moving on from the theory lessons, the next step was to go on to the practical lessons. Here, the other classes had joined together out on the field. The holographic dummies were placed in different areas at all different distances, and the goal was to hit the dummies using the blood swipe. It was a lesson in exercising control and seeing how far each person could throw out their blood swipe. When the classes were seen outside, there was a certain group in particular being mocked, and this time it wasn't just by the descendants, but the others as well. "I can't believe you guys can wear that outside," one of them said. "I would rather kill myself than rely on something like that." Some of the taunts were even thrown at Timmy and Erin, who were both wearing the same beast gear. The ones that were being mocked were those in the 10th family who wore beast gear. "Can that beast gear even help you?" they continued to say. The practical lesson had begun, and the descendants, as expected, were outperforming all other vampires, hitting targets nearly twice as far away. The targets were arranged in 5 rows, with the descendants primarily hitting the 3rd row, and the regular vampires primarily hitting the 1st. Even the teachers, except Silver, thought they'd only be able to get into the 4th row. The targets set behind the 3rd row were more for motivation and to remind them that they still needed to train. When Xander's name was called, he had a fierce look in his eyes. He felt a little down ever since he had been beaten by Niku, someone who was even younger than he was. Can hard work really not make up for talent? He started to question himself. He was preparing and getting in a distance when he decided he wanted to break through those barriers, surpassing all those that thought he couldn't make it. The blood swipe came out, larger than most, and it was moving across the ground at a great pace. Those that thought nothing of him were now paying attention. "Xander, whoo!" Amy shouted. It smashed through the first target, going through the 2nd row, and it didn't look like it was going to slow down. Then it reached the 3rd row. "That's as good as the descendants," the other students said. They were now cheering for him, regardless of what family he was part of. Finally, it looked like it was about to reach the 4th row, but halfway through, the red aura had disappeared. Still, everyone was amazed that a regular vampire had the strength to match the descendants. "I guess you weren't the best student for no reason," Amy said.
giving him a high five on his way back. "Pathetic," Niku said. "You guys let a regular vampire get the same score as you. You guys don't deserve to be leaders." Niku was a firm believer that the leader should be the most powerful. To be respected, a vampire had to be strong. He appeared to put a lot of effort when he got to the platform and threw out his blood swipe. With so much power, he had even fallen to the floor. But it didn't matter, for when he lifted his head again, he could see that he had destroyed the fourth target, getting the highest score out of everyone. "This is the difference. You can never catch up to us," Niku said. More students were called up, but not a single one was able to beat Niku's score. Finally, it was Erin's turn. No one expected much from her. To them, it was just someone who had the will to go against the descendants for some reason. Even if they weren't cheering her on in public, they secretly hoped Erin would put on a show. "Look at that pathetic beast gear," Niku shouted, making it clear Erin had heard. "Am I not allowed to use beast gear?" Erin replied. "I thought that the test was to get us ready for the real world, to see what it was like if we needed to battle at full strength. If outside I will be using beast gear, then here I shall use beast gear as well." The others still felt embarrassed for Erin. It felt strange for someone to talk so positively about beast gear. To them, it was like a kid claiming he rode a bike better with training wheels, so why not keep them on all the time? Concentrating, Erin put her key and also focused on her blood. She had learned a lot from Leo, and this was one of the first things. Drawing out her blade as fast as she could, from the blade rather than her fingertips, a blood swipe was released. It came out faster than any of the others, and it looked like there were no signs of it slowing down. It had smashed through the first, second, third, fourth, and finally the fifth. "This is the power of beast gear. If anyone has an issue with the 10th family wearing beast gear, please let me know. I will be happy to duel you." She strutted off and didn't even look in the direction of the descendants. Seeing what she had just done, Niku knew this girl was going to be trouble, and something seriously needed to be done.
Edward and Leo's relationship was a little complicated, to say the least. The two of them respected each other, but Leo was not much of a speaker, never initiating the conversation. The issue was that not only were the two of them in charge of the castle, but also of the entire 10th family. Since Edward had more experience and knew the duties of those in the castle, Edward was the one that had to try and force communication with Leo. It wasn't that Leo wasn't willing, but Edward knew that Leo was stronger than himself. In the vampire world, people respected power, and it felt strange to be ordering or commanding a vampire that had more power than him. Wanting them to get a closer connection with the 10th family, he decided it was best if they did the same task that Quinn had been given, delivering the supply of blood to those that lived in the inner castle area. There were only around 50 or so people, so it wouldn't take too long. 25 members in the castle, 50 in the inner castle area. It certainly is a big improvement from when nobody wanted to join us, Edward thought with a smile. There were those in the castle that usually did this job, but this was the personal touch he wanted the new vampire knights to do. Leaving the castle, the two of them walked with the automatic storage crate, moving along behind them. Seeing the blood packs inside, a thought came into Edward's mind. "According to Quinn, you haven't been a vampire for long," Edward said. "Yet I have never seen you consume blood, at least not in front of everyone." "I have done well in controlling the bloodlust," Leo replied. "At first I thought the hunger would make me weaker. However, I soon found that it made my attack stronger, although the actions in the mind are wilder for some." It was true, the more hungry a vampire was, the weaker their abilities got, but their strength, speed, and general stats improved. The only other thing that was affected was more of their regenerative abilities. "You should be careful," said Edward. "Go too far and you can turn into one of those crazed beasts. Although as long as you have turned into one through lack of blood and not addiction, you should be fine." What Edward was mentioning was the vampire's other form, the form of a bloodsucker. "It is fine. I no longer have trouble controlling my hunger. I can now go a month without requiring any blood." "What?" Edward replied, stunned. He knew that vampires were able to wean off the blood addiction, but to be able to get it so one could last without blood took many years. How? For a second, Leo hesitated before giving his reply. "It's the key, the special technique I practice. I was able to utilize it to control certain actions in my mind and body." Leo had brought up the use of ki once more, and it seemed to be used for much more than just preventing vampires from healing after being injured. "You are truly a great person. After learning all the great things Key can do, I have to ask, would you be willing to teach it to the vampires in the 10th? We could make it so only those in the castle can learn it." Before, Edward thought that it might be rude to ask Leo such a thing. If he wished to teach people, then that was his choice, but after learning about all the wonders of Key, he couldn't pass up this opportunity. He even thought it could be something they taught those loyal to the family. Similar to how the others used abilities, they could teach those with Key. Leo was about to decline when he heard this question. He had always been taught by his master to not share something like this with the world. However, there were already those who knew how to use Key, such as those that worked for Pure. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing to teach more people this skill, but there was one thing that was worrying for him if he did. When people got a new power, they did dangerous things, and he would be the one responsible for having taught them how to do it. "I'll think about it," Leo said, "but my answer for now would be this. Can we really trust that everyone accepts the current 10th family the way it is? If we taught them this power, we have to be sure that it couldn't be used against us." Leo was right. Edward had let his ambitions of bringing the 10th family up to its former glory get to him. There was a chance that this could do more harm than good, especially with those that would be watching him. However, the good news was that it wasn't a no. They had delivered the blood packs to a few homes without much difficulty when they were quite taken aback to see Leo at the door. They would smile while acting tense, and some had even made odd requests. For one, a middle-aged man answered the door, and immediately his eyes started to glow from seeing Leo. "Leo, the 10th Vampire Knight! I can't believe you're at my door! Honey, look who's here!" the man shouted. When his wife came to the door, a little scream came out as she went forward. This was not the type of reaction that Edward was expecting. It seemed his last demonstration had made him far more popular than he imagined. "I have a huge favor to ask, and I will understand if you say no. But you were the whole reason why I decided to stay in the 10th family. I'm also only one more item away from the set." Leo smiled at the men. It was nice to see people energetic about things, and they appeared to be more welcoming than those in the military. "If I can complete the request without any trouble to others and with little difficulty, sure," Leo replied. "Can you please cut off one of my limbs? Don't worry, I've saved up some blood so I can regenerate. Even just a finger would do." Edward slapped his head in frustration. It was a two-way street. Not only did the people need to respect Leo, but they needed to convince Leo they were worth teaching, and he was afraid these types of silly actions would dampen the mood. However, Leo pulled out his sword. "It should be simple enough to do." "I'm surrounded by crazy people," Edward thought. By the time they had completed going from house to house, Edward was very happy with the outcome. He should have realized earlier that the people in the inner circle had already decided to remain in the 10th family, so they respected the knights more than most and already had loyalty. Next time they would need to go to the general 10th of people to see if they had the same reaction. Eventually, they knocked on one of the houses, and there was no reply. "Perhaps they are out," Edward said. "We will try to get them on the way back." It was a little strange, as the delivery was at the same time every week, so the vampires would usually stay in to get their delivery. Using his ability, Leo sensed something inside the house. "Something is wrong," Leo said. Immediately, he grabbed his blade and sliced the door open, entering without saying anything else. As soon as Edward noticed him acting so grave, he knew something wasn't right, and he trailed Coley. When they finally made it into the living room, they noticed blood on the floor and all over the place. 4 people died. 2 older vampires and 2 middle-aged vampires. 4 vampires are dead, and on our family grounds. Who would even be strong enough to do such a thing? Edward said. Whatever it was, part of their aura has been left behind. There. The 2 of them stood there for a while, investigating the scene around them. Vampires were already present inside the inner castle, and it would take a lot of effort to eliminate even one of them. They showed promise and were stronger than the average vampire. The 2 of them even noticed that they had gathered 4 of the 5 pieces of the entire set of equipment from their surroundings. It looks like they were killed by a strange beast, Edward said after examining the wounds. Their bodies and parts of their necks had severe wounds that appeared to have been caused by claws. It wasn't a beast. I can tell by the aura that was left behind, Leo replied. This was the work of another vampire. Edward also thought this, but he was too afraid to say it aloud for fear it would make it true. If it had been a beast, it would have had to get past the barriers, guards, and all the vampires in the city. The only explanation was that it was a vampire. An internal dispute, perhaps? This was wishful thinking on Edward's behalf. If there were any suspects in an internal dispute, they were looking at them on the floor now. Following the trail of aura, Leo could see that it led outside through a broken window in the back. Judging by the fact that he could still see some of it, it was clear that it happened not too long ago. Following the aura, Leo jumped out of the window, and Edward followed closely behind. "Wait, what are you going to do?" Edward asked. "To find the person who killed them, because there is a killer on the loose and they could kill more," Leo replied. "I'm afraid this may be a trap," Edward tried to explain. "Remember what Silver said? There are many against us, but I thought that they wouldn't outright attack us, at least not like this. If they did, the king wouldn't forgive them. They would also lose favor with others. Right now I can't understand the reason for their actions, which is why I think we should wait." Leo thought about it for a while. He was used to handling issues like these when managing his shelter, which he had founded, and his innate instincts came into play. The problem was, this was not a city he was used to, nor were these normal people. If he wanted to live and help out Quinn in the current vampire political mess, it would be best he did as Edward said. He was the one with the experience and patience. Agreeing, they decided to call one of the vampires from the inner castle to guard the house, not allowing anyone else inside. They also called another one to continue delivering the rest of the blood. They now had more important things to figure out. While heading back, Edward was trying to wrap his head around things. Is it one of the vampire families acting out? There wouldn't be many who would go against the king's order. They might have disliked Quinn being their leader, but he isn't even here. What's the point of targeting his people? All of these questions had greatly confused Edward. On their journey back, he could see that Leo had his hand around the hilt of his blade. It was now gripped tighter than before as they got closer to the castle. "It looks like we might not be able to avoid a confrontation after all," Leo said. "The aura from the house leads back to here." Edward had called those in the castle just moments ago, and they had reported no such disturbances. 2 vampires had even left the castle and had said nothing to them. But Leo had no reason to lie, and his power was mysterious. Trusting him and unsure whether or not those in the castle were in trouble, they decided to proceed cautiously. "We have to be careful. The vampires are not fools. They know both mine and your strength. There won't be many to take us on. If anyone has been mobilized, it will need to be another knight like ourselves," Edward said. This was why he felt like it wasn't one of the families. When they finally entered, nothing seemed out of ordinary. However, Leo knew they were in the right place. They were in the reception area, where the torches and light crystals shone brightly. The doors at the top of the side stairs opened, and a vampire was there to greet them. "I welcome your The man paused mid-sentence, and a tingling sensation was felt around his neck before he could finish. He raised his hand, but soon a thud was heard as his head hit the floor. For a brief second, Edward had seen the culprit. Its large fangs were sticking out. It had no hair, and it only had clothes on from the waist down. Its muscular, dehydrated body was on full display, with its dark black eyes piercing against the light of the room. "A crazed bloodsucker," Edward said. "What's it doing here?" At that moment, the torches and light crystals were all smashed, and the room went into complete darkness. For both Leo and Edward, it didn't change much, but the small amount of light was an advantage for the bloodsucker. "Be careful," Leo said. "There's more than one." He could see through his vision that 6 insane bloodsuckers were surrounding them in the reception area, in addition to the one on the top of the stairs. "These have to be addicted bloodsuckers. Otherwise, how could they have so much coordination?" Edward thought. Too much blood addiction caused vampires to lose most of their intelligence, while forcing their bodies to change forever. These were, in a sense, much more dangerous than typical bloodsuckers. 3 on one side immediately went towards Edward, and he used his ability to mist them up. It was the only advantage he had. Then, when they were busy trying to find him, he managed to get a hit in, shoving his whole hand through one of the bloodsucker's chest, killing it in the process. He planned to change back into the mist as soon as possible, but before he even could, another bloodsucker hit him with his amazing speed and strength. When hit, the mist would disperse, and soon they were quickly following him. However, it was not for long. A blood slash was created, and it had cleanly cut both of them at their ankles. They fell to the ground and only had stubs to move. They turned around to see Leo looking down at them. With a stab of his sword, he pierced each of them right through the heart, killing them both. "Watch out! There are more of those things!" Edward shouted. He knew, based on the sound and the initial ones that had come after him, that there were more. But when the room was filled with silence, he realized something. There was only the sound of the two breathing in the room. When he looked around, he could see that all of the other bloodsuckers had been defeated, slashed in some way with the blade. "It looks like someone was after our lives after all," Leo said. "What exactly are these?" The bloodsuckers were faster and stronger than regular vampires. Edward had his ability and experience he could use against them, but facing more than one of them would prove troublesome for him. Yet somehow, Leo had been able to deal with them all. "Is it because of their lower health?" Another downside to the bloodsuckers was that they didn't have much health. If one was to damage them, they would die quite easily. So as long as Leo could keep up with their moves, then they were no trouble for him. "I'm worried," Leo said. "If these monsters came after us, then it means they might send some more after them." Leo was worried about Aaron and the others. The kids at the school slept on campus and were each given their rooms. One thing that was different between the regular vampires and the descendants was that they were both given separate areas. This was actually due to Silver acting behind the scenes. It had only been a day, but it was enough for her to see the mistreatment that was going on. She was sure that there would only be bigger problems if they were allowed to mix at this moment. It wasn't a bad idea to get the two groups to work and act together, but going all in like this was risky. The teachers were trying to come up with a solution to this issue after being called to a meeting in the evening. 12 of them were present at the table, including Silver. "The problem is we can't even punish them," Gina said. "They hold a higher position than us and threaten us." "If they do that, I can always report it to their leaders," Silver replied. "They will be punished for abusing their powers." "Are you really that naive, Silver?" Gareth said. He was a rough-looking man who wore basic thin clothing and had spiky hair that made his head look twice as big. "Maybe because you spent most of your time in the castle, you don't know what it's like. The descendants act this way because they know they will get away with it. What's worse is that, at some point, they will probably become our leaders, and then what? They hold a grudge against us because of something petty we have done in the past. Not all of the families are the same way and think like you." When did the vampires become like this? Silver thought. When she grew up, there didn't seem to be this level of discrimination between groups. Sure, there were disagreements, but generally, the vampires lived quiet, peaceful lives. Back then, it seemed like they didn't have any worries. Now it seemed like due to the recent attacks from Earth and other external threats, the vampires that saw humans as the types to be enslaved were starting to come out and convince others. The descendants need to learn more about responsibility and what it's like to be a leader, Silver said. They are still kids, and this is the perfect time to influence them to be better. Maybe we can't change the current vampire mindsets, but we can teach them for the future. We also need to split them apart. Otherwise, they will just create an echo chamber of their current values, supporting their thoughts more and taking them down the wrong way. Here's what I suggest. Back in the bedrooms, Erin was sharing with another vampire. She did not know, but it was one from the 10th family, as recognized by a single piece of beast gear she wore on her chest. Xander and Timmy were in a room together, while Amy was sent to the subclass campus. The two girls didn't talk, and the other girl was a little nervous because Erin hadn't said a word and was just sitting on her bed cross-legged with her eyes closed. Both of her weapons were laid out on the bed in front of her. It felt like if she made a noise, it would break her concentration. Erin was currently juggling 2 activities at once. She was attempting to raise Leo's ability, because at the moment she was comparable to a level 4. She was also concentrating on raising her ki control. She now realized one of the things that made Leo so strong compared to other humans. With his ability, she was able to control the ki to a greater level. She could fine-tune and move it to certain areas. Before, she could only harden or improve a certain part of her body. But with the ability, she could also now just reinforce her skin, making it stronger and allowing her to move the ki into different areas. She couldn't imagine anyone being able to get to this level of control without Leo's ability. This was why he was so special. But now she had a chance to get to his level as well. Not only that, she wanted to surpass him. Even Leo wasn't able to save his friends with his power. While concentrating, she looked at the auras all around her, and that's when she spotted something. She opened her eyes and grabbed one of the blades in front of her. "I'm sorry," the other girl screamed. "I just wanted to watch some videos," she shouted, flinching and covering her face, worried that she would get hit. As soon as the other girl started making noises, the aura that she could sense felt like it was disappearing. Closing her eyes again, she tried to see if she could find it. However, it was no longer just outside the dorms. Her ability also wasn't good enough to detect a trail left. There was one thing she was sure of, though. The aura belonged to a vampire. Yet, if it had nothing to hide, it wouldn't have tried to run away the second she heard the girl scream. The next day, when school started, each of the classes was informed that they would be taking part in a group bonding session together. The descendants, the subclasses, everyone. All the classes were taken outside, while Silver explained the rules. "So for today's session, we will be playing a modified version of Capture the Flag. For this game, we will be entering the forest," Silver explained. "Each team will consist of a group of 5, and in that group of 5, there can only be one descendant. Every team must have a descendant." This caused murmuring amongst the other students, and even complaints, which were mostly from the descendants themselves. "Why do we have to form a team with them? They will only slow us down," Niku said. "What would be the point of having the descendants go up against the regular vampires when there is an obvious power gap? Would it not be boring, and you would learn nothing?" Silver replied. "Every person on the team will have this." Silver pulled out a pole which had a colored flag on the top. "All apart from the descendant, that is. The goal is to get the most points while also protecting your own. Getting another team's flag earns you 1 point, while losing your flag will make you lose 2 points. The second a flag has been taken off the pole, it will be reflected in our school system. This is to avoid others from cheating. Now please, form your teams of 5. You have 10 minutes to do so." There were multiple reasons why Silver had suggested this game. One of them being she wanted the descendants, who would possibly be future family leaders, to get used to protecting those on their side. Rather than getting other people's flags, it was more important for them to protect their own. Another reason was to develop teamwork. The descendants probably never cared for the other vampires' abilities or strengths, and now they would need to work together if they didn't want to lose. "For the descendants, I will be reporting your results to your family, so don't disappoint," Silver said, giving them the last bit of encouragement. Erin quickly came together with people she knew to form a group: Timmy, Xander, and Amy. The 4 of them believed that given Xander's power, finding a 5th person wouldn't have been all that difficult. However, they weren't expecting that the 5th person would have to be a descendant. Xander had approached a few, but they all declined, the main reason being they knew that their group would be a target of a certain someone. "I'm sorry," Erin said. "I didn't know my actions before would put us in this predicament." "Don't worry about it," Amy chuckled. "If we don't find anyone, they'll just give us someone. I hope we just don't get Niku." At that moment, a small-looking vampire approached them. "Hey, you guys are from the 10th family, right?" the boy asked. "If so, is it okay if I join your team? The name's Rokeen." After everything Quinn did to help him in the past, and what Quinn had shown him, how actions speak louder than words, he decided he wanted to help those in his family. He couldn't get a transfer due to him being a direct descendant. If he could, he would have, but this was the least he could do. "Huh, a loser of this descendant's joining the loser family, as expected," Niku said. This little game was going to be a great way for him to hurt some people without having to suffer the consequences of it. Xander was looking at the little vampire that had approached them, and he was wondering who he was. Most of the descendants were quite well known, especially since there were so few of them, but he had never seen this one before. "What?" Rokeen snapped back. "Are you not happy with me or something?" Without realizing it, Xander was giving Rokeen a strange look, and Amy quickly pushed him off to the side. "No, of course we're happy," said Amy. "As you know, we're just a little cautious. After the scene yesterday, we're just a little worried that they might have sent someone to disrupt our plans. You understand, right?" Amy said this as she walked up to Rokeen and placed her finger on his chin before running it down his chest. "Oh, is she trying to charm him?" Xander thought. However, when she reached the midsection of his chest, Rokeen grabbed her hand. "If I was to allow a subclass to charm me, I wouldn't really be allowed to call myself a descendant, now would I? You guys don't have to be cautious of me. I'm from the 5th family. I'm only second from the bottom of the barrel, just above you." The 5th family, due to their weak ability, was mocked by the other families as well. If it weren't for the fact that their leader was kind-hearted, then there wouldn't be many who chose to be loyal to them either. "Sorry about that. Come on, let's go," Xander said. "I don't need your pity," Rokeen said, as he saw the brief look Xander gave him. "I am my own person, and just like Quinn did, I'm going to do what I want." After punching him on the shoulder, Aaron smiled at him. "Then let's show the other teams who's boss." They were led into the forest after all the groups had gathered. Many of the vampire children explored this forest, but they found no dangerous creatures there. Occasionally 1 or 2 might show up, but that was it. However, because this was the location of their previous lessons, the descendants were very familiar with this area. It seemed like the descendants would be relied upon more in this game than they first thought. The groups were given an additional 10 minutes to split up all over the forest. Then, just outside the forest, a computer system was set up, which had information with a tag on all the flags, keeping track of points. The teachers had spread out in the forests themselves, dividing themselves into 2 groups. One group stood around the outside perimeter. It was the area the students weren't allowed to go past, while the other teachers were asked to look over the students in case anything serious happened. It was explained to them that this wasn't a battle, although they could use their abilities. It wasn't a sparring match or a fight. It was just a game to try to capture the flags. Silver would be looking over the students, making sure they complied with this rule. A flare was shot up into the sky, signaling the game had begun. "What do we do? Should we attack or defend?" Amy asked. "Why don't you fly up and check around to see if anyone is coming our way?" Xander said. "No, that will only make us a target," Aaron replied, "and it looks like we won't need to do any scouting of our own." Looking at Rokeen, he had summoned a black rabbit with a horn sticking out of its head. It hopped off Rokeen's shoulder and started to run off. Soon it came back. "There's a team not too far from here. He will lead the way," Rokeen said. "Not too bad after all," Xander said. Realizing that it didn't matter if Rokeen was strong or not, this wasn't an event that relied on strength, but one that focused on using everyone's skills and teamwork. When they eventually got close, Erin closed her eyes, and she could see all of their positions. If anyone was hiding through the thick trees, she could see them. After regrouping, they came up with a plan, and it was to use Rokeen's black rabbit. Judging by the auras, Erin could easily tell which was the strongest out of all of them, and the strongest would most likely be the descendant. Although the descendant didn't have a flag of his own, that didn't matter. The black rabbit came out, and the first thing it did was fire an electric shock towards the descendant. He blocked the attack easily, but it was never their goal in the first place. The others were soon left in the dust, as the black rabbit took off running quickly while being chased. Some of them were hidden, but Erin felt that they were quickly taking their flag, and the other positions were located with ease. They had captured all 4 of the flags and ran away with no trouble at all. The 4 of them met up at a meeting point they had decided beforehand, but Rokeen was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, ruffling through the leaves, the black rabbit appeared, squealing at them all. "I think it wants us to follow it," Amy said. Following the rabbit, they eventually found Rokeen, who was beaten up and left on the ground. Nothing appeared to be broken, but he was badly hurt. "Whoever did this is already gone." Amy approached him to try to console him, and then unexpectedly kissed him. Xander turned his head away, his face flushing. While Timmy was the opposite, he couldn't stop looking at the two. "You're a little perv, aren't you?" Aaron couldn't help but comment, but he ignored it as if he was caught in a daze. After a lustful kiss, Amy felt weaker, but the small wounds around Rokeen's body started to heal, and he soon woke up. "Damn it!" Rokeen shouted, still recovering from his wounds. "That guy used his ability. The second he found out I had no flag, he locked on to what happened and said he was punishing me for it." However, his mood was soon lifted when he saw that the rest of the team had gotten 4 flags while not losing one of their own. Using both Aaron's ability and Rokeen's, it was easy pickings for them. While Amy was weak due to using her strange powers, the others decided to rest for a bit. After all, they could do so with Aaron and Rokeen keeping guard. Their resting spot was by a stony area by a small water stream. They chose an open area as they thought many students wouldn't choose to be out in the open, and even then they had the advantage. Or at least, that's what they thought. Soon, Erin spotted someone coming fast at them. Grabbing her sword, she immediately struck out a blood swipe that was thrown in their direction. However, this was the first time she was pushed back a little by the force. "An attack, and from another vampire," Amy said. Soon they could see 5 vampires coming out of the forest, and leading the charge was the young boy Niku. "What are you doing, Niku?" Xander shouted, standing in front of them. In his head, he was the strongest one on the team, even though Rokeen was a descendant. "You're not meant to attack. This isn't a fight." "Ha ha! Doesn't matter how we get a flag. As long as no one sees what we're doing, it's your word against ours," Niku replied. Sadly, he was right. "Where are the teachers?" Amy asked. Erin was afraid. Not afraid of them, but that she would go too far in hurting them, and they would get the blame. So she closed her eyes and tried to see if there were any teachers nearby. Soon, she quickly opened her eyes and grabbed the hilt of her sword. "Watch out!" she shouted at the top of her lungs while pulling out the sword from her sheath. As soon as it left, a large line of blood aura came out with it. Niku was skilled enough to know that the attack was off and wouldn't hit him, so he remained still. He also thought it was strange to shout out something before attacking. "I knew you wouldn't have the guts to actually hit me. Even you are scared of us," Niku said. Then the sound of a deep growl was heard. Looking to his right, he could see a large bloodsucker up in the air, only inches away from his face. However, the attack from Erin hit the bloodsucker, making it fall and roll on the ground. "A bloodsucker," Niku said, covered in sweat. "What's it doing here?" For a second, Erin didn't let go of her sword. She knew it wasn't the only one with them. As Silver was making her way around the forest, she decided to move up high through the trees. She had a better view from up there, although she didn't want the students to know where she was, so she had to make sure her footsteps were as quiet as possible. So far, she thought everything was going well. There had hardly been any bad experiences from her end. Because of this, she decided to try to find one of the other teachers who was also going around the forest to see if anything was going on. Her search was cut short, however, as she had stumbled across something devastating. Leaving the disguise of the trees, she dropped to the floor and her feet landed in a pool. A pool of blood. One of the teachers had been killed. Judging by how the blood was bright red and hadn't dried yet, it looked like the teacher had been killed recently. "Attention! There's something wrong! We need to cancel the expedition. Gather the students and return to the school immediately," Silver ordered on her wristwatch communicator, but there was no reply from the teachers around her. Something was seriously wrong, and if she was to leave now, the students would be in trouble. She decided to inform the castle of the situation, but she would be staying behind, and it would take them a while to get there. "I hope everyone is okay." The bloodsucker slowly got up from the ground, and Niku and his group were frozen in fear. The others stood behind him, waiting for him to do something. They were young and had never seen a blood evolver before, while Niku was frozen for a different reason. As a descendant, Niku needed to learn about the bloodsuckers and possibly what to do if they met one, so he knew how much trouble they were in now. When the bloodsucker finally stood up from the ground, it looked at the large cut that was on its forearm. "Ah!" it screamed. Right now, the bloodsucker was experiencing something it hadn't done in a long time. Pain. And for some reason, the attack coming from Erin was hurting the bloodsucker greatly. Rather than looking at the group of kids in front of it, it started to look towards Erin instead. Soon, it went after her. "Huh! Aren't they meant to be crazy wild beasts?" Niku thought. Usually they would just attack anything they saw in front of them. If this had intelligence, then that means it came from them. There was a group that Bryce had warned him about before. Then a realization hit him. This bloodsucker was from that certain group. "Ah!" More screams were heard from behind Niku, but it was too late. He turned around to see 2 more bloodsuckers, and they had stabbed 2 of the other students. "Get off them!" Niku shouted, and throwing 2 blood swipes of his own, he attempted to hit both of them, but using the bodies of his fellow students, they moved them to block the attacks. What little life they had left was taken by Niku's own hands. "We have to help them," Timmy said. "No, we have to look after ourselves," Erin replied. "There are more." 3 more bloodsuckers were seen heading out from the other side of the lake. Slashes were let out in succession from Erin's blade, but this time they had avoided them all. Their speed was faster than anything they had dealt with before. Amy spread her wings and flew up high. "Go get help," Aaron said, as they saw Amy looking down on them, worried. She knew there was nothing else she could do but try and get help. Xander, coming to the scene when it counted, went to engage one of the bloodsuckers head-on. He wasn't the best when it came to using blood skills, so he decided to use his fist instead. He was skilled when it came to combat. "No!" Aaron shouted, but it was too late for her to intervene. The other two bloodsuckers were headed in her direction, and there was one coming from behind. A punch was thrown out by Xander, and a wild swing came from the bloodsucker. Both of their fists collided head-on. One of the attacks was far stronger than the other. 1 second, Xander was there in front of them. The next, he was gone, and he was on the other side, while the others back in the forest of trees. Now it was 3 against 1. Even with her increased skills, Erin didn't know how she was going to get out of this one. She was a little worried for Timmy, but he was no longer by his side. He had ignored her warnings and had transformed into mist, covering both him and Niku in a strange mist, making it hard for the bloodsuckers to find them. Right now, Niku was thankful for the help he could get, and couldn't believe that the only reason he was possibly alive right now was due to another regular vampire. The first bloodsucker approaching her was too close, and she had no chance to use her blood skills. Other than the blood swipe with her blade, she didn't really know how to use anything else. The bloodsucker confidently swiped its large claw towards Erin, but the attack was blocked. What the bloodsucker wasn't expecting was for her blade to go through its tough skin and start slowly cutting through the muscle until it eventually reached the bone. Once again, it screamed in pain. Her attack had done its job, and her sword was now stuck in the bloodsucker's arm. She tried to pull it out, but the other two were already upon her. They smashed hard into her stomach, and she had no choice but to let go of her blade. She too was chucked over and slid across the floor. "I won't fail," she thought, as she placed her hand on the ground and her knees skidded. Her head was facing towards the floor, and she no longer had her katana-like blade. Still, she had one more weapon, the long sword on her back. She felt intense pain throughout her body, and a strange feeling began to develop. It wasn't the blood power, it wasn't ki, but something else. It was the first time she had been greatly hurt and in a dire situation since she had turned into a vampire. "You tried killing me, so that means I can do whatever I want to you bastards, right?" When Erin raised her head, her eyes were glowing yellow. She felt stronger than she had ever before. Using Leo's ability, she could see that her blade was now covered in a yellow aura as well. Without realizing it, she had activated her true Dhampir abilities, and it was time for her to hunt some vampires. Without even moving her body, Erin could both feel and see the newfound energy rising within her. Since joining the school, her aura and power levels had been the same. However, she noticed that there were instances where they would increase. She became aware of it while sparring with Leo and Edward as well, as when she was about to strike Niku outside the school. The difference in power was noticeable, but right now it was on a different level altogether. She didn't know if it was because of anger, or possibly just because there were more vampires she classified as enemies in front of her. Looking at the field, she was trying her best to assess the situation. 2 students were still on the floor. They looked to be dead, and 1 student had run off into the woods somewhere. Amy had gone to try and find help, and Xander was probably too hurt to get back up. Otherwise, he would have returned by now. There were 5 bloodsuckers in total. 2 of them were being distracted thanks to Timmy's mist skill. However, his ability level was still quite low, so he was unable to cover the entire area in mist. That meant that she had to deal with the remaining 3. One of them was charging at her before she even had time to recover, while the other 2 moved forward as well, but decided to hold back and move slower intentionally. It was as if they were waiting to see the outcome of what was to happen. "My ribs, I think they've healed enough now." When the beasts leaped up through the air, dragging her sword across the ground, she swiped upward using all her strength, activating the blood aura around her blade. This time she was trying something different. Controlling her ki better than before, she wrapped the blood aura around her large sword, and using the ki, held it in place. Rather than a blood swipe, she increased the strength of her blade, leaving a glow around it. The bloodsucker hadn't expected Eren to recover that fast, nor her strike to be that quick either. He was sure he had gauged her speed before, but now it was even faster. He could do nothing but brace while the blade passed through his body, which it did like butter. The sword sliced the bloodsucker in half. "One down, and I'm ready to take on even more of you ugly men," Eren said, flicking her sword to the side, allowing for the beast's blood to splatter on the floor. "I'm sorry, but I don't like bald guys." With the blood off her blade, the other bloodsuckers and herself could see it. The blood aura compared to before was a different color. Blood swipes always came out red, just like every other vampire's aura did as well, but right now, the aura was yellow in color. The two bloodsuckers that were advancing had stopped, and the one furthest away jumped back onto the other side of the water stream.
"Fall back,"
the bloodsucker said, in a deep demonic voice. The voice was a little muffled, as if it had its mouth full, but it appeared to sound so due to the large fangs in its mouth. "It can speak?" Eren thought, surprised. It certainly didn't look like something that could speak. They just looked like crazy wild beasts in human form. When the bloodsucker that seemed to be their leader gave the orders, the beasts that were in the mist and the other one fell back. They left, running back through the forest while the leader turned to look at Eren.
"I will have to report this to the leader. He will be pleased."
At first, Eren thought maybe they were just hiding. It was a trick. They were outnumbered and outmatched. She was lucky with her first strike just because the bloodsucker underestimated her, but their strength and speed were similar to hers. She thought they surely would have come up with something to take her on. After activating her ability, she knew they had gone. Then, placing her sword back on her back, she went to pick her katana blade up off the ground. She turned to look at Timmy and Niku. Niku was on his knees, looking at the two bodies in front of him. At that moment, she was very thankful for Timmy's ability. Because of the mist, none of them saw what Eren had done. The secret Quinn had told her to keep was still a secret. However, it was clear that Niku wasn't in his right mind in the first place. He was down on his knees, and surprisingly, he had tears in his eyes. "Come on, guys, you're alive, right? Tell me you're alive," Niku said, looking at them, but there was no response. Niku was younger than them all by a couple of years, and he had always been pampered at the first castle. It wasn't even normal for vampires to experience such things in the first place. Even if he was a bully and someone who threw his weight around, he never wanted death upon other vampires. Even if he had struck the fatal blow, he would never have gone that far. He was unaware that Timmy had such a power, and after seeing how successful it was against the bloodsucker, he realized that, had he not acted so hastily, Timmy's mist might have given them all a chance to escape. Finally, it looked like Xander had come out of the forest. He held one of his arms, which still hadn't healed, and he had a slight limp as he walked out. "How come no one came to check on me?" Xander said. "Come on, let's get out of here and try and find a teacher. We'll head back towards the school and report back to them about what happened." Silver had been running around for a while now. She had bumped into a few students and informed them that the whole test was over. She escorted a few of them back, leaving them with the teacher who was just outside the forest in charge of the system. The call had been made to the castle, and people were on their way, but Silver couldn't sit there doing anything, knowing there was trouble inside the forest still. After searching some more, she came across another dead teacher, only this time, on the ground not too far away from her, was a bloodsucker. "A bloodsucker here? Did one of the students turn into one by accident?" she thought. On inspection, it looked like the two of them killed each other in quite a difficult battle. She was now by the bloodsucker's body, seeing if she could find any clues, but the pieces of clothing it did have on, that weren't torn off, did not resemble the school uniform or what vampires would usually wear. All the clothing was a dark blue color. Is it them? If it is, have they finally decided to attack the settlement? But why? They know they would stand no chance against the whole family. Attaching her strings to the bloodsucker, controlling it like a puppet, she lifted it and threw the body behind her. The body was ripped completely in half in a second, and behind the body, Silver was looking at a bloodsucker that was twice the size of the one that she had just used as the meat shield.
"Silver,"
the bloodsucker said in a deep, booming voice,
"I'm surprised to see you have become a teacher. I never thought you would fall this low. Even the 13th family has always had a man as their leader. I thought you would be the one to change it." But I'm afraid it's impossible now because you won't be living to see another day."
Silver didn't have a clue who this bloodsucker was. Any resemblance they once had as vampires was now gone with the way they looked now, but it was clear that this man had known her at one point in his life. It was also clear that he wanted to kill her. Using her blood, she threw out her red strings and successfully wrapped them around his ankles, but he carried on walking slowly, and the strings just broke apart, as if they had done nothing. "Who is this guy? He must have been an incredibly strong vampire before turning into a bloodsucker." Fear could be seen in Silver's eyes as she stepped back continually until her back had gone up against a tree. "I will not die here."
"I don't think you have a choice."
Silver was a skilled knight, the best of the best when it came to vampires. There were only two positions that could be considered higher than hers: the vampire leaders and the vampire king's loyal knights. Of course, there was also the vampire king or queen position, but without being a leader in the first place, she could never be considered for such a role. It was well known throughout the other castles that if Silver hadn't been born a girl, she would have been made the next leader. However, the tradition of the 13th family would not allow it. Still, none of those facts changed her current situation. She felt that there was a bloodsucker staring her down that was making her feel completely powerless. Usually she could gauge one's power by the use of her red blood strings, yet in front of this bloodsucker they were as useless as a gentle wind breeze. He had snapped them by just moving his large muscular legs. "At least tell me who you are," Silver asked. The bloodsucker started to laugh. It was so deep and loud that the ground around them seemed to slightly vibrate.
"As expected, whenever there is a history the vampires are not proud of, they just completely disregard it. Pretend it doesn't exist or that it never happened."
The giant bloodsucker said,
"Do you even know what type of people you work for? The vampires appear strong on the outside and are arrogant as they see themselves above others, but the truth is they are scared. They are scared that one day something will come along and top them, so they get rid of anything that they see as a threat, not even giving them a chance to rise. Werewolves, blood fairies, Dhampir, and us, the true form vamps."
Silver's hunch was right. This man and the other bloodsuckers were members of that group, a group of vampires who had given in to the blood addiction, consuming so much blood and becoming addicted that their bodies changed into a permanent form of the bloodsucker. However, unlike starved bloodsuckers, they retained some intelligence. The bloodsucker in front of Silver had a sizable amount of intelligence left. Even the vampires that thought they should be on top of the food chain ruling the humans didn't agree with the bloodsuckers. Losing control at the sight of human blood, having an addiction like that, it was giving in to one's weakness, something they didn't want to admit happening. The sun could build up a resistance, but blood was something they would always need sooner or later. While the bloodsuckers like the one in front of her saw it as accepting themselves and embracing who they were. She was lucky that the bloodsucker liked to talk a lot, as during that time she tried to figure out a way to escape, but she could see none. The only choice left was to fight. "I can see it in your eyes. You have chosen to fight. You are certainly a strong one. If I could, I would have had you over to my side, but I know that's not possible." "Silver!" a voice shouted from a distance. With her advanced hearing, she could tell that the voice was coming from above, and in the distance she could see Amy flying high up in the sky. The problem was that the bloodsucker could hear it as well. The second the bloodsucker looked up, Silver made her move. She ran forward as fast as she could and slid underneath, in between the bloodsucker's legs. While doing so, she held both hands out and used as much red string as she could to tie up the bloodsucker's legs. She knew it would mostly be useless, but she just needed to buy enough time. Jumping up high, she then threw out her string and wrapped it around Amy's leg. Using her blood skills and string together, she could control the string with finer detail, thanks to the blood control ability she had as well. Once it was wrapped around Amy's leg, she started to pull herself up, and Amy was off as fast as possible. "Thank you, Amy, you're a lifesaver," said Silver. "We need to get out of this forest as soon as possible. I'm afraid I am no match for that thing." Silver had a saddened look on her face. She hoped that most of the students were already out of the forest, but with the giant bloodsucker in the forest, there was nothing she could do. "What was that?" Amy asked when she looked down at Silver. Her face was immediately covered in fear, for the giant bloodsucker that was down on the ground was suddenly not too far behind them. She had seen it all happen so fast. The only thing the bloodsucker did was jump, and now he was around 30 meters in the air, taller than any of the trees and level with Amy. "Don't worry," Silver shouted. "Bloodsuckers can't use blood attacks." Although he was the same height as them, the distance was out of the bloodsucker's reach, yet the bloodsucker had a smile on its face, showing its sharp fangs. It wound up its fist, and as hard as it could, threw out a punch. Shortly after a loud bang, Amy and Silver were both struck out of the air by a powerful force. Even though they weren't hit, the punch still hurt a ton. Amy was unable to fly any longer, and Silver, who took the brunt of the blow, was having trouble staying awake. Even if the fall from this height didn't kill them, then the bloodsucker surely would. Seeing the trees coming towards them, they both braced for impact. But their harsh descent was no longer, as both of the girls felt something catch them and hold them in both arms. Amy opened her eyes and couldn't believe who had caught her. "Leo, what are you doing here?" Amy asked. "An emergency was summoned and I insisted on coming," Leo replied. Leo landed on a thick tree branch with the softest of touches. He quickly went to the ground, where soon Silver followed, and holding her was Dwight, the king's vampire knight. Placing her wings back on her body, Amy was able to stand as she wasn't as badly hurt as Silver. Then, when she looked around, she noticed that they weren't the only two that had arrived. Jin, another vampire leader, had as well. Something serious had to have happened if they were called over these two as well as Leo, she thought. "Wait! Xander, Aaron, and the others! Leo, we have to save them!" Amy shouted. "Don't worry," Dwight replied, placing Silver up against a tree and giving her his flask that was full of blood. "The other leaders and their knights are making sure all the students return to safety. They will be fine, but I'm a little worried about us." Until they could finally see it, they could hear the heavy footsteps through the forest, as well as the sounds of some trees being pushed and branches falling. A giant bloodsucker. Seeing the vampire in front of him, the bloodsucker started to slow down his pace and came to a halt. Once again, he had a creepy smile on his face.
"What a great reunion. I didn't think they would send out you two just for these kids. Oh, and who's this?"
he said, looking at Leo, who had his hand on his hilt.
"Someone looks ready to fight before hearing what I have to say. Come on, speak up. How long has it been since you guys have seen me? Surely you haven't forgotten who I am."
"Of course not, Roa, ex-leader of the second family, and also ex-royal vampire knight," Dwight said, with anger in his voice. Hearing Dwight say his true name, Silver finally understood who he was. At the time, she still wasn't a vampire knight, but she had heard of an upcoming vampire who was rising through the ranks at an incredible rate. A great talent that everyone knew, and that said person was Rowan in front of her. Even when he rose to the position of leader, he quickly renounced it, moving on and deciding to become a royal knight. The thing about royal knights was that, once appointed, they were expected to uphold the current king's honor, and frequently die alongside him. Those that joined the royal army would no longer have the opportunity to become king, and they knew that. It was a way for them to prove their loyalty to the current king, but Rowan had changed all that. The others were unaware of how Rowan was growing his power so fast, and eventually, without warning, he had turned into one of them. Of course, when Rowan had turned into a permanent bloodsucker, the king had ordered to get rid of him. There was no reversing back once one had reached this point, so Rowan felt like he had no choice but to run away, holding a grudge against those to that he had dedicated his life. So what if he enjoyed a sip of blood now and then? The second he turned into a bloodsucker, they had forgotten all the sacrifices he had made. They could have at least tried to figure something out, yet they hadn't. From that day on, Rowan would take on future bloodsuckers looking after them. No one knew where they were based or where they were getting their blood from, but it was a threat that the current king was always worried about. "Have you finally decided to betray the whole settlement? Are you here to destroy us all?" Dwight asked. "Let me tell you, it won't be easy." Even with Dwight, Jin, and Leo, Silver was a little worried. She felt like it wouldn't be enough. Rowan would be much more powerful than a typical leader because he was a bloodsucker for such a long time, and his basic stats nearly doubled when he turned into one.
"Not today," Rowan said. "I want you guys to crumble in fear, wondering when the next attack will happen. You know nothing about us, how many people we have, or how strong our forces are, yet I know everything about the settlement, even this little training session going on today. I want you all to worry each day that it could be your last, because that was the same experience I feared when I was turned into this and locked up, knowing that I would be executed. Death for you all is too light of a punishment,
Rowan said, and in the next second the large body was gone. Silver hadn't even seen him leave, but there was nothing in front of her. Even with such a large body, he had speed beyond what she could see. That person was a strong one. I would have liked to see how I would have fared against him, Leo commented. Jin chuckled a little bit. I'm more thankful that we didn't get into a fight. For a new knight, you sure are brave. Not brave, Leo said, shaking his head. I just wish to test my limits. So far I haven't had the opportunity to test how far my current strength can take me. You look like someone who would have been able to do that. Let's look for the students and head back to the castle. I must inform the king about what is happening, Edward said, looking into the distance to where Rowan had left. The other vampire knights and leaders had safely rescued most of the students. They were very few that had died. In total, 2 teachers were found dead along with 5 other students. Some of the vampire knights had confronted the bloodsuckers, but soon left after seeing them. Sadly, there seemed to be more deaths on one side than the other. It was impossible to keep a secret about what had happened, as the students were already talking to each other about it as they made their way back to school. However, there was one rumor going around. Students had overheard the knights and the other teachers talking, saying that a couple of bloodsuckers had been killed before they had arrived at one of the locations. Soon they had figured out that it was the bloodsucker who had attacked both Niku's and Rokin's groups. While walking back, Niku was doing so with the rest of the descendants. He had his head held down, and he hadn't said much. He was still in shock about what had happened. Hey, Niku, you were in the group that killed one of the bloodsuckers, right? Those things are so powerful and scary. I can't believe you managed to kill one. How did you do it? One of his friends asked. I killed one? Niku replied. Yeah, all the other kids are talking about it. Some of the teachers even died. There's no way that anyone else could have killed one. Well, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but it wasn't me, Niku replied. It wasn't you? Stop joking around. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Niku said nothing but just looked in the direction of Aaron. Who are you? How could you be so strong coming from the 10th family? I need to look into some things. Some time had passed, and somewhere on the vampire planet was a certain special place. Somewhere on the planet, in the middle of a forest, there was a large waterfall, gushing water down into the bottom of the lake. If one was to go through the waterfall, one would notice that there was a large cave, one large enough to house Rowan and his army. Another society of bloodsuckers lived here, calling this place their home. Inside there were building structures, homes, and empty blood packs scattered around the place. Most of the houses were just basic. Although these bloodsuckers did have intelligence, they varied from bloodsucker to bloodsucker. Only a few had the full mental capacity they once had in the past. Entering the cavern was a hooded man, but he was not one of the bloodsuckers. He walked past, and a few of the creatures snarled at him, but he continued walking confidently deeper and deeper into the cavern. Up until the very end, where he could see a large mansion. 2 bloodsuckers stood guard, each larger than the other. One of the guards said, "He has been expecting you." The hooded man was led in. Eventually he was escorted to a throne room, where he sat in a large, giant chair to fit his giant body. It was the leader of them all, Rowan.
Did you bring the goods with you?
Rowan asked. Of course. I have left the blood packs at the usual place, but I'm starting to wonder why I even helped you in the first place, when you couldn't even do such a simple task. Why did you attack the children? That was not what I asked, the hooded man shouted in anger.
Calm down, Rowan replied calmly. I need to remind you that you are on your own here and not in your establishment. You asked me to get rid of the 10th, and you said it would be an easy task. However, all of my people that attacked were dead, so I decided to improvise. I thought maybe we could start right from the bottom, getting rid of the 10th children.
Well, it looks like you failed at that as well, and the whole Vampire Council knows about you, the hooded man replied.
It was only a matter of time before they found out. Besides, it looks like you were keeping something from us. No wonder you want to get rid of the 10th family.
The hooded man didn't reply as he was confused by what Rowan was saying.
Oh, so you don't know?
Rowan didn't say anything past that, but before meeting with the hooded man, he had found out about the girl. The girl who wielded the strange yellow aura confirmed that she was most likely a Dhampir. She was surely hiding, and maybe this was something they could use.
"Don't worry,"
Rowan said, with the biggest grin on his face so far.
"We will get rid of the 10th family for you. I am more than happy, and this time we will do it right. It will also be a message to the king, that there is a force out there that will soon topple them."
The leaders that had come out to help with the incident had returned to their castle for more reasons than one, as once again another council meeting had been called. However, the vampire knights that had been called out had traveled back with the students. Now inside the large school assembly hall, all of the students had been gathered. Everyone's condition was being checked to see if they were okay, and at the same time they were busy trying to gather as much information as possible. The students had minimal wounds, but some were affected more mentally than others, particularly those that were either running for their lives or had seen a student die in front of them. The main reason for the questioning was to find out the scale of the attack that took place. Hopefully, it would give them an idea of how strong of a force and how large of a force they were dealing with. Although there would be no way to know the true extent of the force, we would at least have an idea of the minimum. As students were being checked upon, one of the vampire knights went up on stage. A female knight with dark purple overflowing hair nearly brushed against the floor. "First, to all the students, I would like to let you know that while you are here, you are safe from the threat that unexpectedly came at you today. I know it is a shock for many of you young students, but the most important thing is that you came out still alive to experience it and live another day," she said. "Perhaps we were a bit behind on teaching you about the bloodsuckers, which is a mistake on our part, but now I will give you information about them that should help you in the future if you are ever to encounter one again." The knight started to explain to the students what a bloodsucker was and the difference between the two types of bloodsuckers. Most students knew what happened to a vampire when they ran out of blood, but were unaware of the type that would get addicted to blood. They knew of blood addiction, but did not know what it could lead to. When Silver was listening to this, she started to think back to the words that Rowan had spoken, about how the vampires tried to bury and hide anything bad about them in the past. On top of this, they got rid of anything they saw as a threat. Before the incident with her brother, she was a law-abiding vampire, but lately she was allowing thoughts and other people's ideals to affect her. Lastly, when someone turns into the form of the bloodsucker, they no longer have that family bond attaching them. Perhaps some of you might think you're safe if one of your family members were turned, but you are not. They are free to hurt anyone regardless, which is why they are considered so dangerous," the knight finished explaining. Leo went ahead to check up on Erin, and everything seemed fine. However, he did notice she was acting a little strange, as if she wanted to ask something. She wanted to know more about that strange aura she used in the middle of her fight. How was she able to activate it? But she knew that this was not the right place, with so many people around. Also, Leo was an ordinary vampire, she could see that, so it was unlikely he would know anything. "I heard you did a good job, Timmy," Leo complimented him. "I will tell Edward about his favorite student." Timmy started to blush, as he was shy. He wasn't good at getting compliments like that. "Thank you. I will continue to work harder for the 10th family in the future." Xander, who was being treated with his good hand, also gave Timmy a thumbs up. This experience made him realize he couldn't just rely on his fists, and maybe getting Edward to teach him the mist ability was a good idea. The group of descendants were gathered together, and they couldn't stop talking about the incident that had just happened. While the others were afraid, many of them felt excited. "I swear if that bloodsucker didn't run away, I would have taken it down." "I don't know, man. Did you hear what Kathy just said? They're dangerous." "What do you mean? Niku took one down, so of course we can as well." However, there was one person that wasn't excited about the whole thing, and that was Niku himself. He had branched himself a little away from the descendants. He just couldn't share the same feelings as they did. From the sounds of things, the others got attacked by a single bloodsucker, or two at most, while their group had far more. It also seemed like the bloodsuckers varied in strength, which would make sense, since it was dependent on the vampire they were turned from. Most of those that would turn into a bloodsucker would be weak regular vampires anyway. There were only a few that were at the higher level. Still, that didn't stop Niku from feeling two things. fear from almost dying, and the second one, regret. He still couldn't get over the fact that with his own 2 hands, he had killed 2 fellow students. While sitting down up against the wall, he started to hear certain conversations between the other teachers and knights. "Did you check the report?" "Yes, 2 of the students had different wounds on their bodies compared to the others. Some signs show the attack seemed to be made using blood aura." "So you think there's a chance the other side has vampires working for them?" "Maybe, but there is also the possibility that these 2 students were killed before the bloodsuckers arrived. Maybe a dispute over the flags. Someone went too far and killed them both. Or maybe one of the students or teachers was working for the bloodsuckers. It would make sense as to how they were aware of the training taking place in the first place. I'll start searching and see if we can find out any more information about these 2 boys. I'll check who were the last people to see them alive." Hearing them talking was giving Niku the shakes. He held out his hand in front of him, trying to keep it straight, but it wouldn't stop shaking. His heartbeat was out of control and beating like a regular human. "Will they think I'm working with the bloodsuckers?" Niku started to think. They hadn't found out yet, but Niku, being a young boy, was having irrational thoughts. He started to go down a deep, dark hole of negativity. If they were to find out he killed them, what would happen to him? Would he be stripped of his title, his chances of becoming the next leader disappearing? "Maybe if I just explain the situation to them," he thought. That would have just given him a small slap on the wrist. Surely they would believe him. Soon, the negative thoughts took over, and he was no longer thinking of the small outcomes, but just worrying about the big ones. He was eating away at his thumbnail. "They're going to banish me from the first family and put me in a cell. I'm going to rot and be executed, all because of a misunderstanding. I can't let that happen. I can't let them think I was the one that killed those students. I have to do something," Niku thought, looking in Aaron's direction. The longer Niku was leaving things, the more his mind was going through strange thoughts. The disappointment, the shame he would bring to his family. If he didn't do something, then his whole life would be ruined. When one gets to this point, they need to speak to someone to rationalize their thoughts. A friend to tell them what they were thinking was crazy, but Niku had no one but himself. He felt like he had to do something before everything got out of hand. He observed the 2 vampire knights conversing with the inspector earlier, and chose to approach one of them, who was speaking to students. The knight he was approaching worked for the 12th family, the Kilton family. These guys always seemed a bit snobbish when someone would speak to them. It was as if they had a different upbringing, even compared to their descendants. When drinking blood, they would do so by placing it in the perfect glass, and the blood would have to be at the perfect temperature. Small sips would be made from here and there. The 12th family was a major family that was against the idea of vampires making their own blood. Although they weren't blood addicts, they were certainly blood connoisseurs, and there had been rumors that he had requested to see some of the humans they had caught multiple times. However, they were always refused. The king had made a deal, and he would keep to it. The knight he approached was quite a young-looking person named Jax. He had long, spiked-back hair, and his uniform didn't have a single crease on it. Although it was always hard to tell how old vampires were, especially the higher up in rank they went. "Master Niku, I was just about to come and see you," Jax said. The relationship between the 1st and 12th families wasn't a bad one, but it wasn't as if they were best of friends. This was the case for a lot of the families. On his way over, Niku had ironed his will, repeating in his head what he was going to say a number of times. He didn't want to appear nervous in front of the knight. It was strange how before he was panicking, but now, since he had already decided to dump a certain person, he was back to his usual self. "I overheard you talking with the other knight before," said Niku. "As you know, those 2 were on my team, but now that you are conducting an investigation, I don't think a vampire knight's time should be wasted. The truth is, I didn't want to say anything earlier because I didn't want the vampire in question to get into trouble. Before we encountered the bloodsuckers, we came across Rokin's team. They were trying to take our flags, and she used her blood swipe against us. At the same time, I sensed the bloodsuckers appearing and went to deal with them, and that's when it happened. The 2 students fell due to her attacks," Niku said without faltering and looking towards Aaron. "That's the new turn from the 10th family," Jack said after inspecting her for a while. "Primo was right. He said the 10th family would bring us trouble. I guess since they were former humans, she felt nothing attacking us. This was exciting news for Niku. He had no clue that Eren was someone who had been turned, and was a past human at that. The only ones that did know of this information were the vampire knights and the leaders, as Quinn had gotten permission from the king to do so. It looked like all the blame would easily fall on her now. "Thanks for the information," Jack said. "You did an excellent job of protecting them all and defeating that bloodsucker. I will be sure to mention this to my leader and hope they pass it on to the king's castle. We need more vampires like you." The praise made him happier than ever, and it looked like he was going to get some unexpected rewards out of all of this. He never wanted to take claim for something he hadn't done, but what was the harm in it? Soon, Eren would be out of the picture, and he would be the only one. No one would believe the 10th family over a direct descendant. Jax had gone straight over to where Eren was. She was currently listening intently as Amy and the 3 boys discussed what had just occurred. They were coming up with the theories for why bloodsuckers had suddenly attacked them, but Amy was the one who had the most captivating tale to share. She was describing the odd giant bloodsucker. Before Jax had even arrived, Eren started to walk towards him as well. She could tell who he was looking for just from his aura alone. "Oh, it seems you know you have done wrong and have come to turn yourself in," Jax said. "Not at all," Eren replied. "I just didn't want to waste my time waiting for you to come over to me." Whack! There was a loud slapping sound, and Eren's cheek had turned bright red. For once, she hadn't seen the aura move before the hand did. Also, she wasn't expecting to be hit out of the blue like that. "You don't talk to a vampire knight like so, even if you were human. Where are your manners? You should show respect to those that are higher than you. I am a vampire knight, and I should be treated like one," Jax said. Eren's breathing was out of control, as the same energy as before was rising in her, but she needed to calm down. She was doing everything she could to hold herself back. Everyone nearby who was talking and yapping away had turned to look at the incident. "Now on to the matter of business," Jax continued. "There have been reports that the 2 students' deaths were not done by the bloodsucker, but by a student, and an eyewitness has said that student was you. You are to be restrained until further notice." "What?" Eren shouted, having now managed to restrain most of the strange energy. Her ki control helped with that greatly. "I didn't kill anyone." "Now you are lying in front of a vampire knight. Your punishments will only add up. Dear Niku said he saw you kill them with your blood aura." "That's not true," Xander interfered. "When the bloodsuckers came, he was the one who hit them and killed them." "Xander, huh? You've always had a soft spot for women. On top of this, I believe you would have a grudge against Niku, the whole 10th family would have. I can't believe you're all accusing the one that saved you from the bloodsuckers. Do none of you have any pride?" "He saved us," Eren shouted, her blood boiling. "He was shivering there like a log when he killed his fellow students. He didn't even lift a finger against the bloodsuckers. I was the one who killed them." Many in the room started to laugh at what they had just heard. Does she really believe that she would be able to kill a bloodsucker just because she excelled on one pointless test? "Enough of your lies," Jax said. "I will now tie you until we reach the castle." Jax took one step forward, and Eren looked up at him. She had given him a daring look, saying if he was to take one step closer, she would attack him, and he could feel this. Not holding back like he did last time, he reacted to this himself. He lifted his hand by his side, preparing to slap Eren on the face again. Swinging out his hand, it was too fast for Eren to do anything. Even though she believed she had improved in strength and skill, a vampire knight was still too much for her to handle. Then, bloody splatters covered Eren's face, and there was a sound of something hitting the floor. She felt no pain, and her face was perfectly fine. "Ah!" An almighty scream came from Jax. "My arm! My arm!" When she wiped her face, she could see that Jax's arm was on the floor. "If you try hurting my family member one more time, the next thing that rolls will be your head," Leo said. "Hey, who's that?" a student asked. "I'm not sure, but he just sliced off a vampire knight's arm. He has to at least be another vampire knight, right?" "That's Leo, the new 10th vampire knight," another student said proudly. "Did you not hear about his introduction event?" Leo had briefly shown up at Fex's execution, but he hadn't made much of an impact or impression, and the people who watched what was happening that day were far too focused on other things to even notice Leo. However, what was memorable was when Leo was announced as a vampire knight. That day, anyone who disagreed with him about becoming a vampire knight fought them head-on in a duel, and he would often slice off their arms in the process. This news has spread to other families. It was dubbed a crazy and exaggerated story, but they did not know what Leo looked like that well either. Those in the tent, of course, remembered who Leo was, and that's why they were proudly telling others that this was their vampire knight. "Why does it hurt so much? And how was he able to cut through my arm so easily?" Jax thought, as he gripped tightly, applying pressure around the wound. Usually, something like this would have healed up by now, but it was still seeping out blood. Leo's arm had been severed by an unidentified member of the 10th family, the lowest of the families, when he looked up at him, making him furious. He needed to pay them back. He used the hardening skill after surrounding it with his blood in the form of a red wax with his other arm. This time he wouldn't let a silly beast sword harm him. Leo knew the intent behind his attack, and he could tell this strike was going in for the kill, so Leo was ready to retaliate. "If you plan to take my life, then I'm allowed to take yours," Leo replied, slashing his sword vertically. It didn't manage to reach Jax, for it was stopped as sparks flew up in the air, and the attack had hit another blade. A two-handed long blade, but there was something unique about it. With the amount of force Leo had applied, an ordinary blade would have sliced through it without any difficulty. When he turned to face the man wielding the two-handed sword, he saw that the blood had stained the area where his hands had been wrapped. From his new sensitive nose, he could tell it wasn't just any blood, but human blood. The red energy could be seen going upward from the hilt of the blade down the center line of the sword. "Is this one of those blood weapons the vampires have?" Leo thought. "Put down your sword and stop attacking at once," Tila said. Tila was the vampire knight who was wielding the blood weapon, an older knight who worked for the 7th family, the Dawn family. He was even older than the current leader, but that still didn't stop him from doing his duties, and he was quite popular among the other knights as well. Leo could see that the 4 other vampire knights, including Talal, had surrounded them, and one of them was Silver. She had wrapped her red string around Leo's bicep before his strike had hit Tello's sword, weakening its power. "Leo, listen to him. We don't want this to turn into a serious matter, not while everyone is still alive and well," Silver explained. Leo put his sword away after complying. Even he wasn't sure if he could take on this many vampire knights. The blood weapons were a big variable, and he was unsure how many vampires carried them. Not even all vampire leaders had a blood weapon. Tila, when putting down his sword, could feel his hands were numb. "How can a human-turned vampire be so strong?" "I'm sorry, maybe I was mistaken, but I've been told that my duty as a vampire knight is to protect those in my family," Leo explained. "I couldn't just stand by idly while he was hitting one of my own." What Leo said made some sense, but that would only be true if Aaron was somebody. They could understand his actions if he was trying to protect someone important, not just a simple vampire who worked for the 10th. "Leo, but you attacked another vampire knight," Silver said in a soft tone, trying to express what type of situation he was in. "Even more reason why he shouldn't have acted so unreasonably. Tell me, should he not be punished for hitting an innocent person, someone who isn't even an adult yet? In my eyes, I can see the real person who should be punished." "Innocent!" Jack shouted, while still holding his severed arm. The end of it was throbbing as it tried to regrow. "That blade is not a normal blade. Has it been made with fairy blood?" Jax thought. "I am innocent. You didn't even listen to what I had to say," Aaron shouted back. The situation had somewhat subsided, and while Leo had gone over to Aaron to speak with her, the other vampire knights were discussing ways to try to resolve the issue. Since it wasn't necessary, they didn't want a situation like this to be brought before the council. The people in question were the issue. They would need Bryce, the first leader, to permit them to use the influence skill on Niku, and it was unlikely they would receive it. They would require Quinn's consent, or at the very least the current leader, for it to be used on Aaron. That person was Leo. Silver had brought up that this was just not possible, as Leo didn't have a strong enough influence skill to make her submit, and she also mentioned if anyone else tried, it would be against the rules. Finally, Jax's arm had healed to the point where the wound had at least healed up, and he decided to speak his mind.
There is no need for this to go to the castle. We just need to know who is lying. There is a simple way to find out that a girl is lying, Jax replied. She said she was the one who killed the bloodsucker, something even the teachers failed to beat as well as all the other descendants. Apart from Niku, I say let the two of them fight. She needs to be punished, so let's catch her in her lies. How could proving one's strength prove whether or not they were the murderer or not? Silver questioned whether this was actually a good idea and if it would even solve anything. However, there was a small rationale behind Silver's behavior. He felt it could be proven that Eren was a liar with this. Then maybe the others would feel like she was lying about everything. Still wondering what to do, Jax had already walked out to the others and made the suggestion. So you say that Niku was quaking in his boots? That you were the one who defeated the bloodsucker? Then prove it. Prove your strength by defeating Niku in front of everyone here. Getting away from Leo, Eren pulled out her blade. Gladly. It had finally come to this. When Niku came up with his lie, he never thought this would be the result. It looked like Eren was already gearing up, ready for a fight, and Jax was giving him some type of look, as if he wanted him to teach her a lesson. This isn't the same. This isn't the same as in the forest, Niku thought. He had to tell himself this, as he was still a little shaky from what had happened before. He clenched his fist and started to walk to the center of the hall. The students had already cleared an area, giving the two of them a place to fight. I've fought sparring matches before. This isn't some beast that's trying to kill me like the bloodsucker, and I'm a descendant. I should have more skills than her. When Niku was in shock back in the forest, he did not see how Eren was able to kill the bloodsucker, nor how strong the bloodsucker actually was. In his mind, he too would have been able to kill the bloodsucker if he had a fair chance against one. Considering their respective upbringings, and the fact that his blood is pure due to his direct lineage to the first family, Niku believed he would win. The only concern he had was the use of her beast weapon. He was confident she had used the weapon to kill the bloodsucker and beat him during the practical test. Cheers coming from the descendants erupted when Niku went to the center ready for a duel. On Eren's side, surprisingly, a few were supporting her other than her friends, and they looked to be all from the 10th family. No longer were they as shy as they once were or suppressed, and they felt confident, knowing Leo would be there to strike anyone who would try to harm them in front of him. If it gets too dangerous, I will end this silly fight immediately, Silver said, and Tila agreed. The two of them stood closest to the two and would be watching their every move, ready to interfere at any time, while the other vampire knights stood off to the side to deflect any oncoming attacks. Niku was the first to charge in, throwing out blood swipes, 2 of them on either side of Eren, and then 1 straight down the middle, so she had no chance to dodge. You don't even care about hurting others, do you? Eren said. The 2 to her side were timed, so when the attack was blocked by the knights from hitting the crowd, the 3rd strike would already be ready to hit her, but taking out her blade, she simply slashed through the attack, not even using any of her blood aura. I have to remain calm. I can't get too agitated, otherwise it might happen again, Eren thought, and I need to finish this quickly. A flurry of blood swipes continued, and Eren was avoiding them all, not even using her blade but just moving out of the way of the attack. Eren wasn't moving very fast, so the onlookers were confused, and that's when they noticed she was moving just as Niku was making his movements. This was possible because of 2 things. First was Leo's ability. However, just because someone had this ability didn't mean everyone could avoid attacks like so. She had fighting experience and had trained constantly with Leo. Before becoming a vampire, she was already a skilled warrior, but she had been in far too many dangerous situations later. Compared to those at Pure, Arthur and Leo, these attacks were deadly slow. Blood rise! Niku shouted, cutting his hand and controlling it before it dropped to the ground, forming it in the air. This attack was similar to a blood swipe, but was more flexible, and it looked like Niku could move it at will. I knew he was going easy on her, being able to use blood control at such a young age. He is a talent we all need, Jack said. Although she wasn't able to avoid his attack, just like with the first blood swipe, using her sword, she was able to cut through it. It was now clear to everyone that when comparing the 2 attacks, Eren's was stronger. Blood attacks would not be effective against her, so Niku tried a different tactic. Moving in quickly, he He attempted to punch her in the stomach, but Aaron deflected the blow with the sword's guard. "That's not what I was going for." Using all his strength, he hit the sword, knocking it out of her hand and falling to the floor. Nico retorted, "Without your sword, you're useless." He moved closer and attempted to strike her again, but she blocked him by striking him in the chest and raising her fist with more force. Nico was knocked to the ground. When Nico went to get up, the blade from the floor was already pointing at his neck. "You would be dead if it wasn't for me back in the forest, and this is how you repay me?" Aaron asked. The realization that he had lost the battle to a vampire hit him at that precise moment, along with Aaron's words. He started to break down in tears. "I'm sorry," Nico cried. "I lied. She wasn't the one who killed them. I did. But, it was an accident. The bloodsucker pulled them in front of my attack." All the students who were watching Nico as he sobbed later realized that even though he was still a child and older than them all, Nico was being treated like an adult due to his skill. "I hope that has satisfied you," Leo said. "Fine, she can leave, but I will need to interrogate her further into this," Jax replied. "That sword. Something has to be up with that sword." Leo could have pushed harder and demanded more, but he decided it would be best to leave things as they were. There was no need to create new issues and an enemy because, as Silver had previously stated, nothing had gone wrong and everything had been fixed. The others and the 10th family finally had something to be smug about. One of their own had defeated one of the strongest direct descendants. Soon they would no longer be called a weak family, they felt. Silver, the current leader of the school, then announced after receiving word from the castle. "While the teachers can't guarantee your protection in the school, a decision has been made to suspend school for the time being. All students should head back with their vampire knight and to their respective families, once we believe it is safe for you all. Then school will reopen once again." At that moment, a hooded man was standing in front of the 10th gate. The 10th family's inner neighborhood and the pooling area were separated by it. "It's time to take over this place." The students started to head back to the 10th castle after the order was given. The 10th family had a small number of students enrolled in the school. There were 10 students, plus Aaron and the other 3 for a total of 14. They all followed Leo and couldn't stop chatting about both Aaron's fantastic and unexpected success, as well as Leo's crazy actions. "Looks like they have a new person to admire," Amy said, giggling to herself. Aaron was clearly hearing everything, and she wasn't sure how to react to it. The words were blurring her vision, and she was unable to close her eyes, as she usually did during training. Any second now it seemed like she would snap at the students who were gawking at her. One of the kids that tried to talk to her had already threatened to shove her blade right through his back if he didn't get away. Once in the pooling area, those students continued to follow Leo. This was because they would be staying at the main castle with him. The reason for the attack on the students was unclear, but they could only guess that they were after something or someone, so they wanted to give them more protection by allowing them to stay in the castle. The parents wouldn't have had this time with them anyway, as they would have been staying at the school apartments. The kids had just been made aware of this, as they thought they would be staying in the inner castle area. "You mean we're going to be staying with the queen? Maybe I should try talking to her?" a student said. "Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what she said to Jake?" "The queen's better off being one of those beauties you just stare at from afar," another replied. Once again, hearing this, Aaron's hand was shaking. On the journey here, the students continued to talk amongst themselves and had come up with a nickname for her, Queen. She did not like this one bit. "Don't worry about them," Amy said, placing her hand gently on her shoulder. "Boys will be boys, and some girls would love this type of attention." "And you're one of them," Xander commented, receiving a kick to his leg right after. "You are very pretty, though," Timmy said in a gentle voice. When Timmy said these words, Aaron didn't feel any anger, and instead went to rub the top of his head. She saw him as a cute little brother. "Queen, we think you're pretty too." "Yeah, you're the best. Rub my head, please." "The queen should treat all her followers equally and rub all our heads." The boys nodded in agreement. Passing the inner gates, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Leo used his ability to scan the area, and he was relieved to see that all the houses in the inner area and the guards were all in good condition.
The students were escorted to their rooms by the 25 castle vampires as soon as they arrived. The vampires who resided in the castle would typically be related to the vampire leader in some way, but Vincent had no descendants, according to the other vampires, and the 10th family had few. For the students, it was the first time they had ever stepped into the castle, and they were staying there. They thought they would never see such a thing, and it only confirmed that they wanted to work for the 10th family even more. "It's good that you have done this," Edward said, looking at the smiles on the students' faces. "The other leaders have only let the students enter the inner castle area to protect them. Unless they're part of the family, they won't let them into the castle. You have given these guys hope." Although Leo didn't care for any of the vampire politics or ways, he was just doing what he thought felt right. He had always felt that way, and it was the same with a certain kid he had chosen to follow. "I heard you did a good job as well, Timmy. You have become a brave vampire that will soon take my position," Edward complimented. Timmy was all smiles. His grin was so wide it looked like it would fall off his face. He was scared as well when he saw the bloodsuckers, but he kept thinking back to last time at Fex's execution. He couldn't help due to how weak he was, and this time he could. This was what had given him courage. Suddenly there was a change in attitude from a certain someone who had gone down on his knees and placed his head on the floor. "Master Knight Edward, after what happened, I have seen the wrong in my ways, and I wish for you to teach me your ability. If you can take me on as your disciple, I will work harder than anyone you have ever seen before." "Lift your head, boy," Edward said. "The only person you should bow down to like that is either the king or the family leader, and I don't see any of them here. Of course I'll teach you, but it won't be easy. Timmy has a natural talent in my ability, so let's see how you do." Things had calmed down for a couple of days, with no more incidents happening. Leo and Edward would remain in the castle, not going out like last time, afraid that there could be another attack behind their backs. Since the council itself didn't know where Rowan and his people were, they were unable to take any action. They had decided on two things, either to find out the reason for the attack, or to find out who the leak was. If they were watching carefully enough, then sooner or later the person who was helping them would slip up, and they could all get the information they needed. But there had been no leak so far. They expected as much, since the attack was only a couple of days ago, and not much happened. As for Niku, there was no news of what his punishment was. Either Jax didn't submit the report, or Bryce was able to sweep the whole matter under the rug. Still, once they confirmed the truth of what Niku had done, he wouldn't have gotten much of a punishment anyway. If it was truly an accident, it was understandable. The only thing he would have been punished for was lying to a vampire knight, and trying to pin the blame on somebody else. But the person getting pinned on wasn't exactly popular, so the second part of his crimes always seemed to have no light shed on it. While in the castle, Erin was worried about a major thing, and that was how she was different from the others, and why Quinn had told her to keep it a secret. It seemed like even he didn't know at the time. Because of this, she decided to confide in Leo, the only other person in whom she had complete faith. She had explained to him what she felt, and how the color of her aura was different. "Well, of course, I knew all along that we share the same ability, but when it came to these matters, I trusted Quinn with his thinking," Leo said. "For all of us humans, it's difficult, and we do not understand what is going on. However, I understand how you feel and wish to know what you are. When I get time, I will try my best to ask about what the Dampiers are and what is so worrying about them." "Thank you, Master," Erin said. Suddenly, Leo's face took a serious turn. He turned his head and was looking in the direction of the front of the castle. "What's wrong?" Erin asked, concerned. "That man from the forest, he's here." The man standing inside the inner castle area was regular-sized. The guards that were meant to be there were no longer there. Slowly, his body started to change as he grew in size, becoming a giant, ripping through his clothes, his muscles bulging and his hair falling to the ground. Finally, his transformation had finished, and he was now the bloodsucker known as Rowan. "If there is an important mission, it's always best to do it yourself." It was strange at first for Leo, as he could hardly sense anything. When people or things were further away, it was hard for him to feel the strength or see the certain creature's aura. This was unless he was trying to look for it.
This would also limit the range as he tried to look further, but even then, if the force was weak, he was unlikely to be able to sense it. Which was what had shocked him even more. His ability should have allowed him to sense only those in the castle, yet through the castle walls, far away, he could sense a strong energy, and it was the same as what was in the forest. He came straight to the 10th castle. So they are really after something from the 10th family? Or does someone want to get rid of us? Leo thought while looking at Aaron. Tell Edward to gather the vampires and inform the council immediately. Tell them that the bloodsucker that was in the forest has arrived. They will understand. Then we shall all meet up at the reception of the castle. Hurry! Aaron hadn't seen Leo so panicked before, so rather than asking questions about what was going on, she rushed off to gather the others and did as she was told. Walking out down to the bottom floor, Leo was trying his hardest to concentrate on the energy. There were only 2 times he had felt a power similar to this one, and that worried him. Once, when he was underground to rescue the kids, the energy was found to belong to Arthur. The other energy was the vampire king himself, and now this one. Is he as strong as Arthur? Leo thought. No, he's weaker, but he's still strong. Aaron had gone to see Edward and inform him of what the whole commotion was about. He had a devastated look on his face, and looked like he nearly fell over. Now of all times, Edward replied, I will inform the rest of the inner castle vampires and the council. You, gather the rest of the students, and head for the reception area as well. Wait, you're going to take them all outside? Aaron asked. Isn't that who the enemy is? Last time while you were at school, we too were attacked by the bloodsuckers, and that was in this very castle. No one should be able to enter the castle so easily. At the front door, there is a lock that only a few know the combination to. Sure, these days it is left unlocked more often due to the vampires coming in and out, but there were guards stationed that hadn't seen a thing. I can only guess that there might be people working with these foul creatures, or that there is also someone working against us in the castle. There's a good chance that these guys are after the children for some reason, based on their past attacks. The safest place for everyone right now is beside me and Leo, where we can protect you. Now go. Aaron didn't ask for a second time, and she was off to gather everyone else, storming into their rooms one by one. But she couldn't help but think, were the bloodsuckers after her? The bloodsuckers had seen her use her strange powers that day, and just maybe, she was the reason why they had returned. It's happening again. We're getting attacked by everyone I care about, Aaron thought, worried that history was just repeating itself with a new enemy, only this time it might be due to her. Everyone was now in the reception area. Their students looked worried, while the adult vampires were doing their best to put on a brave face, some even excited that their skills would be put to the test. Each of them was wearing the advanced tier beast gear, which was handed to them for contributing to the 10th family. The students were also handed the intermediate beast armor, which usually would be given piece by piece as they completed more tasks for the family, but this was an emergency matter. I'm sure you are aware, but it looks like the bloodsuckers, who refer to themselves as the true vampires, have attacked. I have tried to get through to the 8th leader, Jill, but she is not receiving communication, which means I cannot contact the council at this moment, Edward explained. We don't know what their aim is, but the most important thing is that those beasts are out there in our inner castle area. We don't know how many they are, or how strong their forces are, but the people we wish to protect are out there. I don't want any of the 10th members to die. Stay close to me and Leo at all times, and follow our orders. The kids were shaking, their teeth rattling. They had already seen the bloodsuckers once before, and how strong they were. They thought they were now safely out of the forest and inside the castle walls, but now they found out they were about to face them once again. Seeing this, Leo stood out in front of all 14 students. The enemy is strong, but so are you. If you are worried about getting hit, stay close to me and I will take the hit instead. For some reason, what Leo was saying sounded ridiculous. How could he guarantee none of the students would get hurt? But for some reason, his words had given them confidence. Wasting no more time, the small little army left the 10th castle and ventured into the inner castle living areas. The first thing that they noticed was that it was quiet. They were meant to be under attack, and they were sure they would hear screams. Can you sense anything, Leo? Aaron asked. For now, I can only sense their leader, who is staying by the gates. Maybe he is staying there to stop any reinforcements from coming in, Leo replied.
A little while later, they noticed that it was far too quiet. Even if the place was being attacked, there would be some vampires out in the streets, talking and more, but there was none of that. That's when one of the vampires spotted a dead body in the street. Soon, while walking, they spotted more dead bodies. Leo could sense the aura left behind by the attacker, but the tracks were going all over the place. Trails could be seen left and right. It was clear there was more than one enemy, and that's when he could see multiple aura trails heading inside the buildings. "Check the houses!" Leo shouted. "Every one of them!" The soldiers got right to it. The group split off into two, but stayed close together. The students were led by Leo, and the vampires from the castle were led by Edward. Leo made the students wait outside before entering the house, because he knew what had happened. After checking every household in the area and reporting back to the other team, Leo's fears were confirmed. Somehow, without causing any alarm or any one of them noticing, every vampire in the 10th household was killed. If this was the case for all the households, then nearly half the vampires belonging to the 10th family. Many vampires had been invited to live in the inner castle area by the 10th family out of kindness and support, rather than keeping them in the open pooling area. The conditions were better, and so were the houses. If they were empty anyway, then they saw no harm in them being used. "How? My family! No!" A student started to cry at the top of their lungs. The students' realization that their parents might have been killed caused a chain of events to start. Most of the people who lived in the castle were safe because their families were employed there as servants. But some also had extended families who resided in the inner area. They also had mixed emotions. Some are angry, while others are regretful and sad. Some of the students that were also greatly affected were from Aaron's group. All of their families had just moved into the inner circle area, and although they hadn't checked their homes yet, they feared the worst. "Mother! Father!" Xander cried, along with Timmy and Amy. "Why? Why did this happen to us?" a vampire asked. "We still don't know what's happening. This could be happening to the whole settlement," Edward replied. "After all, I still can't get through to Jill." Although Edward wasn't so sure about that, Jill was one of the vampires that had a grudge against the 10th family due to what had happened at the execution. There was a good chance she was just ignoring Edward's call. "Everyone, pick up your weapons," Leo said, drawing his blade. "Your friends and family might be dead, but you still live, and the enemy still lives. You want revenge, right? Well, now is your chance." The battle had begun with the small army of bloodsuckers. The vampires and students were a little struck by what they were seeing. They knew that there was a high chance that they would be facing bloodsuckers. However, they never knew how many. Coming towards them, it looked like an army of blood-sucking crazy beasts were on their way. A few were running on top of rooftops, while others were climbing building sides with their sharp claws. Some were running down the street. "Stay close together," Edward said. "Remember, they can't use blood attacks. Our range is our advantage." "How many of them are there?" Amy asked, nervous herself, wondering if they could even survive such an attack. "I'm not sure. They're moving fast, maybe 30, Aaron replied. 50 is closer, Leo said. There was no point in hiding the enemy's true numbers. It would do nothing for them. On their side, 24 vampires, 2 vampire knights, and 14 students. It wasn't a fair fight at all. The vampires had gotten into a row, standing in front of the students. They stayed strong in their beast armor. "What are you doing? We can fight as well," Aaron complained. "We never brought you students out to fight in the first place," said Aaron. "We brought you out because we thought you would be safer with us." Edward nodded towards the 2 boys, and they started to move. Xander and Timmy's bodies were changing slightly. Timmy was faster and had formed a mist over more than half the students, while Xander finally had gotten a hang of what he was trying to do and covered the remaining students in a mist. As he promised, he worked harder than any student Edward had seen, and although he could already use the mist ability, there was a lot to learn. "Aaron, protect them," Leo said. When the bloodsuckers were close enough, Edward shouted the signal, and the vampires in a line waited for his instructions. He released a blood swipe out of his hands. The others came after them, and several lines of red aura could be seen tearing through the city's streets. There were too many for all the bloodsuckers to avoid. The bloodsuckers responded wildly, as some pushed each other over.
The attacks hit their legs and arms, causing some of them to fall to the ground as they attempted to jump to the side and climb up the rooftops. "Keep firing! Don't let them get close," Edward said. While some bloodsuckers were getting injured, they saw someone break formation and start to run towards the street. That's when they realized it was Leo. "We might hit him," one of the vampires said, concerned. "Don't worry about him, and keep attacking," Edward said. Leo was able to dodge every blow on the battlefield, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He then proceeded to slash down the bloodsuckers, who were hurt one by one with his sword. Getting rid of their numbers as they were now would be a big blow to the enemy. However, he knew that this was only to help them in the long battle. As soon as the bloodsuckers had reached the vampire's position, the ranged battle had become a physical one. With their powerful claws digging into the armor, the bloodsuckers crashed through the crowd. Some of the vampires screamed, and if the beast gear hadn't protected them, they would already be dead. Still, it was strange that the target of the bloodsuckers never seemed to be the vampires themselves. Their eyes would wander, and they would constantly be looking ahead at the mist. "They're after one of the students," Leo thought. He was hurrying to slash the few bloodsuckers that were rolling about on the floor and went back to help. "I can't see through this fog. What's happening?" someone asked. "Just stay here and we'll be safe," another replied. "He's right. We have to trust them," said Amy. The group of students was a little further back from the fighting force, but still close enough to hear every detail of what was going on. They heard screams, snarls, shouts of pain, and cursing. Some of the students were thankful they couldn't see what was going on outside. "Everyone ready?" Erin suddenly said, which came as a shock to the others. Did it mean they were about to be attacked? She knew what was happening outside, and she didn't want to tell the others either. The vampires had put up a great fight, killing many bloodsuckers in the process, but in the end there were too many, and they were stronger and faster than the vampires. The second it became a close-range fight, they were at a disadvantage. "I won't let them die," Erin thought, gritting her teeth. The only other two that were aware of what had happened outside were Xander and Timmy. Seeing the scene had even caused them to shiver, and breaking their concentration, the mist started to disappear, revealing the horrifying scene in the street. That's when they saw it. The vampires were only down to 2 couples at that point, with Edward and Leo trailing them slightly, while the bloodsuckers still had half their size left. The vampires were all nearly dead. "No, we're going to die!" a student screamed. As there were so few vampires left to hold the line, the bloodsuckers began to charge at the students and leap through the air, but they were cut in half before they could even reach out. Even though Leo was far away, he had performed a key mixed attack with blood aura to kill the beasts, and as soon as it sliced through the body, the red aura disappeared in seconds. "Has he learned blood control already?" Edward thought, seeing this was still distracting a couple of the bloodsuckers. Leo rushed to their side, ready to protect them all. "Don't move," Leo said. "If you move, it makes it harder for me to protect you." Things weren't looking the best, but Erin was still confident. They had Leo and Edward, even herself, and she felt they should be enough to get rid of the remaining forces. Whether they could do so by protecting all the other students was a different story. However, the bloodsuckers didn't move forward, and instead were looking back down the street, as if their attention was on something else. "He's here! The big boss has finally arrived," Leo said. Bloodsuckers were generally already a little bigger than normal human beings, and now one twice their size could be seen walking calmly down the street. "I'm surprised you were able to kill this many," Rowan said. "I was told that the 10th family was weak. Looks like their information was wrong, and there isn't only one special person among you all." Leo knew that they would run into this man eventually, but he didn't predict how strong the bloodsuckers would be or the size of their force. They were being attacked by bloodsuckers that were both faster and stronger than those who had previously attacked them. So his predictions needed to change, just going up against Rowan alone. Leo felt that he and Edward needed to work together. "Ah!" a student screamed from behind. Leo quickly threw out another blood swipe, but this time the bloodsucker jumped back, avoiding the slash. "Stay with them! Protect the kids!" Edward shouted. "I will deal with him. Don't worry about me. I'm a vampire knight for a reason. We'll get rid of this guy as well once you've dealt with them." Leo was wondering what to do. He sensed Aaron's energy as well as the other students. Judging by their strength, they couldn't come out alive without his help. He stood by the gate for so long, perhaps he was worried about reinforcements from the other families. Did he come out because he could tell his people were dying? Then maybe there is still a chance, Leo thought. Readjusting his position on the sword, Leo was ready. I will be helping you soon, right after I kill all these bloodsuckers. Closing his eyes, he focused on his heart, and the strange warm energy was ready to be brought out. Leo was ready to use his soul weapon. While the students were trapped in the mist, every vampire was battling bloodsuckers for their lives. They had tried their best, using everything they could, and they were thankful that they were even able to last this long. Countless times they would have died, being too slow, or overpowered if it wasn't for the beast armor. They felt that the other vampires were fools for mocking things that could improve their abilities like this, and in the future they may come to regret not using such tools. However, despite everything, they were still no match, and could tell when they started fighting. Their legs were shaking as they were coming to terms with accepting their death. We won't run, an older vampire by the name of Naj said. We can't run. I know all of you must be scared like me, but there's a reason I haven't turned and run yet. My family is already dead, but those kids are still young and alive. Our future, the 10th family's future, now lies in their hands, and I will continue to fight until my last breath. Those that had thought about running away felt a little disgusted with themselves. If they ran, then what life would they even be living? Could they even live with themselves if they were still alive? Naj's words had given the vampires the will they needed to continue. They did want to run away, but the kids behind them were pushing them on, so they continued to fight, and fight, until eventually there was only one left. The bloodsucker had badly damaged and ruptured a lot of Naj's internal organs. It was beyond the point of healing as he lay there on the floor. He could see the bloodsuckers he had tried to keep so far behind going ahead of him, and he regretted that he didn't train harder. Reaching out his hand, he wished to fight even more. Don't worry, I will protect them, said Leo, as he went off, throwing out his sword-infused blood swipe, killing the front runner of the bloodsuckers. Protect our future, Naj said with a smile. He was the last of the castle vampires to die. Now the only adult vampires still left alive were Leo and Edward, but Edward had his mammoth of a task to deal with. Right now, he was standing in front of the giant bloodsucker, Rowan. Ah, Edward, you have lived for so long waiting for Vincent to return. Did he ever come back? Rowan asked. It was a shame. I liked that guy. He even had the guts to leave this place. I respect him more than any of the vampires at that council table. It would be a shame if I had to kill you. Then why are you killing and attacking us? Edward asked. Rowan started to laugh, and the power felt so great in his laugh alone that it seemed like it was causing Edward to step back a little. You might be right. How about this? You give me the girl, and I will leave things as they are. After all, that's the only reason why I'm here, Rowan said. Edward was a little confused. There were a few female students, but why would he want a girl? However, his loud voice made it so both Aaron and Leo had heard, and they could very well guess who they meant. So, it really is my fault. If I give myself up now, will everyone live? Aaron thought. But before she could even say anything, Edward had started to turn and change the area around him into a mist. Whatever the reason, I cannot comply. After all, I have to pay you back for killing all of our family members, Edward said, as his whole body disappeared into the mist. Hearing this, Aaron regained her composure. Giving herself up wouldn't bring back those that were dead. You couldn't beat me when I was the leader. What makes you think you could beat me now? Rowan asked. But Edward never planned to beat Rowan. He was just buying time for someone else. Knowing there was no more time to waste, Leo had no choice but to activate his soul weapon. Reaching within himself, he let the warm energy out. With his blade held in one hand, his other seemed to be covered in something. To Aaron, the only change she noticed with her ability was that his aura seemed to be more concentrated in his left hand. What's that covering his hand? Amy asked. You can see that? That's when Aaron realized that the aura was visible without using her ability. The whole of his left hand was covered in the red vampire aura, but in a layer underneath the usual yellow color humans had used. One of the bloodsuckers went to grab one of the students, and Leo at the same time struck his blade down, striking its arm off. However, two of the other bloodsuckers were soon on him, both going in for the attack, but only moving his left hand. Something strange seemed to happen. The course of the attacks had changed, and where they were originally aiming, their attack was hitting another place. They couldn't stop this momentum, and the two bloodsuckers ended up impaling each other in the stomach. Leo turned around and swung his blade, slicing both of their heads off. "What was that?" Amy asked. "Was it telekinesis?" It certainly looked that way, but Aaron knew there was more to it. Two more bloodsuckers were going for the other students, showing his hand. Soon one of their movements slowed down to almost a halt. Then jumping in, Leo struck the one in front, killing each of the bloodsuckers with one hit. Still, this time he was hit by the bloodsucker on his side, but the claws just bounced off his beast armor. Leo wasn't currently sporting the best beast armor, so something like that wasn't supposed to occur. Just like the other armor, it should have ripped through it. The only person that had a clue what was going on was Aaron. She could see it. Every time Leo moved his other hand, the bloodsucker's auras would change. Leo's soul weapon was called aura manipulation. It was an enhancement type ability that allowed him to alter other people's aura. He could remove the aura from a strike, making it powerless, making one feel like they no longer had power going to their legs, and could redirect and change the direction of one's aura, changing the path of the attack. The problem was, the stronger the enemy Leo used this skill on, the more of the enemy's aura he would have to manipulate, and it would only tire him out quicker. This was why, even though Leo was a vampire with great stamina, sweat was running down his forehead. "I will keep my promise and get rid of all of you," Leo shouted, as he continued to fight off the remaining bloodsuckers. Rowan, who was stuck in a mist, looked almost bored.
"If you were thinking that the other vampire knight would be able to help you, then think again," Rowan said. "Those bloodsuckers that are still alive were the top of the top, candidates to become vampire knights, vampires living in the castle area. Why do you think they were able to kill your castle vampires so easily? I don't know whether your friend is the lucky one facing all of those, or you are, only having to face me."
Rowan was speaking quite a bit, but Edward was silent. He didn't want to do anything that would reveal to him where he was.
"Your skills are good, they always have been," said Rowan. "I have no clue where you are, but it doesn't matter."
He stretched back both of his arms as far as he could. Then, storing up the energy in them, they started to slightly vibrate. Like a spring, both of his hands shot together, clapping them. A deadly loud bang rang out. It was 100 times louder than a gun going off. Nonetheless, it had done its job. With a simple clap, Rowan had gotten rid of the annoying mist, and Edward's real body could be seen. Edward tried to start up his ability again, but it was too slow. Punching downward at the top of his head, Rowan used his full power. This caused Edward's head to collapse into his rib cage, and his body to fall to the floor. "No!" Timmy cried out. "Edward! Edward!" Timmy continued to shout. Using her ability, Aaron could see it. Edward was dead. All it took was one hit from Rowan. His strength was beyond any current vampire leader. When Rowan looked up, he was surprised at what he saw. After 25 of his elite bloodsuckers had all been killed, a bald, blind man stood in front of the students, panting and huffing.
"Who is this vampire knight? He is as strong as a vampire leader, yet I have never seen him before," Rowan thought. "It's a shame he is already spent."
Leo buried his blade into the earth and clung to it, supporting himself. He had spent too much time using his soul weapon and was now completely out of breath. The bloodsuckers were faster than he thought, but he had kept his promise as not a single student was hurt.
"Aaron," Leo said, taking in huffs of air, "take everyone and run. I will hold him as long as I can." After seeing what happened to Edward and seeing what condition Leo was in, Aaron didn't think she could beat such a man. She knew she would lose. "Again! It's all happening again! Everyone's going to die and I can do nothing about it," Aaron thought as she turned around and started running. She then felt her head bang into something sturdy. "I'm sorry. It looks like I have come too late," a soft old voice said. When Aaron looked up at what or who she had bumped into, it was an unexpected face. It was the Vampire King. "Nobody interferes. I will be dealing with this matter myself," the king said. Behind him,
10 royal vampires and his 2 royal knights bowed down.
Everyone was relieved when they saw the king himself arrive because it meant that everything would soon be over. The kids could feel the comfortable, powerful energy radiating from him. To them, the king was a sign of power, and they could never imagine him losing to anyone. The royal vampires guarded the students right away. Dwight had even dragged Leo back with them. "Did he do this all by himself? It looks like my evaluation of his strength was off by quite a bit," Dwight thought, seeing all the dead bloodsuckers on the floor. "What worries me more than anything is that this might not even be his peak." When they knew all the kids were safe, they moved a distance away from the fight so as not to get hurt. But they could still see everything with their superior eyesight. With attacks coming from these 2 strong forces, if a stray was to come at them, not even they could stop it. "With the king here, it should be over. He'll get rid of that giant bloodsucker and get revenge on us," the students started to talk. Although everyone seemed calm and thought nothing could go wrong, there was a look of concern on both Dwight's and the other royal knights' faces. This was because only they knew what the current condition of the king was. "Please, just don't use too much power," Dwight thought.
"The king is finally getting involved. I thought you would never leave your castle, old man," Rowan said. "Well, it looks like we have just moved from step 3 all the way to step 10. This was going to happen eventually."
Slamming his fist into his hand, each time creating a loud bang. "Edward!" Timmy continued to cry. He hadn't stopped crying since he had seen what had been done to him. That's when Dwight realized that his body was still in the range of their attacks. He quickly went in, grabbed the body, and returned to where the others were. Everyone saw Edward's headless body when he was placed on the ground, even though his head was still there, just tucked inside his chest. He was dead, and there was no coming back from this. "What will happen to the 10th family without you, Edward?" Dwight thought. "Now was not the right time for you to leave them." The 10th was already a shambles before, and there were many times when the council had thought about selecting a new leader, but Edward was what held it all together. He knew the ways of the vampires and how the vampires acted. With him gone, who else could take the lead of this fragmented family? The king took off his grand white robe, dropping it on the floor to reveal a strange armor that was radiating with power. The chest piece was black, but the design on it looked almost like a demon's face was engraved into the front, and there were 2 red glowing eyes near the pectoral area. Underneath the armor, he wore a simple white shirt, but there were more pieces of armor around his hands and feet. They had a similar design in red and black to match the chest piece.
"The king's armor passed down from king to king," Rowan said. "It looks like you decided to take this fight seriously. Then so will I."
Rowan was the first to act, pushing both his feet off the ground. The power was so strong that the floor beneath him rose like an explosion. The ground had been flung so forcibly that it destroyed a house behind it. When Rowan reached the king, he threw out his fist too fast for nearly anyone to keep track of, but Aaron and Leo could follow it with their aura. The attack continued moving forward, destroying 3 buildings in front of it from the force of the wind generated. "How is it possible to have that much power?" Xander asked. "Can the king really beat that thing?" "Do not doubt the king," Dwight said sternly. Standing on Rowan's body on top of his shoulder was the king himself. "With such a large body, you are very easy to hit, and the biggest weakness of a bloodsucker is how weak their vitality is." Lifting his foot, the king stomped hard into his shoulder, and Rowan's feet were sunk deep into the ground. He tried to grab onto the king, but he was no longer there. Instead, he clawed at the back of his knee, making him fall on his front. Pulling one of his legs out of the ground, Rowan managed to land a kick on the king, but he had blocked the attack in time, raising both his hands. They continued to attack each other with no time for rest, but it was obvious that the king was faster and that his blows appeared to be inflicting more harm. Soon, Rowan's entire body was marred by wounds and punctures. Rowan had managed to hit the king a few times. His speed was also great, but each one was blocked. Soon it looked like Rowan's life was going to come to an end. There were too many wounds on his body. Since this was Dwight's main concern if he got into a fight, he was grateful that the king had not yet used any blood skills. Falling to the floor, it appeared that Rowan was done for. "We will bring you in and find out who has been helping you," the king said. "You shall suffer for the rest of your days, never getting a day of peace until you tell us who has been helping you." But then, something strange started to happen. Rowan's body started to shrink down. The bloodsucker's features were becoming less prominent, and he was now back to looking like a normal vampire. Apart from the hair, he looked exactly like his old self when he was the leader.
"Surprised?" Rowan croaked out. "You thought that once someone turned into a bloodsucker through blood addiction, it wasn't possible to turn back into a regular vampire. You punished us for this and tried to drive us away, but I knew I would one day prove you wrong."
Rowan had expected the king to be horrified by this information and regret how he had treated all the previous vampires, but all he did was stand there and stare at him.
"Come on, say something. Think about all the vampires you executed that didn't need to be killed. I was right. I proved you wrong."
"Is this why you have decided to return?" the king finally replied. "This isn't the reason for getting rid of the bloodsuckers. When you turn into one, you are too far gone for us to change the way you think. We already knew it was possible to change your body back. Just like when a vampire is starved of blood, there are ways for it to revert. Of course, there would be ways for those addicted." Rowan's hand was now shaking with anger. He didn't understand. What had he been doing this whole time? Why had he been trying so hard to solve this problem? There was a time he thought that maybe if he returned to the king, proving this fact, he would allow them to return to the vampires, to live side by side with them, but now the king was saying that this was never a possibility.
"Why? Why do you reject this part of the vampire so much?"
Rowan shouted, as blood continued to pour out of his wounds. The more he moved, the quicker it looked like he would come to his death.
"Because we must protect the humans," the king replied.
"This is something that not only you, but some of the vampires don't understand. It is our mission. It is what we were born in this world to do." Barely standing on his two wobbly feet, Rowan was still shaking with anger.
"Once I've killed you, I'm going to kill all your precious humans as well."
Rowan's entire body developed a strange bubble, and all of his wounds appeared to be vanishing in front of everyone's eyes almost instantly. "Is he healing himself?" Amy asked. "But he didn't drink any blood."
"No, he's not healing," Dwight replied. "Rowan used to be the leader of the second family. They can reverse time in a small area, and right now, he's making it as if the wounds on his body had never happened yet."
When all the wounds had finally healed, Rowan started to transform his body into a bloodsucker once again.
"I know you're getting tired, old man. I can feel and see your movements getting slower towards the end of the fight," Rowan said. "You thought the fight was over, and now you will have to beat me all over again, and I will come back no matter how many times it takes to beat you."
Instead of looking at Rowan at that moment, the king turned towards Dwight.
"No, your majesty, please don't,"
Dwight wanted to call out. He knew why he was looking his way.
"If you do this, you will die."
"You are right. If I have to battle you over and over again, I would tire before your ability would run out," the king said, "which means I only have one option, to completely overpower you and kill you. I will not give you a chance to use your ability again." The king's eyes started to glow red, and his whole body started to shake. At first, when they looked at the king, they thought they could see him shaking, but that's when they realized it wasn't him that was shaking at all. It was them. The strange power the king was activating made everyone's body start to vibrate slightly, and the students, including a few of the royal vampires, fell to the ground. They felt weak and couldn't take the upsetting feeling in their stomach. "What is going on?" Erin asked, as she too had fallen to the floor, taking a knee. But Leo stood there strong, still pinned up with his sword.
"Listen up," Dwight said. "You two don't know much about the vampire world, but you are now too involved. There is a reason some of the leaders are so obsessed with becoming the vampire king. When one becomes king, there are two things that get passed on to the next, the first being the armor the king is wearing. It is one of only 2 sets of armor in existence that has been purely made out of blood crystals. Today, we haven't seen the extent of his armor due to its power not being activated by any human blood. As for the second thing, it's a skill passed down that only the king can learn, and that skill is what you're about to witness." Dwight felt a sharp pain in his heart as he spoke these words. Using such power, given the king's current strength, could potentially shorten or even end his life. "Summoning this much power, are you trying to kill yourself, old man?"
Rowan said. Even he felt uneasy. "Rowan, you are strong. Stronger than possibly any other vampire I know of," the king said. Then the image of a certain someone who had recently returned popped into his head. "Let me take that back. You are stronger than any vampire here. You could beat any of the leaders. I can't go easy on you." Lifting his hands from his side, red balls of red liquid had formed. and soon from all the dead bloodsuckers around him and all the dead vampires in the inner castle area, their blood was floating in the air. Every single last drop of blood had been lifted from the ground and taken directly out of the dead bodies. "The skill passed down from king to king is absolute blood control," Dwight said. "When one obtains this skill, they can control the blood in their own body, advancing the vampire's body beyond what any leader has ever seen. There's no need for the king to become a bloodsucker to match up with Rowan's speed, for his body has already reached that point. But that's not the only thing the skill can do." Rowan charged in once again, at full strength. He was just as fast as he was before, but suddenly, at light speed, all of the blood that was in the air had moved to where the king was and had formed a giant wall of blood. It looked like there was a waterfall pouring from above. When Rowan punched the wall of blood, it did nothing. His hand went through it, but there was nothing else. After that, a sudden pain shot through his entire body and eventually into his back. When he turned around, he saw that thousands of blood daggers were floating behind him and were continuously stabbing him. With no choice, he attempted to run through the waterfall of blood, but that was his biggest mistake. The blood surrounded him like a tornado and threw him up in the air. He noticed that from the wounds that had been made, his own blood was working against him, restraining him from doing anything. He couldn't see anything and had no clue what was happening. Looking around, all he could see was red blood swirling around. He kicked and punched, but nothing was effective. Finally, the blood had disappeared around him, and he could now see that he had been thrown up 50 meters into the air. He could see the whole city from up high. However, there was something else there wasn't there before. It was a giant blade made of blood. It was taller than any of the castles. Turning his head, he could see 6 more surrounding him.
"Old man, do you really have to go this far?" Rowan shouted. "Do you hate us this much?"
Now, genuine tears were running down his face, and sadness was taking over from anger. Rowan started to revert back to his regular vampire form. "Look at me! I'm one of you! I served you, and you're going to kill me! Kill your own kind over them!" The king had his hands held up to the sky. He said nothing, but coughed as his own blood had started to trickle out of his mouth. That too started to float up in the air and join the blood-made blades. Swinging his hands down, all of the giant blood blades swung at the same time. At the same time, they had clashed into Rowan's body. When it did, the swords started to crash into each other, and a great explosion of blood occurred. The sight could be seen for miles by the vampire settlement, and all the vampires had witnessed what had just happened. "Pathetic," Bryce thought to himself, while watching the spectacle from his castle window. "If I was king, I would never have used so much power against a weakling like that." "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Another vampire stomped the ground, witnessing Rowan's death. "It may have been the end of your life, Rowan," Cindy, the current second vampire leader, said, "but you have affected the vampire world far more than you know. Now it will be the start of a new era." As she was saying these words, tears started to fall down her cheeks. As for the rest of the vampires, they soon found themselves covered in a rainfall of blood. Little droplets fell down like rain and covered everyone's faces from the explosion. In the sky where Rowan's body once was, there was nothing, not a single scrap of flesh or clothing, but somewhere in the rainfall of blood was his. The king had since fallen and was laying on the ground. Dwight, knowing the fight was over, rushed over to His Majesty's side. He held him up to check if he was okay, and thankfully there seemed to be faint signs of breathing. "Tell Cindy to head to the main castle now. We will meet her in His Majesty's room. Your Majesty, you have done enough. You have protected the people from the great threat." The king shook his head, disagreeing with this. He wanted to speak to tell Dwight of the 10th people that had died and of the future he wouldn't live to see. Killing Rowan would not put an end to the vampires' deaths, but he was too weak to speak. "Don't worry. I promise we will work harder than ever. We will find which dreaded bastard was working with the bloodsucker, and I will personally kill every last one of them," Dwight said, shaking in anger. The 10th family was recovering from the incident with the so-called true-form vampires at the time. A few vampires from the royal family, each as powerful as a vampire knight, were now seen standing outside the inner castle. They were placed there just in case anything else was to occur. They realized after the attack that the 10th family was the only family who was attacked. None of the other vampire families or areas had been touched. The guards were posted there because, Despite the alleged death of the true vampire's leader, it was thought that there were still other bloodsuckers in the vicinity who had either refrained from joining the battle or were now under the control of someone who had helped the vampires in the past, or were both. An investigation was carried out with the main purpose of clarifying a few things. Why was the 10th family targeted? It would have made sense if it was another family's doing, but not for Rowan to target them, since he knew nothing about the recent changes in the Vampire Council. The second purpose was to find out who had helped them. The investigation led them to discover a few key things. The guards that were stationed at the 10th's gate to the inner castle area had been influenced to not raise an alarm. It was assumed this was how the bloodsuckers were able to infiltrate the 10th area without anyone knowing and kill those that were inside. It was hard to tell whether it was a vampire from one of the other vampire families or not after the revelation that Rowan was able to turn back to his regular state and use his powers as per usual. As a leader, he would have been easily able to influence them or anyone on the way who would have seen anything. Still, Dwight was keeping to his word, and he wasn't letting any stone go unturned in his thorough investigation. It would take some time. The problem was that he felt like time was something they didn't have. At the 10th castle, they were struggling without Edward. There was no support sent from the council, and on top of this, the king wasn't in a position to help them much either with the investigation. All the trust that they had built up with the vampires disappeared in one moment. Since the other families were full, vampires who wished to move families weren't able to, but no longer did anyone want to move into the inner castle area where so many had died. In their minds, the 10th leaders and vampire knights failed to protect them, and the one thing that put them all together was Edward. The students who had survived were the only ones who had stayed in the inner castle area and were lodging at the castle itself. They were there when it happened, so they knew what would have happened had Rowan attacked any other parts of the castle. It was why the king had to use so much power. Also, where else could they go? Their families had been slaughtered, and now there was nothing else they could do. What stood out in their minds most, though, were the vampires that had fought to protect them from the bloodsuckers. That memory was ingrained in their minds. When they fought as the 10th family vampires, and the students wanted to do the same, not letting their blood be spilled in vain. With Edward gone and wishing to help Leo with his duties, two people stood up to the task. That was both Xander and Timmy. Xander knew a lot about vampire politics as he studied it before joining the first family. He believed that having this knowledge would be very helpful because he knew that, to succeed, he needed to tread carefully and avoid offending anyone. On the other hand, Timmy had been Edward's personal assistant before Leo and the others showed up, so he was familiar with the daily tasks that needed to be completed. A memorial service for the deceased vampires and a special send-off for the vampire knight Edward were held in front of the 10th castle. Everyone was free to join the other families, and surprisingly, nearly every vampire from the 10th family had attended. Even if they never wanted to be in the 10th family, they could still remember and appreciate everything Edward did for them. Surprisingly, there was also a high turnout from the other vampire families, with 6 family leaders turning up with their vampire knights. They were the leaders that had chosen not to get involved on the day of Fex's execution. "Edward, you were quite the popular guy," Leo said. "Our time together was short, but I could tell that you were a good man. Too many good people die in this world to allow others to live." When the ceremony was over, the students entered the castle in tears, and Xander, Amy, and Timmy couldn't stop sobbing as they walked back inside. It was an unusual thing to experience. Vampires often just went into eternal sleep when they were ready. It was peaceful, and it was something they wished to do. To them, death was a horrible thought, leaving the world without doing everything one had wished. As for Erin, she stormed off after the ceremony, and when she entered the castle, she went straight for one of the training rooms. She threw her katana-like blade on the ground and used the large, thick, heavy blade on her back. She didn't want to focus on practicing the skill. She didn't want to think about anything but just letting her anger out as she swung the heavy blade. She would frequently be plagued by images in her head, including both old and new memories of past events. "It's the same! I didn't do anything! I thought I had gotten stronger!" she screamed, swinging the blade again and again. A strange energy was rising in her as she pictured Edward's head getting smashed in. She swung hard, hitting the floor when she saw her parents being killed by the Dalki. What am I meant to do now? She shouted. At that moment, the doors opened, and Aaron turned around, huffing and panting to see who it was. Aaron, are you okay? Amy asked, but she soon covered her hand over her mouth. Aaron, your eyes, they're yellow. In the king's bedroom, Cindy, the second leader, had tried her best to use her ability on him, but it was impossible. Her ability could only reverse time by so much. If she was reversing his condition by 2 hours, he was worsening at such a rate that all it was doing was slowing it down. Is there nothing you can do? Dwight shouted in anger. Cindy didn't take this personally, as she knew Dwight just cared about the king. If a new king was to be chosen according to the vampire codes, Dwight would have to leave the king. This is why many royal knights decided to pass along with the king. But Dwight didn't want the king to go to sleep, not yet. Not until he found out who was betraying them and had caused him to go into such a state. This was why if the king needed to go into eternal sleep, he would choose not to. I'm sorry, if he sleeps now, then he will regain his strength and no longer be in pain. Maybe after 1,000 years or so, he will have the strength to move like a regular vampire, but he has already aged greatly. He will never be at the strength he once was. Clenching his fist, Dwight knew what this meant. So you're saying he has no choice? He has to go into eternal slumber now, and a new king needs to be elected? This is the last one, Bonnie said, as she carefully steered the spaceship and it started to descend. Thank the heavens, Void replied, as he started to get his equipment ready from his little satchel bag that was attached around his waist. He pulled out a flat square device that was no bigger than a book, then placed a round camera lens on the front of it. Visiting all these places has been quite intense. We're lucky that everyone has been so nice to us so far. We're reporters, that's our job, Bonnie replied. They know that people like us are needed. Besides, we're practically the only ones. Don't you feel a sense of duty? Void sighed in defeat, as he knew she was right. The two of them had been in countless life-or-death situations together as war reporters, and this time was no different. He knew the job he had signed up for. Bonnie was a well-known reporter who had continued to give reliable information to the civilians and update the people living in shelters all around, but it was a job she couldn't do alone. Many new reporters relied on gadgets like drones and such, but she liked to do her reporting the old-fashioned way with a good old cameraman, and that was Void. As a reporter, she was quite beautiful. She had brown hair that was silky straight and had a fringe that stopped at her eyebrows. She had the diva persona to go along with her pop singer looks. Her facial expression could change whenever she wished. On camera, when it mattered, she would have the right emotional face to match, but off-screen or when needed to be, she could smile, warming people's hearts. Meanwhile, the man behind the camera never got enough credit for his work, but he didn't have the face to be on camera either. Freckles covered his nose and were heavy under his eyes, even though he was an adult. He also had curly hair, which was a nightmare to deal with. At times like this, he didn't care and just allowed it to go wild. As long as it wouldn't block the camera lens, he was fine with it. As the ship descended, they could see they were landing in the middle of a plain tiled floor right in front of a Chinese-styled palace. There were several buildings placed around on different levels and tiers, and they were landing on the lowest. Leaving the ship, there were men waiting to greet them, and each of them wore bright white robes. We have finally arrived, Bonnie said with a big smile. The Greylash family. The group of men escorted Bonnie and Void as they headed into the building. While walking, Void couldn't help but continuously take pictures of the spectacle around him. It had such beautiful architecture, and it felt peaceful. Could you please delete and not take any more photos? Hector, the member of the Greylash family, who was currently leading the reporters, said. Maybe not no, but those photos could help our enemies know the layout of our base and more. Void immediately apologized, bowed down, and started deleting the pictures right away. He was taken aback by how respectfully they had informed him. They occasionally found themselves in a difficult situation because of something similar. He should have known better, but when he saw such a breathtaking sight, he couldn't help but want to capture it on camera. As the two of them continued to walk, they thought back to the reason why they were here right now and the reports they had made so far. Before coming to the Greylashes, they had met with the military leader Oscar and also with the Bree family leader Mona. They tried to meet with Pure, but had no clue where their base was, nor had any leads to go on. The purpose of speaking with these people was to find out how the Civil War was progressing at the time. There had already been widespread word of an Emperor-tier beast on a specific planet, and everyone was aware that each major powerhouse had its sights set on the prize. The question was, why hadn't anyone acted yet? The reply was a surprising one, and it gave hope to those that maybe the Civil War was coming to an end. The two powerhouses were currently in talks with each other to see if they could somehow make it so it was a joint hunt for the Emperor-tier beast. All sides had already felt that there had been too many deaths on all accounts. They could only imagine what would happen if they all tried to go for the Emperor-tier separately. It would be even worse. So they were currently negotiating a way to make the hunt fair between all of them and hunt together. It was a sign that maybe the talks after this could lead to something further and end the Civil War. However, there was something else on their minds, and something else Bonnie wanted to ask each of them. In your current talks, are you considering inviting one of them, as people are calling them, New Era powerhouses? Bonnie had asked Oscar, the Supreme Commander.
Actually, it's one of the reasons we've been so patient. There have been numerous predictions made about what will occur in the wake of the Sun Shield's disappearance. Members of Pure are coming out more and more every day, and I believe that soon they will stop hiding and be open to communication. My bet on them becoming a big powerhouse.
Daisy, however, does have a way with the people. Many factions have decided to go with her because of her charisma and skill at leading. To be completely honest, I have no idea how strong their group is, but I suppose the same could be said about Pure as well. When Bonnie had asked the question to Mona, leader of the Bree family, she had said the opposite. I think that Daisy will come out as one of the major powerhouses, Mona replied. In the past, they have always been right behind the Big Four in terms of strength. If it weren't for True Dream's strange ability, I always thought we would be inviting them over to the leader table soon. As for Pure, there is speculation amongst the people that they are an incredibly strong group, but I don't believe that. If that was true, why did they ever have to go into hiding and act as a terrorist group in the first place? The only person we have to worry about is their leader, who carries an Emperor-tier weapon. Both of these interviews were broadcast all over, and the public was split when discussing who would become the next powerhouse. But Bonnie had one more thing to ask. Recently, there have been talks about a new power rising, a faction called the Cursed Family. They have quickly taken over a few planets with very small forces. Because of this, they have also been considered a contender. Do you know anything about them?
The Cursed Family, Oscar replied. I have heard their name in reports here and there, as they have taken over only a few planets. But when looking into their members, there seem to be no names that stand out.
The Cursed Family, Mona said, a little surprised at the name. I don't think it's even worth mentioning any new powers. When this happens, Pure or Daisy will simply absorb them. Although maybe if one of these groups takes over the Cursed Family, they will have enough power to take over another. Both Bonnie and Void had entered the room where Owen was sitting down in a relaxed manner. After asking him a few questions already, Bonnie finally asked the same question as to the others. Which new era power did he believe would become dominant? So far, the military had said Pure, while Mona had said Daisy. It was expected that the general public opinion was also one of these two, so she was excited to see if a third opinion would sway one side's favor.
Which is the new era powerhouse out of those two? Owen repeated. I think neither. The ones that will shock us all are the Cursed Family, Owen replied.
This blew Bonnie's expectations out of the water. Owen had said those words so confidently, while the other two had debated over the two. Just what had made Owen so confident? When Bonnie spoke to Owen, she hadn't mentioned the Cursed faction like she did with the other interviews. She thought it was an interesting subject at first, but it seemed like neither of the other big families were particularly keeping their eye on this new faction. Their replies were disappointing, and didn't make for a good interview, so she thought it would be pointless to ask again a third time, and would only bring it up at the end of the interview just in case. But for the first time, the interviewer brought up the faction themselves. Bonnie's little sense was tingling, as she felt like she was onto something. I have to ask, Bonnie said in an excited voice. She was upbeat now, and the change in her tone could be heard by everyone. Why do you speak so highly of the Cursed faction? Their name has recently been passed along, and I also noticed that they seem to have started their planet questing campaign near the Greylash family territory. If you thought this highly of them, wouldn't it have been better for you to either get rid of them early on, or try to get them to join under you? During the interview, Owen had his metal fan covering his whole mouth the whole time. He often spoke this way when speaking to others, but he decided to take it down and place it on his lap. When she finally could see his face, she noticed how young Owen really looked and how precious his smile was. For a second, she completely forgot that he was one of the people who sat with the others at the leaders' table. The others were quite old and gave off a wise feeling, but Owen seemed to have the mind of a trickster, a fox in disguise. "How much do you know about the cursed family?" Owen finally asked. "Not much, just what we told you right now." "Then tell me you something. In this world, I think there are people who are born to be natural leaders. Even if they don't know it themselves, when they are chucked into a situation, people will rely on them. When I met their leader, I could tell he was not someone who would work under me, and if your evaluation is like mine, I knew it would be more beneficial to work with him rather than become an enemy of his." Bonnie was a bit stunned by what the Greylash family had said. Out of the big four powers, many hailed the Greylash's ability as the strongest, but there was always one thing holding them back. It was the fact that their ability didn't work well against the Earth ability that the military had a monopoly over. The reason she felt shocked was because their leader was quite possibly treating the cursed family leader as an equal. Even more, the two of them seemed to have met in person. "You seem to think very highly of them. Who is this leader you speak of?" she asked. When she tried doing her research about the current leader of the cursed, it was hard for her to come up with anything. She was sure it had to be a leader of a high-ranking faction that possibly broke off and now created their own, or something similar along the lines. The other possibility was that it was someone who had broken off from Pure, but that was unlikely as well from what she had heard from the reports. Owen started to chuckle and stood up from his seat. "Why don't you go and meet them? See if your evaluation is right like mine. Also, you've met him before." With that, the interview had come to an end, and Void and Bonnie were told to pack their things and leave. Void was reviewing the recordings and footage they had received as they boarded their ship. "Where to now?" Void asked. "We could try to find out more about Pure, or we could head to one of the planets that Pure and Daisy have taken over. It seems like the two factions are at a boiling point with each other," he asked. "No," Bonnie said, shaking her head. "Didn't you hear what he said? We have to go see the cursed faction. They could be the next big thing, an influence of power in this war." "Are you serious?" Void replied. "You know, it's safer for us to record this thing from who we think is going to be the winning side. Otherwise, there's a chance we could get caught in the crossfire. Usually when we're recording, we make that faction look good so they're more willing to protect us. And you really think this cursed faction can do this?" "Think about it. Owen was far more confident than the others, and we only have to go see them. I'm sure we can tell once we meet them whether or not it's the right decision to follow them." On the cursed family ship, the group was having a meeting. Each of the groups had been busy going from planet to planet, taking over the other factions if they were to cause trouble. The main way they would do so was through a duel, but more often than not, it wouldn't work out, and they would have to demonstrate the extent of their powers before the faction agreed to either work under them or leave. Some of the factions that had left had tried returning and attacking again, but after setting up teleporters from the cursed ship to each planet, they were easily able to send their best fighters and successfully defend the planets. Most of the factions had agreed to join under them, as there wasn't much they could do. The successful defense had gotten around the small factions and other planets, which made it easy for them to take over, but now they were in quite a pickle. The cursed faction had already taken over 6 planets, including the planet of the Crow, all of which had once been claimed by the Sunshield family. 10 had been taken over by Pure, while double that number, 12, had been taken over by Daisy. Beep, beep, the ship's indicator went off. Sam answered the call and spoke to Bonnie, who was on the other end, for a while before telling her they needed to think about it. Quinn and the others had also heard everything he said. "So, what do you think?" Sam asked. "Actually, I would like to hear your thoughts on this," Quinn replied. "You have been great in coming up with plans and talks through all of this so far." "I think we should do it. The interview and the filming will be good press for our family and people. They can see how we treat our own, and maybe more people, including civilians, will be happy to switch sides." Quinn thought about it for a while and finally gave his answer. Bonnie and Void were now just floating around in space, waiting for a reply. They didn't want to set a destination, as they knew they might be going in the complete opposite direction. That's when they finally got a reply back from Sam. When the call ended, she had a strange look on her face that Void didn't understand. "Why aren't you jumping with joy like you usually are?" Void asked. "We got the interview you wanted, didn't you?" "Yeah, but didn't you hear?" Bonnie replied. "They want to do the interview on planet Kutuma." She then pushed a button to bring up a map of the region around the beast planet. The planets were all color-coordinated, something that she had set for herself. Each planet's power was represented by a different color. Void looked for a while and finally spotted the name of the planet, which was colored white. What was white again? Wait, what? They want to do an interview on one of the planets owned by Pure. Bonnie nodded. "It means they have decided to make the first move out of the new era powers. I knew this was going to be something exciting," Bonnie said with a smile. "Hey, did you see the latest report from Bonnie?" "What, the one with the Bree family?" "No, not that one, you lemon. How the hell did you miss it? I'm talking about the one with the Greylash family." "A new user has entered the chat." "I was waiting to see it. Not everyone has no life checking out these things all the time, you know. We're in the middle of a civil war. We non-fighters have to keep on top of things. Anyway, they said this cursed faction is going to be the one that becomes part of the Big Three. You really believe that? Why would Owen give a no-name faction like that as his answer?" "A new user has entered the chat." "The cursed faction? That name is kind of lame, but doesn't that remind you of something? Were any of you guys at the Interbase tournament last year? There was a kid who called himself the Cursed Child." "Cursed Child? Come on, couldn't you have come up with anything better? The Big Toe sounds like a cooler name than that. Just thinking about entering with a stage name like that and hearing the announcer shout out, 'Cursed Child,' makes me cringe so hard my balls start to hurt." If your balls start hurting after thinking about that, I think maybe you should go see a doctor. Anyway, the Cursed Child actually did really well. Some say he could have even won the tournament if he wanted to, but decided to forfeit. I'm telling you, these two things are linked in some way. "A new user has entered a chat." Guys, have you seen this? After the latest interview, someone went ahead and set up a betting ring. Basically, you choose which new era faction is going to come out on top." "Seriously? Well, I guess there's nothing better for people like us to do. Maybe we should try to earn some easy credits. Who even set up this thing anyway?" "I don't know, but what's interesting is you can see how much people have bet, and so far, the cursed faction has the least amount of bets," the player said. "Perhaps I should put some money on them because you never know. Just like at the tournament, the Cursed Child could surprise us all, LOL. As usual, on the cursed ship, Quinn was preparing to take a small team with him over to one of the planets that Pure had currently occupied. Just in case, people needed to be left behind so they were able to protect the planets that they had occupied themselves. More eyes were now on them than ever before, and there was a good chance that if Daisy found out that Quinn had taken a large force with him to one of the Pure planets, then they would try and attack one of his. Status, strength 60, stamina 60, agility 60, charm 60. Every time they had taken over one of the planets, Quinn had made sure his people went around and took as many blood samples from different people as possible. Sam had already been told to do this, and he kept doing it until Quinn finally reached his limit once more. Consuming blood now didn't increase any of his stats, which meant his body would be at the limit, at least until the next evolution. "Am I just as strong as those vampire leaders now?" Quinn thought. "Or maybe I'm just at the bottom." Quinn could assume this was as strong as a vampire noble could get. All of the leaders were vampire lords, so their stats should be better than his. However, there were a few advantages Quinn had over the other leaders. For one, he had beast gear, which the other vampires didn't use, improving his stats significantly. The other advantages were his ki, and finally his soul weapon. However, there were the blood weapons vampires carried that a few had as well, and also the vampire abilities. If Quinn were to compare his shadow ability at the moment, he would say his ability was weaker than theirs. But seeing how well Arthur was able to utilize the shadow, he knew he had room for improvement in that area, especially since his shadow was still at the ability level of 7, and he had one more skill to unlock before going up to level 8. As for becoming a vampire lord himself, the EXP amount was far too high. According to Fex, vampires took hundreds of years to become a vampire lord. Although Quinn felt like his progression had slowed down a lot, if they knew how quickly and close he was to become a vampire lord, they would have a heart attack. All he could hope for was an immediate level up after completing the quest to join the Big Three. Entering one of the medium-sized spaceships, he was on his way, and with him were Nate and Sam. Sam was present to try and talk to the reporters and resolve matters with Pure amicably. These two were chosen because they needed another powerful fighter. There were also around 50 or so faction members, ranked around D and C, taken with them. They had fought with Quinn during his takeover, although "fought with" was a very generous phrase to describe it. I wish it was one of the daisy planets we went to," Nate complained. "We wouldn't have had to fight at all. I could have used my charming looks to swoon them over into surrendering." "Has that ever happened?" Sam replied. "If anyone is going to win over people just by their looks, then Quinn's got more chance than anyone." Nate glanced at Quinn's pure skin, which didn't seem to have a mark on it. No acne scars, no scars at all. And there was no change in the pigmentation of his skin. His body was better proportioned, compared to Nate's as well, who had short, stumpy legs. "Hey, Quinn, I know you're busy with this whole taking over the world thing," Nate said. "I'm not trying to take over the world," Quinn replied. "I'm trying to change it. You're making me sound like a villain." "Potato, potato. Anyway, my point is, now that you're kind of my boss and everything, I don't want to step on your toes. Do you have any girls you're interested in at the base at all? Or boys, of course, but there must be someone in your life." What Nate was actually thinking was what if Quinn showed interest in any of the base girls who were on his list. Then he would have to give up right away because he had no chance of winning. Maybe in the past he could have fought for his love, but he knew he stood no chance now. Not yet anyway. Thinking of girls, there are plenty that have been in my life, Quinn thought. Layla, Erin, Sia, Kaz, Silver. He never had time to stop and think about these types of things because he was always running for his life. Thinking about the girls, Quinn wondered about the information he had received so far about the Pure planets. Layla and Sia had told him that this was only a small portion of Pure's force that was involved in this fight. But with each of the planets that had left what they referred to as the numbered behind on them, those in Pure that were ranked from 5 to 20 were left on each planet in charge, and there was one of the high-ranked numbers, from 1 to 5, in charge of the whole operation. In a way, Layla had explained that Pure was only committing a little more than 1/5 of their force to this takeover. They had been doing a good job up until this point, so they were confident that this was sufficient. Because of this insider information, it was why they had decided to attack Pure first. Not wanting to mess anything up, Quinn had decided to personally be involved. A meeting place with the reporters had been made beforehand, and it was placed a distance away from the shelter where Pure was based. They would have seen the ship coming, but such a small one that they wouldn't possibly think that it was an attack with so few people. They had also scouted out the planet a few times, and no ships were sent to attack them, and it was the same this time. A military shelter that had been abandoned or destroyed before the sun shields completely took over the planet was the location where they had agreed to meet. It was the smaller of the two that were on the planet. Both Bonnie and Void were already there, patiently waiting for them. Bonnie felt like bouncing up and down as she saw the ship land, and when the rail came down and she saw who was out in front, her excitement quickly dwindled. "Isn't that the kid I interviewed at the inter-base tournament?" She said it out loud, not even being able to hold her thoughts. "The mystery leader of the cursed faction is just a kid?" Quinn spoke clearly while moving closer, even though the ship had landed far away. "Do I really look that young?" Quinn said. He had heard her with his hearing from far away, but when Quinn finally got close and Bonnie got closer, a strange feeling had come over her. Her face started to blush a bright red, and her pupils dilated. "What have you done to me?" she asked. When Quinn was finally close enough, she grabbed him, pulled him forward, and pressed her soft lips against his. "What the hell is going on?" Nate shouted. Bonnie didn't know what was happening and just acted on instinct. Her lips were still pressed against the boy's, and suddenly the strange feeling she had that was in her body had disappeared. Void, who was standing off to the side, had his mouth left wide open, and he also had his camera held out. What the others were unaware of was that Void and Bonnie had decided to live stream their first meeting as a surprise, and everyone had seen the deed done. Quinn had gotten famous all right, as all the jealous boys who were die-hard Bonnie fans burned the image of him in their heads. "What happened? How could he do that?" a user commented. "Was it just me, or did it look like Bonnie was the one that lent in? Are you crazy? Why would she go for that curly-haired bastard? It was clearly an ability of his or something." One of those that had their heads filled with jealousy was Nate. How can someone be that lucky? Is it really that easy if you have good looks to just pull up and get a kiss like that? The next set of actions was unexpected even for Quinn. He had taken a step back and wiped his mouth. When she pulled him forward, he knew there was no harm in her intentions, but never expected something like this to happen. That was my first kiss. Quinn, being quite the hermit at his school, had never experienced anything like this before. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to test out my charm stat, Quinn thought. Recently, Quinn has learned to use his charm skills with greater control. It happened when his stats had reached level 60. So far, he had relied on the system when using his skills. The problem with this is that it only allowed him to either use the skills or not. This was also the problem with the shadow ability and was why he was unable to pass on the knowledge to Sam. Thanks to Fex, Quinn had been practicing how to use some of his vampire skills in a more controlled manner. The only problem was that when using his charm skill other than using it via his influence, he would attract unwanted attention. Now he was able to focus his charm stat so that they were only being directed towards one person. He had done several tests and had found out a few things. The charm stat affected humans a lot easier than it did vampires. Fex had explained that it was a natural evolution, a way for vampires to get their meals easily. However, Fex was still affected by it, but that was due to how high Quinn's stat points were. What he also found out through tests, though, was that the more someone was exposed to it, the less of an effect it would have on someone each time. Apparently, this was also the case with all the skills related to the charm stat. Removing someone's memories once was fine, but if one needed to do it a second time, there was a high chance it wouldn't work properly. As a final test, Quinn used it against Kaz, but there seemed to be next to no effect. The vampire knights were often around other leaders, so perhaps they were training against it or had built up some type of resistance to it. All of this led him to what he had done when leaving the ship. He was still testing it now and again, and had done so with Bonnie, but this was not the outcome he was expecting. That boy, was that his ability? Why do I feel nothing now? Bonnie thought. But it couldn't be his ability, I'm sure of it. This kid is the same kid that was at that interbase tournament with the unique shadow ability. Trying to forget and ignore what just happened, Bonnie looked at the ship they had arrived on and noticed that Quinn had only brought around 50 members with him. I thought they were coming here and inviting us because they wanted to announce it to everyone, to show us the cursed faction's strength. Did I overestimate them? It's nice to meet you again, Bonnie said, giving out her hand to shake this time. Yes, Quinn replied, shaking it back. Even those that continued to watch on the stream had been given the wrong idea by these words. Meet again, so these two are an item. No wonder she embraced him like that. No, I'm telling you, he has her under some mind control trick or something. I'm telling you to trust me. As they prepared themselves, the faction members were brought off the ship and began chit-chatting. They didn't look afraid, as if they had done this type of thing a few times before. Bonnie had asked Quinn some questions, but the answers he gave were uninteresting to say the least. She would ask if there was any relationship between him and Owen, and he would reply, not really. Then when she asked about Daisy and Pure, Quinn didn't know what to say. He left all the research stuff to Sam, and said if they had any questions about it, they should ask him. In the end, she had given up asking Quinn any questions, and was starting to feel like the whole thing was a big disappointment. Owen, this is the guy that you said is a natural leader, someone that you saw at the same level as yourself. I can't believe it. How can all of these people just follow him? How did he even get all of those planets in the first place? Thinking about this, Bonnie tried to push herself on. There had to be something or someone running things behind the scenes. She decided to speak with every member of the cursed faction that had been brought with them to get a sense of whether there might have been another person in charge of the faction. The young boss, one of the members replied. Of course, we have no reason to worry about him here. He will take this place over just like how he did all the other planets. And the interviews and questions continued. We thought the same thing when we first saw him. I guess my opinion of him changed when the Sun Shields attacked one of our planets. I think he took out about half of their forces out himself. Yeah, what the guy you spoke to before said was true. We saw him do it again with another faction. They had agreed to give in, and then suddenly wouldn't let us leave the planet. All of their members had the 50 of us surrounded, but Quinn and Syl dealt with them all. None of us even needed to lift a finger. If I had to say anything about Quinn, it's that he's certainly strong, but he's only better than me by a little bit. Also, I would have to say he has a horrible personality. You can't trust the guy. He's a playboy, all right. One time I saw 5 different girls go into his room," Nate answered. After interviewing the members, Bonnie was now struggling with what to think. Some of the things they had told her sounded almost impossible, and now there was even new information about defending against an attack from the sun shields. It sounded so barbaric that she was wondering if they were making things up just to look good for the report. Finally, she decided to approach the one person who seemed sensible so far about everything, Sam. "It seems like the members are gearing up just in case of a fight," Bonnie said. "But with so few people, you can't expect to take over this planet. I know this isn't the main planet. Pure has a hold-off, but they still have an entire shelter full of people. Some of these guys think that you might be fighting today." "That's because they might be," Sam replied. "We always have to prepare for anything. Why do you think we haven't moved yet?" She was wondering why the ship had landed at an abandoned shelter, and they still hadn't done anything other than casually talk to each other. "It's because we are waiting for them to come to us. By now they would have seen that our ship hasn't left yet, and they would be investigating." The sound of approaching vehicles could be heard at that precise moment. Sam turned around and could see everyone getting ready, including Quinn. "You better be filming everything on that camera of yours, because you don't want to miss a single thing." Quinn was a little worried when he couldn't reach Layla or Sia recently, but the last time they spoke and gave him information, they seemed to be doing well. He had no idea why, but whenever he thought about the 2 girls, he was constantly worried. Maybe it was because he didn't know much about Pure, maybe it was something else. This meant that Quinn had no idea which planet the 2 girls were on out of all the ones that Pure was currently occupying. He should have been able to sense them if they were on this planet, but he was aware that sometimes relying on his vampire blood bond sense wasn't the best course of action. When he was on the Blade family island, it didn't work well due to a strange interference. Otherwise, he would have been able to find Peter a lot sooner. The group stepped out of the shelter. The planet's surface looked to be mostly gray gravel with red rocks scattered about everywhere. They only brought 10 men along with the reporters to show that they weren't too intimidating. "Are they going to be okay?" Quinn asked. The reporters were in the front row, just to the side of Nate and Sam, contrary to his expectation that they would sit in the back, possibly behind the others. Quinn didn't know when, but he noticed that the equipment Bonnie and Void were wearing now had changed compared to before. While Void was pointing his camera towards her and she stood in front of it, the 2 of them were wearing King-tier beast gear. "I'm sure they know what they are doing," Sam replied. "They survived this long getting by, right? And they had to get their beast gear somehow." Still out of concern, Quinn decided to go up to them both. He placed his hand on both of their shoulders. "We're not planning to fight right here, but if it gets rough, stay close to me." And Quinn was off again. "That was a little strange," Void said. "When he was talking about it getting rough, I thought he was going to tell us to run away. Someone's a bit overconfident and cocky." Soon after, Nate approached the 2 as well. "If a fight breaks out and you want to live, get behind me. I promise I won't let anything hit you." "What about me?" Void asked, noticing that Nate was only looking at Bonnie. "My body can only protect one person. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices." Nate nodded, giving him a thumbs up, and walked off as well. "I have to learn how he does it. Maybe if I mirror him for a bit, I'll learn a thing or two," Nate thought. "These people are weird," Void said. But Bonnie didn't comment, and instead just continued to watch everything. A large, square-looking vehicle with 6 wheels as big as the jeeps next to them was on its way over to the shelter. It didn't look to have any weapons on the vehicle itself, but was made more for transportation. "An estimate of how many people that thing can carry?" Quinn asked. "I would say 500, but you don't have to worry. I doubt they would send more than 100 people to deal with us," Sam replied. Eventually, the large vehicle stopped. The 2 jeeps by the side carried 4 groups of people, each covered in beast gear, and then finally the door to the larger vehicle opened up and fell to the ground. Just as Sam had estimated, it looked like they had brought a group of around 100 or so with them. Bonnie gave her report saying, "It appears that Pure has finally arrived. From the looks of things, it seems Pure hasn't sent many members themselves, and has mainly gotten aid from the faction members of the shelter that had been taken over." "Cut," said Void. "That was good with them in the background. Let's get a few more takes." A man with numerous scars all over his face walked from the front, followed by 2 more. They walked with a sense of confidence compared to the rest. Quinn used his inspection ability to determine that the 3 people in front of him were the only Pure members present,
or most likely they were, since they lacked any special abilities. "Are you the leader?" Quinn spoke, but was cut off. "I suggest you pack your things and get out of here while we are being nice. We saw you arrive and expected you to leave, but you never did." Void's hands were sweating slightly, but he kept hold of his camera, filming everything. He always got tense in situations like these. Usually, one side was the aggressor and led the negations to show they were in control, and it looked like Pure was doing a good job. Additionally, he was pondering when Quinn would contact the remaining occupants of the abandoned shelter. "We're from the Cursed faction and are here to ask for a meeting," Sam said. "You can guess why we are here, so if you want to be aggressive, we can be as well. But if you want to deal with this situation so as few people as possible die, then that's up to you as well." "The Cursed faction?" The man started to laugh. "You guys actually decided to come here?" "Let's go in closer for a better shot," Void said. And now they stood by the side of the two groups, who were standing 5 meters apart. "So you want to meet the leader of this planet so you can request a formal duel?" the scar-faced man said. "But why would we do that when we can deal with you here?" "I think we deserve a little respect. This isn't the main planet of the Pure, is it?" Sam asked. "And while we have brought our leader himself, besides, you are not even a numbered member of Pure, correct? So you shouldn't even have any authority to make a deal with us in the first place." At that moment, the scarred man and the two men beside him, whose demeanors changed. They no longer had the look of fools who were joking about. "You two with the camera, this thing isn't live, is it?" the scar-faced man asked. "No, I'm sorry, but I don't think this would work well as a live stream. The numbers were quite low, so we decided to just make it a report and get better angles. We will send you the footage before it is broadcast so you can remove anything you don't want to be seen. We want to work with both sides," Bonnie answered politely. "Good, because I'm curious as to how you guys are aware of something that is only known to Pure. It looks like we got a little rat, and unfortunately anyone who knows must die." The scar-faced man then pulled out a dagger and threw it right towards Bonnie. It was faster than she had expected, and she never thought those two were the ones that would be targeted. This had never happened to them before. However, the dagger hadn't even reached midway before it was stopped and caught midair by Quinn. At the same time, Nate had come over and had become a human shield in front of Bonnie, hardening himself. But it was pointless as Quinn had already caught the dagger. "Are you sure you want to do this? We just asked to be brought to the person in charge of this planet. I don't want to kill you if I don't have to." Sam sighed and started to shake his head as he made his way back to the others, and they all sat down on the floor. He knew how this would go, and based on the Scar Man's personality and how aggressive he had been from the get-go, he knew what his answer would be. "Quinn, don't damage the large vehicle. It looks nice. Maybe we can use it," Sam said. "Hey, Square, kind sir," Bonnie whispered. "Aren't they going to help him? It looks like a fight is going to start any second." "Help him? Didn't we already tell you about how he took down the sun shields on his own? If I tried jumping in the middle of that, I might get hurt myself." "Attack them the scarred man said, but before he could finish his sentence, he found his dagger piercing through his skull. The dagger was thrown with such force that it broke through and continued until it became stuck in the vehicle in the back. "Quinn, I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, but ever since Blip's death and the incident with the parasites, you have become a little colder in terms of killing," Nate thought. Quinn jumped in to deal with the rest of them without hesitation. When Blip had passed away after finding out more information, Quinn had been made aware that there probably was something he could have done. There was time that had been wasted in between when Quinn had chosen to save the parasite members and getting back to the ship. In truth, there was no way for him to know for sure whether or not he could have saved Blip's life that day. Others had told him he had done the right thing, even Linda. She had great anger when she went to the parasite's base. Quinn was questioning whether it was the right thing to do, but Sam had informed him she needed to see something. She quickly realized that they too had families, children, and others living there. When she felt like her brother's sacrifice had saved all these people, she felt a little better about it. But for Quinn, he felt different. He blamed himself for putting strangers' lives ahead of those he actually cared about, and this had happened more than once already. A person needed to look after themselves before they looked after others. After all, what's the point of saving everyone if you end up dying? Quinn stuck to this mindset, with himself being the cursed faction. He needed to protect them before thinking about saving others. Hesitating against those that attacked him first could mean the death of one more person. "Are you getting all of this?" Bonnie said.
looking at what was happening. "Quick, film it all!" "I can't," Void complained back. "He's moving too fast." Using his fists, Quinn pounded through their abilities and any beast armor they were wearing. Using his kicks, he was able to hit away those that got up close from behind, and moving from person to person, he was too fast for anyone to use their ranged abilities without hurting their own. Quinn was taking out 100 or so men one by just using his fists and legs. At one point, he activated his new gauntlet skill, creating a blade made of flames, and it grew in size, stabbing 3 of them quickly before retracting again. From battles on other planets before, Quinn had realized that when adding ki to his active skill, he was able to make the flame blade that appeared from the top of his gauntlet longer. The more ki he used, the longer the blade could be. When people saw that he had no weapon in his hand, it was a little surprising for them to suddenly feel a hot poking blade in their stomach. "How is he doing all of this?" Bonnie thought. "From the looks of things, he hasn't even used any of his abilities. He's beating them all barehanded." "We have to get in closer," Bonnie said as she ran forward, with Void following. It became clear to the Pure members that they were going up against someone impossible to beat. The only thing they could rely on was him tiring out, and it didn't look like he was slowing down any time soon. That's when one of the members spotted the reporters coming in. One of them went to grab Bonnie. "He tried protecting her before. Maybe we can get him to let his guard down." But before they could, an iron-hard fist was slammed into the man's face. "Are you two idiots?" Nate shouted as someone else went to hit him with a sword. A clang was heard, but there was no pain. Soon, though, more started to join in. Nate was able to block and hurt most of the attacks without getting hurt. And he used his body to block things from hitting Bonnie, but not from hitting Void. An ice spear was heading his way. Not wanting to destroy his precious camera, he pulled the camera away from his face. "Damn him! That guy really meant it when he said he was only going to protect Bonnie," Void thought. "I only have one thing left to say. Bonnie, I love you." A shadow was lifted in front of his face. It had not only blocked out the spear, but also the sound of his sentence. Still, he was alive. "You listen to me," Quinn said. "You stay close. If you want to live, then don't go too far." When the shadow dropped, Void could see that out of the 100 or so people, there were only about 20 left, and each of them had dropped their weapons, begging to be spared. The short little fight was over. "What do you want us to do with these guys?" Sam asked. "Get the guys to take over the large vehicle. They can set up and relax in there for now. They can keep an eye on them in the vehicle, and when this is all over, it's up to them if they want to join us or not. We only need one of them to give us directions." The group started to get ready, and although the Jeep was only meant to fit 6 men, by hanging, climbing, and sitting on the front, they managed to fit 10 members on one. The reporters, Quinn, Sam, Nate, and their guide, were sitting on the other Jeep that was brought with them. "What the hell is this crap?" Bonnie said. "I've never seen you film so badly before. You didn't manage to catch anything other than flying bodies and random people using their abilities." "It was hard, like I said. He was moving too fast and taking them all out too quick. I couldn't keep the camera still in one place," Void complained, still feeling a little awkward about what he had said just moments before. "It's true. How is he so fast? I can tell he has good beast gear on, but that was too fast. Maybe the faction was just weak, or—" For a second, Bonnie started to think about what all of the cursed faction members had told her. All the stories she thought were exaggerated. What if they really weren't exaggerated? A tingling feeling was felt in her body, but Quinn hadn't been tested yet. He needed someone that could at least draw out his power before she could judge him. Also, there was only so much one person could do. If the people following him weren't strong either, then he could only get so far. During the ride, Quinn checked his system screen with a concerned look on his face. "It was close. If that attack was stronger and I had used too much of my shadow, then that would have been a little problem," Quinn thought. After a bumpy ride over the small red rocks, they had finally made it to the shelter. As soon as they saw Quinn and his gang, a surprise move was made. The doors to the shelter were opened for them. Quinn felt a little better now that he was inside the shelter because he was fairly certain that Layla and Sia weren't here. He could sense Sam, so he was sure there was no interference going on like before. Multiple different beast weapons, open-palmed hands, and abilities were pointed at them when they walked in. "Get out of the vehicle. If you try anything, we will attack." Once they had descended, the guide had been recognized as one of their own, and immediately the guide went running towards them. "Oh, thank you, thank you. He killed them. He brutally killed and beat all the guys. Take him out. Take him out now before he can kill us all, the guide said, panicking so much that he had even fallen over a few times while running away. Just play along, everyone, Sam said, and they all raised their hands, acting defenseless. Are you recording? Bonnie whispered. It's still on, Void replied, with his camera hanging off a strap that went chest high. Void was a little bummed about what had happened. They had tried attacking them in an attempt to make out Pure as the bad guy. This time the whole broadcast was live-streamed. They waited for a while, with no one saying a word, until finally a dark-skinned black man with sunglasses came out. It was another member of Pure. Using his inspection skills, Quinn noticed that there were a lot more Pure members in the shelter. Counting at the moment, there were around 600 faction members with a good split. The shelter itself also had civilians all over it who had been made to move away from the entrance gate. Pure was a bigger organization than both the government and the general public thought, but Quinn already knew all of this because of Layla's first-hand information. The name is Abdul, the black-skinned man said. Why is he wearing sunglasses even though it's not sunny? Nate commented. Are you one of the low-ranking numbers from Pure? Quinn asked right off the bat. If Layla and Sia weren't here, then it would have been a simple task to take over the planet. Oh, maybe we have underestimated the cursed faction to be able to have information like that, Abdul said. If you know that much, then if I was to tell you I was ranked number 16, you should be able to know my strength. Quinn knew his strength all right. He knew it wasn't strong enough to pop the instant level up on his quest notification. Until this happened, he knew he had nothing to worry about. Nobody has to get hurt, Quinn said. I think everything will be a lot easier if you leave this planet and then come back with your commander. I'm telling you, don't make the same mistake as the last group of people you sent. For someone who is in their current situation, surrounded by another one's base with so few people, you certainly are making some crazy demands, Abdul replied. You know, I can see it in your eyes. You're like a wild dog that refuses to be put down. It's a shame because I would have loved to have you work under me, but I can tell you won't ever let that happen. Maybe you need some convincing. Signaling with his hands, the men started to move in, aiming for those around Quinn. I was just wasting my breath after all, Quinn said. If you give up, then I will save you all. Shadow lock open. Above Quinn, 4 strange shadows like oval portals had appeared. 3 of them were quite large, but the 4th one was the biggest of them all. What ability is this? Fire above, Abdul ordered, and the faction embers started to shoot their abilities into the strange-looking shadow portals. Claws, a furry figure, and more had appeared from the portals along with others. Beasts! We're under attack by beasts! They shouted. It proved challenging for many of them to deal with the king-tier beasts that had chosen the shelter, but eventually a beast emerged from the biggest of portals, a large creature that resembled an elephant on Earth, but was twice as big and had multiple trunks on its front. Seeing the attacks nearly bounce off the beast's skin, Abdul realized they were dealing with an Emperor-tier beast. This wasn't the first time Quinn had done something like this. This was his usual way of taking over the past planets. The only difference was he had never done it so openly before. Sam had said to him that he couldn't just force the base into submission if he wanted them to be loyal. This gave Quinn the idea of being their savior. Quinn could offer them protection in exchange for their allegiance if they were attacked by powerful beasts who had no idea where they had come from, and he showed his strength by saving them. Not only this, but they would also feel indebted to him. After unlocking the Shadow skill Shadow Lock, he, of course, went through a testing phase with the ability. It was a skill that allowed him to lock creatures and living beings in a separate space, the Shadow Space. It was similar to his 3-dimensional space, but there were many differences between the two. When using his dimensional space, he was able to put as many items in and take them out as he wished, as long as it wasn't a living matter. The Shadow Lock was the opposite, allowing him to only lock in living things in the Shadow Space. However, there were more differences. Depending on the strength of the creature when using Shadow Lock, it would use a certain amount of MC points. Those MC points would also be locked away and unavailable for use as long as the skill was active and there were creatures or people inside the Shadow Lock. Before coming to the shelter, Quinn had locked up the King-tier beasts as well as the Emperor-tier beast. He had just a few MC points left, which was insufficient for him to use his shadow. He was concerned about this because the skill would break if he ever accumulated more MC points than were intended to be locked away, releasing the shadows and allowing all the beasts to run free. This was why he hadn't used his shadow, and only used it when he needed to in the previous fight. There were also other ways for the shadow lock to be broken, and one of them was from the inside. Similar to the shadow void, if someone was to attack the strange space they were in, it would eventually break, but what Quinn found was that beasts, when entering the shadow space, would only do a few things. They would sleep, run in the space looking for an exit, or just walk around. They didn't see the space around them as a threat, but there was one time when a beast was left in there for too long, and Quinn could only assume it had gotten hungry. In its pain, it started to beat on the space around it. This was why, even though the space could be used on humans, usually after a short while, out of frustration, they would attempt to attack everything breaking out of the space. Still, depending on one's strength, it would take longer for one to break out than others. The beasts were going on a rampage currently in the shelter, not only attacking the faction members, but also houses, stalls, and the marketplace. One of the beasts had tried to attack Quinn and his group. "Of course, it's a beast, it will attack us as well," Void said. This isn't the Bree family where the beasts are tamed. Using his hand, he knocked the beast's claw away. When their two eyes met, the beast chose to ignore Quinn, knowing who the clear winner would be out of the two of them. "These people's lives are in your hand," Quinn said. "If you want us to kill these beasts for you, then we can do it at any time." Abdul could hear Quinn loud and clear. He wanted to go over and smash the cocky brat's face in, but was too busy dealing with the Emperor tier beast. His weapon of choice was dual-wielding axes, and he was holding his ground well. Each time a giant trunk would swing his way, using his force he was able to knock it away. Abdul was a muscular man and had good beast gear on, but shouldn't have been able to do such things. The way he was fighting right now reminded them of feats that Quinn could do. What the others didn't know was this was due to Abdul using ki in his attacks. Still, even though he was able to hold his ground, the other members who were fighting the King tier beast and getting whacked away by the Emperor tier beast's other trunks weren't doing so well. While the others were distracted, the group started to move out of the shelter. Quinn stayed where he was, just behind the Emperor tier beast and Abdul. Both the reporters didn't move away from Quinn, listening to what he had told them before, and besides, at the moment, for Void, it was the best angle for all the chaos that was happening. Online, people could see the whole thing being streamed. How could he do that? The Cursed faction are so cruel. People have to worry about beasts attacking shelters all the time, and now he has unleashed a bunch of wild beasts on the shelter. You can hear all the screams. These people are scum. Look at him, he's just standing there. At the moment, Quinn and his group were unaware of how much hate was being directed towards him online for his current actions. To them in this situation, getting uninvolved people in the shelter, he was the villain. "Make a decision," Quinn shouted. "Give up and let these people live." If Abdul had time, he may have been able to think straight. He would have been able to deal with the Emperor tier in some way, but not like this. Not while the chaos was going on, and his men were dying left and right to the other beasts. He knew giving up and asking for help meant the Cursed faction had won. "Please help us! Help us!" the others cried. These people weren't part of Pure, but of the faction that had joined them on the planet. They had no loyalty. Still, Quinn stood there doing nothing. Gripping his fist, Abdul whacked one of the trucks with all his strength. He had finally managed to chop the top part of it off, but in the process, he was whacked by another of the beast's tracks, sending him sliding across the floor. Feeling the pain and power of the beasts and the continued screams, he had made his decision. "Help us! Stop this madness, please!" At that moment, Quinn ran underneath the Emperor tier beast's legs and activated his flame daggers. Infusing his ki, they were able to grow in length, reaching and piercing the belly. He continued to run as the beast screamed in pain, lifting its front legs. The others, who were looking at Quinn before on the ground, now had no clue where he was, and before they knew it, they spotted him up in the air, above the large beast's head. He spun his body multiple times and came tumbling down, and at the right moment, he had performed the moves of the hammer strike while adding in his power of ki. With the added momentum of the spin, he was able to perform a strike more powerful than usual. Quinn hit the top of the elephant's head, and the beast fell to the floor with it, and Quinn stood there on top of the elephant's head as it lay there dead. They had no chance. Abdul realized as he watched everything happen in front of him. Even if he was to attack him after Quinn had killed the beasts, at any moment, Quinn could have taken over this shelter. What Abdul was wondering, though, after seeing the attack and the strange sudden force, was whether or not Quinn was using the power of ki, something only high-ranking members of Pure should have known. After defeating the Emperor Tier Beast, it didn't take long for Quinn to kill the other King Tier Beasts as well, and the screaming all around the shelter soon stopped. Many of the faction members were angry at Quinn for what he had done, and some were about to lash out their pent-up feelings at him until Abdul stepped in. He knew it would all be pointless. The younger faction members were young fools who were just too hot-headed to realize that. The fighting may have stopped, but they were now in a tricky situation they had never been in before. What to do with the remaining members of the faction, including those that were part of Pure? The planets they had taken over had no affiliation with any other big factions, so it was easy to convince them to come under the cursed faction once they had shown them their power, and Quinn had saved them. This time, taking in any members of Pure was dangerous. They were still a large force that had more power than themselves. There was a high chance that at any point in time, Quinn could be betrayed. Eventually, all of those that had arrived with Quinn, including Nate and Sam, had returned to their positions. Bonnie, seeing this, was wondering just where they had gone off to during the fight. "Is everyone okay?" Quinn asked. "Yep," Nate added, rolling his shoulder about a bit as if it was sore. "I had to take 1 or 2 blows, though, but I guess whatever doesn't kill me only makes me stronger." Abdul, who was listening, was confused, and then he thought of something. "It can't be," he thought. Even after the fighting between the two of them had subsided, Abdul and the others were still in charge of the shelter because there were too many of them and not enough of Quinn and his group to even attempt to take them as prisoners. He was just unable to leave or contact Pure, at least temporarily. He then ordered his men to go check on their families, and when they returned with their report, his eyes had widened. "You," Abdul said, approaching Quinn, who was chatting away with Sam about what to do next. "You protected them all. Thank you." They were the only words he could say. Bonnie and Void were confused and had turned off the stream as soon as the fight was over. Just seconds ago, these two were enemies, and Quinn had unleashed an army of beasts on him. Why was he thanking him? "There were still people who ended up dying," Quinn said, "but at least the people who aren't involved in this didn't get harmed." Now Bonnie was starting to get an idea of just what Nate and the others had done during the fight. While Quinn was waiting for Abdul to surrender, Nate and the others went around protecting the families of the shelter from the beast attacks, while also making sure not to kill the beasts. "Still, you didn't need to do that," Abdul replied. "As thanks, let me give you some advice. What you used to take down that beast, it was key, right?" This startled Quinn for a few seconds, but then he thought back to what Aaron and Leo had told him. When they were on the run, Pure sent an agent that was also able to use Ki. According to her information, all top-ranked officials in Pure knew how to use Ki in some way. What Quinn didn't understand was that Leo had told him that everyone who once knew Ki had died. There was a chance Leo was somehow involved in Pure, but Quinn doubted that Leo would have told him otherwise. "I don't know who taught you it, or whether or not you learned it naturally by yourself, but this is a warning. Your Ki is strong, but if you were to fight with the level of Ki you have against the Pure leaders, you would be outmatched. At the moment, yours is at the primary stage. Your control is good, so you should be able to learn the second stage quite easily. But all the leaders are already at the third stage." Hearing Abdul talk, Quinn had no clue what he was going on about. When Leo had taught him Ki, the only thing he had taught him was how to sense it and move it around his body. Everything else was on a learn-as-he-went basis. He was wondering if even Leo knew about these stages of Ki, and how Quinn currently compared to him at the moment. Quinn still kept up his daily meditation of Ki, but it had stopped growing in size long ago. He was at a standstill, and it would have been good to learn more about it from Leo or someone else. "What stage of Ki are you at?" Quinn asked. "I'm only at the first stage, so even if I wanted to teach you, I could not," Abdul replied. While Quinn was thinking about Ki and wondering what he could do to improve himself, Sam and the others had realized that something else had occurred that they were unaware of. "Bonnie, look at all of this," Void said, showing her all the comments on the video at the end of the live stream. The group read them out, and nearly every single comment was condemning Quinn for the actions he had done. Once the fight was over, the live stream had stopped, and due to everything happening, Void and the others hadn't uploaded the videos of where Pure had tried to attack the cursed faction first. "You guys have to do something. You have to fix this now," Sam said, worried and concerned. "I thought having the reporters come with us would show the cursed faction's good side, but it looks like it's only made things worse." "Don't worry, we can fix this," Bonnie said. Quickly, the two of them went around interviewing all the survivors of the attack, and had them explain how the cursed faction members had protected them from the beast during the attack. The clips, from when Pure first arrived and attempted to attack them, were also edited and made in a way to make the cursed faction look as good as possible. They had finished off the report, claiming that the Pure's planet now belonged to them. Even though they didn't know what to do with Abdul and the others yet, Abdul had made it clear he would not be fighting them and allowed them to do as they wished. When the videos were uploaded, Bonnie thought she had repaired the damage, but the comments didn't make it seem so. "Are you kidding me? Obviously the cursed faction, now having taken over the base, has forced the people to say that." "But why would they make a false report?" "Of course they're not going to report anything negative. Isn't it obvious? We all saw it. Their leader and Bonnie are an item." "He's right, I saw that video as well. Bonnie went up and kissed him. Also, they say they were attacked before, so why didn't they upload that footage until now? Did they really get attacked? I heard the screams and cries of all those people. They must have been so scared of the beasts. Did you see how he made that guy beg before he even stepped in to help?" "Whatever. It's clear that the cursed guys are the bad guys in this. This is probably how they were able to rise so quickly, using underhanded tactics like this." "Do you think we're stupid, that we would believe whatever the report tells us?" "Don't blame Bonnie, it's the cursed faction. They're evil for twisting things like this." The comments were more negative than ever, and it looked like it was due to the incident before being streamed. Even Bonnie and Void's reputation as reporters were being affected. "Quinn," Sam called out, but didn't really know what to say. More than anyone, Quinn was doing all of this for those people who were commenting. He wanted to create a safer world for everyone, and to see everyone writing things like this about him. People were so cruel, even when they didn't have all the facts. "Don't worry," Quinn said. "In the end, it will all be okay. If I have to play the role of a villain to make a change, then so be it." The news reports from Bonnie and Void were surely quite popular. They were well known as one of the only reporters giving out first-hand information. However, it was something that was more for the citizens and people living at the different shelters spread across the universe to watch. Large factions and powerhouses would have their ways of gathering information. With negotiations going on, though, there had been less for these factions to do, and more people than usual were watching Bonnie's report, as they were waiting to see what would happen between the new era powers. Outside a large shelter, there were fields filled with all sorts of different flowers. Each section was a different color, like a rainbow. Inside the shelter was the main base for the group known as Daisy. They too had just finished watching the report. Daisy was a faction that was mostly made up of women, and at their base in their main conference room there was Helen, who now flaunted a long pink pastel hairstyle. Then there were also her two closest friends who had started the faction with her. Ivy, who was 2 meters tall and thin as a tree with green hair, and Peach, who was as round as a peach herself. She had orange hair with rosy cheeks. "I'm surprised that a group from back then has made it this far, and they even went ahead and attacked one of the pure planets," Ivy said. "No, I saw it in that boy's eyes that day," Helen replied. "I knew he would be trouble and crazy enough to do something like this. Something is wrong with that boy's head, to be able to use beasts against civilians like that." "Well, I guess that gives us a few options," Peach suggested. "We can either take on the cursed faction now while they are focused on pure. The good thing about this is that, while everyone hates them, if we're the ones to take them out, we will be even more popular than ever with the people. We could attack pure. While I still think pure is the bigger threat than the cursed, so while they are focusing on the cursed, we can take them out. Or do we wait it out and see the outcome of this? After a battle between the two, one side should be weakened, even if it's by a little bit." Helen thought about it for a while, and what she was struggling with was why had the cursed faction decided to attack pure over them? They had 2 choices, 2 paths to choose from, moving on after taking over the last of the unclaimed planets. Do they have some information on pure that we don't? In the middle of her thoughts, a call had been made and an offer had been given on the other end. Now this is a surprise, Helen thought. Away from the Daisy faction, a group of planets in the beast part of the universe were owned by Pure. There was one in particular they had chosen to set up base at. The beast planets that Pure occupied were set up in such a way that the main base was located in the center. All the other planets surrounded it in some way. This way, if there ever was an attack, they would have to go through one of the planets ahead, and they would be informed beforehand anyway. This, of course, wasn't the main base of Pure, whose whereabouts were still unknown. A white pastel ground covered the planet's center, where the Pure base was located. The shelter was also constructed there, which was a different shape than usual. It had been changed to fit Pure's aesthetic. A large oval dome that blocked everyone's view from the outside. Having complete control of everything, who went in and out, what, when, and where. Relaxing in a basic bunk bed on the bottom bed. Layla decided that she would get some rest. While doing so, she started to watch the video report. She soon went down a rabbit hole and had seen everything. "What?" she screamed at the top of her lungs. Sia grabbed her pillow and held it over her head. "Hey, I'm the one that's meant to do the screaming," Sia said. "What the hell is going on?" "Look, it's Quinn. He... Then Sia saw the video replay of Bonnie kissing Quinn. "Oh, calm down. It was only a kiss. Besides, it looked like she was the one that leaned into him," Sia replied. "Just a kiss," Layla said, not having calmed down. Her face was still feeling quite hot. "So have you ever kissed someone before?" Sia shrugged her shoulders and pointed to the top of her head. "How am I meant to know that I can't remember?" As time went on, Sia had become less and less dependent on Layla ever since she arrived and started working for Pure once more. She hadn't learned much about her past, but had learned Pure's ways of doing things. And she soon realized that maybe it was better that she had forgotten everything to do with this organization. Soon, she was starting to accept what she had become, and although she didn't realize it, Layla could recognize that she was more of her old self than the fake persona she was portraying at school. After settling down and watching the rest of the reports, a smile appeared on her face. "It looks like the others are doing well." "Are you happy that the enemy has taken one of our planets?" Sia said sarcastically, smiling back. "Once again, Quinn, you have become so strong that when I return I might not even recognize you. Will you still have the time to speak to me like we used to?" Layla thought. Things were much simpler at the start between the two. Quinn would often rely on Layla for help, helping him figure out the vampire stuff, being a blood supply for him, among other things, and great mental support. He now had others around him that could help him with that. Clenching her fist, she wouldn't give up. She had also improved herself over time. The two of them left their room the next day and started their normal routine. When walking around the base at the canteen, Layla was seeing something that was disturbing her. A blond, spiky-haired boy called Roni, a member of Pure, had 4 other men up against the wall. Each of them appeared to have bruises on their bodies and marks on their faces. "When are you guys going to understand that this shelter no longer belongs to you?" Roni shouted. Others could see this happening, but just walked past and continued to grab their food. "The only thing you guys respond to is physical pain," Tony shouted, punching one of the larger men in the stomach and causing him to drop to the floor. "What are you doing?" Layla said, rushing over. "You can't treat them like this. They're not members of Pure, so of course it's going to take some time for them to settle into our ways," Layla complained. Tony turned to look at who exactly was nagging away at him. "Pipe down, Agent 100. I remind you that I'm Agent 64, so I carry a higher rank than you." "Of course you would use the agent ranking card on me," Layla replied. "We are an organization that is against discrimination. Even if I'm a lower rank than you, I have the right to speak out and speak my mind when I think what you are doing is wrong." Tony started to walk towards the 2 girls and pulled out 2 finger daggers, which had a circle handle at the end where he could spin his blades. "You are right, you can speak your mind. However, we can also have disagreements as we see fit, and would anyone care if a low-ranking agent like you were to die?" Roni said, throwing out both of the small finger daggers. Layla was wondering what she should do, but before she could act, an invisible force had pushed back the daggers and had thrown them back into the wall, piercing right through the solid metal. Footsteps were heard clanking against the metal ground, and in her field of view, standing in front of Layla, a large white overcoat could be seen with a number on the back. In Pure, only 5 members proudly displayed their agent rank, and they were in the top 5 within Pure. On this overcoat, the number 5 was displayed. "Mother," Layla thought. In charge of becoming a new era power was Layla's mother, Agent 5, and at some point, she and Quinn were destined to clash. "The young girl is right," Agent 5 said. "At a time like this, we should be treating those that are helping us with respect, not through fear and abuse of our strength like them." Immediately, Roni's tune had changed. He looked down, finding it hard to look the Pure leader in the eye, and decided to walk away from the scene. "That bitch! Everyone respects those with a higher rank because they know how much those members have given up for the sake of our goal," Roni thought. "We higher ranks have contributed more, so why shouldn't we be treated better than others? And Layla, Agent 100, shouldn't even be in the numbered agent ranks in the first place. If we are going to talk about privilege through birth, then she's the worst, just because she has some type of blood relation to the leader. It was no secret around the base that Agent 5 was Layla's mother. Roni didn't know when, but apparently a certain incident in the past had made everyone aware of this fact. And rumor, of course, went around the whole base. Agent 5, real name Lucy, was not only a high ranker, but she was well respected in Pure because she was one of the founders of Pure. Even though she was lower ranked than some of the other members of Pure, she was respected even among them. And she would do anything to get rid of the ability users of the world. "Thank you," Layla said, giving a little bow, as she felt the wind of the overcoat walk past her. "Is that really your mom?" Sia asked. "She doesn't even act like she knows you. How are we meant to convince someone like her to leave Pure?" "I'm not sure we can," Layla replied, looking at her mother walking away. Later that day, a meeting had been called. All of the Pure members had been gathered in front of the main building, still inside the dome shelter. Also, all of the faction members who used to be a part of the shelter before it was renovated were invited. When the Civil War began, many of the larger factions had allied, and people thought they would soon be a new great power. However, they were defeated when they stepped on Pure's toes. Lucy had been given quite the strong allies to go with her on this campaign. The people that were in the shelter today were part of the group that had attacked. The main three leaders of the old alliance were also present. "Time for the daily speech again. It really feels like they're trying to brainwash everyone," Sia said, standing somewhere in the middle of the crowd with Layla. The person who was giving the speech was none other than Agent 5, Lucy. She stood there with her long brown hair and wrinkled face. Her body was in top shape, but her face told a different story, as there were deep wrinkles. "The world has been in chaos and has been worse than ever before. Why? The reason is simple. Because of abilities," Lucy started to explain. "The powerful ability users that refuse to share their powers with anyone else bully and suppress the world. Why was it even before this we had the term the Big Four and the military? The powers were divided because these people ruled. Think back to the incidents in your own lives when one of these big powers ever did something wrong. Were they punished for it? Or were they exempt from such things? Their actions were brushed off, stating that these people were more needed in the world than us. We are fighting for the good of the world. If Pure is in charge, will there no longer be fighting? Of course not. Will the war stop in the world? No, but it will be on equal terms. It will be fairer than how things are today." Every day so far, Lucy had given similar speeches to the people at the same time. She would also have Pure members come up on stage and speak about their own experiences. They received rough treatment from higher ability users and answered anything other users wished to ask. Hearing all these stories made Sia wonder, what did your mum go through that made her hate ability users so much? "Actually, I don't know," Layla replied. She was starting to realize how much she didn't even know her mother, and it was making her more upset by the day. Whenever the two would converse, it would always be about Pure. "Do you really need to save her? It's risky for us being here the way we are," Sia explained. "I know, but I do have some happy memories," she said. Even the images of Layla's early years that were flashing through her mind weren't particularly pleasant. She did, however, recall catching her mother's smile. This was something she hadn't seen her mother do since she was a child, and it warmed her heart to think of it. "She is my mother. She raised me. I just can't leave her in this situation. At the very least, I have to say goodbye properly." "Does that mean you're going to tell her what you really are?" Sia asked. "What if that goes wrong?" Layla didn't want to think about that, how her mother would react knowing what she was now. She was wondering if she would only be thinking about what benefits this body could bring for Pure. Letting out a big sigh, Sia came up with a suggestion. "Why don't I have a look? I can see you've made up your mind, so I should be able to see something right as long as I touch her." Lately, Sia had been getting better at using her powers as a banshee. Through a simple touch of someone, she could see a possible future. The only problem was that this type of ability could only be used once, and what it would show how far in the future she did not know. She might have had visions later on about this person, or nothing related to them at all. The only sure thing was when she would touch someone for the first time. Layla was still unsure if she even wanted to know about a possible future where her mother disowned her, but before she knew it, Sia had raised her hand and has been selected to come up on stage. "Oh, Sia, have you remembered something from your past?" Lucy asked. Sia stood there looking at everyone, and she started to shake.
A few moments later her legs gave in, and she fell to the floor sobbing. "I can't do it because of them. They removed my memory. I can't even remember who I am," she shouted, and continued to cry. At that moment, Lucy came over, offering her hands to lift her off the ground. "Don't worry, young child. We will help you get your memories back, and Pure will be sure to make you feel at home and welcome." She said it with the gentlest smile. There was one thing for sure. Lucy was able to easily win the hearts of the others, even those that weren't members of Pure previously. The thoughts of Pure being some type of vicious terrorist group have long gone out of their heads. After Sia's little act, although they were channeled by some of her true feelings, she had returned to Layla. "So what did you see?" Layla asked, too curious not to ask. "Let's talk after this meeting is over." When the meeting was over, the two girls returned to their room, and Layla was worried about what type of answer Sia would give. "Did you find out anything about what would happen if I told my mom what I really am?" Sia shook her head. Whatever it was, it didn't seem like it was good news. "I saw Quinn," Sia finally said. "Your mother and he were fighting. I don't know over what, but it looked like a lot of people were watching." "That's not too surprising. Does Quinn end up losing then? Why are you so worried?" "No, he doesn't lose, but if we don't get involved, I'm afraid Quinn's going to kill your mother in that fight." Since the start of the Civil War, the leaders' table had not been used. The great powers were unable to meet each other without the fear of fighting one another. Before, there was the military, with the Supreme Commander Oscar and his 8 head generals, Jack Truedream, Mona Bree, Bernie Sunshield, and finally, Owen Greylash. These people were part of the leaders' table and were in charge of the human race. Pure was an outside force that didn't wish to be any part of what was happening at the leaders' table, and it was part of the reason why they were considered a terrorist group, not because their power was lacking. Today was the first day since the Civil War started that the leaders' meeting room and the building would be used again. Only this time there were far less people. In a dark room there was a large round table, and only 3 people were sitting there. A light source from the table shined on their faces, and each of them had 2 guards standing by their side. At the table, Mona Bree, Owen Greylash, and finally Oscar White. "I'm happy that the 2 of you finally agreed to join this meeting," Oscar said. "Well, the troublesome ones are out of the way," Owen chuckled, with his fan still covering his mouth as always. "Well, I'm hoping that the talks today can put an end to this civil war, so there aren't more situations like what has happened with the Sunshield family," Oscar said. At that moment, both Owen and Mona gave each other a little glance. They knew who was behind it, and it looked like Oscar was still unaware. "A lot of people have died in this war, humans," Oscar continued to say, "and I think everyone has missed the real threat in front of us, the Dalki. If we don't get our act together soon, they will attack, and all of this fighting for freedom will be pointless." "You do have a point," Mona said, "which is why we have agreed to this meeting. However, the people still remember how they were treated and how you utilized the dungeons in your camps. I think now that there is no longer the threat of Truedream, that things will never be back to the way they used to be." "They don't need to be," Owen quickly added. "The things are looking up, but I do agree if there is a way to stop the fighting, especially now. It would be best if we could try to solve our problems later." Oscar was a little relieved to hear the 2 of them talk like this. It seemed like they were willing to cooperate. So far, the military had been staying out of any scuffles and was content to protect anything that was to happen on Earth. Because of this, unlike with the other families, their powers hadn't diminished, although they were affected the most when the war started, as the military also had the most deserters, either moving to the other families or starting their factions. "Although it is unfortunate, a lot of the initial fighting has stabilized with the troublesome groups disappearing," Mona said. "Now, only those loyal to their respective groups remain. As long as us 3 can work together, then we should be able to move forward." "Great," Oscar said, clapping his hands together. "An announcement won't be enough. The public won't believe in our harmony as 3 separate powers, which is why I think we should deal with the demon tier beast as a group together." "And the beast weapon itself, how will the reward for that be split?" Owen asked. "At the moment, there is nothing in the world that is comparable to a demon tier beast weapon. Even if we gave gifts to the other groups that were comparable to the demon beast weapon, it would not be acceptable. I have a suggestion when the crystal is obtained and forged into a weapon. It is locked away. The location is only known to us 3 at this table. Each of us will put in a combination only known to us, and to use the weapon, the 3 of us must agree to its uses.
This will make it so none of the current powers gain strength, and it doesn't fall into the wrong hands either. At the same time, I think the demon-tier weapons are needed to help us defeat the Dalki." At first, Mona and Owen didn't answer straight away. Their reason for this was that they had their plans with the demon weapon. One of them was protecting themselves from a great force that the military didn't even know about. Still, what other options did they have? If they weren't to do this hunt together, then it would surely be a bloodbath. "There is still one problem," Mona said. "Although most of the current powers are under our control, not all. Do you think we should invite the new era powers to hunt with us? Otherwise, there's a good chance that they could get involved in this as well." This was another topic of discussion that needed to be brought up and couldn't be ignored. With the current tensions, it would be impossible for the three of them to work together and be invited along, and I don't think any of us have the time to control them, Owen said. "However, if there is only one of them, then maybe we can invite them to this hunt as well." "What are you thinking of?" Oscar said, knowing Owen already had something in mind. "I'm sure they would agree to this, but how about a duel between the three new era powers? The winner takes all, supervised by us three here at this table. I'm sure they are tired of deaths just as much as we are. If this offer was made public, they would have pressure for the people to accept it. If this can be solved without getting others involved, then they should snap at this opportunity. It would also be a way for us to see their strength, to see if it's worth inviting them to hunt with us in the first place. Remember, people don't like to be controlled. They like to have a sense of freedom, whether it really exists or not. What you have to do is make them believe they had a choice in the first place." "Is that how you control your people?" Mona commented, but Owen chose to ignore it. "I think your suggestion is a good one," said Oscar. "The event should also be broadcasted to everyone, and we should also agree that if one of the other sides does not accept the outcome of the duel, we will join forces to eliminate them. A blacklist is too little of a threat." The others couldn't see it, but Owen was starting to smile. Many had only seen Oscar's good side. One of the heroes of the war, but if he was really, truly a good man, he would never have been able to have done the things he had done in the first place. Here at the leaders' table, he could show his true colors. "Great, so it's decided," Mona said, rising from her seat. "A location shall be set. Now the only thing we have to worry about is whether or not they accept." Secretly, Mona didn't mind letting one of the Emperor-tier crystals fall into protection, because she had her eyes on the bigger picture. With the device from the Green family, she would soon have her collection to choose from. Especially with this alliance, she wouldn't have to worry about attacks from the others. "How did you come up with this idea?" Oscar asked. "Have you heard that there has been a little bet going on online?" Owen asked. "It seems the public are already casting their votes on which one of these new era powers will come out on top. That's when the idea popped into my head. There is already more attention on them than us, so let's give the people what they want, a little show." "Although I have already made my bet," Owen said with a smile. Soon after the leaders' meeting, the information was soon passed on to Bonnie and Void. After all, they were the ones that were requested to record this event and reveal the news to everyone else. At the moment, the two of them were staying at the previously owned Pure Planet with the cursed faction. They haven't made their move yet. Perhaps they were waiting for a reaction or news from Pure themselves, but none of that had arrived yet. "With this news, maybe they won't have to do anything," Bonnie thought, as she sat there typing away on the holographic screen. She often wrote down her notes and what to do next when it came to her interviews. "The problem is, will Pure accept taking part in this?" Bonnie thought. "They might not have a choice." If the cursed faction and Daisy agreed to the terms of the duel, and Pure didn't, even without them, one side would be declared a winner and they could absorb the other faction's forces. Without a doubt, there would be one faction far stronger than the other, whereas currently the powers were seen as almost completely equal. Plus, with the pressures from the people, and with Pure trying to get in the public eye more, they wouldn't be able to miss this opportunity. While Bonnie was deeply consumed in her thoughts, Lucy was in the middle of a call with the leader of Pure, rank 0. The request had been sent out, and she was waiting for the leader's answer. "We really have no choice," Mr. Zero replied. "Now is not the time for everyone to know the full strength of Pure. We need to make sure we always have a hidden card up our sleeve. I will leave this in your hands, number 5. I hope you will achieve this task for the future of Pure." "I understand. May Pure be with you," Lucy replied. The first to reply to the duel was Daisy. They claimed that if there was anything that could get less people involved in a battle, then they would always take that choice. It just made those following Daisy grow more attached to them than before, and others who were with other factions wished they had a leader like that. In contrast, many thought after the broadcast that lots of people would have deserted the cursed faction, especially after they saw that Quinn was behind the beast attacking certain shelters in the first place. Yet for some reason no one had caused a fuss at the cursed faction. On the outside, no one understood why, but slowly, comments online were starting to appear with support of the cursed faction. They would get shut down immediately, but those that were within the cursed faction never got mistreated and felt like their lives were better than ever. Still, there wasn't enough positivity to overturn the negative opinion of the cursed faction. And even more so, now that they were the last to reply to the duel. In truth, they felt like they couldn't decide until they had heard from Pure, and now that they had agreed, they knew their answer. "Of course we will join the duel," Sam said with a smile, while a camera from Void was being pointed in his face. Sam wanted the cursed faction to appear in front of the camera more, hoping they could change others' opinions. "There's no need to get others involved, and we won't do that. We don't want to hurt people either." However, once again when the report came out, people were complaining that Sam's response was too similar to the Daisy faction, and they were just trying to gain public favor by repeating what they had said. Even Sam was getting worn out and tired by all the troubles the media was bringing to them. Sitting outside at a table, Nate, Sam, and Quinn were talking. Sam had his hands in his hair, pulling at it. "Hey, if you carry on like that, you're going to go bald," Nate mentioned. "Don't worry," Quinn said. "If any of us had said anything on the camera, it would have been worse. You're doing a good job. So now that we've agreed to the duel, what exactly is it? Is it one-on-one fights or group battles?" "Actually, it seems to be a little complicated," Sam replied, pulling out a piece of paper and drawing a diagram so everyone could visualize it better. "Every faction will create an A team and a B team. These teams are groups of 3, and they will be there for 3 battles. Both of these groups will also go up against the opposing teams, so each group will have to fight a total of 4 times. Each win is 1 point, and whoever gets the most points will be declared the winner. I'm guessing they chose to set it up this way so they could see the strongest people in each faction. After all, a faction's strength isn't just reliant on one person, kind of." Sam ended his sentence, as he realized that many of the Big Four were reliant on the overwhelming strength their leaders contained. In a way, this duel was a trap for the new era powers, as they would be displaying all their secrets, such as abilities and strength, but they had no choice but to participate. "So, we have to make 2 groups of 3, then I guess we should pick the 2 strongest to lead each group?" Quinn said. "I have some suggestions," Sam replied, "but it's completely up to you. Right now, without a doubt, the 2 strongest people in our faction are both you and Syl. We can't just have one strong group and one weak group if we want to win this thing for sure. So I suggest Quinn will lead Group A, while Syl leads Group B. The real question is who to have supporting them. Our next 2 strongest after them would be Nate and Dennis, and both of these people are great physical fighters. Then we have 2 options, to either pick someone who would act as a great support, or just go for the next set of strongest people we have on our team." If Nate and Dennis already filled up 2 slots, Quinn started to think of other people on the team that were considered strong. Linda and Peter with their new bodies were certainly strong. However, their strange powers and strength would reveal to the world who they really were. Fex was also a good choice, but he would be limited, and there was always the worry that if he was put in a tough position, he would reveal himself. But then, who else was there? Their choices were finite. "Do you have anyone you think will do a good job?" Quinn asked. "Yes," Sam replied. "There are 2 people whose ability will be useful and also is strong. Fex, with his string ability. The creative ways he uses his power, and the fact that it's an original ability, means others won't know how to deal with it that well. And then my next suggestion would be Paul. Since you gave him the book from the parasites, he has now become a level 8 poison user." "I'll go with your advice then," Quinn said. "Yes!" Nate cheered. "I knew following you would be interesting. I can't wait to see who we face out there. The strongest people in the world, all in one place." After informing Bonnie of what their team had planned to do, she then updated the others as well. The reporters were in contact with all of the current powers, and the other side would almost always answer their call at that moment. That's when a new piece of information hit them all, after the duel had been accepted. The duel was set to be broadcasted live to everyone, and it would be taking place on the planet where the demon tier beast was known to be located. The idea was that once a new era of power had been chosen, they would be invited onto the leaders' table, and from there they would start their hunt for the demon tier beast. The decision to have the duel on the planet where the demon tier was located was a careful one. Why? There were a number of reasons, but one of the main ones was due to new information that had been received about how closely the Dalki had been watching them lately. They could see that the Civil War was coming to an end. If the humans were in Dalki's position, they wouldn't give them the chance to recover and would attack them while they were recovering. So they needed to get moving, and fast. The military, Bree, and the Greylash family already had their main spaceship with their forces stationed and hovering just outside the planet, and each ship had its own unique design as they landed. The Greylash ship was large and quite thin, tall almost like a tower. Its design was mainly white, with certain sections of the ship colored blue. The Bree family ship was mostly brown. It was flat like a pan, but at the very end, on its left side and right side, 2 towers could be seen. The whole ship itself looked like a giant beast, perhaps to remind everyone what their power was. Finally, the military ship had landed, and they had chosen to bring one of the new Bertha models to show off to the others. A top-of-the-line ship, there were only 8 of them in existence. There was no shelter on the planet, but each group had already done extensive scouting on the planet, so they knew where the safe areas were and where the demon tier beast was located. They had chosen a safe area well away from the demon tier beast. They didn't want the fight to be interrupted by any unforeseen circumstances. When all 3 ships were docked, the leaders walked out and stepped onto the icy hard surface. The planet they were on was quite a unique one. The surface was shiny and mostly a clear blue substance, like a crystal. But it was as hard as a diamond. Much of the land was uneven, and they were on the few flat stretches of land. Exiting from the ships, each leader came out with around 30 or so people behind them. Everyone knew there were more on the respective ships, but this was the agreed-upon number of people that would be taking part in the demon tier hunt. Too much of a force would result in too many fatalities, but too little would allow them to ever defeat such a destructive beast. Even if most of them didn't come back alive, it would be worth it for the demon tier weapon. That's how valuable a demon tier weapon was considered. "Oh, today will be an exciting day," Owen said as he felt the chill of cold air on the planet. He looked over to Mona, who was wearing her witch-like outfit and pointy hat. Standing by her side was a humanoid beast floating in the air, glowing almost like a spirit. None of the others had beasts with them, as they had all remained on the ship. When Oscar arrived, he did so wearing his usual military uniform. However, this time he came knowing the stakes. On his back was a box that was as large as himself. The moment he stepped foot on the planet, the others knew what was in that box: a demon tier beast weapon. One of the 2 known demon tier beast weapons known in existence. Standing by his side, he had brought 2 head generals with him, while the others remained looking after Earth. First, a female head general by the name of Zira stood by his side. She had silver-plated beast armor and fiery red hair. Except for her visible modern military uniform, she resembled a medieval knight. Then the next head general was someone many didn't recognize, as they hadn't seen him in any meetings before. This was because it was someone who had recently gotten a promotion, joining their ranks. He was a muscular, stocky man, but the thing that stood out was one of his arms was robotic. The man was previously a general at the 2nd base, but was now known as Head General Duke of the 2nd Military Base. "It is good that everyone has kept their promises. Now all we need to do is wait for the others," Oscar said. "We are already here," a female voice was heard. Walking towards them in the distance was a woman with a white overcoat, and on the back it had the number 5 proudly written. It was Lucy from Pure. Behind her, 30 people had also arrived, and included in that group of people were both Layla and Sia. The 3 leaders were standing next to each other, while their people stayed back. They wanted to prove that they were no longer fighting amongst each other, and they also wanted to know the opinions of others. "I recognize those guys with them," Mona said, looking at the 3 standing by her side. "They were part of the faction alliance that got destroyed by Pure. Quite powerful people. Maybe Daisy won't be the winner in this after all." "It seems Pure also have chosen not to send their leader. Are they that confident?" Oscar said. "I was sure that after finding out the event would take place on the demon tier planet, they would bring their full force. The other question is, were they here before us? I saw no other ships in the area, and it appears as if they have just walked over," Oscar mentioned. The pure group stayed quite a distance away, and Lucy walked ahead. With her, she brought over the two groups that would be participating. "These three will make up Group B of Pure," Lucy said, pointing at the previous alliance. "Myself and these two will be Group A." From Group A, one of the participants was none other than Layla herself. Now they just needed to wait for the others to arrive. The next ship landing was the Daisy group. They also introduced themselves, and the main group consisted of Helen, Ivy, and Peach. Group B was less known, and it seemed like they were putting all their eggs in one basket, making Group A the strongest group. "Now just one more," Oscar said. That's when they saw a similar ship arrive at the scene. Everyone had brought their flagship spaceship to show off their powers, and after much discussion, Sam had convinced the others that it was something they needed to do as well. Upon seeing the large ship, that's when the looks on many faces of the people changed. A few changes had been made to the cursed ship. It had gone from boring metallic colors to black, with a few different sections colored in red. At the front of the ship, the words "Cursed" could be seen. A slash was made through the words, and at the start and end of the word, two fangs could be seen sticking out from the bottom. However, what had shocked them more than anything was the spaceship itself. "So that's what happened to the missing Bertha," Oscar thought. "But how did it end up in their hands? Just who was in charge of the cursed ship?" The others also recognized that the ship design was the same as the military's one, and now they were questioning just what type of connections they had. "We never saw this when we were on the Crow's planet," Helen said. "Did we underestimate their strength? I thought the only group we had to worry about would be Pure." "Quinn," Layla thought, seeing the ship. "A grand entrance, I see," Owen chuckled to himself. The ship landed, and coming out from it were Bonnie and Void, who began filming as soon as they had entered the large ship. They had not seen anything like it, and now seeing the military have one similar, they were equally as confused. The answers would soon come, as the members participated in the cursed duel, started to descend from the ship, and there was someone who Oscar and Duke recognized well. "Paul, I thought you were dead?" Oscar said. It seemed like the cursed faction was full of surprises, bringing both Paul as well as the redesigned Bertha. They knew what they were in for. They knew who would be there and how it would further complicate matters. Originally, they had already decided to use Paul on one of the teams due to his poison ability. It was strong and could act as a support-type ability. However, when they found out who was going to be there, they were trying to figure out whether or not it would be the best to swap Paul out for someone like Peter. But Paul has now become a crucial part of the cursed faction, and surprisingly, he was keen on fighting even when knowing who would be there. Peter was strong, but they already had strong physical damage healers. In the future, this would be something that needed to be answered anyway, and if any questions were raised about his lost and new ability, he no longer answered to the military. They no longer needed to answer to anyone. There was no longer the fear that some stronger power would take them away and ask them questions. The reason being, after today, the cursed faction would become one of the strongest powers the human race had. That's when Quinn realized how far they had truly come from the beginning. Still, the vampires were something he needed to worry about, so he or the others wouldn't be using their vampire powers anytime soon. The reaction from the Supreme Commander is a strange one, Bonnie thought. Do these guys know each other? That's when she noticed. Oscar wasn't looking at Quinn, but instead was looking at Paul when directing the question. Before saying anything, Paul looked to Quinn for confirmation. He stood there not reacting at all, letting him do as he wished. Giving a bow, Paul replied, "It's good to see that you are healthy and looking well." Oscar was trying to wrap his head around what could have possibly happened for Paul to be put in this situation. He was quickly analyzing everything he had just seen, and had noticed the small glance he made towards Quinn. "Isn't that boy the one with the shadow ability?" Oscar thought. Suddenly, the links in his head were starting to connect. The last time Oscar had seen Paul was when the two of them had led an investigation into the location of where the shadow ability book was discovered. At the time, a crisis had happened, which caused Oscar to step away, leaving Paul with the task. That crisis was the Civil War. When he tried to contact Paul and the others, there was no reply. Seeing Quinn, he knew he was the one with the shadow ability, and now, after Paul disappeared, he had returned working under this kid. The whole thing couldn't have been a coincidence. "Who are you really, kid?" Oscar thought. Clenching his fist, he had one more thing he wanted to ask. "Just tell me, Are the others alive, or are you the only one that survived?" This time, rather than turning to Quinn for confirmation, there was someone else he needed to turn to. That was Kaz, and she was shaking her head, denying him to reveal anything. With no answer, Oscar had assumed the worst. The others around were still slightly puzzled by the relationship Oscar had with one of the members of the cursed faction. That was until a few comments started to appear on the live stream. "Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the head general Paul?" a person commented. "You're right. I used to be in the 2nd military base. I only saw him a couple of times, but I'm sure of it. I was a student. He's definitely the same person. Why is he working with the cursed faction? Didn't you guys know the leader of the cursed faction is also a student at the 2nd military base? How could a head general now be under a student? What the hell happened?" "I think you mean ex-head general," another person replied. Seeing these comments, Bonnie was already reporting as they came in. "It looks like some people have recognized one of the members of the cursed faction as the ex-head general of the 2nd base." Of course, the others could hear Bonnie's words quite clearly. "A head general that's gone over to the other side," Lucy thought, looking at the large ship. "Well, that explains that." Another person that was taken back by Paul's reveal was none other than the current head general, Duke. Paul used to be his boss, his superior. He would answer to Paul, and there was always the slight fear when working for him. "If Paul is participating in this duel, then there's a good chance the cursed faction will win this fight," Duke thought. There was a reason why Paul was elected as the head general, because of his great power, particularly when using his soul weapon. However, Duke knew that having a head general on one side wasn't enough to become a big power. Otherwise, the military would have been able to be a lot more commanding with just their 8 head generals. In the other factions here today, there should be people who were just as strong as a head general, and maybe slightly stronger. "Oh, will you look at that?" Bonnie said excitedly. "We have just been given an update on the current betting situation, and it looks like those now betting on the cursed faction have better odds. Currently, the Daisy faction still has the biggest lead, having the most amount of credits put by their name." "Of course we do," Helen interrupted, hearing Bonnie speak. "We are so confident that we will be winning this, that we have put all of our faction's funds betting on ourselves." Daisy had been an ongoing faction for years, just as long as the other big factions, so hearing this was shocking news. They were unlike the cursed faction who had recently started. Even if they put all of their funds betting on themselves, it would hardly raise the amount of credits that were put towards Daisy. Seeing the screen, Bonnie gulped at the amount of credits she could see now being spent. The one line from Helen caused even more to bet on their team winning. In truth, Owen wanted to bet on the cursed faction, but he knew that news would get out if he did. Before today, others thought it was strange that Owen had praised the cursed faction so much. There were also questions as to why they didn't try and take over the cursed faction when they were smaller. He had to be careful because every action was now being watched, and he didn't want to harm himself or Quinn at the moment. "You can all ask questions you want later on," Lucy said, pulling out her thin rapier and stabbing it into the ground. "Yes, yes," Oscar said. "Would the cursed faction please present the people who will be taking part in this duel?" Quinn then reached the teams. For Team A, it would be himself, Nate, and Fex. For Team B, Syl, Dennis, and Paul. Once the team members were revealed, another interruption had taken place, and this time it was from Owen. "I'm sorry for interrupting, but I don't think you should use him," Owen said. No, let me rephrase that. It wouldn't be fair to the others if you used him. This competition would be over before it started." They all wondered who Owen could be talking about. Was it the young cursed leader who had displayed great powers at the Pure Planet? Or possibly the head general that had turned sides? It turned out he was talking about neither of these two people. Inside, the person Owen was talking about was Syl. "I think Mona will agree with me on this one. If he is to participate in this fight, I wouldn't be able to count this as a fair duel, because this boy is a blade." Attention was moving from person to person on the cursed faction team. So far, Owen had been really supportive of everything the cursed faction had been doing, but the words he used were certainly strange, and when Bonnie pointed the camera towards Syl, they expected the audience to answer who this person was this time as well. However, there were no such comments. It seemed to them like to him he was just an everyday student, and they had no clue why Owen didn't want him to fight. While Layla was looking at him, she noticed that Vorden was acting a little odd. His head was faced downward toward his chest, with his back slightly humped, and with his fingers, he was constantly twiddling them as if he was nervous. His eyes, did something happen to Vorden? Why do I feel like he's a completely different person? She was unaware of the things everyone else had been going through during her time, and she could never imagine the truth. Although she was curious, her mind was preoccupied with other things, and she couldn't lose focus. In Sia's vision, Quinn had killed her mother, and it looked like this would be the event where it was to happen. Layla wasn't originally planning to take part in the duel, but after learning about the possibilities of her mother's death, she knew that they needed to change the future that Sia had predicted, and the only way she could get involved was by becoming one of the participants in the duel. 3 of the members had already been selected, those that were brought along by Lucy, the previous leader of the faction alliance. As for the other 2, trials were to take place in the shelter. They decided to hold a little fighting contest to just see who would be chosen to fight alongside Lucy. Trying her hardest, having improved her abilities, and facing countless life-and-death situations, Layla had managed to come out as one of the winning contenders, alongside a boy she disliked greatly named Roni. Of course, Pure had stronger agents than these 2, but on the planet they were located, these were the best, and Mr. Zero had made it clear. Lucy was confident in her abilities either way, and decided to deal with this herself, and not call upon help from the others. "Why can't he take part in the fight? Why would it be unfair?" Sam objected. "If what Owen is saying is true, then I have to agree with him," Mona added. Syl didn't know how to act as this was happening. He was happy to do as Quinn asked, and now he felt like he was causing more trouble for him. He looked towards Quinn, and his eyes were watering up. Seeing how uneasy Syl looked, Quinn stopped forward. "Syl is part of the Cursed faction, and the Cursed faction only," said Quinn. "Even if he is part of the Cursed faction, you have to know what weight his family name brings," Owen replied. "Can you truly say his family sees it the same way? If he was to get hurt, or maybe something was to happen, their grudge might not be pointed at you, but at all of us. Besides, do you not think it would be best if you were to demonstrate the Cursed faction's power and not the borrowed powers of others?" They had a point. Quinn remembered how much the Blade family had done just to keep Syl on the island. They never had the intention of harming him. They just didn't want him to leave. It was quite possible that for whatever reason, they saw Syl as someone important to their family. Although Quinn didn't think Syl would get hurt with how strong he was, there was always the chance, and in a way it did feel a little like cheating, especially with who was around them. With Syl's ability, the stronger his opponents were and the stronger the people around them were, the stronger he would be as well. And here there were some of the strongest humans in existence that had been gathered. "These blasted families, it seems like they always have secrets they have been keeping even from us," Oscar thought. "A boy that possibly is too strong or has relations that not even these guys want to touch?" Bonnie thought. "What is going on here? Are the rumors true? Were the Big Four being controlled by a force even bigger than they that no one was aware of?" Throughout time, people always wondered why some people just had abilities and others didn't, where they had come from, and how people had learned them in the first place. And there were rumors that the people who gifted these abilities were secretly controlling all the powerhouses. However, none of it was able to be proven true. But there was one thing that Bonnie had found suspicious during her time as a reporter for a big news channel before she had become independent. At times there were incidents she had reported, and the articles themselves came out slightly different from what she had mentioned. When talking to her previous bosses about it, she was told to let it go if she wanted to live. Could this boy be part of that certain group? While thinking of this, Bonnie had a saddened look on her face. The reason was that she wished she had found Quinn sooner. Then she could have reported on his entire journey, because she was sure that Quinn was full of secrets. After agreeing to the terms, the next thing that needed to be done was to select a certain replacement for Syl. While they were discussing this, a jeep could be seen approaching the scene. "Don't worry, they belong to me," Mona said. When the jeep arrived, 3 men exited the jeep and looked like a middle-school green-haired boy. "Logan!" Layla wanted to shout out, but she had to pretend that she had no idea who he was. Finally, the original gang was reunited once again. "Did you complete the task?" Mona asked. "I set up sensors around the place, so we know where the demon tier is located. We will also know if it's on the move or starts to head our way, don't worry. I won't let anyone disturb this fight," Logan replied. Mona thought Logan had been quite loyal these days. He didn't even ask for compensation when doing this task, or anything in return. She thought maybe he liked being under the protection of a strong family. What she didn't realize was that Logan was doing all of this for Quinn and his group. This was important for Quinn. He needed to become one of the big powerhouses, and Logan wasn't going to stop him from doing so. Finally, Quinn had returned, and the person who had been selected as Syl's replacement was Peter. He was a strong fighter who was unlikely to get hurt, and his restorative abilities could be explained to most people. There was one person who was shocked to see Peter. That brat, Duke thought. He knew Peter well, and both of them had caused great trouble for each other in the past. When Peter saw Duke looking at him, he gave a little wink, and soon after, raised his middle finger. "Do you know that young boy?" Oscar asked. "Only a little, a past student at the school," Duke replied. Back at the second military base, Duke had tried to get Peter to do his bidding. When Peter was unable to complete his tasks and was no longer of any use, he planned to get rid of him using Jack Truedream, but Pure was meant to take him away. Yet for some reason, the person had returned disguised as another student, and then Peter was forced to participate in the interbase tournament as a fighter. Once again, though, Peter had been taken away. What's going on? Are Pure and the cursed faction actually working together? But I have no proof, and they can easily just deny it. Wait, how do we even know Pure was really behind those kidnappings in the first place? His eyes started to turn toward the cursed leader and Syl. Didn't we bring those two boys in for questioning multiple times? It was simple. Duke couldn't figure out anything that was happening or had happened, because he didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle. But seeing the three boys here together, and the fact that the cursed faction had attacked one of the Pure planets, he could only guess that these three had managed to fool him somehow. You three have just made it to the top of my hit list, just under that dreaded stupid night demon. Now with all the teams sorted, the area was cleared, and an open large circle space in front of them was made. Let's give this a go, Oscar said, placing his hands on the ground. He was unsure if he could move the strange crystal-like substance, but soon vibrations were felt, and shooting out from the ground, a circle platform was made. Oscar then went and made several smaller platforms for each of the factions and the military to watch from, split apart from each other so there could be no conflict. Then, contacting the smaller cylinder platforms was a bridge that led out towards the center. The first group that will battle is Group A from Pure against Group B from Daisy, Oscar announced. The three from the Pure platform walked out onto the arena, and the same could be said for Daisy's group. It doesn't matter if you lose this one, girls, Helen said. Just try to get them to show everything they have hiding up their sleeve. Helen never expected her team to win this one. She was relying on her Group A to beat the others, but Pure was surely their biggest threat, which was why she wanted to see what they had. All right, Void, make sure you get everything. I don't want you to miss anything. Lucy stood out front, and she hadn't drawn her weapon. She looked uninterested. You two, don't do anything, Lucy said. Both Lucy and Roni didn't draw out their weapons, and stood there like statues. Match begin! The three girls from Daisy came charging in, running towards them, but after a few steps they started to slow down, and suddenly tumbled, falling to the ground. No one had seen anyone from Pure move, yet for some reason, those in Daisy were lying on the floor. This match is over, Lucy said. The winner of the duel hadn't been decided yet, and the others only came to realize this when they heard Lucy say the words, "This duel is over." Everything happened so fast, so sudden, and too quick. What just happened? Bonnie said. The two of them didn't even start fighting. The Daisy group haven't used any of their abilities yet. Do you think that they used an ability? Void asked. No, the person in front. I'm sure there's a big shot in the Pure group. They shouldn't have any abilities. If their leaders did, it would go against their whole philosophy. But if it wasn't an ability, then what was it? Void opened up another holographic display. It was still live streaming the events in the arena, and at the same time he was going through the footage that he had just caught. A split screen was made so the audience could see what he was doing, and he started to watch the moment those on Daisy fell to the floor. From the clip alone, it seemed like there was nothing fishy, as if they had just fallen. No attack, and no movements from any of the members of Pure, but in a single frame, the screen had distorted for a second, becoming a blur. Was it in that moment, or was it something that the Pure member had done that caused the recording to distort? What could interfere with the recording like that? Void thought. No matter how many times he went through the clip, it would distort at that exact moment. It was clear they weren't going to get any answer from the video clip. Do you have any idea of what she just did? Owen asked. No, Bree replied. I didn't see anything. I can only guess it was an ability. It's not an ability, Oscar interrupted. I guess you two haven't had many run-ins with Pure to be saying that. Their tougher members have learned how to harness this unknown power we are unaware of. We still don't know the full extent of what it can do, but we're sure it's not an ability. What Owen had made note of was the fact that the military was somehow sure that it wasn't an ability. He was sure that they must have captured some Pure members to find out this information. Just what things do you do behind the curtain? The dark side of the military wasn't very publicized. At that moment, Lucy had done something strange after being declared the winner. She started to walk to the edge of the platform and stared straight at Void, looking into the camera. She's not going to use that strange ability on me, is she? He gulped, but held the camera steady. Everyone watching, listen well. I am one of the founders of Pure, and what you just saw me do is something called Ki. Hearing this had confirmed Quinn's thoughts, but he had never seen Ki used this way before. Somehow she was able to knock out the others. Also, what was Pure's aim in revealing this information to the public? Ki is something we have started to teach members at Pure. It is something every single human can learn, regardless of where they have come from. How strong your Ki depends on you. It isn't dependent on some group holding the secrets to ability, or if someone doesn't have enough credits. We have chosen to roll this out to our members slowly. Of course, when one has powers others don't have, there are always those that abuse it. While we slowly introduce it to everyone at Pure, we will punish any one of those that feel the need to abuse this, just like how the military and the powers you see before you abuse their powers. After Lucy was finished with what she had to say, she decided to head back to where the other Pure members remained. A promotion for Pure, and right after an impressive display of their powers, Sam said. It's clever. They will feed off the frustrations of those in the war that felt like they had a weak ability, seeing this as a way to improve themselves, and everyone else who decides to not share their powers will be seen as villains. Quinn was wondering if teaching everyone Ki was really a bad thing or not, especially during times like these, when people need to protect themselves. In a way, what Pure wished to do and what the Greylash family were planning to do were no different. Just replace Ki with the lightning ability, and it was the same. However, there was one thing Quinn didn't like about both Owen's and Pure's idea. With True Dream gone or missing, those that had an ability couldn't learn a new one or remove one. So what of those with abilities? What would Pure and Owen do with these people? He was afraid that the answer would be a purge, a reset to make things better. So that's one of the things Ki can do. It looks like Abdul wasn't lying when he said that there were 3 different stages of Ki. If I was to learn that, then it would be one more thing I could learn that would help me grow stronger. We will now be moving on to the next battle, which will be Daisy Team A against the Cursed Faction Team B, Oscar announced. There had been a little change in the teams since Syl was no longer allowed to participate. Team A now consisted of Quinn, Nate, and Paul, while Team B had Fex, Dennis, and Peter. It was discussed that Fex was more suited to take the leader role in the other team due to his quick thinking and unique ability. Before Fex walked across the bridge, Nate walked up to the 3. "Wait!" he called out, and placed his hand on Fex's shoulder. "Try not to hit their pretty faces." "What about me, you squarehead?" Fex shouted back. "I thought you were going to say some words of encouragement, but I find you are rooting for the other side?" As for Dennis, he too had been stopped, but it was by Linda, who had been a lot quieter ever since her brother's death. "Dennis, if it's dangerous, give up. This fight isn't worth risking your life for," she said. Dennis gave a nod and understood that he was the closest person to Linda after Blip. If he passed away, he didn't know how it would affect her. Finally, Sam had his words of encouragement to say as well. "Remember, these guys are strong. Each one of them will at least be as strong as a head general, or even more. They're AAA rank adventures, so I'm sure you know what that means. You have fought against the Emperor Tier Beast, right? Well, think of your opponents as a legendary Tier Beast, and that's the wall you have to climb." The 3 of them walked off, and Helen, with the 2 by her side, had entered the arena as well. "So these are the dumb bimbos that chose to bet on themselves winning the whole thing," Peter said out loud so they could hear. "They lost the first match, and they're going to lose the second one as well. You might as well give us the money now." The vein on Ivy's head could be seen bulging, looking like it was about to pop. "Don't get angry. It's properly part of his plan," Helen said. It seems like they are so weak that they have to resort to mental attacks like this one. There's a reason why we are so confident, and why we were close to becoming one of the big 4 great families." "Close though, right?" Dennis said. "Which means you never did, and I agree with Peter. I think today you will only be close." While the two groups were fight-talking to each other, Fex wasn't taking part in it. Instead, he was concentrating on something else. He had his eyes closed and was focusing on his soul. Usually, when he did this, he would see a hard red crystal, but day by day he had been chipping away, and now it shone brightly like a flame. "This is my trump card." The best outcome for the cursed faction would be for them to win every single one of their duels. Of course, being realistic, this outcome was unlikely. A faction like Daisy's had existed for many years, and now they were fighting those who were almost at the top of the food chain. Another negative point was Fex, who was unable to use his blood abilities, but was still able to use his blood string, which was a bonus. "Inspect." Seeing this, Quinn took a step back. "Well, this should be the case for a faction going on this long. I guess now we are going to start seeing things like this more often." Using his inspection skill, Quinn wanted to gauge their strength. He couldn't see their ability, but he could see the equipment they were wearing. The two girls by their leader's side were covered in legendary equipment, while Helen herself had a piece of demigod equipment on. At this point, seeing top-level equipment like this would start to become more common. Their advantage in speed, strength, and so on would be less apparent until Quinn had gathered his high-level gear for his faction. The problem was that beasts at the legendary and demigod tier were rare. It was hard to find such beasts. Because of this, despite Quinn's faction's strength, they were playing catch-up in terms of gear for beasts and equipment. "The match can now begin!" Oscar shouted. Unlike before, Daisy wasn't going to take any chances, and they activated their abilities straight away. Each of the girls started to form what could be described as seeds in their hands. All 3 girls moved slightly towards the center and threw some seeds on the ground. Ivy and Peach threw their 4 in a semicircular behind them, while Helen was able to throw out 4 seeds on her own in front of her. Everyone waited in anticipation for something to happen, but there was no reaction from the seeds at all. "It would be best for them to proceed cautiously while they have no clue what their abilities are," Sam said. "I tried to see if there were any videos online, but similar to you, Quinn, Daisy had managed to take over their planets without needing to use their abilities." "What are you two doing? We are not going to win the fight by just standing here," Peter said as he charged in. Sam was shaking his head, as it looked like Peter was doing the opposite of what he had just recommended. "What impressive speed," Helen thought, "but it won't be enough." The second Peter had approached the 3 girls surrounding seeds. They began to grow and eventually became a human-sized plant. It had a closed bulb for a head and a stem with leaves. Still, it was moving as if it was alive, and all of the plants twisted towards Peter. Seconds later, the bulbs opened up, and large thorns were shot out like bullets. With his great speed, Peter was able to dodge the first few. However, there were too many coming out from all the plants. The thorns that were the same size as a large stick had pierced right through Peter's leg. "Got him!" Ivy said, as she licked her lips. Blood was trickling down his leg. "Once you get hit once, the other thorns start hitting you more and more." "Screw this!" Peter shouted, running straight ahead. It was clear the attacks were too fast for him to dodge, and if he was going to get hit anyway, then he might as well get his hit in. Running forward, he raised both his arms, covering his head, making sure it was the one place that didn't get hit. Now multiple thorns were hitting him in the leg, thigh, and shoulders. He looked partly like a hedgehog, but he continued to run forward. "Have you noticed?" Mona said, watching. "Yeah, this one doesn't feel pain," Owen replied. It was the only explanation, as Peter hadn't slowed down one bit and ran past the plants. The plants had turned and were firing some into his back, but he continued to ignore them. "I never thought one of you would reach us, but it doesn't matter," Helen said, pulling out her whip. She then flicked her wrist, and the tail end of the whip lashed out, grabbing onto one of Peter's forearms. He tried to pull away, but at that moment, the weapon's active skill was activated, creating multiple thorns all across the whip, digging into Peter's flesh like barbed wire. "This is why we needed to wait," Fex said. "Now we have to help him." Dennis had transformed into his golden eagle form and was trying to see if he could dive down and pull Peter out of there somehow, but the plants were now shooting at him. His wings were used to deflect the thorns and were strong enough to block them. but his body wasn't, and it was making it difficult for him to move well. Fex on the ground was dealing with a similar problem. The thorns from the plants were too strong to be blocked by his strings, even with the blood coat. They were just going through them, and he was using all of his energy to avoid the attacks. Helen had originally planned for the plants to finish Peter off while holding him in place. With the other two now taking the attacks from the plants, it was no longer possible. "I'm now going to have to get my own hands dirty," Helen said as she yanked Peter forward. The whip seemed to be alive, as it had its strength added to her, pulling him in, and before he knew it, a fist was planted in his face. The great momentum from pulling him forward and her punching him made the attack extremely effective. When Peter was hit back, his head flung back and landed on the edge of the large platform, lying still on the floor. "That's one down, just two more," Helen said. Irritated by the thorns shoving him in the face, Fex eventually succeeded in grabbing one with his strings and hurling it back at one of the plants. It pierced the plant's head, and soon after, it shriveled up, turning brown and dying. "This will work," Fex said with excitement. However, Helen threw another seed down, and another plant had just risen in its place. "Okay, bad news. It looks like they can just make more plants. Good news, there seems to be a limit to the number of plants they can have out at one time. Otherwise, they would have just planted more." Seeing what had just happened, though, the girls decided to change tactics. "Aim all attacks against the boy over there," Helen ordered. And now, all the thorns were being shot Fex's way. "Damn it! If I could only use the blood wall right now!" "Ah!" A battle cry was heard from the girls' right side. They had expected it to maybe be the Eagle Man, but instead, it was a person who they thought they had already dealt with. "Why did you have to scream?" Fex said. The thorns had been removed from Peter's body and thrown to the ground, while Peter himself had no visible wounds. Apart from the holes in his uniform and cracks in his armor, he was completely healed. "Unfortunately, if I get hit by those things, I won't be able to heal as well," Fex throat. Then an idea struck him. The whip was brought out and was ready to be used on Peter again, but before he could get close, Peter felt something else pulling him away. He was then thrown up in the air, and once he knew where it was coming from, he stopped resisting. His body landed in front of Fex. At the right moment, the thorns were being hit away with such speed and skill. He hit them so they wouldn't pierce his body. "When did Peter learn martial arts?" Nate asked. "He didn't," Quinn replied. Peter had stats that were comparable to Quinn's. They were a little worse due to not having the same equipment as Quinn, but he was still impressive. However, one of the worst things about Peter was that he didn't really know how to fight. Edward had only taught him how to protect his head and no more. If Peter ever learned to fight, he would easily improve. "I'm just going to have to borrow your body, Peter," Fex said. Although Peter's body is strong, it won't be enough to block the attacks and hit the girls. Dennis isn't the best fighter either, and I can only control and use one person as a puppet at a time. I guess I'm going to have to use that. "Dennis, come down here!" Fex shouted. Dennis landed, and the three of them stepped back away from the range of the plants. "I don't like you controlling me like this, but if it makes it so I can hit those annoying girls, then it's fine," Peter said. "Don't worry, we're going to win this." Closing his eyes, Fex looked inside himself and saw the red flame. As he reached out to it, he felt a warm sensation all over his body. The light started to form in his hand, and an item could now be seen. It grew, and the others could now see it fully formed on the outside. "Is that his soul weapon?" Sam asked. "How can that be?" Quinn thought. "I thought vampires didn't have soul weapons, and Fex was a vampire from the very beginning. Not only that, but this feels different." When Kaz saw the item in Fex's hands, her eyes widened as well, because she knew it wasn't a soul weapon, but a blood weapon. Fex held his blood weapon in his hand, black in color, shaped like a big needle. The weapon had only a pointed end and had no handle, hilt, or guard. Even though it was black, up close, it appeared to be glass because of how transparent it was. "It's light," Fex said, giving it a few swings. Lucy chuckled at this. "He is no master swordsman, that's for sure." From the few swings, she could tell he was inexperienced when it came to using a blade. Layla knew this as well. If this really was his soul weapon, then it was a shame that it had to be a weapon type, she thought. But as soon as Kaz saw the weapon, she realized it wasn't a soul weapon. It was a blood weapon. However, this was different, and it put her knowledge of blood weapons to the test. Blood weapons were created using crystals that were left behind once a vampire was killed. The crystal's strength varied depending on the vampire that had been killed. But once the crystal was used to form a weapon or armor, it was permanently in a solid form. There was no enhancement-type blood weapon like the soul weapon. It was more like beast weapons. A user wasn't able to bring it out and place it away as they wished. But Kaz had just seen Fex do that very thing. He didn't have the weapon before, and it had come from within. She could tell straight away from the energy coming off it that it was a blood weapon. When she saw Quinn use his soul weapon, she could tell it was different from a blood weapon. That was a soul weapon, something only humans had. She thought because he was a human before, it looked like he was able to have a soul weapon. She didn't know much about humans turned vampires. And there hadn't really been any since the discovery of soul weapons, since they were linked to abilities. In the past, vampires attempted to see if they had a soul weapon, but could only see the blood crystals inside them. How did this boy manage to do it? Kaz thought. If I go back and let the vampires know about this, it will be a huge change. The vampire's strength will increase greatly. I just need to find out how he was able to do it. Since using blood crystals had become a taboo and was against the vampire's code, blood weapons were very rare amongst vampires and were either passed down through families, or only those that were old enough had one. "Dennis, do you trust me?" Fex asked. "We haven't been together long, but I trust you guys as much as I would my own family. We have been through life and death fights together. Split the same blood, drunk from the same cup." "That's okay, Dennis. I just wanted a yes or no answer, but it was a good answer," Fex said, tightening his grip around the large needle. It was then thrust forward towards Dennis's back. "Then trust me on this one." "No!" Linda shouted, as she saw what looked like Fex trying to hurt one of his own. The needle stuck in about 2 inches deep, and through the transparent black sword marshaled down the middle, a red glow started to fill up. There was another major difference between soul weapons, beast weapons, and blood weapons. For blood weapons to use their true power, they need human blood. "What are you doing?" Dennis asked, but soon he felt a strange surge of energy pumping through his body, a newfound strength he had never felt before. He realized that he wasn't feeling pain, but instead pleasure. Right at the end of the needle itself, right at the end where Fex's hand had been covering the whole time, there was a small hole. Here was where he would use his string ability. "Try not to fight it, Dennis, and I promise this will be the best chance we have at winning," Fex said. With his blood weapon, it allowed him to control 2 people. The needle was somehow linked to his thoughts, and only a single connection needed to be made. While with his other hand, he was able to control Peter. Not only that, but the needle would strengthen whoever it was placed on, and this included vampires as well. That was until the blood ran out. When acquiring his blood weapon, Fex thought of a number of ways to use the needle. He could try to impale his enemies and absorb their blood. When filled up, he could stick the needle into himself or an ally. At that point, he had another thought. What if the needle had been permanently inserted into a person? This would ensure a steady flow of blood and give Dennis an advantage over everyone else. Now controlling the 2 of them, Fex made it so Dennis was in front, running forward. He used his large wings to block any of the incoming thorns, and just behind them was Peter. Dennis used to experience a little discomfort when the thorns would pierce him, and even though his wings were powerful enough to repel the blows, there would still be some damage. However, not now, not as he was receiving the needle's re-energizing effects. When they eventually got close enough, Peter jumped up in the air from behind and landed in front of the 3 girls. A strong kick was made towards Helen, but Peach had jumped in the way with her large, round body. However, they never expected the kick to be so powerful, as it threw her into Helen, and they both went flying away. Thinking fast, Helen threw out her whip, quickly wrapping it around Peter's arm. They started to slow down, and she started to retract the whip, pulling herself towards him. "Why aren't the plants doing anything?" Ivy thought. Looking around, all the plants had already been destroyed by Dennis. He was faster than before, and his claws were now more dangerous than ever. His next move surprised them all, as he chopped down using his claw, slicing off Peter's hand. With nothing to pull against, the 2 girls fell to the floor. "How could he hurt his teammate like that?" the members of Pure mumbled to each other, but in front of their very eyes. Peter was starting to heal. It was beginning to grow back. "We're fighting a bunch of freaks," Peach said in anger. Those watching from the cursed faction started to cheer their teammates on. A lot of them had seen Syl and Quinn's power, but the others hadn't gotten to shine so much lately. This was only giving them more confidence that they were in the right faction, trying to get rid of the most troublesome one and being the closest. Ivy threw out a punch of her own, which just matched Dennis's. The two hit, and neither one was pushed back. "How? I'm using legendary beast gear. I should be overpowering you." Dennis didn't understand it either, but could only guess it was Fex's doing. "Stop!" Linda shouted. "You're killing him!" The others by Linda's side looked in confusion. Was Linda talking about Dennis? But he had yet to be hit or suffer a serious injury? When they looked at him closer, they noticed that he was starting to go pale, almost looking like a ghost. "I don't think Dennis can take much more. I'm going to have to remove the needle. I can still use Peter, and it's just going to have to be enough," Fex thought. Not wanting to hurt Dennis or push him any more, the needle was removed and returned, but there were still other ways he could use it. Looping his string through the hole, he was able to freely swing it about all over the place. If he could stick the needle in one of the girls, then he could empower himself or Peter. "Do you think they've done enough to win this one?" Sam asked. "No," Quinn replied. "You can see it. Daisy hasn't given up yet." Now, Peter charged towards Ivy, ready to help Dennis out. Now he no longer had the needle in him. He couldn't go toe-to-toe with the others. "I can't believe I'm going to have to resort to this for a small fry like you," Helen shouted. Suddenly, Peter's feet were frozen to the ground. "Did something hit me?" His great strength allowed him to break through and carry on running, but his feet continued to be hit and were freezing as he went forward. "Maybe you can heal from physical wounds, but let's see you heal from this," Helen said. Right where Peter was standing, 6 plants rose from the ground, looking different from before. The others were green with a brightly colored bulb, while these were red. When looking around the arena, 4 more plants were colored blue by her side. What Peter was getting hit by were thorns created by these specialized plants. "They held back," Sam said. "The limit was never 6 in the first place. It was all done just to trick us, to get them to feel comfortable." With the ice thorns constantly hitting Peter, he could only break free and move across slowly. Fex was busy dealing with Peach, who had come towards him, and Ivy with Dennis, leaving Helen and Peter together. When the plant opened up its head, he could see the thorns seemed to have a flame attribute around them. "If the fire is strong enough, he will die," Kaz said. Seeing this, Peter started to laugh. "It looks like my time has come to an end. It's a shame I won't get to see what Quinn does to you for killing me like this," he said, smiling. A total of 10 plants had been summoned. Whether this was the limit of the girls from Daisy's or they were still holding back was unknown. However, compared to the start of the fight, there were now 2 different plants that had been created. The regular plants were just able to consistently shoot out large thorns that were strong and could penetrate decent tier armor, while the new types were elemental plants. They were able to shoot out ice and fire and were just as strong as the regular thorns. These were the girls' soul weapons, an enhancement type that was able to change the attributes of their plants. The 3 girls were sisters, and they all held the same ability, while their soul weapons each contained a different elemental attribute. They fought mainly as a trio all the time, and had never lost a fight doing so. This was where they had gotten their confidence from, when finding out the duel would be a team of 3-on-3 matches. Due to their abilities, they could never see themselves losing, and it looked like they were just about to win another match as well. The head of the plants that surrounded Peter all opened wide. Even if he covered his head, if the fire was strong enough, it would burn his body and everything inside, including the brain. It would be the end for him. "No!" Fex shouted. He swung his needle and managed to scratch Peach slightly on the belly with it. The needle had filled up a little, and then he proceeded to stab himself in the shoulder, giving himself a boost. "If I have to, I will use my vampire powers to save you," Fex thought. "It was my fault that Blip died, and I can't just let someone else die in front of me again." The mouths of the plants had already opened, and out from them the fire thorns were released. "I'm sorry for being such a disappointment, Mother and Father," Peter said as he closed his eyes. "You're not a disappointment," a voice was heard, "and if you're sorry, you should tell them in person." A wall of shadow wrapped around both Peter and Quinn. The attacks had hit it, but they remained there floating in the air, the flames flickering slowly, inching their way deeper into the shadow. When the shadow lowered, the thorns moved again, colliding with each other, causing a small explosion of flames. That's when they saw Quinn had entered the arena off to the side. He didn't have a mark on him, and Peter was behind him, by his side. "Did you see him enter the arena?" Mona asked. "No, but I might have been too focused on the fight," Owen replied. "Or if he had moved too fast. That shadow ability is certainly a handy one. I wish I could figure out how it worked," Oscar said. "What are you doing?" Helen shouted. "You can't just enter the arena whenever you want. This is an official duel." "The match is over. Team B forfeits due to my interruption in the fight," Quinn said. "I only blocked an attack that was going to kill one of my own." Folding her arms, it was clear that Helen was frustrated. "This is how duels are. If a person isn't strong enough on the battlefield and was meant to die, then they were meant to die." Quinn looked at the three girls. He hadn't activated any skills, and didn't even have his beast gear on at the moment. His eyes had changed, and were a piercing red. As he stared at them, the girls all felt a shiver run down their spine. "What is this? Is it an ability?" Helen thought. "My body is telling me to run away." "I never planned on killing any of you, but if you had killed him, the three of you wouldn't even be speaking to me right now," Quinn said. "If that is your wish, Master, then I can deal with them now." Mist started emerging from Quinn's back, and the others thought he was getting ready for an attack. "No, not now," Quinn said, and the mist started to enter the mark on his back, disappearing away. The participants of the duel returned to their areas and were busy getting healed. If they didn't have a strong healer, then the military was happy to lend out theirs, but there weren't actually any major injuries on either side. The others talked about what to do about Quinn's interruption, but in the end, they thought it was fine because he hadn't attacked or hurt the other team. He had only defended the attack. Peter had also returned to the ship to deal with his special diet, giving him full energy for the next fight. "Even after fighting those guys in the VR game, I haven't improved at all," Peter thought. It took years for people to learn hand-to-hand combat. Maybe some geniuses could learn it quicker, but Peter wasn't a genius and was slow at learning. He has always been slow at everything in life. It was why he always decided to just head in wildly, relying on his strength and healing abilities. It was the only thing he could really do. It had worked for him so far, but it wouldn't work at the current level of opponents they were facing. Something needed to change. "The next fight will be Pure Group B against the Cursed Faction Group A," Oscar announced. Cursed Faction Group A was Quinn, Nate, and Paul. The three of them entered and were ready. They hadn't talked to each other or discussed anything about what they were going to do. The reason for that is, both Nate and Paul knew whatever they said right now wouldn't get through to Quinn. When Group B from Pure entered the arena, the online chat started to go crazy. "These three are really strong. They were part of the top factions before they got disbanded. There's Tulk, the man who had taken on 50 men all on his own at the same time. Beating 3 will be a walk in the park. Oh, and don't forget about Farine. I heard she was the one that had created the alliance back then in the first place. The other two agreed to follow her, so she must be strong. I also remember the last guy as well, Demon Man Kubo. They say he will do anything and everything to get the win. All these guys are members of Pure? Pure must have recruited them after the attack. Don't you remember? They were growing really fast, but something happened, and they were beaten by Pure. Well, these three together must be stronger than the main team of Pure. Do you think the Cursed Faction has a chance of winning? Nah, are you kidding me? The only person worth watching on their team is the ex-head general. It was probably because of him that they have gotten this far. No one seemed to think that the Cursed Faction had a chance of winning, including those in the Pure team. Watch out for the one called Paul, Farine said. We get rid of him, then we've already won this fight. Place your bets now on who will win, Pure Team B or Cursed Team A. Click here. A link was provided on the live stream chat, and it led people to the same site where people were betting before. Not only were people able to bet on the overall outcome of the match, but they were also able to bet on the individual outcomes of matches. Not too far from the actual fight, Logan was pounding away on a holographic screen. The Cursed Faction needs money, and what better way to make money than this? The mastermind who had been behind all the betting systems so far was Logan. It was the perfect way for the Cursed Faction to solve their money problem. The three big powers were sitting next to each other on their platform. Oscar had made each of the seats from the ground below, making it more comfortable for them to watch the match, while the others watching were left on their platforms. Although the leaders were trusted not to get into a brawl, the same couldn't be said for those that followed them. It wasn't too long ago that each of these powers was at each other's throats. When Quinn entered, Mona noticed that Owen's shoulders were moving up and down slightly, the fan still covering his face. But it was clear that he was happy about something, chuckling to himself. "You seem to believe this boy a lot," Mona said. "I watched your interview, and I was surprised by your answer. I admit that the boy seems strong, but I wonder why you think so highly of him." Oscar was listening in, but he also felt the same way. Why did Owen believe in him so much? Back at the inter-tournament, sure, the kid showed promise, and anyone would have been lucky to have him join their side, as he would be a sure asset to a faction in the future. But that's all Oscar could see the future potential in Quinn, as the interbase tournament was only a year ago. How much could one improve in a year? "At first I didn't," Owen said. "It was just a slight interest, but eventually that started to grow, like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. He has only been an interesting subject to me. That was until I gave him a little test. You remember the blonde boy from before?" It was clear Owen was talking about Syl, the one in the Blade family. Oscar was aware of this kid, and had heard about them not wanting him to participate. Whatever the reason, it was something that the others didn't want him to know about, so he would have to try to do his research about it later on. Mona just nodded, not wanting to give too much information away. "Well, one day that boy came to me, asking me about their location. I gave it to them, thinking I would never see him again, and when he returned, that boy was by his side. If he can escape from those monsters, then this will be a walk in the park for him." Monsters? Did the kid escape from some powerful beasts? Oscar thought. At that moment, Mona realized just how powerful Quinn was, as she was unsure if that was something she could even do. When Quinn walked onto the battle floor, dark shadows started to cover his body, and soon his equipment was visible. The shadows disappeared. However, when the others saw what the equipment looked like, they were quickly disappointed. "Most of their leaders' gear seems to be at the King tier level," Helen said, as if she was disappointed, but at the same time what she had expected. Both Paul and Nate also didn't have equipment above the King tier level, even though their equipment was now better than before. "Are they laughing at us?" Nate asked, hearing chuckles from the other platforms. Mostly he was worried that the girls were laughing at him, making him feel a little subconscious. "It's because of our equipment," Paul replied, making sure his clawed gloves were on properly. Recently their weapons and armor had been upgraded to King tier. Most factions would die to have equipment like this, but here it was seen as nothing special. When using his shadow equipment, Quinn had decided not to put on his Emperor tier equipment, apart from his gauntlets. It had a great defense but slowed him down. He felt like this wasn't the time to use it, and could always switch midway through the match if needed to. Shadow equip took less than a second to cast. Another piece of equipment he didn't equip was his mask. This was due to Duke being at the scene. When Quinn went around the school as the Night Demon, he did so using his blood abilities, not his shadow abilities. Besides, he knew he wouldn't be needing it in a fight like this. Watching from the sidelines, Layla had her hands behind her back with her fingers crossed, begging that Quinn would be able to win this match without getting hurt. "Are there any rules about accidental deaths?" Quinn asked while looking in the direction of the Daisy Gang. "If someone does die, then they can replace that person with someone from their faction for the next duel," Oscar replied. "This kid," Tulk chuckled. "You didn't need to ask that question because we were about to find that out in this match." Quinn didn't reply, as he just continued to look in the direction of Daisy, not even caring about those in front of him. "Again, they nearly killed someone I cared for in front of me. I was here this time, but what if I wasn't?" "The match between Pure Team B and the Cursed Faction A will now begin," Oscar shouted. As soon as the match began, Quinn raised his hand and pointed it at the man known as Tulk. "Shadow Lock." A shadow portal appeared behind him, engulfing him inside, and as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared along with Tulk. "What just happened to Tulk?" Farine said nervously. Neither of them had ever seen the shadow ability before, so they had no clue what they were dealing with. They had only seen a glimpse of it blocking the attacks from the Daisy fight. In her shock, she looked back, and when she did, she could no longer see Quinn there, only the other two. A loud stomp was heard on the ground by her side, a force so strong that she nearly fell from it. Turning her head, the next thing she could see was Quinn throwing out a fist. "Hammer strike!" "He's using bare hands? His shadow ability doesn't seem like an offensive one, so he needs to use his beast gear to rely on his power. I'm wearing legendary armor, so his attack shouldn't hurt me too much. Then that will be my chance to strike," she thought. However, as the first landed, the punching power seemed to bypass whatever armor she was wearing, feeling a pain she had never felt before. Her insides felt like they were rupturing by the second, as the force pierced through her skin into her organs. She was barely able to keep her consciousness through the pain as her mouth was filled with blood, and before she knew it, she was staring at the sky. Before her body fell off the large platform, Oscar managed to raise another pillar, catching her, and medical attention was immediately on the move from Pure's side. No matter how strong one's armor was, a hammer strike, added with key energy, was an attack that bypassed one's armor. How did he get over here so fast? Does his ability allow him to move like that as well? Kubo thought. My ability works best at a distance. I need to move away. Just as he was about to run, a path of shadow was seen under his feet, and when he tried moving his legs, they did so at a snail's pace. Shadow path activated. A strong kick was thrown out to the head, the one place Kubo had no beast gear on, knocking him out instantly. Was the fight over? No, there was still one person remaining. Shadow lock open. The portal of shadow that was seen at the start of the fight opened up again, and Tulk had fallen out of it onto the ground. Huh? Where was I? What was that place? It was easy for strong ability users to break out of the shadow lock if they were to start attacking it, but Quinn knew that when a person entered the space, they would be shocked and cautious about what to do. It might have only kept him in that shadow space for a few seconds, but that was all Quinn needed. Before Tulk could make a move, a red-hot blade had appeared from his gauntlets and had skimmed past Tulk's throat. When he tried moving his head back, Tulk felt another searing pain behind him. Tulk was unable to move his head. Quinn had used both blades, activating his gauntlet skill. I give up, Tulk said, thinking that those simple words had saved his life. The winner is Cursed Faction A, Oscar announced. Like many others who had witnessed the fight, Layla had her fingers uncrossed and her mouth open. They just witnessed something they didn't really understand, while Lucy had carried out a similar act by eliminating an entire team without touching them. Quinn's display had a more lasting effect, as the sheer power could be seen through each of his actions, rather than something unexplainable happening. Quinn, how strong did you get? Layla thought. The fight had gone even easier than Sam had predicted, and he felt like he knew the reason why. Usually when Quinn would fight, he would do so while conserving his MC. The reason for this was that the shadow was used mostly to block attacks, or as a utility tool. Quinn would additionally have to consider the possibility of what might happen next during a fight. While fighting beasts or in a war, there was always the next thing around the corner, and using up one's MC could be the death of them. But here, in an official duel, he could use his shadow as much as he wished, and replenish his MC before going into his next fight. The camera had been left in one place, with others having been set up beforehand in multiple positions to get a better view, and this time the live stream was able to see everything. What the hell was that? How weak were those guys? Huh, weak I thought a moment ago someone said they were really strong. Clearly not if this guy could beat them so easily like that. Someone was clearly overhyping those leaders. Yeah, I agree. They were treating them like they were the next best thing since sliced bread, so I thought they were actually strong. That's a really old saying, bro. Have there really been no great inventions since sliced bread this whole time? I mean, we can travel using teleporters and you use sliced bread? Maybe the Cursed Faction is just strong. They did well against Daisy. Couldn't you tell Daisy was going easy on them? They hadn't even used their beast gear properly. The general thought of the online community watching was that the Cursed Faction couldn't possibly be strong. It had to be that the opponents in Pure were weak. Still, some knew the truth. Those that had personally been beaten and had seen these weak people fight, but anyone who would bring it up would be considered a supporter of the Cursed Faction, accused of being a member. With the first 3 fights over, one from each faction, everyone was currently tied with 1 point. Most still believed that the winner of this whole outcome would either be Pure or Daisy. The bets continued to pour in supporting this thought. It didn't worry Logan. He had just made a killing in the fight that had just taken place. Very few people bet on the Cursed Faction winning, and those that didn't put a lot of money in to begin with, so the payout was minimal. Lucy had decided to go over to Farine, who was receiving treatment. She knelt and went to take a look at the chest piece she had worn. It had been scuffed but wasn't really damaged, yet it was clear she was hurt internally. Internal damage? Was it ki? But how would a kid know ki? Lucy thought. Fortunately, the military had recruited some of the best healers, so a situation like this didn't take too long. Soon, all three of them were as good as new, physically at least. "Tulk, I need you to tell me about everything that was happening to you. We need to learn about his ability," Lucy said. The cursed faction would once more be involved in this fight, but only with the B team, it was announced. They were to go up against Daisy's B team as well. When the fight began, the cursed group came out in full force, eager to make up for their defeat. They had discussed what had gone wrong in the last fight, and this time they were far more organized when it came to their attacks. In the end, it didn't matter too much, as it looked like an easy victory for the cursed team. This was expected not only online, but by everyone else, including Daisy as well. Daisy's B team was already evaluated as the weakest team, and was only there as a way for them to scout out the other team's strength. Soon after, when all the healing was done, Daisy's B team was to fight again, and they were to go up against Pure's B team. On the internet, people were still belittling Pure's B team for their appalling performance, and debating which of the two teams was the weaker. The haters were quickly silenced, as Pure's B team had a dominating performance, finishing off Daisy quickly. They had seen a strong display of abilities and skills that many of those watching could never have performed. This reminded everyone at home who they were criticizing at the moment. "Wait, so does that mean the cursed faction is strong? I told you, but no one would listen." "Well, they must have some strength to get to this point, but we haven't seen them go up against any of the really strong guys yet. They're on another level that I just don't think they can reach." The next fight, the cursed A group were up again, and were going up against Daisy's B team. "Quinn, would you let us deal with the fight this time? We need to stretch a bit as well, and you're going to need us for the last fights," Nate said. When the fight started, Quinn did nothing and allowed both Nate and Paul to take the lead. It was 3 against 2. At first, Nate found it a little difficult to hit the girls, but he knew where to draw the line between an important fight and his love life. "My biggest love in life is martial arts!" Nate shouted as he punched one of the girls in the stomach, causing her to fall to the floor. However, that didn't stop the tears from falling off his cheeks. "Is that guy crying? What a wimp!" As for Paul's opponents, he had actually faced 2 of them on his own. He displayed great fighting skill, dodging attacks and hitting them back with his weapons, and slowly, the opponents seemed to slow down, unaware of what was happening to their bodies. "Why doesn't Paul use the Earth ability?" Duke thought, watching from the side. "I've never seen him fight like this before, or use beast weapons." It was confusing, and they had the right to be confused, especially when the 2 girls Paul was fighting against had collapsed on the ground and started to throw up uncontrollably. When the fight was declared the cursed team's victory, Paul removed the poison from the 2 girls, making sure they wouldn't die. Then an unexpected big clash happened. It was the cursed B team going up against Pure's B team. After witnessing their fights and gaining the confidence of the public once again, no one was sure which side would win. Both sides appeared to be quite strong, and the fight only served to confirm that, but Peter stood out as the single most important element that gave one side the upper hand. Peter was unable to really display his skills in the previous battle, but it was evident in this one. No matter how hurt or badly damaged Peter got, he was able to heal the wounds at an incredible speed. With Fex controlling him and his great strength and power, the cursed faction eventually won that fight as well. After witnessing such a great fight, Pure's Group B was to fight again, this time against Daisy's Group A. The outcome was as expected, though. If Daisy were able to beat the cursed faction, and the cursed had beat Pure, it was clear that Daisy would become the winner like they had done. Hey, this isn't looking good," Peach said. "So far Pure have won 2 matches, and so have we, but the cursed faction in total has already won 4 times. That means, if we lose one more fight, we've lost, and if the cursed faction wins one more, they've won this whole thing," Helen added. "The next fight will be between Daisy's Group A and Pure's Group A," Oscar announced. This was the fight many had been waiting for, even if Daisy and Pure were behind. They thought the winner of this fight would go on to win the whole thing. To the viewers, this was the most important fight, and for Quinn and the others, it was one they needed to watch closely. The livestream comments were flooding in faster than they could be read as the highly anticipated fight got closer. The odds for the wagers were set at even money, and it appeared that Logan wouldn't really stand to gain or lose money depending on who won. It didn't matter much to him, as his main profit-making machine was the cursed faction, and so far from what they had made, he had more than enough to support the group once more. "So far we have seen very little of what Pure can do. Bonnie started to speak into the camera during the break. But the pure leader's performance from the last match is still ingrained in our minds. This mysterious power known as Ki, we still have yet to know what it really does and how far it can go. Is it strong enough to go against the top ability users in today's world? We will soon find out. This time, instead of just standing there like trees, Layla and Roni took a fighting stance as Pure entered the arena. It seemed that they too would be participating in the fight. "Who do you think is going to win?" Nate asked. "Judging by how the two girls are taking part in this fight as well, it looks like Pure sees Daisy as a strong opponent," Sam replied. "I think rightfully so as well." "I need to watch closely," Quinn thought. "Maybe then I can see what she's doing that I'm not." "The match between Pure's Team A and Daisy's Team A will begin," Oscar announced. "Go on," Helen said. "Why don't you use that skill you used before on us, like you did against the others? Oh, wait, that's right. You can't, can you? I'm guessing that skill only works on those that are weaker than you." While Helen was talking to Lucy, trying to taunt her, roots were traveling fast across the ground, and it looked to be Ivy's doing, as she had her hands placed on the floor. The seeds were then quickly planted on the ground and sprouted the plants. They didn't waste their time using their soul weapons to give each an elemental attribute. "Agent 100, you need to distract the tall one. Agent 62, you stay behind me, and when the fat one gets involved, knock her to the side," Lucy ordered. Firing out her arrows and using her telekinesis, Layla was able to target them wherever she wished. The range with her bow was longer than that of the plants, and she soon realized that the plants were only able to target living things. It allowed the arrow to fly straight past everything and aim for Ivy. She easily avoided the arrows, but was unable to use her other skills while doing so. "That girl is so annoying," Ivy thought. Walking ahead, Lucy had drawn out her rapier and held it by her side, while Roni stayed directly behind her with a large bat in his hand. A strange beast weapon, but it was his unique one. Moving forward, the ice thorns and fire thorns came straight at her, but a good meter before they could even reach her. They would either swerve to the side or fall to the ground. "It's like she has some type of invisible force field," Peach said. "Just what is Ki?" Going past the plants, Lucy sliced them, cutting off their heads, causing them to shrivel up. The others prepared for her to dash forward after this, but instead, Lucy went around to different parts of the platform ground they were on and started stabbing random places in the ground. Although it looked random to those on the outside, Helen was in shock. For each place she had stabbed, there was a seed that had yet to sprout. How did she know? Trying to stop her, Peach moved forward, and now it was time for Roni to shine, as he interrupted, swinging his bat. "Hold her for 30 seconds, Lucy said. She then went forward and was after Helen. Lucy knew that both Layla and Roni weren't a match for those at Daisy. They didn't even know Ki themselves, but after getting rid of the leader, the rest would fall one by one. Two plants suddenly sprouted right by Helen's side. These looked different from the ones before, being black in color. A thorn shot out from the black plant, and the same was expected to happen to this thorn as the others, but when it reached the meter distance and hit the invisible shield, it exploded on impact, creating a black cloud of smoke. "Ha ha ha!" Helen started to laugh. "The fire plant and the ice plant were my sisters, but this one is my soul weapon. Did you really think this was all I had?" When the black smoke cleared, she could see Lucy standing there with one of her arms over her head. Her sleeves were black, but there were no such injuries on her body or even the clothing itself. A dash forward and a thrust with the rapier. On instinct, Helen moved back, avoiding the tip of the blade, or so she thought. A deep cut appeared on her cheek, even though the rapier had never hit her. While she was distracted, the rapier came at her a few more times, now attacking her beast armor. However, Helen was fast and was blocking most of the attacks with her arms and legs, not allowing the blade to hit any of her vital spots and only parts of the armor. Then the attack stopped, and Lucy turned around. "The fight is over," Lucy said loudly. The two sisters turned their heads to have a look, and they could see Helen standing there. She looked fine on the outside and had blocked all the attacks, but why wasn't she moving? Then, when looking down underneath her feet, there was a pool of blood. Seeing Helen's eyes were not alive, Ivy gritted her teeth and regrettably said, "We forfeit this match." "What happened?" Mona asked. "I'm not sure," Oscar replied. "I was sure that Helen had blocked all the attacks." The only one that had a slight idea was Quinn. He guessed that it had to do with ki. It all must have been ki. From watching alone, Quinn wasn't able to figure out much at all. The only way he knew how to use ki was to enhance his body and also to control it outwardly on his items. When the girls returned to their group, everyone could be seen crying. There were multiple reasons for this, the first being the fact that Daisy had lost. It meant they were no longer contenders to become the new era powerhouse. This fact was hitting them hard. After being a faction for so long, they would have to disband. As the rules of this duel stated, the resources and land that Daisy owned would then belong to whoever was the final winner of this duel, and they could choose to join them or go to one of the other powerhouses if they would take them. Suddenly, a loud, piercing scream was heard, and Ivy stood up, looking at the Pure group. "You bitch!" Ivy shouted. "What did you do to her, our healer? She can't heal her wounds. It's not working." Hearing this, Quinn thought it was the same as when he would hurt the vampires using his ki, although this was strange. He had never stopped abilities from working before, so was this something different from how he would usually combine ki with his attacks? "Calm down," Lucy said. "Your leader will live. I made sure not to hurt her too badly. In a week, maybe she will be back to how she was." With the fight over, Pure had now won a total of 3 matches, Daisy 2, and the Cursed faction 4. There was no longer any reason for Daisy to fight, and neither could they, with their leader out. So the next fight was to begin, Pure Group A against the Cursed faction Group B. The Cursed group was preparing to gear up, doing a few stretches here and there before the fight. There was always a small break between each fight, and those in Pure had just fought as well. "You guys don't have to do this," Quinn said. "If you give up the fight, then it will be 4 wins each, and our group will go up against them." The 3 of them looked at each other, and they all already knew their answer. "Quinn, thanks for looking out for us, but we want to fight. We need the experience. You can't keep doing things on your own. There will be times when you aren't there to protect us. You aren't the only one that needs to get stronger. We do as well. And what better way to go up against people like this? And besides, you saying that hurts us a bit, you know. Do you really think we're going to lose?" Quinn stopped for a second. Perhaps he was being selfish. He was forcing his wishes and desires onto them. Yes, they were part of his group, some even part of his vampire family, but they were each an individual person, all living their own lives. "Don't cry too much if you lose," Quinn said, and gave his teams a thumbs up as they walked out onto the platform. Layla, making her way out, was nervous as ever and gripped her bow tightly. Technically, she was now going up against her own teammates. The leaders were made aware that Layla and Sia were members of their own before the Cursed faction arrived on the planet. This was to update the new leaders that were placed at the table, as they had never seen the 2 girls before. It also explained to all of them why Quinn was able to get inside information about Pure. Every day, they were learning something that impressed them even more. When the 2 groups reached the arena, Lucy had asked them something surprising. "Do any of you know how to use ki?" she asked. The others looked at each other for a moment, as they had no clue why she would have asked that. "The look on your faces says it all. None of you interest me then," Lucy said, and she drew her rapier weapon. "So far, Group B from the Cursed faction has only lost against Group A of the Daisy faction," Bonnie reported. "Even though Pure managed to beat Daisy, this should still be a good matchup. From what we have seen, since just the first fight alone, the Cursed faction has improved, so who knows what the outcome of this fight will be." Finally, the comments seemed to agree with what Bonnie was saying. Many didn't like the Cursed faction, but many didn't like Pure either. Even if they had become more popular recently, years of televised TV stations showing all their wrongdoings and labeling them as a terrorist group couldn't be rid so easily. Most of the viewers were supporting Daisy, and with them out of the picture, they now needed to decide between the lesser of 2 evils, and the support was pretty evenly split. "The match between the Cursed Group B and Pure Group A will now begin." Layla had begun firing arrows, being the support she was meant to be, and most of them were aimed at Dennis, who was flying in the sky. At first, Dennis allowed one of them to hit him, and then realized that they were quite strong and were coming at him fast. Hey, wasn't she meant to be on our side? I thought she was just going to pretend to fire those arrows," Dennis complained inwardly, but he knew that she needed to try her best to make it look realistic, otherwise she would be found out. "But then, why the hell are all the arrows being fired at me? Fire them at the others. Does she hate me?" She was acting in this way for two reasons, the second of which was that it made sense for her to target the user of the airborne ability, since she was the one with the ranged weapon. Because she was a member of the cursed family, something in her mind prevented her from shooting arrows at Peter. It felt like if she forced it, maybe she could, but it would use an incredible amount of energy in the first place to even do such a thing. It wasn't even worth attempting, even at a time like this. There was far too little she knew about vampires and their family links. What came as a surprise to most people was how urgently Lucy and Roni seemed to be attacking both Fex and Peter. She wouldn't let up and continued to thrust the blade towards Fex. He avoided each one and attempted to entangle the blade with his red string, but it simply cut through it without any resistance. What he needed more than anything was a break. "If she keeps attacking me like this, then I won't be able to use my bloody weapon," Fex thought. Still inexperienced, Fex couldn't use his blood weapon with ease. He needed to concentrate and take a few seconds before doing so. It seemed like somehow Lucy had caught on to this, and she was doing her best to stop him from summoning it. "Oh, this boy isn't all looks. He has dodged every one of my attacks," Lucy thought. After seeing what she had done to Helen, Fex wasn't going to let the blade touch him. As Roni swung down his bat in an attempt to help Fex, Peter sacrificed his arm blocking the blow. It had broken in the process, but it gave the perfect opportunity for Peter to deliver a full-force punch, sending him flying and out of the fight. Now he was free to help Fex. Seeing Peter running towards him, Fex was hoping to use Peter as a puppet like he had done previously. He could use his normal strings to do this. The problem with the red-blooded string, even though it was stronger, it could be seen quite easily, but in this situation, the red string was being treated the same as his regular string, so he might have well made it harder for the opponent to see what he was doing. When Peter was close enough, moving his hand outward, he threw out the small needles with the strings attached, required to control Peter. However, this was the opportunity Lucy had been waiting for. Somehow she could see everything, and slicing the strings, she soon followed up by stabbing Fex in the arm from above. "Damn you!" Peter shouted, throwing out a punch as hard as he could. Lucy was able to lift her other arm to block the attack. When the first hit, nothing happened. There were no broken bones. Lucy didn't go flying, and it reminded Peter of the old days, when his punches were weak with no power. "That's not the punch of a regular human," Lucy said, as she pulled the blade out of Fex's arm. She then slashed at Peter's arm, which had just hit her and had fallen to the floor. "Ah!" Peter screamed and stepped back, gripping the wound. "What?" Quinn said, panicking. He was now worried. It had been too long since he had last heard Peter scream. Just moments ago, his arm was crushed by a bat, yet he had made no noise. But if he had screamed, it meant one thing. He was feeling pain. Blood was pouring out on the floor, and it didn't look like it was going to stop. She then proceeded to stab him in the thigh. His face was scrunched up in pain. How long has it been? How long has it been since he felt pain? Coming back to him, his body was frozen. That's when Fex noticed that neither his wound in his forearm nor Peter's missing limb was regenerating like it usually would. If Peter's arm wouldn't regenerate, and with the amount of blood he was losing, they were in serious trouble. "We forfeit the match!" Fex shouted. After forfeiting the match, the cursed faction quickly moved Peter away and onto the platform where the rest of them were standing. A few of them couldn't help but whisper to each other and feel concerned as they looked at Peter's face in pain. An unusual sight for those that knew him, as well as anyone who walked around the ship. While moving him, the bleeding still hadn't stopped. Fex, using his string, tied just above the wound, keeping strong pressure on it. His arm was raised, whatever was left of it, to make sure it was above his heart, trying to stop the blood loss as much as possible. When the healer came out, they were hoping everything would be okay, but Quinn had a bad feeling and he was hoping he wasn't right. "It's not working. The bleeding won't stop. I don't know what's wrong." The girl cried and looked like she would break down at any second. Her hands were shaking, but she wasn't frightened because she couldn't help Peter, and it was because she could feel a strange intent behind her. It was a smothering feeling around her throat, and the air felt tight. If she couldn't do anything to help Peter, she thought it would be the end of her life. "Quinn, stop it," Linda said, noticing that he was the one that was frightening everyone else. A strange power was seeping out of him that he wasn't able to control. Getting his act together, Quinn went over to Peter and tried to see if he could do anything. The attack that was used was a key attack. Quinn knew that ki attacks made vampires have trouble healing. It was most likely that Peter was experiencing the same thing, only a more drastic version of it. Maybe it was more effective against vampire-type creatures compared to humans. Closing his eyes, Quinn tried to feel the ki around Peter's body, and that's when he saw it. A strange energy was felt around the edge of the wound. The question was, how would he get rid of it? Quinn tried applying his energy to the wound, but there was no response. He also tried drawing energy from Peter, but that had no effect either. Every time he tried a different approach, it fell flat, and he grew more and more tense with his other hand by his side. So hard that he hadn't noticed his fingernails piercing into the palm of his hand and the blood dripping onto the floor. "Peter, are you still there? I'm going to do everything I can, so don't die on me," Quinn shouted. Grabbing Peter, he soon dashed away with him to the ship. Bad injuries could usefully be fixed with meat. Maybe the healing hadn't completely stopped, but was just slow. This was the last thing he could think of. When entering the ship, Peter still had the energy to eat the food provided. It had been mashed up into minced meat, so if anyone was to find the strange meat or see Peter eating it, they wouldn't be suspicious of anything. Finally, there seemed to be some results, as the wound was slowly healing, but it was at a rate that was far too slow, and soon Peter didn't have the energy to eat any more, bringing the healing to a complete halt. "No, Peter, we aren't going through this again!" Quinn shouted. Back outside the ship, many of the cursed were busy talking to each other, talking about what had just occurred. "Why did they have to go that far, and why aren't they doing anything to help us?" the cursed members were talking amongst themselves. She knew the wound wouldn't heal, just like Helen's hadn't. What Lucy had done was basically a death sentence. They were wondering if it was a message. On the other side, Layla was having similar thoughts. She didn't think her mother was a killer and didn't understand why she had done what she had done. She wanted to ask but was too afraid. When she looked at her mother, it was always hard to read her, which was strange. Ever since Layla had changed, she was able to see a smog of emotions depending on how negative one's mood was. Everyone usually had a little bit of fog or smog above their heads. With her mother, it was different. She couldn't see anything above her head. "Does she really feel nothing after what she has done?" "You want to know why I did it, don't you?" Lucy said. "After getting punched, it was my only option. I assumed he had a regenerative ability after witnessing him regenerate. That's why I was taken aback by his unbridled attack power. A regular person shouldn't have that much power with that low level of beast gear. I thought it might have been ki at first, but I couldn't feel any of that coming from him. These guys, I don't know what they are, but they aren't ordinary. The only thing I can think of is that they might be doing something that is altering humans. If that's the case, I can't let this faction get away with it." It seemed like the whole thing was a big misunderstanding. Usually when two sides were fighting each other, they both believed they were fighting for the right reasons, and it was the case with this as well. "And what if I told you what I really was, Mother? Would I be something you had to deal with?" Layla thought, saddened. Someone could be seen running over to the cursed faction platform, crossing the bridge that connected them. It was a brown-haired beauty who wore large round glasses and had her hair up in a ponytail. "Wait, you're not part of the cursed faction. What are you doing here?" a member asked. "I was sent here by the Supreme Commander. He said your staff might not be enough," the woman replied. "I have healing powers, but if that doesn't work, I'm a trained doctor as well, so I'm sure there's something I can do to help." During the previous matches, a military doctor had been dispatched to the opposing teams, healing them all. But this was the first time they had seen this doctor, and it made them a little suspicious. "Let her in," Paul said. One of the leaders gave a command, so the members made their way, allowing her to pass through. "I'll lead the way to the ship so you can take a look at him," Paul said. The two of them were off, and they were running as fast as they could. While doing so, the journey was completely silent, until Paul was the first one who had eventually broken it. I'm sorry I didn't say anything to you," Paul said. The doctor continued to run ahead with her head held down. "You could have at least told me you were alive. That's all I wanted to know." "I know," Paul said. "I'm sorry, Haley. I'm a horrible father." Haley was the school doctor at the 2nd military base. She had also been made one of the sergeants there as well, although many thought it was due to her special connections, as she had relations near the top, one of them being her father, the head general of the military base. One could imagine all the crazy thoughts that had gone through her head during the time of war. She hadn't seen her father return, and the rush of feeling she felt right now, seeing him completely fine yet supposedly on the enemy side, it was conflicting. She didn't care what he was doing, though. What had upset her more than anything was the fact that even though he was alive and well, she hadn't been informed of this. "Why? Why didn't you tell me you were okay? Do you know how much I worried about you?" Haley asked. Paul wanted to see his daughter. He wanted to make sure she was okay more than anything in this silly war. He was sure she would be safe, as many of the higher-ranking officials in the military were protected. But due to this situation, he thought it would be best for him to distance himself from her, pretend she never existed. The less relations and information the vampires knew about him, the less chance there was of any of his family and friends getting involved. When they finally arrived, Quinn was surprised to see the doctor from his school there, but he couldn't care less about that now. His main concern was Peter. While Peter was getting healed, Quinn was wondering how he could have done things differently. Unlike before, he didn't interrupt this fight, but there were a couple of reasons why he couldn't and hadn't. The first being that even Quinn was overconfident about Peter's healing capabilities. If she had aimed for the head, he would have attempted something. The second reason was how sudden the attack was. The movement was too quick, and the duel had gone from a few scratches here and there to a whole arm being chopped off. Thankfully, Fex was quick to call the match off. Wiping the sweat away from her forehead, it looked like Haley had done everything she could, using the tools from the medical bay. There was quite a lot of advanced equipment left on the ship that was never used by the others. The cursed faction had people with healing abilities, but no doctors on board. The wound was bandaged up, but it was hard to tell if blood was still soaking through it or not, and Quinn was no doctor. "My abilities helped a little, but I had to operate on it mainly. The problem is, in an open space like this, in a non-sterile environment, there's a good chance the wound will become infected. Also, I don't think I will be able to get his arm back." "That's not much of a problem, but is the wound healing?" Quinn asked. Haley shook her head. "It isn't healing, and if I had more time, we could cover it with artificial tissue and also probably get him a mechanical arm, but his regenerative abilities seem to be blocked." Quinn then tried to search for the key inside Peter's body again, and there was still the strange energy felt around the wound. It didn't look like it would be healing any time soon. Turning his head, Peter could see the concerned look Quinn had on his face. "Hey, don't worry, Quinn. She said I'll live, right? Just do me a favor. Go ahead and return the favor, will ya?" The others had been waiting outside for a pretty long time, but it was understandable after what had just happened, and there was only one fight remaining anyway. Finally, though, Quinn had returned from the ship and was ready for the duel. He walked across the bridge without saying anything. Paul followed behind, and so did Nate. Pure started to do the same with Lucy, walking out the front, but then, behind her, Layla stumbled to the ground. "What the hell?" Roni complained. "Are you that scared of him? What's wrong with you?" Her whole body couldn't stop shaking, even while she was on the floor. Her knees were banging into each other as she walked, causing her to stumble. She was afraid, but it was because of all the dark smog she could see circulating Quinn. At first she thought it was his shadow ability, but she soon realized that it was her powers. She hadn't seen this amount of negativity smog around a person before. "Is this it? Is this why Quinn kills my mother?" she thought. "Agent 5!" Layla shouted out. "You can make it so the person from before can heal again, right? You can make it so abilities will help the healing process." "I can," Lucy replied. The reason Layla was asking this was because she wanted Quinn to hear the answer. Maybe if he knew that she could reverse whatever was happening to Peter, Quinn wouldn't kill her. Looking back at him, she could see that the smog had died down a little, and it looked like her plan had worked slightly. It was still there, but not as intense as it was before. "I have to do this, for both of them," Layla reassured herself, standing on her 2 feet. They were still a little wobbly, but she could move forward. "You won't have to get involved in the fight," Lucy said. "Stay away from them the best you can." It was hard for Layla to know whether this was her mother speaking out of concern for her, or if she felt like she would only get in the way. Still, to find the truth, she needed her mother to come out of this alive at least. She went out and grabbed her hand. "Mother, be careful, he's strong," Layla said. She knew she wasn't meant to call her mother in front of others, but she felt like she had to, and at the same time, Lucy didn't seem to be rejecting her daughter's hand. Lucy smiled before letting go. "The match between Pure Group A and the Cursed Group A will now begin," Oscar shouted. "What do you want us to do, Quinn?" Nate asked. Quinn held out his hand like he did at the start of the last match. "Shadow lock activated." A shadow portal had opened behind Roni, and he was sucked into the shadow. The look on his face was one of confusion, as he was wondering why he had been picked. Then Quinn moved his hand over to his two teammates. "Shadow lock open." The portal opened, and Roni caught himself before he fell to the ground face first. "Just make sure he and you two don't get involved in the fight," Quinn said, walking forward. "I need to find something." "Oh, I thought you would have attempted to use that strange skill on me," Lucy said. "I was looking forward to breaking it down and showing everyone here that it was nothing to be scared of." Layla was wondering what to do. Quinn had asked for the other two on his side not to get involved, and they currently had held Roni down on the floor. Nate was able to use his soul weapon to make his weight a ton, and now he was unable to move any part of his body. Still, trying to keep up the act, she drew her bow and was ready to fire at Quinn. "Layla, don't get involved and move to the side. Stay there," Quinn commanded. To him, he was just saying simple words, but without realizing it, he had activated a true command, a leader's command. All of a sudden, Layla placed her bow down and was starting to move to the edge of the arena. "Agent 100, what are you doing? Why are you listening to him?" Lucy said. Layla was unsure herself, but her body was doing everything Quinn had just said. Unlike before, when thinking about attacking Peter, there was no chance for her to put up any kind of resistance. "A true command from the vampire leader and the person that turned her," Kaz mumbled. "Of course she can't disobey." Soon after, Quinn dashed forward and threw out a single punch. Lucy, feeling confident, went to strike it down with her sword, expecting Quinn to be straightforward. "This blade will slice through your hand, just like it did to your friend," Lucy shouted. When the blade hit Quinn's hand, both of them had stopped in midair, and she could feel a strange force. "I thought so. I knew you could use ki," Lucy shouted. "Now tell me how you know." Quinn had no time for games, and he was hoping he could figure out just what she had done to Peter. However, something had appeared that would distract him from the fight. A notification screen appeared in front of his face. "Emergency quest. The cursed family is under attack. New quest revived. An unknown force has invaded the 10th family area. Do not lose more than 10% of your forces." What? The notification screen couldn't have appeared at a worse time for Quinn, and during his initial distraction, Lucy's blade swung down in the perfect place, between the gap in his shoulder guard and neck. It got in a few inches deep, before Quinn used his flash step to get out of there and return to a position far enough where he could prepare. From here, if she tried to come in, he could move away as he still had the greater speed. -5 HP, 95 of 100 HP. While concentrating, Quinn was trying to see if he could see anything strange when searching for his key. It was like he had expected. There was a strange force or energy that could be seen around the wound, just like with Peter, and similar to Peter, the wound wasn't healing. He was trying to move his own key to the wound. He tried to fight off whatever foreign force had entered his body and was stopping him from healing. However, just like with Peter, it was all useless. Other than moving it into place, he didn't really know what to do. Another thought possibly entered his head. It was a little bit of a waste to use it now, but he felt like finding a way to get rid of the current problem would help him out greatly in this fight. "Consume blood bank, 10 milliliters," Quinn thought, like he usually did when activating his skills. Suddenly, a sudden rush feeling in his body would run through it as the blood was consumed and after the wound would heal. The initial rush was felt in his body, but the normal HP notification never appeared. Instead, he had received another notification. "Unable to heal using blood. Your thirst for blood is still satisfied." This confirmed it. The wounds that Quinn would usually inflict with his ki would slow down the healing process vampires had, but the wounds that Lucy inflicted weren't able to be healed at all. In this fight, Quinn wouldn't have his second chance. Now, he needed to decide how to approach this fight. The problem was that his mind was unfocused, of the sudden quest he had got only seconds ago. What was with that quest? What am I meant to do about the 10th family being attacked? Does this mean something is going on in the vampire world? The problem was, no matter what was going on, there wasn't really much Quinn could do about it at this point. The best thing to do was to ignore the quest, but he was finding that hard to do as a big percentage bar had appeared. It was at 100% at the moment, and while looking at it, it had already gone down by a single percent. "You seemed confident before, and now you're just standing around doing nothing," Lucy shouted, and this time she came forward to attack. With the distance, there was more time for Quinn to react. It was easy for him to just move or run away around the area, but he had another goal in mind. He wanted to find out just what Lucy was doing differently with Ki compared to him. He couldn't see or tell anything from a distance, so he thought he could do it up close. "Skill days activated. Skill days failed." He wasn't sure it would work against such a high-ranking member of Pure, since Daze's probability of working depended on his charm skill. Skills like this varied depending on the opponent's state of mind, but it was always worth a try. "Shadow Rise!" Lifting the shadow, Quinn stopped the sword from hitting him from his side, or so he had thought. For the first time, the sword completely ignored the shadow. When it touched the shadow, it split open, moving like clouds and allowing for the sword to go right through. This had never happened before. The sword was still blocked by Quinn's gauntlets instead. The look on Lucy's face had slightly changed, as she wasn't expecting the attack to be blocked this time. "He has incredibly strong ki, so I can only do this," she thought. Preparing for another strike, Lucy used her bare hand to place her palm on Quinn's chest. At the same time, Quinn had his eyes on something flashing in the top right-hand corner. 8% of the 10th family has been lost. What's going on? Quinn was thinking of this in more ways than one. From Lucy's hand, a strong force was felt. It was sudden and powerful, chucking him back and blasting him away. The pain was felt in an instant, and his armor was practically non-existent. "Minus 30 HP, 68 of 100 HP. Blood was dripping from Quinn's mouth, and the insides of his body were screaming with pain. That attack was like a hammer strike, but different. It seems like it was an internal strike, but there was no force or anything. Was it a pure attack using ki? From the sidelines, many people were judging the fight. What is happening? Is Quinn losing the fight? Layla thought, watching from the sidelines. She had attempted to move, but still, her body didn't want to listen to her. She thought that Sia's vision was to do with this moment, but with the way things were now, she didn't think that was possible. Quinn, is this really everything you've got? I refuse to believe you escaped the Blades Island with this skill alone, Owen thought. Is Quinn going to lose? Megan asked. Do you really think so? Sam replied. To me, it looks like Quinn has been distracted by something, and he hasn't even begun to show what he can actually do. The shadow didn't work for some reason, but that's okay. I have another way. I just need to find out what she's doing with her attacks. I thought if I took a few of them, then maybe I could have figured it out, but I haven't learned anything, and the more attacks I take, the more dangerous this whole thing becomes. Quinn wasn't sure how much damage had actually been done, because the previous assault had been internal, but as long as all of his limbs were functioning, he would endure the pain and allow his body to function as it always had. I don't know if you're talented or untalented, Lucy said, unsure what his knowledge of ki was. He was either talented for having such a large amount of ki, or untalented because even though he knew how to use it, he was unable to progress to the second and third stages. Just as Quinn was about to make his next move, the annoying message from throughout the fight appeared again. Quest failed. More than 10% of forces have been lost. Looking at the bar now, it had reached 65% so quickly, the bar was still on screen as well. Quinn thought that maybe when the quest had failed, the bar would go away, allowing him to focus more, but it stayed there. Is it because the attack on the 10th family is still going on even now? Are the other vampires attacking the 10th? What about Aaron and Leo? Are they in danger? Too many questions were going through his mind at the moment. He had even considered calling Leo to see what was going on, but there was a chance that he might be engaged in a fight, and even if he managed to save Leo, what about Aaron? Only Leo could be summoned due to a special skill granted by the system, allowing him to call his vampire knights by his side. I need to find out what's going on. I need to finish this fight, and I need to save Peter. I have to end this fight, Quinn said out loud, and these words came as a shock to everyone. In particular, they were surprising to the online viewers. Him ending this fight? How's he going to do that? It's clear that Pure can do something that is stopping him from using his shadow. Did you see his face? I don't think he's gotten one attack in yet. All he's done is dodge and run. Maybe it isn't a bluff. Remember, he still has the other two in the fight as well, and they haven't joined in. Underneath Quinn's 2 feet, a shadow started to spread across the floor, As it came towards Lucy, she tried to stab it with her sword. The shadow spiraled around, moving out of the way, but only on the part where her sword had landed, and it continued to spread across the floor. When Lucy attacked with her sword, although Quinn's shadow hadn't blocked the attack, it hadn't used up any of Quinn's MC points either. When blocking an attack with the shadow, depending on how strong the attack was, Quinn would lose MC points. The blade had gone through, but didn't use up any MC points, which meant that rather than Lucy using a skill that allowed her to cut the shadows, it forced it away. From the ground, the shadow rose and started to encase everyone on the field inside a dome made of shadows. This skill, it was what the kid had done at the inter-tournament as well, Oscar said, surprised. Back then, they couldn't see anything Quinn had done, but when the dome fell, the winner was clear. Will this be a repeat of last time? We can't see anything if he does this, Void shouted, disappointed that the viewers and the footage they now would be getting were just a dark dome. We can't do anything about it, Bonnie said. Let's improvise and go around asking the others what they think is going on and just who is going to win this thing. Inside the shadow dome itself, Quinn had now equipped the Emperor Tier mask on his face. Oh, this dark dome and that mask have made you a little scarier, but it won't frighten me, Lucy said. While wearing the mask, Quinn said, It looks like I can't find out your secret, and I've run out of time, so I can only force you. His voice was slightly altered, coming out more profound and more menacing, a design Alex had put in, copying what Logan had done when creating the last one. In here, I can hide my secrets from everyone outside. If there was one thing Lucy was being right now, it was cautious. A strange confidence was filled in the boy, and she knew that he wouldn't be naive enough to act this way if he truly didn't feel like he had something. Inside the dome itself were Layla, Lucy, and Quinn, while it had just cut off blocking out Roni, Paul, and Nate, left on the outside. She was unaware of whether this was done on purpose or not, or if Quinn could even control the size of the dome around him. This was done, of course, to keep certain people out of the loop about what Quinn was about to do. Before Lucy knew it, Quinn was sinking into the ground itself. She looked around, trying to sense the key energy from within him, to see if it was nearby. If the boy plans to attack, I should be able to sense it just before. Yet she could feel nothing, until the force she was expanding around her changed. It was like a ripple in a pond hitting her. All of a sudden, Quinn appeared from an angle above. He was dropping down with an axe kick, raised high with his foot reaching his head. It was too close, and the only thing she could do was block the attack with the hilt of her blade. The attack was strong, and Quinn had even used his own ki on top of his regular strength. The struggling face Lucy said it all, as it changed into a smile, and it looked like she wasn't hurt at all. Quinn, not letting up, and not letting him lose focus, Flash stepped behind her and started the regular hammer strike, rather than the blood hammer due to it taking too long. The fist was thrown and slammed into her back, but there was no movement on Lucy's end. She hadn't moved like a rock, and she seemed to be completely fine. Sinking into the shadow again, Quinn was wondering what had just happened. How? Is it her beast gear? But a hammer strike still should have had some type of effect on her, Quinn thought. You really don't know how to do anything other than basic ki. If you keep attacking me like that, then you won't even be able to hurt me, Lucy shouted. It seemed like what she was saying was true, but Quinn hadn't even begun to show her everything that he could do. It was a last resort, but nothing else had worked so far. Using Shadow Hop, Quinn could move anywhere inside the Shadow Dome, appearing in one of her blind spots. Quinn threw out a blood swipe, a single one as a test, and when Lucy turned to block it with her sword, the two collided. Her hand was visibly shaking, and this didn't go unnoticed by Quinn. Seeing this, he shadow-hopped to a different location and threw out more blood swipes. Lucy was no longer talking back, and was focused on blocking each strike with her blade. Compared to the physical hits she had taken head-on before, none of the hits had gotten through, as her skill with the blade was excellent, and the blade she was using was at a legendary level also. As she has gotten used to dealing with the blood swipes, a loud bang was heard, and she had fallen on one knee. Looking down, her knee was bleeding, and a hole had been created. It looked like an object had pierced right through. 25 of 100 HP. Quinn had to be careful. Usually, he could rely on the blood bank for extra HP, but at the moment, he was unable to heal from attacks that had been dealt with by Lucy. He could still heal up health from the blood skills, but it was something that would be difficult to keep track of during the fight. When he noticed Lucy was desperately blocking the attacks, he knew something was up. For some reason, the blood attacks she was unable to block like she could his physical attacks. When Lucy got comfortable blocking the blood swipes, that's when Quinn fired using his bloodshot. "What are you? How can you have two abilities?" Lucy shouted. "I knew you had been experimenting on people, but I never knew you had gotten this far. Tell me, who are you working under?" Although she was on one knee, Quinn could tell Lucy was not out of the fight. She was waiting for him to get close. Throwing out two blood swipes and catching them with his shadow, Quinn had created the dual blood scythes. This way, he could attack with great strength from a distance. Swinging out wide, he had great momentum. Lucy tried to move, and she did so quite well, picking herself up. A normal person who had their kneecap blown wouldn't have been able to move like her, yet she could, but she only found herself running into the other scythe, swinging in the other direction. Lifting her sword, she allowed it to take most of the impact. The shock waves and power were still sent through her body, and had sent her back into the other scythe behind, hitting the back of her armor. The armor was strong and had taken a lot of the damage, but blood could still be seen flowing out of her mouth. "When was the last time I was in a situation like this?" Lucy thought. "From the beginning, I could have beaten you. I just wanted to find out how to save my friend. Now quit this match, and tell me what you did to Peter." While speaking these words, Quinn's eyes were glowing red. He had activated the influence skill, and was hoping now she was more hurt that it would work. But unfortunately, by the look on her face, he knew that it had done nothing. Lucy smiled. "You and all your people can rot in hell. Your friend will die, and you will suffer watching him. I know you're kind. Even if I saved your friend, you would either use me or kill me anyway. I'm telling you now, I will never be used again. Everything I do is for myself, and for a better future for the world." She gathered her strength to throw out a blood fist mouth full of spit on the floor, which landed in front of Quinn. He couldn't force Lucy to do his bidding with influence, and he couldn't threaten her with her life. What could he even do that would make her save Peter? Not being able to come up with anything just filled Quinn with more rage. "Mask active skill activated. Select an attribute to use adrenaline on. Strength attribute selected. Secret mask active skill has been activated. Rage active skill activated. Your next attack will be twice as strong." The mask on his face lit up, changing in color, and a red glow could be seen around it. It seemed to be feeding Quinn with a new energy in his body. Staying a distance away, still not getting close, Quinn prepared a bloodhammer strike. He pounded his foot, stomping it onto the ground, and snapped his fist back before throwing out his right fist. He flash-stepped forward, closing the distance, and threw his fist down towards Lucy's stomach. "Let's see if you're really not afraid of death," Quinn shouted. "Quinn, no, please!" Layla screamed from the side, as she could see everything happening. It looked like what Sia had seen was coming true, even with her interference, even with her being in the duel. Was it really going to play out the same way? No, Layla wouldn't let that happen. When Quinn's fist hit Lucy in the stomach, it almost felt like it had phased through until he felt something solid. Then he could see strange-looking ripples around his fist. "What is this?" Quinn thought. The sound of a body falling to the floor from his right side was heard, and he could see Layla lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Where her stomach was, a giant hole. After seeing Layla's body lying on the floor like that, Quinn didn't rush over. He wasn't filled with rage. Instead, his mind had gone completely blank. It was as if he didn't really understand what he was looking at, nor how something like this could have been possible. No, I gave her a command, didn't I? I told her not to get involved. So how did it become like this? Quinn was unaware of everything that Layla had done beforehand. Knowing that it was quite possible her mother would die in this fight, she needed to make sure that wouldn't happen, not just for herself, but for Quinn as well. If Layla had to pick who she sided more with in this fight, Quinn or her mother, it would have to be Quinn. Whenever she thought about this was what her mind wandered to. And at the end of the day, not only did Layla not want her mother to die, but she also didn't want Quinn to become a major target of Pure. He wasn't ready for that yet. Beforehand, when Layla had made her plea to her mother and given her a warning, she reached out and grabbed her hand. At that moment, she had activated the skill, Spiritual Partner. The skill, when activated, would allow Layla to choose what attack she would take instead. Any damage that would be inflicted on Lucy would come back and be dealt with her. When Quinn started to get the upper hand in the fight, she tried to activate the skill, but it hadn't worked. The skill wouldn't activate as something was stopping her, and Quinn's words would ring in her mind. Since the skill was activated on her mother before, she thought it would be okay, and since it was a skill that didn't do any damage to Quinn, nor really change the fight, she thought that it would activate. But in her mind, she knew what she was doing. She knew it would be interfering with the match. That's when she started to wonder, how did Quinn's command actually work? There were limits to it, as she remembered that the council had told them they needed to keep an eye on Paul. Even if Quinn had ordered Paul not to tell anyone, it would only last so long, and when Quinn wasn't there, he could speak to whoever he wished. This was what the council was worried about. There were a number of parameters that they still didn't understand about the skill, how long it would last, how detailed the instructions needed to be given, or if there was any workaround. Thinking about this, Layla started to focus her mind on some distant memories. Ever since she had been turned to control her emotions, she had gotten good at picturing herself in certain situations. They had to feel realistic, feel like she was there. It was even easier to do when there were negative emotions around her, as their feelings would enter her, and at the time, she had the perfect two people who were filled with negativity. Absorbing some of the smoke, memories started flooding in, and she began to picture herself in the past in different situations. She needed to make it so she was no longer there, with the fight still going on in front of her. After a good while, she had come up with a scenario in her head where she had to use the skill, but it had nothing to do with Quinn. The outside world no longer existed, and only the thoughts in her head seemed real. A glowing feeling was felt in her chest as her skill had been activated, but when she opened her eyes and looked up, she had done so at the worst time. Quinn was ready to deal a devastating blow to her mother, one with great power. "Quinn, no, please!" she shouted. The skill was already activated, and seeing the scene in front of her had changed nothing. The only thing she could do was absorb the rest of the smog, empowering herself. If she was going to take this blow, she needed to heal from it. With the smog of negative emotions, she started to partially evolve into her next form, but before she knew it, there was a large wound on her chest, and she had fallen to the floor. While Quinn was standing there with a blank look on his face, not even running over to Layla, it was the perfect opportunity for Lucy to strike, but she hadn't done so. Instead, she tried to run over to Layla's side, but had fallen and stumbled. She was still hurt from the injuries that she had been dealt before. Internally, she was hurt, and her kneecap was busted. The shadow dome surrounding the two started to lower down, and the situation was being reached by the others. They could see Lucy hurt on the floor, holding one knee, Quinn standing there with a blank look, and finally, Layla in a pool of her blood. "Quick!" Lucy shouted out. "The match is over! We lost! Someone just help my daughter!" A sudden pain was felt around her chest as she shouted out those words. Uncontrollable tears started to flow down her face. The Pure members were stunned by this scene, as they had never seen Lucy ever act like this before. She was their cold-hearted leader, who even treated her daughter like something that could be replaced at any time. In some cases, she was treated harsher. Haley had returned from looking after Peter for a while, and she immediately dashed into the arena to have a look at Layla, who was on the floor. The wound was so large that the floor could be seen through the whole inner chest. "This doesn't look good. Part of the heart has been destroyed, but how the hell is she alive? Whatever the case is, she won't be alive for a lot longer if I don't do something about it." Haley got to work. It looked like the body had already been trying to heal itself beforehand. It was the only reason why she was still alive right now. However, her body could only do so much. Even with Haley's healing abilities and the body's natural regenerative abilities, they would be lucky to bring her back. "What's happening?" Lucy asked, choked up on tears. "She's dying quicker than I can heal her," Haley said. "I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. It would be best if you could say your goodbyes to her now, while she can still hear your voice." Hearing this had just further put Quinn in a strange state of mind. "No, I did this to her. She had to have used her ability, right? Can't I do anything? Can't I save her like the others?" Unlike the time before, when someone was on the verge of death, Quinn could turn them to save them, but this wasn't the case this time. Snapping out of it, he rushed over to Layla's side. Her eyes were barely open, and she could only see blurry figures above her. The first thing Quinn tried was giving her blood from his flask. "What are you doing?" Haley asked. "How is that meant to help?" "Just leave me alone," Quinn shouted. "I have to try something." Even though she wasn't a vampire and didn't need blood, he tried it anyway. There was no response. The next thing he did was cut his hand and tried to feed her his blood. He didn't really know what his thoughts were behind this. Maybe he could have activated another blood ritual, turning her into something else, or maybe his blood would empower her like it did with Peter. Still, though, there was no response. The people watching from the sides thought it was a desperate act from a stranger to do something. They were unsure why he was even acting this way when the girl wasn't even on his team. "Move, idiot," Lucy said, shoving past Quinn and falling to the floor on her knees. The tears were no longer dropping down the sides of her cheeks. It was as if she had come to accept what was about to happen. "Good, it looks like you're still alive," Lucy said, brushing her to the side, and that's when she could see 2 small bumps on the top of her head. "I knew you were hiding something from me." She then placed both hands above the wound on her stomach and left them there. "You know, when you were born I hated you. I hated your guts, because every time I looked at you, you reminded me of him. Oh, how much you had to take after him rather than me. I know I shouldn't have blamed you, an innocent child, for something he had done, but I couldn't help myself. When the organization asked for someone to volunteer to infiltrate the academy and use an ability, I chose you straight away. Why? Because I didn't want to see you ever again. But then you came back and returned. Came back to me for some stupid reason. Whenever you go away, you would somehow come back into my life. You're such an idiot. It looks like you took after me in that aspect at least. Only now, seeing you like this, I realize how much I care about you." Haley couldn't believe what was happening, but the color and the wound in her body were starting to close up. It was no short of a miracle. When she turned to look at Lucy to have a look at what she was doing, she could see her hands were changing by the second. The skin on her hands was becoming thinner and wrinklier, and her face and hair were aging by the second. In front of her very eyes, she was turning into an old woman. "Do you know what ki is?" said Lucy. "It's life energy. Use it well." She lifted her hands off Layla's stomach as her body fell to the side, her heart no longer beating. Those who had watched everything on the platforms were left confused by the sequence of events that had unraveled. Whatever the case or actual outcome of the fight itself, they didn't think it would lead to this. One of the pure leaders was lying there on the floor, still, while another one, who they had just heard being called her daughter, was in a pool of her blood barely clinging on to life. "An upset once again that has been hidden behind the shadows," Oscar said. "Not only that, but it seems like there is a greater story to all of this, something that we are unaware of completely," Mona added, seeing Quinn look uncomfortable about the whole thing happening. Void and Bonnie were unable to film the fight, but as soon as the shadow dome started to disappear, the camera was pointed right at the duel taking place once again. The viewers were in for a surprise as they saw Lucy looking defeated, while Quinn stood there looking fine. When the dome fell, he also unequipped his equipment. He wasn't even sure if he had the will to fight at that moment if Lucy had tried to attack him. Then the viewers heard the great cry that Lucy had made as she saw her daughter. "So the cursed faction, they won? Doesn't this mean that they are the new era power? They will be invited over to the leaders' table with the others. I can't believe it. I put all my life savings on pure winning. How could they lose?" "Don't you think he went a bit far? He tried to kill the girl. He could have just beaten her. Maybe that's why she gave up." "Did you see what happened at the end? Why did the woman turn into a granny? It looked like she's dead." Soon after the stream had ended there, and later on, an announcement was to be made about the rest of the outcome. While things weren't very clear, Bonnie and Void thought this would be for the best. With the duel coming to an end, the place was cleared and the Pure members and Daisy members were told to stay on the planet to remain on standby. Later on, they were to negotiate the terms and hand over everything that would now belong to the Cursed faction. For the time being, the leaders and all the groups returned to their ship, and none of them were to leave. The original plan was to set a meeting to invite the new leader to the table to discuss plans on hunting the demon tier beast. However, Quinn wasn't in the mood to talk at the moment, and they could see that from his actions that they had considered strange. Haley had confirmed the death of Lucy, and her body was handed over to the Pure group. On a ship, there would usually be a place where one could store bodies, freezing them to preserve them for burying later. But when they tried to grab Layla as well, Quinn refused. He stated that if anyone touched her, he would deal with all of them. They stayed back with no leaders, and most of them not being from Pure, didn't care about her that much to get involved. He then grabbed Layla in both arms and began to move her while Haley followed. She wanted to make sure Layla was all okay. Quinn didn't quite know what happened, but he knew that her mother had given her life to save Layla, but they were unsure if that was enough. After some emergency treatment provided by Haley, she was placed on one of the medical beds next to Peter. The two of them lied down side by side, and Peter was being much more responsive, but he was still weak. No amount of food was allowing him to heal, but Haley said it didn't look like he would be dying soon either. It was clear he couldn't fight in the current condition he was in, and his arm was still missing as well. With Lucy gone, he was starting to wonder if he would ever find a way to get Peter back to normal. "Is she okay?" Quinn asked. "As a doctor, I have to tell you the truth. I know her mother has given up her life for her, but all she has done is give her more time. The wound won't close up. Her heart is still partially beating, but if we try to put an artificial one in there to get a donor, I'm afraid it will put too much strain on her body and we will lose her. It's not something she can go through in the condition she is in." While looking at Quinn's saddened face and seeing him stare at Layla, a thought had come into Haley's mind. She knew she had seen something similar before. When she was working at the school, the two of them had come in, and she thought they were both an item at the school. It was strange seeing the two of them like this again. It was a small world. She wondered how these two came to be on opposite sides. She just wished the world didn't need to be this way. Footsteps could be heard coming up from behind, and when she turned around, she was surprised to see that it was her father, Paul. But he wasn't alone, and there was someone else with him, a young-looking female. "Haley, why don't you come with me? These two need to talk about something," Paul said, and the two of them were off. There was silence between the two of them, and Quinn didn't even look at Kaz, but continued to stare at Layla. "What do you want? Have the vampires asked you to do something?" Quinn asked. Thinking about this also reminded Quinn of the strange quest he had gotten during the fight. He now had multiple things to worry about. "In the vampire world, there is a leader who can probably heal them both. I know the humans can't do anything, but I'm confident one of the vampires can," Kaz said. "And why should I trust you? Why would you choose to help me?" Quinn replied. "Quinn, I'm not here to sabotage you. I'm only here to keep an eye on you. Both of these two here are part of the vampire world as well. They will get treatment for being injured on this mission. I can tell they don't have time. Right now, as a vampire under another family leader, my job from the king is to help you. Every action I take is for the vampires, and these two here are vampires." He didn't know if Kaz was a good actress or if her words were genuine, but she was certainly very convincing about the whole thing. He didn't know what other choice he had. According to Haley, Layla would soon die, and Peter was now unable to do anything. "Can I come with you?" Quinn asked. Kaz shook her head. "It's not that you can't, but I suggest that you don't. Some people don't like that you are here in the first place. If you go, there's a good chance you won't make it back, or at least stop you from returning." When saying these words, she was wondering to herself why she was telling Quinn this, but at the end of the day, she was just following her orders as she was meant to. "Can you do me a favor when you get back?" Quinn asked. "Find out what happened to the 10th family and report back to me. Keep me updated." In the middle of the fight, the progress bar for the quest had stopped going down and had disappeared. Quinn was unsure what the number it had stopped at was. He was only sure that it wasn't 0, which meant they were still alive, at least some of them. His system also still stated that Leo was his selected vampire knight and could still summon him, so he could only assume Leo was okay. "I'll try," she replied. Bringing over the teleporter, Kaz held Layla carefully in both arms, while Peter steadied himself onto his 2 feet. The three of them went through, traveling to the vampire world. "I hope you can get better," Quinn said. With a little bit off his mind, there was finally something he could look at that had happened as soon as the match had ended. "Quest complete. Become the new era power. Please select your reward." Given that it was a major quest line, Quinn anticipated receiving quite the reward from the quest. Rather than an instant quest that would pop up when facing a tough opponent, nothing came up when he used his inspection skills against Lucy either. He suspected that this might not have been because the system didn't consider her strong enough, but just because it was already related to the main quest of becoming a new power. It had been quite the journey, taking planet after planet, but in the end, it ended quicker than he imagined due to the duel. Not without its problems, though. Please choose your quest reward. Instant level up, evolution available. The first set of messages surprised Quinn. Rather than giving him multiple rewards or just a single big one, it was letting him choose. The first option was an instant level up. There was nothing else but that. A little disappointed, but the rewards for becoming one of the leaders at the leaders' table would bear fruit soon, rather than in the system itself. And if Quinn thought about it a bit more, the instant level up quest would appear less and less as he got stronger. At the moment, it felt like it was impossible for him to level up, and despite all the people he had met so far, he had not been given an instant level up quest. With this, he would finally reach level 40 by evolving into a vampire lord, which he was sure would have its own benefits. And he would have been one step closer to completing the quest of becoming a vampire leader. All that was left after that was to appoint another vampire knight. But then there was the second option. Unlock all skills of the shadow ability, level 8 and 7. He thought it might be easy to choose between the two, but the second one had certainly made things difficult. There was still one more skill to be unlocked at level 7, and he had no clue how many there were at level 8. Choosing this reward would unlock them all. Training the shadow to get enough skill points took a long time, and unlike the instant level up, there was hardly ever a quest that would allow him to unlock a skill. Yet this was allowing him to unlock every skill. After thinking about it long and hard, Quinn had finally chosen one. New skill Shadow Sync unlocked, similar to Shadow Hop, where the user can travel to anywhere the shadow they control is present. A Shadow Sync allows one to do this with anything, as long as the shadow is large enough. The larger the object being moved, and the greater the distance between them, the more MC points will be consumed. Quinn had seen Arthur use this skill while fighting the vampire leaders. He had spread his shadow so it was spread on the whole battlefield floor, then used it to move the leaders away from the battle, and even used it to redirect one of their attacks. When Arthur used it, the skill certainly seemed very handy, but Quinn and Arthur were two different people. Quinn was unable to spread his shadow on the floor that wide. He just didn't have enough MC points for that. If the skill took up more MC points on top of this, then that would be a problem. Like Shadow Hop, it was most likely a skill that could only be used with Shadow Void, when he would create the domes made of shadow. That was the last skill of level 7, and finally, he had leveled his ability to the last level, level 8. Level 8 Shadow ability unlocked. Reward 60 MC points. You now have a total of 200 MC points. Just when Quinn was talking about the lack of MC points, he had received a nice surprise. However, he thought 200 must have been the difference between the Earth and the Sun when comparing himself to Arthur. Skill unlocked, Shadow Link. This skill allows the user to feel other shadow users no matter where they are, as long as they are currently using the shadow ability. It requires no MC points to use, but must activate the skill. This is not a passive skill. Quinn could only guess that this was how Arthur had found out about him that time, which meant he was pretty sure what the next and final skill would be. New skill unlocked, Shadow to Shadow. Once a link has been made using Shadow Link, the user can use the skill Shadow to Shadow. This will allow the person to move and travel to the other person's shadow. This skill can only be used once a day. Obtaining these two skills, Quinn was understanding what Arthur had done that day. Quickly, as a test, he decided to try to activate Shadow Link to see if there was anyone out there, or if he could even locate Arthur. Activating the Shadow Link skill was simple enough since the system did all the work for him, but he could feel nothing, and this was confirmed by the system message that had appeared. No shadow users found. Arthur must not be using his shadow right now. I guess it was true when he said that all shadow users had died out. Although Quinn couldn't be completely sure, as someone would have had to have been using the shadow ability at that very moment. Looking at all the skills and checking out the system, there really wasn't anything else. There were no more skills with his ability to unlock, but he was sure he had seen Arthur do some interesting things with the shadow other than the skills present. One of them was restoring Quinn's MC points, allowing him to consistently use his shadow. Perhaps this was something that Arthur had found out how to do himself. He had been alive for thousands of years after all. Now with the shadow ability completely unlocked, Quinn really only had to worry about two things leveling up to evolve and increase his MC points. The only current way he knew how was to use Shadow Eater. Surely there has to be another way. In the middle of his thoughts, the door slid open again, and it was Linda who had appeared. She was surprised to see that both Peter and Layla were no longer in the medical bay, but she didn't dare ask. "Quinn, I have a message from the other leaders. They can't wait any longer, and have said that it is time. It's time for the first meeting of the new leaders' table." His heart thumped a little louder than before, hearing those words. It confirmed that Quinn had somehow, some way, made it to this position. He could only dream of such a position. He knew what questions they wanted to ask, but he had a few questions of his own as well. Before entering the meeting with the other powerhouses, Quinn was to choose 2 people to take with him, and 2 only. This was the same for the others as well. They were usually there as advisors or future successors to the family. The other option was someone who was considered strong themselves. When deciding who to take with him, Quinn's first choice was Sam. Although Quinn hadn't known Sam too long compared to some of the others, Quinn not only trusted him, but Sam ran nearly everything that went on in the cursed ship. Quite frankly, without him, Quinn felt like his life on the cursed ship would have been 10 times harder. This was the obvious choice, but with the second person he was struggling. Usually with something like this, he would have liked to have taken one of his close friends, but where were they all? Logan was still pretending to work with Mona, Layla and Peter were now in the vampire world, and as for Vorden, well, he was now known as Syl, and although Quinn and Syl got on, it wasn't in the same way as with Vorden. Their connection didn't feel close at all. Finally, there was Fex, but it felt strange to get him involved in a matter with humans. He never really seemed to have an interest in these types of things, and it felt like Fex was just there along for the ride, wishing to help Quinn wherever he could. In the end, Quinn decided to take Paul along with him. Paul, being an ex-high-ranking general, would have been used to these things and knew what games they would play. On top of this, from time to time, Paul would share his wisdom. If he had completely disregarded the group, he could have chosen to say nothing, but he had chosen to help Quinn. The 2 of them were also vampires who had been turned by Quinn, so with him in his presence, something strange was unlikely to happen. The meeting was to take place outside. Their people remained on the ship. The ship themselves, including the ones belonging to Pure and Daisy, were all lined up in a circle shape, and when the current leaders of the world exited from their ships at the appointed time, they walked together with the 2 by their side towards the center. Quinn didn't recognize the ones that had been brought out with Mona and Owen, but he did recognize Duke by Oscar's side. The other one next to Oscar was a female. Just like before, when they had arrived in the center, Oscar placed his hands on the floor and created a round table. He then created seats for everyone there, while the 2 by each person's side would remain standing. "I would like to announce that everyone sitting down at this moment is part of the new World Leaders Table, and that we should welcome our newest member, Quinn Talon," Oscar announced. Claps from everyone at the table were made. It felt a little hollow and quiet, and the grand moment felt quite small. Usually a big deal like this would be televised, and a ceremony would take place to inform everyone, but it didn't change the fact that Quinn had made it. "First, I would like to talk about the outcome of the match," Oscar said. "Daisy has agreed to hand over everything to you. Resources, equipment, and their planets now belong to you, and they have disbanded. The same could be said for Pure, but we all know this isn't true in the first place. The Pure members that had come with their leader and had managed to escape somehow, and it looks like they are no longer present on their occupied planets. However, those that lived in the shelters that weren't really part of Pure are still there. We have spoken to them instead, and they too have agreed to hand everything over to the Cursed faction with no trouble." Hearing this, Quinn was wondering what happened to Sia. Was she still on the ship with the other faction members, or had she returned with the Pure members from before? It was something he could go see after this meeting. "As for the members themselves," Oscar continued, "they are not slaves, and we wish to correct our ways of the past. They will not be forced to work under you or join your group. They are free to do so if they wish, or they are free to join any of the groups here at this table. However, to stop any more trouble from occurring, groups will have to be under the leadership of one of the leaders present at this table." "I understand what you are saying," Quinn said, "but don't you think it might cause a problem in the future? The group here today was separated by the Cursed faction, and we don't have the best of reputations at the moment. There is a good chance that once they join one of the other groups, they will attempt their revenge and take back their planets." It came as a nice surprise to everyone that Quinn had actually spoken up. This was fine to do as a leader at the table. It was meant to be a discussion in the first place. However, usually, when a new person was in front of such great people that they had looked up to for years, they would be a little afraid to speak. Still, for some reason, Quinn wasn't nervous. It felt like he had been in this situation multiple times before, and at the Vampire Council table, the air felt a lot heavier than this one. If they are to attempt something like that, then the respective leader will need to deal with them. This meeting and everything that's happening so far is a sign that the Civil War is over, and things shall remain the way they are for now. The military is not in charge and has no rule over anyone apart from its people. Would it be better for the human race to come together as one force? Yes, I believe so. Is it possible? Perhaps, but not without more fighting. And right now we can't afford to carry on fighting with the enemy around the corner. Rather than one force, we would need to think of this as an alliance. It had to be thought of this way, Quinn thought, especially since he knew what Owen's ultimate goal in all of this was, and if the Bree family had agreed to the military's way of doing things, they wouldn't have parted ways either. Now, before we move on to other topics, there are some concerning thoughts that we share as a group, Oscar continued. There is still a power that is not part of the alliance still out there, pure. They have great strength and have announced to the world that their power comes from Ki. I was afraid that a lot of people would be swayed into joining them, but thankfully their loss seems to have hindered that a bit. But regardless, they are a strong force. Now, one of the concerns my people have brought to me is that they worry that you, Quinn, are working with Pure. There are multiple reasons for this. Your strange actions in taking in the Pure girl you had hurt is one of them. It also doesn't sit well with me that one of my trusted men is now standing right by your side. I can't help but think he was forced to do so. They had invited Quinn to the leader's table, and then the first thing they had done was question him about his intentions. Quinn was a little frustrated about this, but worried he might say something wrong, and allowed one of his men to do the speaking. Both of these are quite aggressive questions, Sam said. I thought we came here to be treated as another leader like the rest of you. We could ask all of you here incriminating questions as well. What was with the dungeon areas beneath the base, the experimentation rooms? Why did the Greylash family decide to strike first and start this war? And why are the Bree family hiding the fact that they have a device that can locate demon-tier beasts, yet aren't sharing this with everyone? There was silence between everyone there, apart from Owen, who started to chuckle. Ha ha! So the cursed faction hasn't just been dealing with me this whole time. Each one of the powers here had secrets of their own, and somehow the cursed group knew about all of them. They had revealed things that the others had no clue about. If you want to ask if Paul is being forced to do this or not, you are free to ask him, Quinn said, but I want to tell you now. Many of the cursed faction is made up of people who have been pushed and bullied around their whole lives. We have crawled through far more than you know to get here, and now that we are here, we will not let that happen here either. All the others could feel an intense pressure leaving Quinn as he spoke those words. This is no normal child. Just what did he go through to be able to give off a presence like that? Oscar thought. Due to Quinn's young age and the inexperience of a new faction, Oscar and Mona had plans, thinking that maybe they could use the cursed faction in some way. Perhaps they have something against them, and attempt to blackmail them to be used to force them to act. Oscar was originally planning to put pressure on Quinn, even if they didn't have a relationship with Pure. It would have been best if the two groups had engaged in combat to demonstrate their differences to the other people and the world. But it seemed Quinn and those standing by him wouldn't be so gullible after all. They knew their position well now. If there was something they didn't like or felt like they were being mistreated, they could very well be the catalyst to start a new war. In particular, given the potentially dangerous information they shared with each group. I expected there to be spies within my group, but I didn't expect any to be from the cursed faction, Mona thought. The demon-tier locating device was meant to be their trump card. Now that information had been revealed, if they chose to keep it hidden or deny it, the others would soon think that the Bree family was planning something. You're right, Oscar said. We really haven't been treating you fairly. Our time is short, but while you are here, is there anything you would like to know from us? Oscar asked. This wasn't just asked to make Quinn feel welcomed and make him feel a part of the group, but was also there to see what the cursed faction's goal was. Oscar had already worked with Mona and knew her ambitions pretty well. As for Owen, he was a man covered in mystery, since he and the previous leader seemed to be nothing alike, but with the cursed faction. Oscar had no clue, but it was clear from his words that they were filled with anger. That boy has risen to this position, not because of skill, talent, and pure luck, but because he wanted to. He has clear intent, Oscar thought. As long as we are open about information with each other, I guess I should ask some things that will benefit all of us, Quinn said. Have any of you been able to locate Richard Eno, or is he possibly in one of your families? The others looked at each other for a second, as if they were trying to read their faces, hoping to get an answer, but it seemed like no one was hiding anything. While asking questions, Quinn was also listening very carefully to each and every one of their heartbeats, to see if there was a slight change or response to his questioning. He wasn't sure if this would prove someone was hiding something, but it was a start. However, there seemed to be no reaction from anyone at the table. "It appears no one has information on his whereabouts," Oscar replied. "Even before, Ino was a very secretive person. He would only meet the military on occasion to provide new information or technology and then disappear. He was a hard person to find before the Civil War, and even harder to find now." Quinn waited to see if what Oscar had said was in line with what the others had to say, and it seemed to be the case. The question Quinn asked also didn't raise any suspicions, as they thought anyone who wanted to raise their group strength would be looking to build a great relationship with the individual. "Actually, I suggest that once this whole thing is over, we try to gather our resources and find him as soon as possible," Oscar added. "I'm sure the Dalki have been watching us closely this whole time. If that is the case, once they find out the fighting has stopped, they will not allow us to recover and will attack. Ino was a man who gave us the technology to fight the Dalki back. I'm sure he wishes for humanity's survival just as much as the rest of us." What Oscar had said made sense, but Quinn wasn't too sure if Richard Eno really was on humanity's side or not. "And what of Jack Truedream?" Quinn asked. Other than a grudge, Jack Truedream was another person that people were after. If someone controlled him, they could effectively control the other groups and people once again. No matter how horrible his personality was, the public saw him the same way the vampires saw the Punishers, someone who could apply justice to those who did wrong. "All we know is that Jack Truedream is missing after his city was destroyed, although a lot of people are missing after that. The military's guess at the moment is it might have something to do with Pure." When Oscar said this, the heartbeats of the other two changed, but Quinn could guess why. They knew the real people behind the Truedream's mess, which was the Blade family. The other two thought the Blade family had captured Jack and were currently using him as a chain. However, Quinn knew this wasn't true. They had briefly examined the other inmates while rescuing Borden, and still claimed that this was also the case. At least, while they were down there were no indications of Truedream. As for thinking Pure had Jack, according to Layla, she hadn't seen him, which didn't rule out the possibility, but it was unlikely they had him as well. "Just where the hell is that little rat?" Quinn thought. "Do you have any more questions?" Duke asked, in an annoyed tone. Seeing a student of his rise to a position higher than himself annoyed him, but what was even more of an annoyance was the particular student in question as well. He was the one that had convinced Oscar greatly that Quinn was working with Pure, putting doubts in his heads. Quinn liked seeing Duke annoyed, though. "Yeah, I have another question. How's your arm doing?" Quinn asked. He didn't let him reply, though, and moved on to the next real question. "I wanted to ask you, when the war started, or before the war started, did any of you have some unexplained deaths that happened suddenly?" Now this was a question Oscar wasn't expecting, and was wondering why Quinn was asking such a thing. "It's hard to say. At the start of the war, deaths happened frequently. It's a shame to say, but those types of reports on individuals don't rise to the top. I just get the numbers on a sheet of paper. Perhaps it's something each of us can look into, but it will have to be after the hunt." "Can I ask why?" Mona interrupted. "Why are you interested in deaths that would have happened before the war?" The real reason Quinn was inquiring was because the king had assigned him to that particular task, to learn what had transpired to each group's vampire spies on Earth. He also had the impression that Eno and the others might be involved in this incident in some way. Still, Quinn didn't really know how to reply to this without sounding too suspicious, and Paul was the one that eventually answered. "It's because our men were part of your group," Paul replied. "We had people in each of the major factions and the military, including myself, but we had lost contact with them all. We find it strange for all of this to have happened at once." Coming from Paul, it sounded very believable, and Oscar looked a little upset, as if Paul's words stung him after finding out he was a double agent. The reason Paul decided to speak was because this was his main goal as well. If he had done well getting information about them for the council, then he could save his people. The king at least seemed to be a vampire of his word, but that didn't mean others would attempt to leave the humans in that crazy world alone. The longer time was spent here, the more chance his people had of dying. "I think that is enough questions for today," Oscar said. "We must move on to the main matter." Oscar went on to explain to everyone about the hunt for the demon tier beast. At the same time, he explained what would be done with the crystal to make things fair, adding Quinn as one of the code-bearers to unlock the weapon once it was crafted. When it came to dividing the rewards, Quinn hadn't anticipated this as their response, but he couldn't really complain either. "So when does this hunt for the demon tier beast start?" he asked. "As soon as this meeting is over," Oscar replied. At a time before, Quinn had been made one of the new leaders at the leaders' table. In the Beast Planet solar system, a particular planet located in the Bree family area was declared an orange portal planet. It had a couple of shelters that had been set up. In them, there were those from multiple different factions, and they all worked under the Bree family. The people there lived good lives and achieved great financial support from the Bree family. Due to it being classified as an orange planet, the main goal was to scout the remaining parts of the planet and report when new beasts were seen. Due to the planet belonging to the Bree family, although beast hunts did happen, if they found a high-tier beast, they were actually told to report back or capture it if possible, rather than killing the beast. Both of these rewards would be substantial for completing them. This was one of the reasons the Bree family had quite a dedicated following of factions, even outside of those directly in the Bree family. In the faction hall where one would take quests, there was often a tavern-like bar area where the travelers could drink food and eat. They would fill their bellies before going off to battle or on a long journey, and in the faction hall there was a man seated at the table on his own doing just that. He brushed his long, flowing blonde hair to the side as he picked up his drink and took a swig. "At least this is one thing that hasn't changed in all these years, although it does taste watered down." Arthur, like a certain type of vampire, was able to change his hair as he wished. He worked hard at this. When he was a human, his hair was blonde, but when he turned into a vampire, his hair turned jet black. After visiting an old friend, although he wasn't sure if it was right to call him that anymore, his friend was able to make it so Arthur could change his hair color. Arthur had been going to each of the orange portal and red portal planets in the Beast solar system, all in search of the first king, Eno. He wanted to ask so many questions after finding out the truth about what he had done. He also thought there was a chance that he might be aware of what had happened to his people. He was sure that some members of the council were behind it, but the problem was for the vampires to take out the Punishers even with him gone. There had to be more than one leader behind the attack, and as strong as Arthur was, accusing certain vampires of such things would just cause a war between himself and them. "Maybe I could take out half of them if I came to it. They do seem weaker than the vampires back then. I guess they don't fight as much. The problem is, if the king gets involved," Arthur thought. Trying to think like Eno, Arthur thought that rather than hide on the planets that are fully occupied, he would have created a research lab somewhere on a dangerous planet. Somewhere the humans refused to set foot on, just like the training planet the vampires used. But he had no luck so far. There were no leads, and he was just searching around aimlessly. He took a deep breath, and 5 other travelers came over to where he was sitting. "Sorry, this place is a little busy and full at the moment. Do you mind if our team takes a seat?" It was a young boy with brown hair and green eyes. He had a shield on his back and a sword by his side. Although he was young, he was confident, and his party behind him was as well. "I don't own the place, so you are free to sit wherever you wish," Arthur replied. The group sat down at the round table and ordered a few drinks. The young boy, who seemed to be the leader, had also ordered a 6th one, and when they arrived, he handed it over to Arthur. "Thanks for letting us sit here," the young man said. The group was composed of an odd-looking, frail old man in robes, a shorter, stout man with a great beard with an axe, and an athletic female who wore light clothing but had no weapon on her. Then there was also another female who was dressed similarly to her, but was a little gloomy and fragile. Through listening to their conversations, Arthur learned that the young boy's name was Andy, and they seemed to be quite experienced travelers, with a lot of great achievements under their belt. "Okay, the next one, a 3-spiked dalky or a demigod-tier beast?" the ginger short man asked. They had been playing this game for a while now, comparing beasts, strong ranking figures, and the dalky. On this one, the group seemed split, and it was up to Andy to decide. "I have only seen the strength of a 1-spiked dalky in the war, so it's hard for me to really say," Andy replied. "We don't know how much in power they scale from each spike." "Just pick one already, and stop being a sour plum. You're the deciding vote," one of the girls said. Looking in the corner of his eye, he decided to turn to the stranger. "I know, why don't we ask our guest? What do you think is stronger?" Andy asked. Other than the first drink that had been given to him, this was the first time they had spoken to him. Arthur thought this might happen, and he didn't mind speaking to them. He actually enjoyed others' company. The problem at the moment was the question they were asking him. A Dalki. That's that new alien race that came about while I was asleep. I wonder how strong they are, Arthur thought. Because of this, Arthur had to give a random answer. The Dalki would be my bet. Two of the members broke out in cheers while the others started to moan, one of them being the short, ginger man named Pike. Ah, what would he know? Pike said, annoyed. We would need to ask someone who is a seasoned traveler. I bet this man has never even met an emperor tier in his life. It was fine for the others to assume this, especially since Arthur was wearing no such beast gear, and was in pretty plain clothing, apart from the large sword that was chained up on his back. That sword must be for show, one of the girls said. But he has such a big sword, the shy girl said, while her face blushed bright red. Now calm down. Let's not all just jump on our guest just because of an opinion, Andy said, smiling nervously. We are quite competitive in this regard, especially since we have a lot of experience. Sorry about this. A lot of experience is putting it lightly, Pike shouted, as he threw his traveler tag and placed it on the table, proudly displaying the letter A. Looking around, Arthur could see each one of them had the A tag on them as well, but he had no clue what this meant. At first he thought they were just wearing it for decoration with the initials of their name, but now he realized how stupid he was being. So, are you telling me you guys are strong? Arthur said, taking another chug of his beer. Well, that's good to know. It would be a shame if such lively people like you were to die just trying to earn some gold. Your lives could end at any moment. Pike was getting annoyed by the way Arthur was speaking, as if he was an elderly person speaking to children. Who even used the term gold? Pike himself was quite an old man, and he also didn't like the fact that there were no respect shown to them for being high-ranking travelers. Wise words from nobody. What rank are you then, my dear friend? I would love to see it, Pike asked. Arthur, of course, had no clue what the ranks were. He had been so busy searching for the first king. What is the highest rank possible for a traveler? Arthur asked. It was a strange question to ask, but Andy still answered it anyway. Rank AAA, Andy replied. Then I would be a AAA rank person, maybe even beyond. There was silence as everyone was starting to wonder if this person was crazy or not. Beyond triple rank A would put him at the leader level or even higher. If it was true, they would have known the person who they were all looking at. What made it even stranger was how straightforward Arthur sounded when speaking these words. As I thought, this person is a crazy fool, Pike said, giving up on trying to impress a nobody. What's your name? Andy asked, interested in the strange man. Arthur. Hello, I'm Andy. Nice to meet you. Don't mind them. They're great guys, I assure you. I was wondering if you would like to go hunting with us. Old man Clinkers hasn't been feeling well. So while he recovers, we have been taking it easy and enjoying some drinks in this pub. Of course, if we're going on a quest, we need 5 people. We've been a little bored lately as a result of this. You wouldn't have to do much. We can take care of ourselves. Arthur thought about it for a while. It would be putting his mission on hold, but he then realized that he was in no rush. It didn't really matter how long this task would take him, and he would have to explore the planet anyway, so why not with a lively bunch? Sure, I look forward to working with you, said Arthur. Traveling with the travelers, Arthur remained at the back of the group, not really doing much as they encountered beasts along the way. The terrain they were traveling on was mostly filled with small shrubs and rivers that were long and winding. In the distance, large hills and mountains could be seen in all sorts of different shapes. Arthur could see that the travelers were skilled, as they had said. They certainly backed up their words with their skills. Even while dealing with a group of advanced-tier beasts, they were calm and had no trouble fighting them off. However, Arthur didn't do much as he was looking around for any clues or signs of the first king. His mind was always wondering about different things. However, the task was a large one, and it was going to be difficult. Looking for a single man on a single planet was nearly an impossible task, and now he had to look for a man among multiple planets. Still, I have an infinite amount of time to do this. I'm probably the only person that can do this, Arthur thought. After having an encounter with the advanced-tier beast, the group decided to rest up by the river on some boulders, where they could put down their supplies and take off their heavy equipment for a few seconds. Not all of them did this, and they took it in turns while keeping watch. The river was quite beautiful as a glowing, slightly red mist could be seen above it, unsure where it was really coming from. The black-haired girl who wore a headband on her head was the healer of the group. Despite her shyness, she wasn't afraid to get involved in a fight and was always in the right place at the right time. Due to her ability, she was able to shoot it out like a beam at her allies, healing them while the fight was happening at the same time. although the healing was less effective this way. Now the fight was over. She was busy healing them directly using her hands. "I knew that man would be of no use," Pike muttered angrily after one of the animals severely scratched his shoulder. By fighting close to Arthur, he had tried to hurt him or test his skill. Perhaps Arthur could have even saved his life if he had been in trouble and looked up to the man, but Arthur wasn't hurt once, and the beast took no interest in him at all. The truth was, the beast had looked at Arthur and had planned to attack him at one point, but a single look into Arthur's eyes, and the beast wanted to submit there and then, do whatever this foul creature wished. But Arthur looked away, and the beast felt like it had gotten off lightly. "Maybe a AAA rank doesn't need to get involved with such low beasts like this," the feisty girl who went by the name Priya said. "He's our guest," Andy replied. "We just invited him along so we could actually go hunting for once. We should be thankful." "Is that why we haven't been going into the unknown areas?" Priya asked. "We haven't hunted here before, but we have hunted in this area. It's not really the best for making money." Andy was unsure if Arthur was bluffing or not about his strength. At the moment, he hadn't seen him do anything, so going into the unknown, unexplored areas with one person less would be quite troublesome. "Can you do some ranged attacks, Arthur?" Andy asked. Arthur then turned to look at one of the larger rocks that wasn't too far away. Without the others seeing, he also grabbed a few stones from the floor. Bang, bang, bang. Small holes could be seen going straight through the boulder when observing it. It appeared as though someone had picked up a gun and fired directly at it. "Nice," Andy said with his thumb up. "Who knew you had a range of abilities? With that, it will help our team composition greatly."
"You're telling me he could have helped the whole time but chose not to?"
Pike said, gripping his axe in anger. What Arthur had done wasn't an ability at all. He had just picked up a few stones from the floor and threw them over to the rock. He thought this would be enough to impress them for now. When the group was off again, Arthur decided to pick up some more rocks from the ground. While walking, they decided to walk along the river. They could see up ahead it was thinner, then they could finally go over to the other side, which was part of the unexplored area. As long as they stayed near the river, it shouldn't have been too much trouble. "There's something not right," Andy thought. "If his ability is a ranged one, then why does he carry a giant chained sword on his back?" Still, he could tell Arthur wasn't a bad person, so they continued to travel along the river. "Something's coming," Arthur said, as he heard and could feel the vibrations from the floor.
"Ha! Is this some sixth sense that only AAA-ranked travelers have?"
Pike said. At that moment, from the river they were walking nearby. A large wave was made, causing the water to wash up on the land. A large, powerful sea creature could be seen emerging from the river. It was a creature with a broad, thick upper chest and a spine covered in several spikes. It had blue scales, and the crown of its head resembled a trident. When it stepped out of the river, its webbed feet could be seen. Soon, it had opened its mouth and fired out a hydro pump full of water towards Pike. It was a strong, powerful single stream. The attack was fast, but Andy had headed Arthur's warning, unlike the rest of them, and managed to block the attack with his shield getting in between Pike. The force was strong, and while the attack was being blocked, the others started to move in. "Careful, it's at least a humanoid king-tier elemental beast," Andy said, judging by the strength of its attack. The fish creature quickly looked up and prepared to fire another hydro pump at Priya when she approached from above. The bubbles in her mouth could be seen as she continued to float in the air. "Wait, it can fire another one that fast?" she said, wondering how she could move while in the middle of the air. Bang! Another loud explosion was heard, and the bubbles had stopped forming in the beast's mouth. When Priya looked at the beast, she could see its eyes were dead and it was unmoving. Still, she pulled out her dagger and proceeded to stab the beast on the top of its head and fell to the floor with it. "Quickly, let's see if she's okay," Andy ordered, and the rest went over. When they arrived, the beast was dead, and Priya's blade could be seen in its head. "Priya, good job! You managed to kill the thing in one go," Pike said, giving her a pat on her back. "Yeah," Priya replied slowly. She was certain, though, that the beast had already passed away before she had even stabbed it in the head. Andy was helping in removing the beast crystal from the body while examining the creature. That's when he also noticed a small hole in the side of its head. Where did this come from? Then something hit him. But how and when? Looking back towards Arthur, he seemed disinterested and didn't even care about the crystal in the beast. Damn, Arthur thought. I was just trying to hurt the beast to stop it from doing its silly attack. Who would have thought it would die from throwing a stone? Are these stones made from diamonds? Slowly, the team was starting to realize that maybe Arthur wasn't lying about his rank after all. As he continued to travel with the group, Arthur began to take part in encounters with beasts more and more. He was mastering his strength so that a repeat of the first incident wouldn't occur. Part of the problem was the density of the rocks themselves that were from the planet. Of course, the material and density differed based on what one's planet was, so it would take him a while to get used to his strength when throwing them. It would be wrong of him to deal with the beast by himself because he was no longer dispatching them with a single blow from the stones. Travelers like these needed to become accustomed to combat in order to advance. In addition, the group didn't seem like the kind to behave that way. They wouldn't have wanted Arthur to defeat these beasts even if he had told them he could do so easily. The group was starting to grow on him a little, as he found their arguments humored him, and even Pike was starting to see Arthur as a valuable asset, with his, stone-throwing ability. Once again, after an encounter with another group of beasts, they were resting while the black-haired traveler girl was healing them. Sitting down, the black-haired girl approached him, offering a small orange pill. "It's okay," Arthur said, rejecting the kind offer. "I can go for a long time without food. I don't like those types of things." Unsure of what it was or how it affected him, Arthur wouldn't just eat random things created in this day and age. A vampire's stomach was often delicate when it came to these types of things. After years of being a vampire, Arthur longed to try to find food that would satisfy him compared to when he was a human, and he had run into a few difficult times in the past. The short story, Vampire Diarrhea, was not the best. "Okay, let's do it," Andy said with a cheerful voice. "We've seen Arthur's strength, and I think he might be better as a team than when we are with the old man. Although don't tell him that. The old man might never travel with us again." "You mean you think we can go explore the new area?" Priya said with excitement. "I was getting tired of fighting the same beasts over and over again. Besides, that's where the real treasures are." Along with them, Pike was carrying a small rucksack, which would expand in size when placed on the ground. When it opened up, it would show all types of different equipment. These were different types of tools that were meant for capturing a beast rather than killing it. "As long as Arthur is okay with it, then I see no problem." When Andy said these words, he looked towards Arthur with his innocent young face and puppy dog eyes. "Sure," Arthur replied. Since there were so few people to defend, Arthur didn't really consider it a problem. If a powerful beast showed up, he could handle it, as long as they didn't run into a demon-tier beast of some sort. Perhaps if he had been younger, he would have searched for a way to try and fight such powerful beasts as these travelers. But the days of testing his strength against strong foes were over. When he responded, the group looked happy and excited, filled with energy. He began to ponder what life as a traveler would be like as he observed their smiles. He had been told he would become king when he was a human from a young age. He took care of people while also going on adventures to aid them. Then, when he became head of the Punishers, his job was a strict one, and there was no longer time to go out on an adventure. He had spent his whole life protecting and upholding the law. So much time, so much life flashed before his eyes. Friends were made and friends were lost. He had even seen someone from the young age of a baby grow up, grow old, and die before he did. His life would continue to live on, seeing everyone he cared about pass on. In the end, he got sick of this and chose to go into an eternal slumber. "Come on, are you ready?" Andy asked. They were all now standing up, with some strange-looking items attached around their waists and on their backs. For crossing the small part of the river, they had placed some levitating platforms that they were able to jump across. The person at the end would have to pick them up, though, as they carried on moving forward. Technology sure had come a long way. Even though the vampires were more advanced in their tech, Arthur was sure the humans would always catch up one day, innovating as their population grew. On reaching the other side, they were now in a new land, a new area that was expected to be full of different types of beasts. They walked and explored for a while, but it wasn't what they had expected. Unlike on the other side of the river, they hadn't encountered a single beast yet. So to kill the time, the others wanted to have some conversation. "So Arthur, what's with the big sword on your back?" Priya asked. "You're a ranged user, right? So why have a sword and why is it chained up? You won't be able to cut anything with that thing." Arthur grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back for a few seconds before taking it off his back and swinging it forward with a single hand. With the sheer size and weight of the thing, just carrying it in one hand looked like it would snap someone's wrist. Well, I'm not really skilled with the sword, so I don't like to use it too much. As for the chains, if you ever saw me unwrap the chains on this thing, then you should probably start running." The others chuckled a little bit, but it was a bit of nervous laughter from some. They realized that after traveling with Arthur, he joked a lot, but when he was serious, he said things seriously. And this time, just like the other times, he had spoken the words without smiling or laughing. "And if I was to ask what tier that weapon was, you would tell me it was a demon tier, correct?" Pike said sarcastically. "Of course not," Arthur smiled, putting the large sword back on his back. "This isn't even a beast weapon. If you tried using this thing to cut up those beasts back there, you wouldn't do much to them." With this statement contradicting his last one, the others felt a lot more at ease about the weapon. Still walking through the new lands, they no longer saw any rivers, but still had run into no beasts. So they decided that they would head to the closest mountain, and when they reached there, they would rest before turning back. They had already spent a lot of time looking in vain, so perhaps it was time to pick another location. Priya was in the lead as they approached the mountain, and as soon as she rounded one of the corners, she immediately turned around, leaning her back against the mountainside. Her eyes were enlarged, and she looked like she had just woken up from a nightmare. "Priya, what do you see?" Andy said, rushing over. Not even wanting to make a sound, Priya placed her finger on her lips and pulled him over to the side. She waited for the rest to reach her possessions. When they did, they all peeked around the corner and they could see it. A great grand fortress had been built at the base of the mountain. However, it wasn't just any regular fortress. The material that had been used was a hard black substance. The surfaces were uneven and had several bumps and spikes sticking out, yet they were still able to build structures such as towers and even had a large gate out the front. "This looks like a vampire base," Arthur's first thought was, judging by the materials used. Although they were a little rough, similar to how the old vampires used to build their castles from black material. Nowadays they have discovered a technique to smooth out the material and can build structures just as well as they can with brick and glass, at least from what Arthur had seen on his latest visit to the vampire's base. "Have I finally found a vampire base outside of the vampire establishment? Is this where Eno is hiding?" He never thought he would find something so soon, but then. The words from one of the others had changed his train of thought. "It's a Dalki fortress," Andy said. "We have to return. We have to inform everyone on this planet that the Dalki have already established a fortress here. Otherwise everyone could die." Arthur finally understood what they were discussing at that point. He noticed large figures on the gate walls that appeared to be people, almost giant-like, but were actually much larger and more muscular than people, with almost animal-like features on their faces and arms. "This belongs to those that are called the Dalki, and not the vampires. Why does their architecture look so similar to the old ways of the vampires?" Arthur thought, confused.
"Well, I never thought we would have visitors."
A deep, snarling voice from behind was heard. It was hard to make out what the words actually were. When they turned around, they could see a Dalki standing directly behind them, towering over them. It grinned and exposed its pointed teeth. The shy, black-haired healer was in the back of the group. Out of fear, she closed her eyes and was about to yell. Jumping in front of her, Andy had his shield held up and ready. "Don't scream," Andy said. "If there's just one, we might be able to deal with it." Soon after saying those words, the Dalki swung its arm, and the shield was destroyed, falling to the floor. It was sliced in half. His hopes of possibly getting out of this situation alive were suddenly lost. "We're dead! We're all dead!" Andy said, shaking and sweating nervously. Pike and Priya were too afraid to even jump in like Andy had just done, and were frozen with fear.
"This is boring. I thought you would at least provide some entertainment."
The Dalki spoke, raising its hand to throw another strike towards the couple. However, they could see Arthur's long blonde hair in front of them, even though it should have been over for them given its strong claws and swinging hand. Before their eyes, it began to darken and change color. "Am I dreaming?" Andy said, falling to his knees full of tears. The Dalki was being held by the wrist by Arthur, who had stopped the attack. "I kind of like these guys, so do you mind leaving them alone?" Arthur said.
"What's happening right now? I've squashed bugs like this in the war before, so then why can't I move my hand against this guy?"
the Dalki thought. It tried to summon all its strength, but the human in front of him had a tight grip on his wrist. It wouldn't even budge. This was something the Dalki had never felt before. With Arthur's right hand, he threw the stones right into the Dalki's chest where their heart would be. 3 bangs were heard firing off like bullets, and crumbles were seen falling from the Dalki's chest.
"Damn it! Even Arthur's ability can't do anything,"
Pike said, hoping for a second that maybe Arthur's being a AAA-ranked traveler was true. but of course it couldn't be. "Wow, you're the first person to survive my new stone flick technique," Arthur said as he started to chuckle at his humor, although the others behind weren't laughing. How could they, when their deaths would soon be upon them? How can he be so calm, and why hasn't the Dalkey flung him away yet? Andy thought. What was worrying him most was the number of spikes on the Dalkey's back. They were a group of A-rank adventurers, and as such, they should have been able to deal with at least one spiked Dalkey, but not two, and if they didn't take care of this one fast, then soon more would come. On his body, the Dalkey was wearing beast gear. Despite the Dalkey's reputation for sporting beast armor, it was discovered that they were unable to activate it. That is to say, the active skills and the added power boost that humans experience when wearing such items were not available to Dalkey. So they only wore beast gear as a form of protection. "You block my stones, now let's see how well you block this." Moving the Dalkey, leading it by the wrist, Arthur made it so the Dalkey's back was now facing the mountain. Not holding back, he threw out his other fist at full strength, hitting it in the stomach. The Dalkey was far too tall for Arthur to hit it in his head, but it didn't matter, for the Dalkey was slammed into the mountain, and he had gone in a few inches deep, creating a large crater behind it. Soon it started to cough out green blood, and it appeared to still be alive. "I guess I was right about what is stronger, a three-spiked Dalkey or a demigod-tier beast," Arthur said, impressed. "What are you doing, Arthur?" Andy shouted. "You have to kill it now while it's still weak." Arthur looked puzzled by Andy's words. What did he mean, while it's still weak? It had just been injured, so surely it wouldn't suddenly get any stronger. Not knowing information about the Dalkey was a mistake on Arthur's behalf. As he turned his head to look back at the Dalkey in the mountain wall, it was no longer there, and instead a fist was pounded in his face, sending him flying away. "No!" Priya screamed. "Arthur, he let his guard down. He was our only hope." Seeing a man who wore next to no beast gear get hit like that, no one thought he would have survived.
"It's a shame the interesting one had to disappear so fast like that,"
the Dalkey said, while blood continued to drip from its mouth. It took a step forward, and suddenly it felt its legs sink into something, and it had fallen to the ground. All the Dalkey could see as it looked beneath it were shadows. "Huh? What happened?" Priya asked. "The Dalkey was in front of us, and now it's gone." Soon after, they saw an object fly past and slam into the mountain once again. When the dust settled, they could see someone walking in the direction of where Arthur had been hit, and it was none other than Arthur himself. In his two hands, he was holding on to Dalkey's hands. They had been torn off from Dalkey's body. "That freaking hurt," Arthur said, although he looked fine walking forward. "Shadow sink." Once again a shadow appeared beneath Dalkey's feet, and a shadow appeared above Arthur's head, dropping the Dalkey onto the floor. With its arm missing, it was still alive. As it fell, it tried to kick Arthur, but he was too fast and avoided the attack. After jumping up, he was now higher than the Dalkey. Slamming his foot between the neck and head, the two of them came crashing down onto the floor, and a round object could be seen rolling towards the others. "The Dalkey, the two-spiked Dalkey, was killed," Pike said, stabbing the head with his spear to make sure it really was dead. He quickly took a step back, just in case the head somehow attacked him. Green blood had been spilt all over the floor and the area they were fighting in, but not only that, but a small amount had also gotten on his sword on his back. It started to shake slightly as if it was alive. "This blood works as well?" Arthur said. "I made a promise not to harm humans with it, but maybe I could use this instead." While everyone was busy celebrating, Andy had a concerned look on his face. He quickly picked himself up and went to look at the fortress. It was as he feared. The guards on the gate wall seemed to be discussing something, and a few of them seemed to be already moving towards them. "How many of them are in the fortress?" Arthur asked. "I don't know. The fortress isn't too big, so maybe around 15 of them," Andy replied. "We have to hurry back to the shelter and ask the Bree family for help. We can't deal with all of these on our own, otherwise everyone could die." 15, huh? If they're all as strong as this guy, they could be trouble, although it seems like the single-spiked ones are more common among them. Besides, maybe I should play it safe and use this. Taking the sword off his back, the chain started to unravel from his sword and fell to the floor, which later went into a strange shadow. Soon a shadow appeared all over Arthur's body, and when it disappeared, a red and black armor could be seen in its place. "Remember what I said about when the chains come off this thing?" "You can't be serious!" Pike shouted. "You'll die if we leave you." "If you stay, you will die," Arthur replied. He proceeded to stab the Dalkey's body underneath him with his sword. Soon the center of the sword slowly started to light up with the green blood, as if the weapon was consuming it. "Listen to him. I'm sure Arthur has a plan to escape," Andy said as he dashed off in front of the others, and soon they followed. Andy wasn't making this up. He had witnessed Arthur defeat the Dalki by using the odd shadow power, and after seeing what it was capable of, he questioned whether Arthur was merely preparing to delay them so he could escape later. "I promise, Arthur, we will report this and come back for you as soon as possible," Andy thought, running as fast as he could. When Arthur's sword was finally energized, it was ready. "It's been a long time since I've had to use you." Andy and the rest of his group had arrived back at the shelter as fast as they could. They were huffing and panting and felt like they would soon pass out from the lack of oxygen in their bodies. Still, Andy had pressed on more than the others, using every last bit of strength he had in his body as if his life depended on it. Of course, the whole group had urgent news to bring to bear on those that were in charge. Due to their high status as a traveler party, those in the shelter were keen to listen to their group. And what did they have to say? Andy and the others had come back multiple times with new captured beasts and information about new areas, and they had become quite well known. There weren't many solo traveler groups that didn't belong to a faction that was as high-ranking as they were. Of course, all this meant was that the information they were giving now was reliable. At every shelter that was owned by the Bree family, a small token of direct Bree family members would be left behind. These were the ones in charge of the shelter. After receiving the information, a bulky man by the name of Max was more than worried. He was biting the tip of his thumbnail, thinking about what the next best course of action was. "This had to have happened at the worst time," Max complained. In his hand, he had the tablet of some sort, and it looked like he was trying to get in contact with someone from the Upper Bree family, but there was no luck or answer. "Mona and the others are away on an important matter. I can try to get in touch with her and leave a message, but I don't think they will answer soon." "Please, our friend Arthur, he was still left behind," Andy pleaded. "Can't we send a group from here to go check the place out?" "We mustn't panic the others," Max said. "It was a simple mistake. We didn't know this planet belonged to the Dalki. We also don't want to panic the people. I think it would be best if we had a look at their forces, then tried to negotiate to get everyone safely off this planet. Remember, we are still in a treaty with the Dalki, so they will more than likely comply. As for your friend, you said he had been discovered and that you had already come into contact with one of the Dalki. If he has killed one of them, then I can't see them letting him get away. Even if he is still alive, to settle this matter, they would want to use him. The best thing to do is to prepare for the worst. It is most likely he has left us, but his sacrifice might not have just saved your lives, but everyone at this shelter." Although Andy knew the chances were slim, it still wasn't zero. Just as Max had said, he had invited a couple of Bree family members along with the scout team. These people had abilities that were used for sneaking about, super hearing, invisibility, silent sound, and so on. Their goal was to see how strong the Dalki forces were. After contacting Mona, they would return with a force of equal strength and negotiate with the Dalki fortress. Due to the Dalki's poor communication skills, it was difficult to communicate with them, so at times they needed to be prepared for anything. In the past, when all the groups were one, this would be reported to the military, and they would send out a communication request with the Dalki themselves. But now, with everyone, separate things were a bit hectic. While the rest of Andy's group stayed behind, Andy insisted on going with them. Arthur had saved his life and those of his friends. The least he could do was bring back his body to them. Arthur was strong, and maybe he wasn't bragging about his strength, but to take on all the Dalki seemed impossible. He just hoped that he had some sort of plan to escape. They traveled using vehicles until they reached the river. They soon descended and started to make their way to the mountain. Thanks to Andy, it was quicker for them to locate the exact spot where the Dalki fortress was seen. Those that didn't have the best of abilities to keep them under cover waited a distance away from the mountain, while two men went in with invisibility abilities. After waiting for a short while, they returned. When walking back, they looked calm, not what someone would expect after seeing the greatest enemy of mankind, but at the same time, they had a look of disbelief on their faces. "Is it really a Dalki shelter like Andy reported?" Max asked. The two men nodded but looked at each other. "But sir, there's more. It's too hard to explain. I think you should come have a look for yourself." "Is it safe for us to do that?" Max asked, starting to feel confused by the whole thing. After confirmation that it was safe for them to move on, they did so, still a little cautious of anything up ahead. Then they finally reached the point where Andy had left Arthur. No longer crouching, Max was standing tall. He continued to move forward slowly, placing one foot in front of the other, in disbelief at what he was seeing, his mouth left wide open. "What is all this? What happened here?" Max asked. Standing in the middle, there were body parts and huge amounts of green blood all over the floor, but they weren't the body parts of a human. They were all from the Dalki. Looking down at his feet, Max was in a large crater, where it looked like a Dalki's organs had been ruptured by something, as guts were left hanging on the floor. Did Arthur manage to do all this by himself? Andy thought as he gulped. He couldn't imagine someone with this huge amount of sheer power. The Dalkis that were on the floor looked to be spiked Dalkis. They were around 7 of them dead. At least putting the body parts together was how many they could find. Soon after, they decided to continue moving on forward, and that's when they set eyes on the fortress. Seriously? Andy thought. Even the strong standing fortress was no longer the same. Not as menacing as it once was, as the towers were destroyed and the gate had been bashed in. As they got closer, caution started to go out the window. It was clear whatever had come here had killed every single last Dalki. And it was true. All the Dalkis in the fortress were found dead, including another 2-spiked Dalki. "Are you telling me the truth, Andy? When you left your friend, he was the only person here," Max asked. "Yes, we were fighting with one of the Dalkis, and he had managed to defeat it, but—" Even Andy wasn't sure if Arthur was capable of such a thing. He thought the 2-spiked Dalki was strong, and Arthur hadn't completely overwhelmed him, although there was a difference. Arthur had unchained that strange sword when he knew more were coming. Had he gotten that much stronger from using the strange sword? Was that what had done all of this damage? "We need to run an investigation," Max said. "Find out if there was anyone else involved in this. I can't believe this is one person's work. Also, make sure the travelers only hunt in the safe zones near the shelter from now on. There's always a chance that the Dalki could have set up multiple fortresses on this planet if they deemed it worthy enough for them." Another person? No, after looking at the scene himself, Andy could see that all of these had been killed in a similar way. He was sure that all of this was the doing of one person, an unknown who was beyond the ranking of a AAA. "It looks like you were telling the truth after all." One would think that getting rid of a Dalki fortress was a good thing, but when humans saw one, they were to not attack it at all costs. They were meant to report back. The Dalki had already taken control of half of the beast's solar system, and only a few planets remained unconquered by either race. Of course, without knowing what the other side was doing, it was hard to tell which unclaimed planets had now been claimed, and at times, this could cause confrontation. Small scuffles here and there from both sides were fine. However, this was different. Not once before had an entire fortress like this been destroyed. Max was sure that the Dalki would get wind of this, and when they did, they could very well use this as an excuse to start the war. This was why he was adamant about trying to find out just who, which faction or person, was stupid enough to get rid of a Dalki fortress. It was a scorching hot day on one of the beast planets in the solar system, but it usually was, as this planet seemed to have only 4 different types of weather: hot, very hot, heavy rain, or hot and raining. The shelter was placed in the center of a forest and surrounded by large towering trees, but this wasn't like a regular shelter. They were able to make use of the large trees, creating platforms filled with houses and shops high off the ground. Connecting each of these platforms, they used bridges. A middle-aged woman named Ruby was leading all of this. She was currently staying at the highest platform, which allowed her to look down at the whole shelter. Originally, the planet was classified as an orange portal planet, but later turned into a red one. The people believed that the military had abandoned them. However, since the start of the Civil War, there have been more users and less control over portal use. Before, welcome would be, well, unwelcoming. Anyone who appeared would be greeted by an army full of spears, but then some looked frightened, hurt, and injured from the war. Seeing people like this, they couldn't help but allow them to stay at the shelter. So since then, the shelter had been growing day by day, and this was what Ruby was looking at from below. The improvements made by the shelter. They would have been considered a Tier 5 shelter before. They were at the bottom of the barrel, but now with all the improvements, they were quickly improving, and it looked like they would soon reach the 3rd tier. They were certainly now big enough to be considered a 2nd-tier shelter. The only thing that was letting them down was their current equipment and technology used in the shelter itself. They only had old equipment left behind, or what they could make from scratch. Because they were not open to the other planets, they were unable to trade with other shelters. However, Ruby was not to do this until she consulted with a particular person. Turning around, she walked towards a large building that had been built on the platform she was standing on. It was the only building on the platform, and basking in the sunlight was a figure standing tall just in front of it. "Arthur, when will you return?" Ruby said as she looked at the figure and started to brush her fingers down its body. The figure seemed just like a real person and felt like one too, but she knew it wasn't him. Before Arthur left, not wanting to leave them defenseless, she had seen him create another one of himself out of the shadows. Apparently, if there were any beast attacks they couldn't handle, then the shadow copy of himself would handle it, and if the shadow copy couldn't, he wouldn't be able to travel to it when he wished. "I wish you were here," she said to herself, looking down at the ground. "I am here," a voice said, as shadows looked to be leaving the body, and Arthur fell to the floor covered in sweat. Ruby's face had gone bright red. She knew that this was now the real Arthur she was speaking to, as the clone was unable to speak. She had to quickly disregard her embarrassment, as she could see something was wrong with him. "Does this planet always have to be so sunny?" Arthur said, and before he knew it, he had collapsed on the floor. When he next opened his eyes, he could see the rustic-looking roof above him, made from wood. Most of the houses were made from a mixture of earth and wood. Arthur was slowly getting up. He was recalling what had happened. "Those Dalki were a bit of a harder fight than I thought they would be, but I managed to get rid of them all. But the human race has been going up against them this whole time. How did they survive? How many of them are there that are that strong?" His natural king and leader-like instincts were kicking in, as he was already planning in his head the things he needed to know and what would be the best course of action to take, but he soon stopped himself. "That isn't my job anymore." Thinking back to the fight, the reason for his unstable condition wasn't because of the fight itself, it was because of resisting the urge. Arthur was used to resisting the blood of humans. He had learned to control himself long ago, and he restricted himself from using blood abilities because of it. The more a vampire uses blood abilities, the hungrier they would get, and that power would need to be restored. However, during the fight, Arthur found himself resisting something else. It was the green blood. He found it strange that the blood from the Dalki was able to power his blood weapon. Since blood weapons were made from blood crystals inside of vampires, they needed one thing to activate them: human blood. What he didn't expect was for the green blood to actually have a stronger effect, and for the smell to be more alluring. In the end, resisting the taste of the green blood while fighting was what tired out Arthur the most. When Ruby returned, she had given Arthur an update on the planets and shelter situation. She avoided asking what he had been up to this whole time. He could see what she was thinking, worrying about the shelter's future, but he couldn't agree to them opening up the planet to others just yet. "Just give me a week or so before you do that," Arthur replied. "There's something I still need to check out." The planet they were on was the planet Arthur and the Punishers had moved to, choosing to live underground and away from the Council and all its troubles. What he didn't want was new people to go exploring this sacred place of his, for more reasons than one. So before they opened up the place, he thought he would head down there to see if he could find anything, any clues about what had happened to his people just one more time. He would also set up some countermeasures if certain people tried to venture their way down there, and he could always place some people as guards. The people at the shelter were very loyal to him after what he had done for them. Entering the underground city, a wave of emotions and memories hit him. He hadn't really searched this place thoroughly since he had left. It was almost as if he was avoiding it. There were multiple destroyed houses made out of black material, but the black tower could be seen standing strong and tall, shining brightly from the blue crystals. Arthur searched and searched the area, but just like before, there really was nothing that gave any sort of hint at what happened, other than a sign of a battle. A note, a book, a monologue about what happened here. Wasn't anything left behind? Of course, it wouldn't be that easy, though. He walked towards the tower and thought maybe in the tower itself there was something. At that moment, when he had entered the front open area, something surprising caught his eye. Stepping out of the very tower he once stepped out of were two people. Two people weren't the right word, because he knew exactly what they were with their dragon-like features. He had just fought off a bunch of them. The Dalki, what are they doing here? These Dalki also looked slightly different from the ones he had faced. Both of them had small wings sticking out of their backs, something the other Dalki did not have, and they also had 3 spikes. The highest Dalki Arthur fought with at the fortress was a 2-spiked Dalki. This was going to be a tough fight. When they exited the tower, they simply went to the side and stood there straight. There was no communication, and they weren't wild like the other he had faced. They carried on standing there as if they were waiting for something. That's when Arthur could hear the sound of footsteps. Another person was also coming out of the tower. These footsteps were a lot lighter than the Dalkies, making the person smaller than a normal-sized human. No human should know about this place or the tower, Arthur thought. What a surprise, the voice from inside the tower said. I came all this way hoping to awaken you from your slumber, and then I find that you are already awake. I never expected to step out of this tower and for you to return here yourself. I hope that doesn't get the two of us off on the wrong foot. I have longed to see you, Arthur. Inside the cursed ship, Quinn was preparing for the grand hunt for the demon-tier beast. In truth, he wanted to ask more questions at the leaders' table. All the questions he had when he was a student at the school. The things that just didn't make sense to him. He'd already asked Paul, but still wasn't satisfied, thinking there had to be a better way than what they had done. The reason why Quinn was a little desperate to ask this was because he wasn't even sure if there was a better way anymore. But the leaders seemed to be in a great rush to go hunting for the demon tier. Even if Quinn had pressed for questions, they wouldn't have had time to give him a proper answer. Inside the ship, Quinn now had to select 30 members from the faction who would be going on the hunt with him. However, he also had to make sure at least one adequate person was protecting the ship. After all, the ship would be left behind, with all the other groups full of their people, and on a planet that had a demon-tier beast, there was sure to be another high-ranking beast on the planet as well. Usually in this type of situation, Quinn would have picked Peter, but Peter was no longer with them. Not dead, but just not on the cursed ship. He was busy healing in the vampire world. That was another thing that was annoying him. If it was up to Quinn, he would wish to wait for Kaz's return. He was worried about what was going on with the others, and wanted to wait for an update, but she seemed to be taking a long time. Also, it felt like this was something he should be a part of. I'll stay behind, Linda said. I can quickly use one of the teleporters and grab Weevil from the parasites. If I bring him along, we should have a strong enough force to protect the ship. Linda was certainly a good replacement for Peter. She was plenty strong, but perhaps a little weaker than Peter. She still had the option of evolving, and it was something Quinn would have to look into when he returned. She had more than enough time to get used to her new body, and she should have accepted her situation by now. For some reason, Quinn could feel it. Maybe it was because of the sudden quest he had received before, but he felt like they would be returning to the vampire world soon, and he would need to make sure everyone was ready for it. With Linda being a vampire subclass, she would have to be brought along as well. They stood in the main hall of the ship, which would branch off to all the other rooms, and Quinn had told everyone to gather so he could pick who to take with him. When Sam arrived, it looked like he had some news. Quinn, there are a few people here to see you, Sam said. 3 girls of all different sizes followed him from behind, followed by 2 more. Quinn recognized these people well, as they had all been there at the fight. Seeing them, Quinn, without realizing it, his expression was an unpleasing one. Don't worry, Quinn, they're not here to fight, Sam said. I know we didn't meet in the best of circumstances, said Helen. That was right. Helen and her 2 sisters, Ivy and Peach, were the ones that had arrived, and next to them were the reporters, Void and Bonnie. The leaders said that nothing needed to be done until after the hunt, but I wanted to make my intentions clear, Helen continued. We, of the Daisy group, wish to go under you. This may not be the wish of the other factions under ours, and we will speak to them, but all those who are part of Daisy wish to join the cursed faction. The 3 girls gave a little bow, as a sign of respect. Seeing this did calm Quinn down a little, but he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Can I ask why? Why not join one of the other families? Quinn asked. I will be honest with you, said Helen. Part of the reason I want you to select us 3 is to go on this hunt with you. This hunt can be a world-changing event, and we want to be a part of it. It was why we tried so hard to rise to the top. As for the second reason, you won that fight. You beat those that we couldn't beat, so I feel it's right to go under you. We decided to be separate from the other families for so long for a reason. We never wanted to just be under someone, but now that we have no choice, I think it's best we at least go under those that are more deserving of it. Besides, I have always liked the story of the underdog, and I'm making a bet that you will become the one. Sam then scooted over and started whispering in Quinn's ear, telling him how he thought they would be a good asset to the team. While speaking, Quinn could see his face was a little. He seemed more excited than he usually would be as well. "Don't tell me you've fallen for them," Quinn asked back. "I knew Nate was like this, but you too?" Quinn took a quick look at the girls and was overwhelmed by their beauty. "Quinn, it might be the case, but know that everything I said was the truth," Sam replied, while straightening himself to seem more professional. "It should be fine," Quinn said, "but don't you dare try anything against those in the Cursed. For now, you are outsiders just helping us. You will have to prove your worth." "Quinn!" Bonnie shouted. "Can you bring us as well? I know we don't have permission to film this, as the other leaders have requested, but just like she said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I feel like we can't miss this chance to see everyone working together again. Don't worry, you don't have to protect us. This is our decision, but we just want to be a part of your 30, and in doing so, we promise to write a good report on you." After the two of them had shared an interment moment, Quinn was finding it hard for him to say no, and he was struggling to decide who to bring along with him. In the end, this was a demon tier hunt. It was a place where anyone could lose their life. But he had finally made his decision. "These are the names of those that will be going on the beast hunt," Quinn shouted. "Quinn, Syl, Fex, Nate, Dennis, Sam, Paul, and Megan." Quinn also wanted to bring Borden, but he had suggested it was best for him to stay behind and look after the kids, especially since Peter was gone. The strongest members of their group from a variety of the planets they had seized were among the names of those in the shelter that was read aloud. Helen, Ivy, Peach, Bonnie, and Void. Hearing their names, they were pleased that Quinn had listened. Finally, a few more names were read out, and the one that was immediately recognizable in this batch was Sia. After Layla moved on and her mother died, there really was no reason for Sia to remain. On her own, it was going to be difficult to get her memories back, and at this point, she wasn't sure if she even wanted them back. If she did, now was her best chance to get her memories back in the vampire world. Although her abilities weren't the strongest, Quinn wanted to bring her along for a different reason. He thought that maybe if someone close to the family was in trouble, she would be a warning signal. The banshees scream. It was finally time for the demon tier hunt to start. Once everyone was chosen, it was time for their group of 30 people to set off. Outside their ships, everyone had gathered and was preparing to leave. The military had brought 2 head generals with them, Duke and a head general named Sophie. On top of this, they had 10 sergeants, and then the rest were captains of their own squads. There were no weak members in the group the military had brought with them. Looking at the Greylash family, they too had selected 30 of their top-tier members, and finally, there was the Bree family. Mona still had her humanoid-looking spirit next to her, while there were 10 others in the group that carried beasts with them. What was fascinating was how the beasts had been taken off the ship, which meant they had to have been living with them, or at least transported by them safely on the ship. Quinn wondered just how the Bree family's ability really worked. Was it similar to how vampires made contracts with familiars, or did they actually control the beasts, like his influence skill? Looking toward Syl, Quinn thought there was one person he could maybe ask if he could get a touch. Other than those with beasts, the rest of the group looked quite average and had no beasts at all. According to the information Quinn had on them, the Bree family had similarities to the True Dream family. They had many with different abilities in their family, but only the leader's power was taught to those trusted the most. When exiting from the ship, Quinn also managed to catch Logan, which meant he too would be coming on this trip. He didn't know whether to be happy or upset about this, as he was afraid Logan might just get hurt. Then there was Quinn and his group. If it weren't for Helen and her sisters, they would have seemed quite lacking. Yes, they had strong members, but after that, the rest of the Cursed faction wasn't too impressive. They were even bringing along some of the B-rank members. Helen did offer to have some of those from Daisy to fill the slots if he wished, but Quinn had refused, saying he trusted these people more. When everyone was ready, the 4 small armies were off, and taking the lead was Mona, as she was relying on Logan to give them first-hand information on the beast with his special equipment. The groups traveled on foot, as nearly the whole planet was unexplored, and they needed to be careful. "Look at this," Nate said with excitement. "The strongest people in the world are traveling together, and I'm with them. You need to hone in on your excitement a little, Paul said. It will give others the wrong idea about just how serious they need to take this. None of you have ever faced a demon beast before, have you? I don't think even those from Daisy have. The three girls shook their heads. Is there really that much of a difference in power? Sam asked. We can take on Emperor-tier beasts without too much trouble, so it should be fine, right? Vex wondered. For a lot of those in Quinn's group, they had only experienced life in the military. In the past, there had only been 2 encounters that the world knew of with demon-tier beasts. One of them with the military, and the other Pure had dealt with. There were no recordings of such events, so none of them knew how much power a demon-tier beast really had. Think about it. Why, even with all the leaders' strength here, have they chosen to bring 30 people each? It isn't because we want to risk others' lives for no reason. It's because this is the bare minimum number of people needed to fight them. Even the Dalki don't bother fighting demon-tier beasts, due to how strong they are, Paul continued to explain. Although a lot of them didn't know the strength of the demon-tier beast, they did know the strength of the leaders, and to hear Paul say they wouldn't stand a chance on their own was a frightening thought for them. Well, if they can't activate the beast equipment, then it would be pretty pointless to risk so many lives to get it, Sam said, speaking about the Dalki. I am worried, Paul said, for the first time speaking his concern out loud to the others. Our group has dealt with Emperor-tier beasts before, and Quinn, I know you're strong, but we haven't even fought against a legendary tier or a demigod-tier beast. I'm sure you've realized each tier of beast gets incredibly stronger, and the gap between them is larger as well. What Paul was talking about was the gap in power between the tiers. The difference between a basic tier and an intermediate tier wasn't so great, but between each tier as you went up, this gap grew more and more. I understand your concern, Quinn replied. That's why I want everyone to listen up. Kaz isn't here, and your lives are more important than anything. If you are in trouble, I want you to use your full strength, hold nothing back, and live. We can deal with the problems later as long as you are alive, but we can do nothing when you're dead. Some of those that were walking with Quinn were confused, especially since his words only applied to a few of them. The one that stuck out to Helen the most was the words, use your full strength. This would imply that what they had seen at the duel wasn't everything they had. At the same time, there was also the mysterious boy who they wouldn't let take part in the fight, although they were happy for Quinn to bring him along now. With the device Logan had created, they were sure there was only one demon beast on the planet. So it wouldn't interrupt the duel, they had decided to place it a great distance away from where the demon-tier beast was located. They also chose to travel on foot to not cause any disturbances and be ready for the beasts around them. However, because of this, the travel to the location of the demon beast would take some time. On the way there, they would have to camp for a few nights before they would reach their destination. It was tricky to find a safe place to park such a large group. The whole ground was covered in a hard, diamond-like substance, and the floor was often uneven, with large slabs of land sticking out here and there. Eventually, they discovered a weird path. Several giant slabs were sticking out above. It looked like large spaceships had crashed, and ice had formed over them. Here they decided each group would take cover underneath a different slab. Sleeping wasn't too bad either. Those in the military who knew how to use the Earth's ability well could also apply it to the diamond substance. The material they were on seemed to be a mixture of some sort. Because of this, they were easily able to create large places for the groups to sleep in. Even with sleeping bags, sleeping inside a place made them feel somewhat safer. When the night sky hit, fires could be seen out, and the members were busy chatting away. Sam and Nate kept their distance and were moving around the perimeter of where the Daisy girls were. They appeared to have been discussing what to say and how to introduce themselves for a while. Looking at this, Quinn thought it would be nice for them to have this as their only worry. He wished one day that kids and people their age only had to worry about everyday, normal things like this. That's when he heard large footsteps approaching from behind him. He pretended he didn't notice and continued to look at his members. Quinn, do you care to join us? Turning around, Quinn could see it was Oscar. He had his hand held out, and there was a separate fire where all the leaders were sitting with raised seats, made for them personally. I think it will be important. There is something we need to discuss. Oh, and it would be best if we bring Helen into this too. Just then, Nate was ready to go in. He had waited long enough. Wait, what's happening? Where's Quinn taking her? He thought. No, not another one. But when he saw where they were headed, he knew it wasn't what he had first thought. Sitting around a campfire were Helen, Mona, Owen, and Oscar. The reason I wanted to bring everyone here is because I have the most experience fighting a demon-tier beast before. I want to give you all an idea of what it's like to fight such a thing, and why we came to even give it the name demon in the first place. Let me tell you about the human race's first encounter with a demon beast, Oscar said, and responding to his words, it seemed like the flame flickered with sadness and anger. Oscar began his great tale of the first encounter with the demon-tier beast, and everyone sat around the campfire listening well. It was a tale that not many knew all of the details of, and they would be hearing it from the very man who owned a demon-tier weapon. At the time, the human race was in the middle of a war with the Dalki. At this point, they were feeling a bit better thanks to the introduction of ability users. The military was starting to learn about the Earth's ability, and Oscar was one of the first people selected to learn about such an ability. Because of his talent and ability, he rose to the ranks quickly and was put out to battle more often than not. But still, the rollout of abilities to the military and general public was slow. They needed to do more to win this war, or at least give them a fighting chance. During this time, another man had been introduced into the war who would also be one of the few people who came to be known as one of the heroes of war. This was none other than Leo. He was one of the first few people that were able to kill a Dalki without the use of ability. Due to the use of abilities, only those that had great power were able to kill the Dalki, which would destroy what was left of most of them. However, thanks to Leo, they were able to retrieve the bodies of the Dalki mostly intact. This was when they discovered the strange armor the Dalki wore. Testing it out, they soon found out the great power of beast equipment. Still, this could only increase the strength of a few. Not all Dalki wore beast equipment, and it was hard to retrieve their bodies, as the Dalki seemed to be actively collecting their fallen comrades as well. That's when another person who would turn the tide appeared, Richard Eno. He was the one that told the others of the ability of the beast equipment, and also claimed to them that he knew where to find more beasts. After showing what the beast equipment could do and how it could power people, some started to trust him. The military was desperate and felt like they had no choice. Eventually, he was given access to everything the military had access to. Most of it was destroyed parts of the Dalki's spaceship, and more. From this, Eno introduced the introduction of portals. Portals that would transfer one to the beast solar system would come into play, as would the introduction of beast planets. Of course, a few tests were done with men before deciding anything, but times were getting desperate. Learning abilities took too long, and people were starting to hit their limits with certain abilities. Just because everyone could learn an ability didn't mean they would be as strong as another with it. The military then started to rely on their second plan more, relying on the beast planets with their beast gear. A small team of 50 people, led by Oscar, was assembled, and they were to travel to the beast planets, hunting for crystals. Back then there were only portals, and the colored portal system never existed. They had no clue what dangers they would face, but the group sent out was confident. They were all ability users, and Oscar was special, being the only one at the time in the group who could use a soul weapon. As was to be expected, the beasts were easily dispatched, and crystals were obtained. But as they began to encounter more challenging beasts, the crystals obtained began to differ slightly. They would frequently send crystals back to the military during the protracted expedition. Here, Eno had discovered, with the help of others, how to turn the crystals into weapons. A report came back to the expedition team, stating that the clearer the crystal, the stronger the weapons and armor created from them would be. This wasn't good news, as Oscar knew that the clearer crystal came from the more difficult beasts they were hunting. However, at the time, Oscar was in a position where he was unable to go against the orders of his superiors, and he knew the dire situation Earth was in. In a way, they were being relied upon. Those who hunt for clearer crystals put them into different areas of the planets. Their progress was slowed when they discovered that the stronger beasts were all in the same region. "Sir, we can't continue like this. 10 of our men have already been injured, and the beast keeps on getting harder as we press on," one of the sergeants said, voicing his concern. The group were resting after having defeated a group of strong beasts. It came as a surprise, as they were looking for a place to use as shelter. They were currently on a planet filled with snow, and the visibility was quite poor. Still, they had eventually found a place, an ice cavern of sorts, that allowed them to take cover from the snowstorm outside. "I know it's hard," Oscar said, clenching his fist, "but I just got a report recently from the Earth. They have just destroyed London. Whatever you knew of the place no longer exists." The Sarge looked devastated, and so did those behind them. London was one of the strongholds, one of the main bases that were being used, and it just meant the Dalki were even closer to winning the war. "We'll stay here until the snowstorm dies down, and then we can move out again," Oscar said. "Those who are injured can remain here, and we will come back to get them. We have been getting good feedback from the team. The latest batch of crystals we created has been the best weapons yet." Oscar and his team were also trial users of the beast equipment. Whatever they sent back would be made into items and sent to them first. This helped them gain more strength as they went on, and they found that the beast weapons of a higher tier dealt more damage. "I can tell you, the beast we are fighting is not the strongest, and I still haven't had the chance to use this yet," Oscar said, patting his side. It looked similar to a gun that would be used, but everyone knew guns were useless against beasts and the Dalki, which meant Oscar had to be carrying something special. Given that every crystal had an imprint, beast weapons were essentially useless when transformed into guns. The items or weapons the crystal could be used to make were based on these imprints. It would be difficult to activate the beast weapon's power if peons weren't made to this precise imprint, which would again render them inferior to what the Dalki were using them for. The second problem was that no beast implement was suitable to be made into a gun. The third problem was that, even if it was, then the next problem was what to supply it with, as standard bullets did next to nothing. However, when research continued, they found something. There seemed to be a beast crystal imprint that was suitable to be made into a bow, and then later they found one suitable to be made into arrows as well. If this could be done, there was soon hope of having a gun beast weapon along with a bullet. And many assumed that what Oscar had on his side was a one-of-a-kind weapon, the only beast gun and bullet in existence. While waiting for the storm to settle in the cavern, the room they were in started to vibrate. The aisles on the roof were moving slightly, and pressing their hands up against the wall, they felt like they could feel something. "What was that, an earthquake?" one of the men asked. Another vibration was felt, and when Oscar paid close attention, he could now hear it as more of a cry, a scream so loud that it caused the whole room to vibrate. "It's the cry of a beast, and a pretty loud one," Oscar said. The cries continued, and the vibrations in the room were felt. When they looked outside in the snowstorm, they could see nothing, but also the vibrations seemed to lessen. When returning to the cavern, they quickly realized that it was coming from underneath instead. In the room, several tunnels looked to have led down, but they were afraid of where or what they would lead to, so they thought it would be too risky to investigate, especially if they were fighting. "You're not thinking of going down there, are you? The tunnel walls could collapse if you start fighting." "With my ability, it shouldn't be a problem. If the beast is as big as it sounds, there will probably be a lot of space down there, or another way to escape, and I can stop the place from collapsing," Oscar repeated. After much discussion, Oscar gave his squad the choice to either come with him or not, and that he would only be scouting. But other than the 10 who were injured, they all agreed to go with him. This was one of the biggest mistakes Oscar had made, because he would be the only one left alive to return. Heading down one of the tunnels together, the vibrations from the strange screams were getting louder and louder. They were starting to worry that the cave would collapse just from the screams alone, but the material that the cave was made from, although it looked fragile like glass, was far more robust than it appeared. Some of the men tried to chip away at the tunnel walls, using the normal tools they had brought with them to send back samples to the lab. However, they were unable to, and only high-level beast equipment could break such a thing. Since the discovery of new planets, nearly everything new they found, minerals and materials, had to be sent back for research purposes. Proceeding with caution, the loud cries from the creatures seemed to have stopped. "Why do you think it was making so much noise?" one of them asked. "I've never heard a beast make a sound like that." Continuing through the tunnels, they found it a little strange that they only headed downwards. There were no signs of it being man-made, but at the same time it was consistent in its route. Then finally, it looked like they could see what could only be described as the end of the tunnel. It was a little strange, as it had suddenly cut off, and it looked like they had gotten to the bottom of the floor. "Do you think we should go back up and try to head through one of the other tunnels?" "It took us a while to get down this one, and we aren't sure how many others are dead ends either," Oscar replied. He then pressed his face up against the ice-cold surface of the wall at the very end and gave it a few knocks. Oscar continued to do this in different parts of the wall as if he was searching for something. Ever since entering the tunnel, there was something strange that had been bothering Oscar. His soul weapon was an enhancement type. It was one that people either saw as weak or strong, depending on the situation, but it allowed him to use whatever his feet were on as a piece of earth. No matter what the material was made of, he could shape and form it at his will. However, he didn't understand how it fully worked, and it seemed to relate to the planet he was on. As long as the material belonged to the planet, he would be able to use it in some way, which was why he was confused ever since they had entered the tunnel. If the ice tunnel they were in had naturally been formed by the planet, then using his abilities he should have been able to shift or chip away at the wall, but he was unable to. "What does this mean?" Oscar thought. Eventually, using a short sword he had equipped to his side, he pulled it out and proceeded to cut a rectangular shape, large enough for a man to fit through. "The walls are thin here, and I think we've reached what we were looking for. Is everyone ready?" Oscar asked. When they all nodded, Oscar immediately lifted his foot, kicked the ice wall, and the large slab of ice went sliding across the floor. "Well, it looks like I was right," he said, smiling. Drawing their weapons, they all carefully walked out of the ice tunnel, and it looked like they had entered a giant cavern. They could hardly see the ceiling. The room they were in was as big as a football stadium. "Look!" one of them pointed out. In the large cavern, several long ice tunnels, just like the one they had come out of, were leading right to the ceiling. It certainly was a strange thing to see, and was definitely unnatural. "Ah!" a man screamed as he fell to the floor. Looking at him, he had his finger pointed out, and he was visibly shaking. He looked like he was nearly in tears. When the others went to see what he was pointing at, they all took a step back. "What is that?" What Oscar was starting to notice was that the room was getting brighter by the second. When they entered, there were dim blue crystals on the ceiling and walls, allowing them to see even though they were underground. The crystals appeared to be gradually becoming brighter, and they had exposed the remains of a large beast. It had a huge body covered in fur, 3 enormous wolf-like heads perched on its shoulders, and fangs the size of a human body sticking out of its mouth. The beast was considerably bigger and appeared to be more powerful than anything they had previously encountered. But as the crystals lit up more and more, they could soon see the whole body of the beast. It was bleeding, and one of its 3 heads had been severed from its body. On top of that, several large spikes the size of the tunnels were sticking out from its body. "The beast appears to be dead," said Oscar. "There's nothing to worry about." What was worrying him was the crystals lighting up in the room more than before. This reaction he had seen before, but never at this level. The small blue beast crystal acted the same way as regular beast crystals. When a greater power force was using energy near it, it would react by lighting up even more. When fighting a king-tier beast near these crystals, Oscar had seen a few of them light up, but not the whole room. If the beast was dead, then the crystals couldn't have possibly been glowing due to the beast. It had to be something else that was alive powering the crystals. Besides, whatever was able to kill such a powerful beast was probably inside the same room as them. "Get out!" a voice echoed in all of their heads. The others started to look around to see if they could spot where the voice was coming from, only to realize it was being spoken into their minds. "Telepathy, and it knows how to speak." "Leave now!" it shouted, and rumbling from the ground could be felt. "Everyone move!" Oscar shouted. Now that his feet were on solid ground, he could raise the floor beneath them and create a thick ice wall to protect them. However, he had a bad feeling about what was to come and decided to dive out of the way. A loud bang was heard as something smashed through the wall he had created. Straight down the middle, another ice tunnel had appeared, and it had split the group into 2 halves. "Boss, help me!" a voice shouted. Getting back on his feet, he rushed over to where the voice was coming from, and that's when he could see a few of his men had been caught by the strange tunnel, half their bodies crushed by it. They tried to move, but it seemed impossible. Slowly, the ice seemed to be covering the rest of their bodies as if it were spreading. One of them, in a panic, brought out a small dagger and tried to cut into the ice that was forming around him, but when the knife hit the ice, he screamed in pain. It felt like the ice that was attached to his body now had become a part of him. Oscar, seeing this, used his blade once again and cut around the ice. The problem was how to detach the person from the tunnel itself. Oscar went to grab his hand, but before he could, "No, if you touch me, it could spread to you. I can tell you I'm already dying. When the ice touched us, I could feel that it was already freezing around my heart," the man said. "Just do me a favor." But before he could finish his sentence, his lips stopped moving, and the ice covered his entire body. This was what Oscar was afraid of. The ice tunnels were an ability of some sort. Trying to not let his emotions get the better of him, he took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the attack. And this was where he saw the demon tier beast. A girl? The first thing that Oscar noticed when looking at what had just attacked them was that it had a humanoid shape. Although she didn't completely look human, her form was the same. There were 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. However, some distinctive features made it clear she wasn't a regular human at all. Sticking out from her shoulder were 2 black wings, and the top half of her head was completely black with no hair. It was hard to even see if the beast had any eyes. Finally, where her mouth would usually be, her jaw stretched wide, showing her long, razor-sharp teeth that went to the back of her cheeks. It was the first time they had ever seen a humanoid beast. It startled Oscar, as the first thought that came to his head was if this was an ability user, one that had strong ice powers, but how could that even be possible? However, one thing was clear. This was an enemy and not a friend. He had already lost a few men, and he didn't want to lose any more. Rushing in front of the others, Oscar had both his hands held out by his side, ready to use his powers at any moment. Although he had the sole weapon that would allow him to use the ground, the others didn't. However, once he used his ability on the material, the others could also treat it the same as well. To help them, Oscar raised a large, thick wall of earth on both sides, allowing them to use it as they wished. The advantage was that the ground on this planet was denser than the earth, on Earth, meaning it should be able to be more useful for defending and attacking. The other reason for raising the walls was so the beast only had one target to focus on, himself. When Oscar eventually got closer, he could see that the humanoid beast had stumbled. At any moment, it looked like the beast would collapse. On a closer inspection, he could see that one of its black wings was torn, and underneath it was a pool of black blood. The beast is injured, Oscar thought. It wasn't just a small injury. It had severe cuts all over its body. The amount of blood on the ground, if it really was a human, it would have been dead by now. This confirmed that the humanoid creature in front of them was indeed a beast. The beasts had black blood. He was thinking about what might have happened for it to be injured like this. He could only think of one thing, the other beast that was dead. Were the injuries from fighting with the other beast before? It certainly looked strong enough to have injured this one as well. Oscar made sure his gun was still attached around his waist, with a single bullet in its chamber. There was only one chance, as it would be nearly impossible to retrieve the bullet either. Getting up from the ground, the beast opened its mouth, and a blue glow could be seen. Oscar could guess what this was. Similar to what had happened before, it was getting ready for another attack. I have to stop it, Oscar thought. Stomping his foot on the ground, it started to rumble, digging up the ground beneath, and when it finally reached the beast, a large pillar shot up, hitting its leg. It threw it off balance, but the attack from the beast still went ahead, firing off to its left side. Seeing this, Oscar tried his best to raise several walls, but the ice tunnel attack went through anything he made with no problem at all, and the men tried their best to run through the tunnel before blocking their way. They didn't have much room or choice of where to go. Most of them had been caught up in the attack, surrounded by ice. The others, knowing the ice would soon spread through their bodies, immediately went to try to pull their comrades out by cutting around the ice, but this time the beast seemed to be more aware of what they were planning. It raised its hand, and at that moment the ice's outer walls were created by its attack. Spikes spread out and stabbed anyone close. Even if the ice hadn't hit any fatal spots, it started to spread through the bodies of the others, freezing the areas that had been hurt. Some resorted to drastic measures, cutting off their limbs that were starting to get frozen. Oscar desperately wanted to try to help them, but the best thing he could do to help them was to get rid of the beast. It seemed like its injuries were affecting it greatly, for every time it would make an attack of that caliber, it would look tired, and more blood would seep out of its wounds. Oscar was aware that this was their chance to attack, as were the others who were unharmed. They all began to attack the beast by hurling boulders, drawing their weapons and other means. With the flying objects approaching it, it opened its mouth once more and howled, creating a piercing scream. When the boulders and objects got within a certain range, they too would freeze and fall to the ground. Once again, it had stumbled through, using more of its power. Drawing his gun, Oscar was waiting for this moment. He knew after each attack there was a brief resting period, and it was the only time he had. Not wasting any more time, he fired calmly. "I saw your beast core when you opened that wide mouth of yours. This may do damage to the crystal, but it's worth it to take you out." Oscar started to wonder just how strong the beast was before it was injured. Would they have even stood a chance? Raising its wing, the beast thought it could block the bullet, but it had gone right through, and then, knowing this, it could only do one thing. It tilted its head slightly downward, allowing for the bullet to go through the top of its head rather than the crystal itself. The bullet continued to travel and went through the walls behind them, forever lost, the only beast bullet in existence. The beast had flinched, but not for long, as it opened its mouth, preparing for another attack. "No! I wasted the opportunity! Everyone here is going to die!" "Oscar!" a man shouted, standing in front of him. Those that were left alive stood in front of their leader. "There is still one more thing. Remember, Eno said that the gun can also be used to fire out pure crystal energy. The beast from before looks to have only been killed recently. Maybe the crystal is still there." Running off, Oscar used his abilities to quickly help him travel to where the beast was. The sound of the other girl beast attacking was heard, and his men's cries were heard behind him, but he continued to move on. Eventually getting to the beast, he tried to locate the crystals, carving out certain parts and ripping them to shreds with his ability until he had eventually found them. A crystal clearer than any other they have ever collected before. The crystal was now prepared for use with its secondary function after being placed inside a special glass tube at the top. The military had already figured out how to convert crystals into pure energy, and they used this to launch ships and mechs into combat. The problem was that if the raw energy of the crystal was to be used, then it could never regain its energy back. That crystal would be lost forever. It was a shame, as the crystal perhaps could have been made into something great, but there was nothing he could do. His and his men's lives were at stake. When Oscar turned around, it was a scene he didn't expect. No one was moving, and the beast had nearly collapsed on the other end. Everyone had been hit by the strange ice abilities. "Leave now," the voice spoke in his head again, not paying attention and driven by pure rage over all the dead. Oscar once more raised his gun and fired it. The gun fired a powerful surge of energy that was more powerful than ever. The power was too great for it to contain, and the gun itself broke and disintegrated. The energy beam was launched toward the beast after a small explosion that knocked Oscar back. For the first time, the beast seemed to be using a strange skill he had never seen before. A barrier of some type was rising from the ground. However, the shot of energy was too fast and had hit the beast before it could have its final stand. In the report that had returned, no one else had survived the expedition apart from Oscar. 2 demon-tier beasts had been discovered that day. There were multiple things that had been revealed in the story that Oscar had told. They were revelations none of them knew about, and it came as a great shock. "A beast gun? Well, that is certainly amazing," Mona said. "I never knew one existed. It's a good thing those 2 reporters aren't here, or they would be having a field day." "Well, it was wasted in a way, destroyed there and then," Oscar replied, "and ever since, there has never been another one made along with the bullet. However, the use of energy weapons became more potent after using the crystal's raw energy as a form of laser, and this has worked the best against the Dalki and their ship so far. But remember, beast crystals are still hard to come by, and they aren't something easily manufacturable like bullets, so stronger beast crystals make more sense to be made into weapons and armor." A sword can be used again and again to further fight more beasts and the Dalki. A beast bullet just isn't practical. It's true, there are many flaws with something like a beast gun, Owen said as he played with his fan, looking at it as if it was a great piece of craftsmanship. Quinn was wondering if the fan itself was some type of beast weapon as well, considering how much Owen had it around him. It was hard to tell, as it didn't have the usual beastly features that beast weapons have. They had learned a few more things from Oscar's story, but it wasn't good news. Information was key when going into battle, and none of them, other than Oscar, had faced a demon-tier beast before. They were hoping his story would give them an idea of the beast's strength, but it hadn't. In the story itself, the beast had already been greatly injured, and it was hard to tell how badly injured. But according to the information that was found out later, it had been placed in a deadly fight against another demon-tier beast beforehand. Being a humanoid, it came out as the winner, but not without a few scratches here and there. Oscar and his group were just in the right place at the right time, although it was also strange to say that, considering they were all still dead. It sounded like Oscar would have died as well if it wasn't for the other demon-tier crystal and gun that he had in his possession, which they didn't have this time. "You worried?" Helen asked, seeing the deep frown on Quinn's face. Quinn paused before answering. "I think it's fine to be worried, but I just thought we would have gotten a better idea from the story of the demon-tier beast's strength," Quinn replied. "There are a few things that are different this time," said Oscar. "Back then I was not as strong as I was today. We also have the other top ability users here as well." "But we don't have the gun, the demon-tier crystal, nor has the beast been greatly weakened," Owen mentioned. "At the same time, the forces are small enough to not cause great damage to our men. At the same time, depending on the size of the beast, we might need a great force, which is why I chose the number of people to come along with us on the hunt. Too little and we may never be able to kill this thing. For too many, there is a chance of sacrificing too much for the sake of the crystal. In addition, we now have a few more things that we didn't have before. Our men are wearing the best of the best beast gear that we can find. Second, we have this, so their lives won't be lost as quickly," Oscar said, patting a large wooden box to his side. The others knew what he was referring to. "The demon weapon," Helen mumbled. "Correct. Not just any demon weapon, but also one from a humanoid-type beast. Before, I used the demon crystal to kill one. This time, we have the demon weapon." When Oscar returned from his expedition, the demon weapon was created, and rightfully so. They allowed him to be the user of it in the war. With the demon weapon in his hand, he had become one of the heroes of the war. Hearing everything, Quinn was starting to wonder about the other demon weapon that had been secured by Pure. Oscar was extremely lucky, but what about Pure? Could the same set of circumstances have happened to them to stumble across the demon weapon? No, that was very unlikely. This meant somehow, using their strength, they were able to kill a demon-tier beast. It showed just how strong Pure was. "Do you know how Pure came across their demon-tier weapon?" Quinn asked. He figured that after what he had done, there was a good chance that he had created a target for himself, and it would be good to learn about them a bit more. "Actually, we had no clue Pure had a demon weapon in their possession. I guess the military has been keeping too many secrets." Oscar heaved a sigh, as if the information he had just given them had been a heavy burden. "I have been following after those that were left behind, but I often forgot that I'm the one in charge now. At one point we had discovered Pure's whereabouts. You see, the reason why it's so hard to find Pure and their base is because it's located in the sea." "In the sea?" Quinn repeated, confused. "Correct. The Pure base is a giant submarine located somewhere in the Earth's seas. They are constantly on the move and hardly ever surface, but at one point we received information on their whereabouts. As a chance to get rid of the pain in our backside, I went there personally. The attack was going well until I clashed with their leader, and that's when we discovered they had a demon weapon. I don't know how, but rumors had come out. Perhaps other people had seen their leader use the demon-tier weapon as well. Then the world saw the use of the demon-tier weapon once again when the Alliance attacked Pure during the Civil War. Maybe it would be best to ask those guys. They still remain back with the other ships, and they will be able to give you a better picture." "Was it anyone you recognized?" Mona asked, now interested in who the Pure leader was, after seeing the strength of one of their top members. "No, I thought it might be someone who had taken part in the war, especially someone with such great power. However, his fighting style did remind me of someone. Never mind, just the ramblings of an old man." Having only ever experienced the strength of the Emperor-tier weapons, Quinn was wondering just how strong Demon-tier weapons could be, so that everyone was willing to fight over them and risk their lives. His eyes started to glance over at the box, and Oscar at this point noticed that Quinn wasn't the only one that was looking at the box. Everyone at the campfire was. Oscar started a deep laugh, which sounded like it came from deep within his belly. "I suppose you all want to see it, don't you?" he asked. "What a demon-tier weapon looks like and what it can do." Looking over his shoulder, he looked at all the groups that were a distance away. "I suppose it would be useful for you to know about it. After all, we will be fighting together." He opened the large rectangular box in front of him and dragged it across the floor. The others wanted to get up from their seats and look over, but at the same time their pride wouldn't allow them to seem too keen. "Pride, what do I care?" Quinn thought, as he stood up from the seat and stood next to Oscar as he started to unlock the box. Standing by Oscar's side, as soon as the wooden crate was lifted, Quinn was the first one to set his eyes on the demon-tier weapon. The heavy top was pulled open, and at the same time, a pulse of energy could be felt around the campfire. Quinn wasn't the only one who felt it. From the look on the others' faces, the rest did as well. It was at that moment that Quinn realized that the crate itself wasn't any regular crate. It was one that had been crafted using beast materials as well, and it seemed to have some type of suppressive ability. Looking down at the weapon itself, Quinn could only think of one thing. "It's beautiful." From looking at the weapon, he imagined what a beautiful beast it must have been in its humanoid form. Images started to appear in his head of what creature Oscar had described in his memories to create such a thing. Oscar was careful as he pulled the weapon out to show the others. He was holding it and taking care of it like it was a baby. When he pulled it out, the others could also see the magnificent weapon, and it seemed to have drawn the attention of all the other camps as well. "Damn it!" Bonnie shouted. "Look at that thing! If only we were allowed to film, we would be able to show so much footage." In his hand, Oscar was holding it by its large black hilt. Something black in color and shaped like wings was hanging off the bottom like a piece of cloth. Although the hilt was quite thick, it fit Oscar's big hands perfectly. Although Oscar was able to hold the weapon single-handedly, Quinn was unsure if he could do the same. The size of the weapon was something in between a great sword and a long sword. It had the length of a long sword, but not quite the thickness of those giant great swords used to slay beasts. Only one side of the blade was edged, with a slant at the very top. Then, towards the top of the blade, there were 3 circles cut out, each getting smaller as they got closer to the tip of the sword. The most beautiful thing about it was the sword guard. It was covered in a beautiful dark royal blue color. It looked like feathers would wrap around the user's hand, but it wasn't feathers. Instead, its material was more like that of ice. "The 3 circles on the blade light up depending on what active skill is used," Oscar started to explain. "Once a skill is used, the outside of the ring will turn red. Once the red circle disappears, the active skill can be used again. The red goes around in a circle like a timer, so the user has an idea of when they can use it again. The smaller circles have a slower cooldown time." "I'm assuming the weapon has some type of ice ability. Do you mind sharing?" Owen asked, hiding the expression on his face with his fan. "The smallest circle is the ice wave ability, similar to the beast. With a swing, a screeching sound is made, and anything that enters its proximity will start to freeze. However, the ability doesn't seem to be so effective on beasts or humans, and is more so for weapons or abilities. The second active skill is the ice tunnels, explained in my stories, though not at the same power level. The tunnels themselves are far smaller than what the demon-tier beast could produce, and it seems like the cooldown time is longer as well." Hearing this, the others realized and noticed this too, with the other beast weapons. When the weapons were made from crystals, their power was far less effective. This was one of the other reasons why multiple crystals of the same tier would need to be used to create a true tier of that weapon class. But with a demon-tier weapon, that would nearly be impossible. The power of one crystal alone was powerful. It was enough to be turned into a weapon or armor far greater than any of the other tiers, and it still wouldn't match up to the level of what the beast could do. "You only mentioned 2 active abilities," Mona said. "Judging by the last ring being the biggest and taking the longest time to cool down, that would be the most powerful skill, would it not?" So far, all the active skills have been based on what the demon-tier beast could do. However, the demon-tier beast was injured, so perhaps it was unable to use its ultimate skill in the state it was in. But it had still been transferred to the weapon, Mona thought.
Now, I can't tell you everything. If there is a need to use it, you will see it anyway. The skill won't help you guys out in the fight, Oscar replied, with a smile growing from the corner of his mouth.
What a weird old man. First he says that we should share our skills, and then he goes and hides the most powerful one, Mona thought, crossing her arms to show her disappointment. But Oscar wasn't going to budge on this one. It just showed that the relationships between each other were clearly only at the surface level. Quinn looked at the sword intensely, as if something was pulling him in. He wanted to reach out and grab it, just to give it a few swings to see what it was like. He didn't say anything, but his eyes wouldn't look away from it for even a second.
"Master," a deep voice said in Quinn's mind. "You want the sword? I can snatch it from him whenever you wish," the deep voice said.
The voice was one Quinn knew well. It was his familiar, one that would grant his darkest desire, and right now, Quinn wanted that sword more than anything, even though he wasn't a swordsman. Locking the sword back in the crate, Quinn was knocked out of his trance, and the others were now heading back to rest. However, Quinn couldn't get the weapon and what the Bone Claw had suggested out of his mind. With the Bone Claw's unique skill, it was something he probably could easily grab. Even if the Bone Claw was spotted, they would think it was just a beast, and if it got killed, it would come back to life at a later time. The best thing was that Quinn had his own dimensional space where he could hide the weapon.
"Your wish,"
the deep voice said again. While Quinn was sleeping in his house with the others, he thought about it long and hard, and decided against it. He shook his head, trying to screw it on straight. Taking the weapon now would lower their chance of survival against the demon-tier beast, and Quinn didn't know how to use it. And if he used it now, he would be turning everyone against him. The sun rose once again, and it was time for the group to set off, but before doing so, Logan had opened up his little computer system to try to get a location of where the beast was currently located. The rods had been set up beforehand on the planet, and it now allowed not quite real-time tracing, but at least every hour or so they would know where the general direction of the beast was. "I suggest everyone prepare to encounter the beast today," Logan informed Mona. "I don't know why, but I think the beast might know we are here." "What makes you say that?" Mona asked. "Well, ever since yesterday, the beast has been making its way towards us. Even if we stood still and did nothing, there's a good chance that the beast would arrive here in at least 3 hours. Hearing this news, there had been a slight change of plans as suggested by Oscar and Logan. Instead of going towards the beast, it would be better for them to wait for it and set up a trap for it. It gave them time to get into gear and create the best formation possible to give them a better chance. Preparations were being made, and as an hour passed, it looked like the beast was still heading towards them. While Quinn and his group were following orders from Oscar, further led by Sam, someone started to walk over. "This guy, I don't know whether to be worried about him or to see him as a friend," Quinn thought as he saw who was walking over. Owen placed his fan down, showing a smile and his moon-shaped eyes to Quinn. Whenever talking to Quinn, he often puts down his fan, showing his expressions rather than hiding them, compared to the others. "Why do you do that?" Quinn asked. "Why don't you hide in front of me?" With an even bigger smile on his face, Owen replied, "I have a lot of secrets. We all hide from others, including me. Some people act while others wear masks. Others decided to only be themselves in front of their loved ones. I have never been good at hiding my emotions, so I use the fan. Quinn, on the other hand, I feel like you have more secrets to keep than I do, and for some reason that makes me feel comfortable." Quinn was right. This person was strange, and Quinn still didn't know how to feel about him. "The boy from the Blade family? I want him to stay close to you and us. I worry that this beast might be more powerful than we had thought after hearing the Supreme Commander's tale. Don't stop him from using our abilities if he needs to." After Owen had finished speaking those words, vibrations could be felt through the floor. "It's here earlier than expected," Owen said. Although the beast was upon them earlier than they had thought, at the same time, everyone was already in a position to fight whatever was heading their way. A lot of work had been done, most of the preparations thanks to Oscar. Due to his ability, he was able to move and change the terrain at will. He had created quite a wide valley between two large cliff tops. The walls that went on for 100 meters only allowed the beast to come down in one direction. On the top of the cliff tops themselves, there were also several smaller walls so they could take cover from attacks. Then on the ground were the more vital members of the hunt, and behind them, the support classes. The idea was that those at the top of the two walls were ranged users. Judging by the reading Logan had received, the demon tier beast seemed to be a large one. Using their abilities and weapons, they would rain down attacks on the beast. Then the strongest fighters, including the leaders, would be on the ground, fighting toe-to-toe with the beast. Finally, there were those behind them. They were the group's healers and supportive classes. Some had reinforcement and buff abilities to be used, and even defensive abilities. Also, a group of tunnels had been made from their position, allowing the support to either enter them to run away from the beast if anything went wrong, or head upward to the top of the walls to support the ranged users as well. Which means the ones that have the hardest job in this fight are those on the ground, Sam said, standing at the back with those that were playing the supportive role in the fight. Some additional participants in the hunt weren't exactly regarded as fighters, or at the very least, their contributions wouldn't be of much use. Sam, Logan, Sia, and the two reporters had remained in the back for this reason. The main fighting force was composed of Quinn, Owen, Mona and her sprint, Oscar, Duke, Nate, Dennis, Paul, Syl, Fex, Helen, Ivy, and Peach. Also 5 from the Bree family with their beasts had been brought. It was a mixture of King-tier beast and a couple of Emperor tiers, and also a few from Owen's family. However, most of the Greylash family were at the top using their lightning abilities at a range. What Bonnie found strange about them was that both Owen and Mona were standing around a particular blonde-haired boy. "Are you sure this is the right thing to do?" Mona said, looking at Syl like he had some type of disease. "Not right now, but there might be a point where we don't have a choice," Owen said. "Would you rather end up dead?" The reason Mona was being cautious was that she felt like as soon as Syl touched all of them, he would have the strength of all of their abilities. There would be no stopping him. If he was truly loyal to Quinn after dealing with the demon-tier beast, he could make the two of them submit there and then. The horror and true power of the blades would be revealed. Although Mona had no clue how strong Syl was compared to that man, what she feared more than anything was if, with her powers, he was able to control the demon-tier beast to do its bidding as well. "I'm sorry, I just can't let him use my powers. There are plenty of offensive powers he can use here. If you want to share yours, then be my guest," Mona said as she walked off to the other side, staying away from the others. The vibrations in the ground were more frequent and getting stronger by the second, yet they could still see nothing. "The beast will be here soon," Logan shouted. Hearing this, the blue demon-tier weapon was drawn. "We can trust this. This weapon is even stronger than my abilities, but together we make a great pair," Oscar said. "It better be," Quinn mumbled. The main reason why he didn't attempt to take the blade was that he was sure that they would need it in Oscar's hands to win this fight. Finally, everyone could see something coming towards them in the distance. A strange diamond-shaped object, made from the same material as what they were standing on, was moving towards them. When it got closer, they realized the sheer size of the diamond, as it was the size of a small hotel. "It was a good thing I made this wide enough," Oscar said. It carried on moving, but they were confused. The beast itself couldn't just be a moving diamond. "It's under the ground," Sam said. "It's under the ground," Logan shouted to the others. When it finally reached the area where it was traveling within the two large walls, a rain of attacks fell on it from above, hitting the large diamond. Flashes of lightning power, explosions, arrows, and more. However, it seemed like it had no effect at all. Still, they all continued to attack, as it was the only thing they could do. Placing both hands on the ground, Oscar thought he might be able to do something to get the beast to come out. He had raised the ground underneath the very beast, shooting it up. It had worked, as they could all now see what type of beast they were going up against. The creature resembled a giant crab, which was the closest comparison they could make. They could see the back of the beast, which had a large tower diamond and 2 large claws, one of which was larger than the other. In an effort to hit the beast's shell, the attacks from above changed. Since the crab's only back was made of a different material, however, the majority of attacks would hit the diamond's back, and those that did reach the front would strike its tough exterior. "None of the attacks are getting through," Oscar said, "which means it's now up to us." And the group began to charge forward. To try and stop one of its claws from moving, Oscar swung his blade and fired out a tunnel of ice. Even though one of its large claws was struck by the attack, It quickly lifted it and broke the ice with its sheer strength. A small amount of the ice from the weapon was still present, and it spread slightly to cover more of the claw before stopping. After that, it stood up off its belly. Several longer limbs of the crab were seen coming out from underneath. They stretched out, nearly touching the walls. In total, there were 16 powerful claws, thinner than the 2 large ones that covered its face and had a sharp point end. One of these claws descended on Owen, moving his fan at the right time. A powerful lightning bolt was shot out, knocking the thin claw away to the side, but it moved soon after, attempting to hit him again. Like a dance, Owen moved, flipping his body, avoiding the attack while hitting it away with bolts of lightning. "My lightning doesn't pass through the shell? I thought I might be able to cook this thing," Owen said. The strange spirit that was being controlled by Mona was somehow repelling the attacks away from her, and as expected, her ability did not affect the demon-tier beast whatsoever. The others had to group up, to defend against the claws, as it would quickly use its pointed end to stab down and up like a drill. Straight away, some groups of people were hurt. "The main problem is its hard shell," Quinn thought. "Then the only thing that might work." Timing it right, as a claw went down, Quinn stomped his foot and hit the claw with a hammer strike as hard as he could. Swinging the claw off to the side, the large bang had caught the attention of a few others there. "It didn't break the shell," Quinn said. Although it didn't break the shell, it did cause a reaction from the crab. It had jumped slightly back, and when it landed, the sheer weight had caused those on top of the wall to fall over. After retracting all its claws back into its body, it looked like it was preparing to make its next move. "This is what I was worried about," Oscar said. "The beast still hasn't used any skills. Everyone get behind me." They did as they were told, but just in case, Quinn was also ready to use the shadow. When looking at the demon-tier blade, both the smaller circles were already glowing red. What Quinn also noticed was one of the claws from the crab had been damaged and was cut, which could have only come from the demon-tier blade. Foam started to form in the crab's mouth as it was ready to fire out its attack. "You wanted to see the last skill of this weapon, right? Well, I didn't think we would have to use it so soon," Oscar said, as the rings started to light up. Everyone could see the foam bubbling up in the crab's mouth, and judging by how it had made room and leapt back, they thought there was a high chance that it was about to unleash a powerful skill. In an attempt to distract the beast, those above continued to hurl their abilities at it, but MC points weren't unlimited. The order was given for them to halt, as it was clear it would do no damage. Nothing was getting through the large diamond on its back. It was best to wait for the right opportunity to strike together. All those that were on the ground floor now had to trust in whatever Oscar had up his sleeve. However, Quinn wasn't worried. There were multiple ways for him to get out of this, but what about the others? A strong water jet stream shot out of the crab's mouth. It appeared as though the crystals were spiraling around the water jet on its back. Oscar then proceeded to stab the sword into the ground, which had gone through it like a hot knife through butter. Then the final large ring began to light up. In front of the sword, the ice started to form, building up from the bottom layer, forming a barrier. "That's it!" Helen shouted, worried. "The final skill was an ice barrier." If a wall made from the planet's substance wasn't going to hold the attack back, she was wondering why Oscar thought an ice barrier would do the trick. "This isn't just any ice barrier," Oscar said, picking up the sword from the ground. Now the barrier was formed, and at the right moment, he proceeded to stab the sword into the ice itself. The ice started to light up so brightly that some had to cover their faces and squint their eyes to see what was going on. The attack had hit the barrier, but unexpectedly it was holding its ground. What happened next was the most surprising. The attack was now going right back at the beast. The last skill is a reflective ability. It can reflect any attack back at its opponent, and that's not all. It also adds a little bit more power when it sends it back as well, Oscar explained. When Oscar was fighting against the demon-tier beast in the ice cavern, he realized that when he fired the bullet, this was the skill it was trying to use. The only thing was that the ice barrier hadn't risen in time, probably due to how weak it was. With an active ability like that, it could turn the tide in any fight, Owen thought. The beast realized it was in trouble when its attack was reflected at it with increased force. It had only one remaining option, because there were 2 substantial walls on either side. It began to bury itself in the earth. It began to dig at the ground as all of its claws, which were located in its abdomen, retracted inside of it. "That's how it was traveling underground before," Logan said, watching the whole thing from afar. Burrowing itself, it was able to hide its body but not the large diamond on its back. The attack hit, and it sounded like a hard rock was grinding it. A screeching noise was made until eventually it stopped. When they all looked at the demon tier beast, the diamond still remained undamaged. It emerged from the ground by digging two enormous claws, which swung in rage. It started to charge towards them after bringing the other claws back from underneath. Watching the beast come their way, the group was trying to think of a plan. Its outer exoskeleton was unable to be pierced, and the diamond on its back seemed to be even stronger. Perhaps if they were able to reflect the attack on the exoskeleton, it would have worked. At the moment, it was the only thing Oscar could think of, but then he felt a touch on his back. "I will just be borrowing your strength," Syl said, as he walked out in front of the others. "That's the kid the others didn't want to join in the fight. What is he doing?" Oscar thought. But Mona had still remained well away, not allowing Syl to touch her, but it didn't matter. There were plenty of strong people to borrow their MC points from, and he had another great ability at his disposal. Holding out his finger like a gun, blue light started to run up and down his arm. "That's the Greylash ability," Oscar said. It was running up and down faster than the human eye could see. Aiming carefully and lifting his hand, a bolt was shot out. It looked just like the one that Owen would fire, so people seeing this didn't expect much. But when the bolt had hit one of its claws, it had snapped right through its shell, and the claw had fallen off its body. How can an ordinary boy we have never heard of be stronger than the leader of the Greylash family?" Helen said. Then she soon realized that there was a chance she and her group would have gone up against such a monster. Syl's attack was the first attack on the demon tier beast that was able to completely break off a limb. Syl, preparing the attack again, fired another one, hitting another of the thinner claws. While Syl was preparing for the next attack, the beast screamed again and stood up on its thinner claws, putting its body in a higher position than before, and then something strange started to drop from the beast's belly. "Is it taking a shit?" Nate asked, thinking it was strange. Large drops of diamond were falling from its abdomen, hundreds of them the size of a large tiger. One of the first diamonds began moving, and soon after, all of the diamonds that dropped from the crab were moving. "Everyone be careful!" Logan shouted. "These things are beasts as well!" These smaller crabs weren't slow either, and when the group from above tried to hit them, they would burrow underground to only pop up and deal with those on the ground floor. Nate, hitting one of them with his full strength, expected it to be sent back flying. Instead, it had blocked the attack with its claws and then struck him back, piercing through his hardened skin. He was bleeding. "These smaller crabs are freaking strong!" Nate shouted, hoping to warn the others. Everyone was now busy dealing with the hundreds of smaller crabs that were soon overwhelming them all. There were just too many, and being close range, those from above couldn't help without hurting their own team. The only good thing was that while the crab was dropping miniature versions of itself, it looked like it was unable to move. When Quinn went to punch one with the added strength of his gauntlets, he had fared better than Nate, moving it back, but it was by far not out of the fight as it quickly went to attack him again, and soon another 3 were on him after the first one. Using his fast body, he could move or block the attacks, but Ki, the gauntlet's active skill, none of it hurt the little creatures that were just as tough as the big ones. It looked like only the other leaders or the strongest members could actually deal with the crabs, but they were soon tired out. Using his shadow to block in a situation like this was just pointless, and his soul weapon required human blood. Quinn was unable to use it on a beast like this. Frustrated that nothing was working and at all the crabs coming his way, Quinn threw out a kick, but it wasn't just any kick. Using the power of Ki, he had thrown out a blood crescent kick, and a sharp single red line of aura had come out. When it hit the crab in front of him, it had sliced through its shell, and the beast was dead. "Emperor Tier Diamond, crab beast has been killed." The message coming up had worried Quinn even more. The system had just told him that these hundreds of smaller crabs dropping out of the demon tier were all Emperor Tier beasts. "New quest received. The demon tier beast now sees your group as a threat. Retrieve the demon tier crystal. Quest reward." Does this mean the beast never saw any of it as a threat before? Quinn thought. The claws that had been shot off by Syl had regenerated back to normal, and finally, the last diamond crab had dropped out of the demon beast, and it looked like it would be on the move again. Using his inspection skills, Quinn knew that the demon tier beast was never really injured by Syl. Its status had remained green and healthy. Having received the sudden quest, Quinn now felt a lot more enthusiastic about killing the thing. A shadow started to surround his face, and as it disappeared, the bottom half of his face was covered in a mask. A Japanese demon, with its large tusks, was visible. "Everyone, use your full strength! Don't hold back!" Quinn ordered. "Mask attribute set to strength." After slamming his foot on the ground and infusing his fist with ki, then preparing the blood spray ability, Quinn mixed all of these things together. Snapping his arm back like a shotgun, a loud bang was heard as he let his fist fly out. The crabs in front of Quinn were all blown to pieces by the sheer power of the attack. Their backs shattered, and those nearby had also been slightly damaged as the blood sprayed over them. That attack! Seeing the attack being performed, there was one person that recognized it well. He started to touch his robotic arm. "That mask! It's the exact same one from that night demon. It may be a different color, but the attack he just used, it's the same one that ripped my bleeding arm off. It was you all along!" Duke screamed, internally as he recognized that Quinn and the night demon were the same being. The loud bang alone had caught the attention of a few on the battlefield, but turning their heads, what was even more shocking was the 10 or so Emperor-tier crabs that had been defeated, lying there on the floor. The crabs themselves weren't too hard to deal with in terms of their attack power. The armor the others were wearing was enough to protect them from the crab attacks. The main problem they were facing was how hard it was to penetrate their bodies, to actually use an attack that would damage them. "That skill, he didn't use it in the duel," Helen thought. As expected, always hiding secrets, Owen thought. However, he wasn't the only one grabbing attention. Although the crab's attacks weren't damaging to the others, those in the cursed faction didn't have the great beast gear to protect themselves, and they were getting hurt from the attacks. Once Quinn gave his command, and since they saw that he was no longer hiding, Fex and Paul went into action. Fex, using a mixture of his string abilities while also hitting away others with his blood swipe, was impressive. He also no longer held back on the speed or raw strength that he possessed. Even Paul was demonstrating the same set of skills. Mixing his poison and not holding back, he was able to use everything he had trained in secret. "Quinn, is this the right thing to do?" Logan thought while watching. "I guess there's no one left to really question you anymore. We will just have to deal with the consequences that come after," he said to himself, smiling. "If the demon tier joins the fight while we're dealing with all these little ones, it will become troublesome," Quinn said as the shadow beneath his feet started to expand. "I can take us all there." The first one to go to Quinn's side was Syl. Following soon after were Owen and Oscar. Helen, with her 2 sisters, also followed. However, Mona didn't want to get too close and decided to stay back. Before Quinn was about to use his shadow travel, Duke had also jumped into the shadow. Not saying anything, they all sank into the shadow. Traveling in the dark space, they went underneath all the smaller crabs, while the others were left to fight with them. Mona and the others would have to be enough to get rid of them while they dealt with the larger threat. Sure, they would have fewer people to fight the demon-tier beast, but at this point, they were useless. None of them could even put a scratch on the demon tier. It was unfortunate for the type of demon-tier beast they were going up against. When they rose from the shadows again, the first thing Helen and her 2 sisters did was to turn around and run back towards the army of crabs. "You guys deal with that. We will make sure your back is covered so you don't have to worry," Helen shouted. Using their plants and soul weapons, they were strong enough and experienced enough to make sure the others didn't have to worry about attacks from behind. "Looks like she is quite reliable," Quinn thought, but they now had to worry about the thing in front of them. Not wasting any time, Quinn decided to use one of his strongest skills. He threw out 2 large ki-infused blood swipes and combined them with his shadow, making the shadow scythes. Then, activating his gauntlet ability, a searing red outline started to show on both of the scythes. If this skill wasn't enough to hurt the crab, then none of his other skills would be. The crab was also too large for him to use his shadow lock or cover it with the shadow dome, so he would have to rely on his natural skills. One of the thinner claws came shooting down towards the group, and Quinn swung out his scythe, hitting it away easily, but that was all he could do. However, with his eyesight, he could see something the others couldn't. The outer shell of the crab had cracked a little. The other leaders were dealing with the claws well. To avoid getting hurt by them, Owen would often move from one location to another like a bolt of lightning. It was as if he could change his body into lightning itself. When he would appear again in a different location, he would fire his lightning out at the claws and body, looking for a weak spot. Oscar was also able to use the hard ground of the planet to knock anything coming at them down, and it looked like he was attacking the same spot on the crab over and over again, hoping for a certain result. Duke had to stick close to Oscar since there was no Earth, and he could only use the materials that Oscar had already used with his ability. This was also the reason why, at the moment, Syl using the Earth ability was useless. The planet they were on was one of the worst for Earth users, unless they had a soul weapon similar to Oscar's. I hate to admit it, but even I'm not strong enough to kill this thing alone, Quinn thought. At the moment, there are only 3 people here that can damage it. Oscar with his sword, Syl with his lightning powers, and finally the crab itself, but that requires Oscar to use his demon-tier weapon skill. Syl, don't worry about the claws, I'll protect you. You just keep on firing at the same spot on that crab. Syl nodded and raised both his hands. Using the MC cells he had gathered from all the ability users, his lightning powers were supercharged compared to Owen. He fired at the top of the crab's head, just underneath the diamond. It seemed the more power he used, the harder it was to be accurate with the skill, so Syl decided to go for an area that was easy to hit. Still, it wasn't strong enough to damage the crab. But as the same spot was hit over and over again, the crab was starting to feel something. Soon, most of the claws were heading towards Syl. Keeping his word, Quinn was ready to cover him. He hit them away, swinging his scythes, but the claws were coming down fast, and eventually one of his scythes had shattered. With one hand free, he started to throw out blood swipes until the other shattered, and he started kicking and punching the claws away. When he had time, he would mix in a few blood hammers here and there, so the claws would take longer to recover. He made sure to use his ki with every strike. At one point, one of the claws had snapped off, but as seen before, the crab was able to regenerate it. Seeing this, he wished maybe he could have learnt what Lucy had done with her ki. It probably would have helped in the fight. I will trust you, Quinn, Syl said, as he continued to fire at the crab's head until eventually a small crack could be seen. The claws that were busy dealing with the others had stopped. Huh? Where's it going? Owen thought. When he turned, he could see they were all going for Syl. Trying his best to protect their best chances, Quinn threw out as many blood swipes and crescent kicks as he could, but it wasn't enough, and the only thing he could do now was raise his shadow, protecting both of them. When the long claws hit the shadow, they slowed down. Nonetheless, the attack was too powerful, and he lost all his MC points. The shadow disappeared, and the claws continued darting forward. A sword was stabbed into the ground, and an ice barrier was formed, the same one from before. When it rose, the claws bounced off the barrier, and in the process, it looked like each one of them had snapped. I'm no idiot. I know that kid is the best weapon we have against this demon tier, Oscar said. We will protect him as well. What they did notice was that not only were the claws that had hit the barrier broken and unusable, but also all the others that Quinn had attacked as well. Those attacks from before, he is definitely the night demon, Duke thought as he clenched his fist. Finally, a light could be seen to defeat the demon-tier beast. Even though it could regenerate its claws, it would take some time, and with all of the small ones dealt with, now there were only the 2 large claws the crab had left. When the ice barrier went down, they were all ready to attack again. Ah! From the very back of the group, a loud, piercing scream continued to ring out, louder than anything anyone had ever heard before. Some even thought it was one of the beasts. But this was no beast. The screams continued, and when they went to look, they could see it was coming from a purple short-haired girl. The Banshee scream, Quinn said. Everyone, we have to leave now. Get out of here. Shouting, Quinn stumbled to the floor. He had used up more energy than he thought. Was I overusing the ki? In the past, if he depleted his ki, his body would feel the effect greatly. Even if he had health, his stamina would take the brunt of it. Quinn was so focused on protecting Syl that he was unaware of what was happening. Quinn had no time to explain to the others what the scream meant, but he knew they were in trouble. Just go! Everyone leave now! Everyone! Quinn said. Logan also knew what the scream meant, and he instructed the others along with Sam. When the cursed family started to move, all the others soon followed. This was for more reasons than one, as the crab was already starting to act. It lifted its 2 large claws, and the strange diamond on its back started to glow. A few seconds later, the large claws started to crystallize. "Trust me," Quinn said. "One of my people has the ability to see the future. The scream was a warning." He didn't need to say anything more, because everyone was already scurrying away in response to the crab's strange actions. Those of the smaller crabs that were still alive started to scale the sides of the walls, and then the large crab dug its 2 claws into the ground. "What is it trying to do?" Sam said. Everyone was running faster than Quinn, and he was now at the back of the group. "Come on, legs!" He was pushing through the pain, but his speed wasn't there. Using its great strength, the crab's claws had ripped apart the ground, and a large fissure had been created down the middle. The crack reached the center of the planet, and a dark crack was chasing after the group. Thanks to the warnings, the group got off to a head start and was almost at the location of the tunnels leading up to the wall. At this rate, they should all have been able to escape safely. Quinn, seeing the entrance in front of him, was ready to fall over as soon as he was safe. "No!" a voice said, as the person in front of Quinn turned around, and a large pillar of earth hit Quinn in the stomach, sending him flying back. If Quinn was his regular self, if he hadn't used too much energy, he would have been able to protect himself, or if he hadn't been so trusting, perhaps he could have foreseen this. As he fell into the dark crack in the ground, the last thing he saw was Duke's face with a smile. "If I make it out of here alive, I'm going to kill you!" Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs as he fell into darkness. The cold wind could be felt on his back and through his hair as he continued to fall. Looking around, all he could see was darkness, apart from the small light from where he fell, which was getting smaller and smaller by the second. How deep is this thing? Quinn thought. Soon his mind wandered to a certain individual, to the last person he had seen. "Duke, you ruined my life at school, ruined my friend's life and so many others, and now you attempt to get rid of me? I swear if I come back, I will drain every bit of blood from your body." Blood. Quinn had been free-falling for a while now, and not only had he used so much ki that his body now felt weak, but he had also used a lot of blood skills. He attempted to grab at the wall as he fell, but his weak hands were unable to grip anything, and the skin on his fingertips was just ripped to shreds instead. He didn't know why, but not only did he feel weak, it seemed like he was losing consciousness as he fell as well. "If I fall from this height, will I still die?" Hoping to give himself some type of chance, Quinn activated the blood bank. He knew it was unable to restore his stamina, which was completely depleted at the moment, but he hoped the refreshing taste would energize him to at least do something. "Blood bank has been activated. Your HP is recovering." A welcoming, warm feeling was felt through his body, but it was having no other effects, and the last thing he saw before he completely passed out was that his HP bar had maxed out. He continued to fall, and while doing so, his body would hit the sides of the wall at such a speed that it was sure to create bruises and break a few bones, but still he wouldn't wake up.
"This is not your time to die,"
a deep voice said, as black smoke started to rise from Quinn's back. Soon a portal had opened, and a large claw was seen, holding on to Quinn. The bone claw was able to create small portals that it could travel to. Usually it would use this for attacking purposes. However, in this case, with Quinn in its hand, it was using it to avoid the walls of the planet's crust. It was, however, impossible for it to teleport them up to the surface. They were simply falling down too fast. The bone claw managed to make it so neither itself nor Quinn took any damage as they continued to fall, but eventually a light could be seen at the bottom. When the two of them fell through the sight, the bone claw could see was unbelievable. There were hills, forests, trees, lakes, rivers, and even beasts could be seen flying through the sky. Everything was visible as the sky began to light up with the planet's blue crystal material. It was as if there was a planet within another planet. Still, there was one thing the bone claw was unable to do, and that was to slow down their descent. Even when going through the portals, they were still dropping down at the same speed, and that's when a large winged beast was spotted coming their way. It had a large pointed beak that was as long as its body, and it had set its eyes on the two falling objects, honing in on them fast when it got close enough. The beast sped up, hoping to stab its prey with its beak. Suddenly the targets had disappeared in front of it, and it soon felt a sharp pain dig through the back of its head.
"Weak creature,"
the bone claw said, and all three of them were now falling to the ground. They braced for impact, but now they were no longer falling as fast as they did before. Still, when the three of them hit the canopy of trees in a forest area, it easily broke all the trees and caused a commotion as they pounded onto the floor. The Bone Claw and Quinn looked to be safe, but Quinn was still unconscious. The Bone Claw remained outside, protecting its master, because the noise they had made was sure to attract others. It wasn't long before loud footsteps and the sound of trees tumbling to the ground were heard coming their way. The Bone Claw prepared itself, stretching out both of its long, dangling fingers, and flicked one of its hands, throwing the black blood of the winged beast onto the floor. Some time had passed, and it looked like a horror scene around Quinn. The Bone Claw was quite hurt and covered in black blood. Whether it was its own or the beast's, it was hard to tell. Not too far from where the two of them were, countless beasts had attempted to take the Bone Claw on, and none of them had succeeded. However, it needed to rest. Now that it had signed a contract with its master, it was starting to feel weak. It needed to be fed by its master's will or rest in its body, and Quinn, being unconscious, could do neither. The sound of leaves ruffling was heard once more, and the Bone Claw gathered its energy to fight the intruder. This time it wasn't a beast, but a human. The human had no shirt on and wore simple khaki trousers. On his feet were a pair of wooden woven sandals. His hair was bright red and long, like a wild man, and his body was covered in countless scars. The most important thing was the two small, thick dual swords he held on his back. "Whoa, was this all you're doing?" the man said, looking at the Bone Claw. "Beasts fighting beasts is quite common here, but I can see you're quite hurt. So why didn't you leave?" the man said out loud. Seeing that the beast had a humanoid shape, he thought that perhaps it had some form of intelligence and could understand him, but it was a long shot. When looking around, that's when the man spotted a human lying there on the floor. He then looked up at the sky and could see the crack where they had appeared from in the distance. "Someone else fell too?" the man said excitedly. His eyes glowed as he was happy to have contact with another human. Stepping forward, the Bone Claw moved towards Quinn's body and stood in front of it. "Look, I don't know if you're protecting him or wanting to save him for later, but I haven't talked to a person in a long time," the red-haired wild man said as he continued to move forward. The Bone Claw did not waste time. It teleported in and appeared behind the man, but before the Bone Claw could do anything else, his body was already disappearing, and the sound of the man putting his sword back in its sheath on his back was heard. "I would have loved to have fought you at full strength. It's a shame," the man said. "Wait, what's happening?" The man was now confused. He thought he had slain a beast, but instead, the figure turned into black smoke and started to head towards the person on the floor. "Ah, so you were protecting him. Well, it looks like someone special fell down here then." Back on the planet's surface, many of the people who had gathered to fight the demon-tier beast were positioned on either side of the artificial giant walls that Oscar had built. They were looking down below at what had just happened. A large crack could be seen, and staring down into the void, there was nothing but darkness. It was incredibly wide, stopping just short of the two walls. As for the demon-tier beast itself, after causing such a mess, it had already burrowed itself into the ground, and they had no clue where it had gone. Those that were on the ground floor had used the remaining tunnels that led to the top of the walls. The idea was for the support users to use them, allowing them to travel in between. It was a good thing, otherwise a lot more of those on the ground would have been caught up and would have fallen in. When they arrived at the very top, they were unaware of what was going on. When the demon-tier beast unleashed its small army of emperor-tier crabs, some of them had scaled up the side of the walls and were busy fighting with the users up top. Some died, but as soon as the leaders had arrived, they dealt with them quickly. In the scuffle against the demon-tier beast, around a quarter of them had lost their lives. It would have been a better result than expected if they had actually killed the demon-tier beast. When they all arrived at the top and had a moment to take in everything that had happened, that was when Sam noticed. "Where's Quinn?" Sam asked. "What happened to him? Did anyone see what happened to him?" Everyone looked around, but had no clue where he was. Duke remained silent. That was until someone started pointing fingers. "You," Syl said, with his finger pointed at Duke. "You were behind me, and Quinn was behind you. He should have made it." Scrunching up his face with his arms folded, it looked like a vein was about to pop out of his forehead. "Are you accusing the head general of something? I know nothing. He was running behind me and was at the very back. Of course it would make sense for him to fall out with everyone. Why, did you think I did something?" "You know, Those that lie tend to over-explain things, Logan interrupted, as he continued to type away as if he was trying to find out something. All he said was that he should have made it and that you were behind him. The anger was rising in Duke. Since when could just normal civilians, a bunch of nobodies, talk to him like that? You're a right smart arse, aren't you? Duke said as he threw out a pole made from earth towards Logan's head, but before it could reach him, a hand grabbed the pole that looked almost transparent. He is part of my group. What do you think you're doing? Mona said. The one that had grabbed the pole was Mona's beast. While everyone was focusing on the conflict that was unfolding between Duke and Mona, they had failed to notice the blue bolt of lightning that was charging up and down Sill's arms, and before they knew it, it was fired straight towards Duke. Duke had brought some earth with him along on this trip. That was how he was able to form the object now and the ones before, but even though the earth was stronger against lightning, in this case, it would be useless. However, before it could hit him, a blue sword intercepted the attack. Lightning struck the edge of the sword, and Oscar's arm, which was holding it, could be seen covered in the diamond material from the planet. It was protecting him from the lightning. Still, it wasn't enough. Stabbing the sword into the ground, he had to redirect the power to the ground. Are you trying to start a war? Oscar said in anger, as one of his own men was attacked in front of his very eyes. Did you hear what Logan said? Sill replied. He was lying. In short, he knows something. He... Sill repeated with his head held down, and soon bolts of lightning were running up and down both arms. He'd already attacked the crab with so much force, and he still has the power to use his ability? Owen thought. He is one of the stronger ones from that family. He killed Quinn, Sill shouted while pointing at Duke. Oscar was ready, and all of his active sword skills were off cooldown. Whatever attack this boy had, however powerful, he would raise the ice barrier and reflect it. Are you going to start a war now? Another civil one, when we don't even know the truth? Oscar said. There's a chance that Quinn is still alive, and when we find him he can tell us the truth, Logan said, as he pulled up a hologram for them all to see. Ever since they had lost the demon-tier beast, Logan had been attempting to find its position again, but it was proving difficult. The hologram was showing the planet, and it was showing where the large red dot was, which was supposedly where the demon-tier beast was. However, on the map itself, it showed that it was inside the planet. Confused? Well, I was too when I first took a look at this. At first, I thought it was an error, but it claims that after the beast moved away, it went into the planet. We all saw its ability, so I thought it made sense. It could burrow underneath the ground after all, but the map indicated that it was quite a deep underground, which led me to investigate. After sending one of my drones into the fissure to investigate, it looked as if there was a whole other habitable land down there, and it looks like our demon-tier friend has decided to rest down there as well. When we find Quinn, he can tell us what really happened, Logan explained. How do we get down there? Mona asked. Honestly, the quickest way would be the same way Quinn supposedly went down there, but a drop down that far would kill us. And the pressure from the gravitational pull from the core would be so great that most would probably pass out, unable to do anything. The only thing we could do is return with some smaller ships, take a small group to investigate and take down the beasts, Logan suggested. If that is where the beast is, and it's the best chance we have, then so be it, Owen said. The group discussed it a bit more as Logan tried to show what he could do to make everyone feel a bit safer about going down there. After much discussion, a group was sent to get a couple of small ships that could fit through the crack, and then the leaders would go ahead and investigate. During the whole conversation, the frown and anger on Duke's face never left for a second, and at the same time, Sill didn't look away from him either. When all was decided, all the group could do now was wait for the spaceships to arrive. Standing up, Sill looked at Duke, unafraid of everyone that was there at the moment. If Quinn is dead, the first person I'm killing is you, Sill pointed once again. Hearing the threat, Oscar was clearly not pleased, but then Sill turned to him as well, continuing to point his finger out like a child. And if you try to help him, you can die as well. His words were spoken like those of a child, but at the same time, every one of them had seen the immense power he had, and both Mona and Owen were afraid that they still hadn't seen the full extent of it. On the inner planet, where the sky was made out of a crystal that lit up the place with a slight blue hue, the red-haired man had safely taken Quinn with him to a tiny little cave placed right next to a waterfall. Quinn had been laid out on a bed of large leaves, still unconscious, and as for the red-haired man, He was wondering what to do. The place was quite bare, but the man did try his best to make the best out of his situation. The problem was, he was the opposite of a handyman. There were rugs and tables made out of beast skin and bones. Still, there were no signs of modern technology anywhere in use, and he had no clue how to even create anything of the sort. Relying on technology made by others for too long, he was lucky he knew how to cook. "Well, I guess I'll just have to wait for him to wake up," the man said, looking at Quinn. He proceeded to do his daily routine. Ever since he had been stuck down here with no way to return to the surface, he did the same thing every day. He placed his weapons on his back on the ground and grabbed a small dagger placed on the table. On a closer look, the dagger itself was just a beast's tooth, but drawing a line, he had now added the 7th one. "Day 7, huh? Well, the way I look and act, some people might think I've been down here for years." He chuckled and spoke out loud to himself. The loneliness took a toll on him, and speaking out loud would often make him feel less lonely. A large, thick boulder made from the same crystal material on the outside of the planet was inside the cave in the corner at the very back. Grabbing onto it wide as if he was hugging it, the man proceeded to use all his strength to lift it. Then, after placing it on his back, he started to do some squats. "Let's go for 39% this time. Maybe one day I'll be able to do this without any help at all." He continued doing the squats as sweat dripped down his face, dropping onto the floor. He had a clear target to hit in his head, and when he did, suddenly the rock appeared weightless as he lifted it easily and placed it on the ground. "The boy is still not awake, huh? I guess I can train some more." Next, the boulder was slightly thrown up in the air, and he quickly got down into a push-up position. The rock fell on his back, but he didn't flinch when it landed, not affecting the man at all. 30% again should be good. And soon he began his marathon of push-ups as well, and just like before, when he was done, the heavy rock seemed light as a feather as he took it off him. He wiped the sweat off his face and looked at Quinn once more. "Come on!" he shouted. "Are you really not going to wake up?" The desperation was getting to him. When he came down here, he didn't know that communication devices would be interrupted. He thought if there were beasts on the surface, surely there was a way to go up, but he never found it. He had even tried to catch one of the winged beasts and steer it into one of the cracks above, but that proved more difficult than he thought, as they were stubborn, and no matter what he did, they would refuse to listen. So in the end, he was trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Someone would come to him eventually, right? What he didn't realize was how much a human being would yearn for contact so quickly. There were multiple times when he had gone weeks without seeing anyone, but that was when he had TV shows and the internet to communicate with people. With nothing to do at all but hunt, he was going crazy. He was no monk. However, he was well disciplined and kept up his training every day, hoping to improve his body. Frustrated that the only person he had found in the last week was just lying there, he decided to go over to Quinn and see just what was wrong with him. He had no physical wounds on his body, which was amazing. There wasn't even a scratch on him. Considering he fell from such a great height, then why wasn't he waking up? Maybe the problem lies somewhere else, he thought. As he reached out his hand to touch Quinn, the image of the strange creature that protected him popped into his head. So he decided to grab his dual blades from the wall and attach them along with their strap to his bare back. The weapons were quite thick for dual blades and were around 8 inches thick. Each part would be segmented and have a small tooth that acted as a sharp blade. These segments continued until the very top, where there was a flat edge. When touching Quinn, nothing happened, and he now felt safe and started to close his eyes. Now that is unexpected. No wonder he's out for the count. This boy's ki is completely depleted. He must have gone over his limit. If he carried on fighting and using himself like that, it could have been very dangerous. It would have started to eat into his real-life energy. The thing is, the only way for someone's ki to deplete like this is if they know how to use it. The man then took a look at Quinn's face. He looked young. Too young. What a surprise to find someone this age who knows how to use ki. I don't recognize him, do I? Have I really gotten that old that now I can't even recognize the people I have met before? He knew that the state Quinn was in at the moment, it'd take him a while until his ki was restored naturally. Well, let's share a little of my own. Sending his ki into Quinn, he could feel it passing through his body quite easily. The man wasn't using his life force. He was just using what his body would naturally produce. Although he wanted to talk to a person, he didn't want to talk to them so desperately that he would give up his own life. He continued to pass him ki, and now there was sweat running down his face slightly. How much ki does this person need? I'm not a fountain. What was more surprising to him, however, was the fact that the ki in his body hadn't reached its limit yet. Then Quinn's eyes started to slowly flicker open. He could see the cave around him and had a warm, pleasant feeling inside. He was becoming energized. Looking at the hand placed on his chest, he could tell it was ki being passed on from the man. Someone who was doing this wouldn't want to harm him. "Thank you," Quinn gently spoke. Those simple words nearly brought a tear to the man's eyes. "You're welcome, kid. The name's Chris. I think me and you might be down here a while, so it will be good to get to know each other." At the moment, Quinn wasn't bothered about why this man knew Ki or who he was. If he wanted to, this man could have killed him while Quinn was passed out, but then a particular memory entered his head. In the past, there had been another who tried to give Quinn his Ki, and it had ended in a terrible result. At that moment, Chris started to sense another power inside of Quinn other than the Ki. A strange red energy was swirling around, and it was heading straight for him. It had reached his arm and was beginning to enter his body. Straight away, Chris pulled his arm away from and off of Quinn. He could tell that foreign energy was trying to take over. "No!" Quinn shouted, as he realized what he might have done for a second time to his savior. Is he going to turn, just like with what happened to Leo?" Flashbacks of what had happened to Leo were going through Quinn's head right now. After that day, Leo told Quinn several times about what had happened and how his body had two different kinds of auras. The aura known as Ki, the aura that Quinn now knows as the life force. This was something every human had, but then there was a second, more sinister type of aura inside of him. That aura was the red aura. As soon as it latched onto Leo, it started to also latch onto his whole body, chasing his very cells inside. It was like a virus that multiplied quickly, trying to take over the body. With his Ki, he was able to slow it down, but that was it. In the end, there was nothing else he could do, and eventually he ended up becoming a turned. Quinn didn't know who this was, but it was clear by everything around him that he was looking after him, and because of him, somebody was going to get hurt or was in the middle of getting turned. However, Chris was calm, and he looked at his hand for a few seconds before closing his eyes. "This is certainly a nasty little thing, isn't it?" Coming out from the surface of his skin was none other than blood. But when seeing this, or more correctly smelling this, it didn't have the same sweet fragrance it would have when it came out of humans. This was more like vampire blood. Swinging his arm, he threw the blood out on the floor, and it looked like Chris was completely fine. There was no struggle on his face, no pain from being turned, absolutely nothing. Quinn checked out his system and used the inspect skill on Chris, but there was nothing out of the ordinary at all. Did this person manage to stop the turning? Was it with his Ki powers, but not even Leo could do something like that? Does it mean this person knows more about Ki than Leo? Quinn started to wonder, but now he was put in a tricky situation. "Relax," Chris said. "I can tell from the look on your face you didn't mean for that to happen. I don't know if you realize it, but the energy inside you is infectious. I've never seen anything like it before. What exactly are you?" While asking the questions, Chris decided to grab one of his makeshift chairs and sit down. He also grabbed what looked like an odd-looking apple and proceeded to eat it while throwing one over to Quinn. It was clear he was utterly calm and not worried about Quinn in the slightest, even after what had happened. Placing the apple to his side, Quinn decided to answer back. "It's related to my ability. I don't really understand it," Quinn replied, playing the fool as he gave a smile. "I don't think that's right," Chris replied, taking another bite of the apple. "If it were an ability, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of it with my Ki just now. You're an interesting one. You know how to use Ki, and then you lie straight to my face. I already know what your ability is." "You do?" Quinn said, wondering just how he could have known, although Quinn has become a lot more popular ever since the televised duel, so there would have been plenty of people that knew of his powers by now. "When I found you, there was this strange-looking bone guy. I thought he was a beast at first, but then I saw him go back into your body. That is your ability, and you cannot have two abilities, at least, not that I know of." Chris finished eating his apple, including the whole core. While Quinn didn't know what to make of the situation, even though Chris was asking all these questions, it seemed to be more out of interest than an integration. Look, you don't have to tell me. Maybe you don't even know, but the reason I was telling you is because you saw what I did, right? I got out of my body. There's a good chance that I can do the same for you if you want. Your ki is strong, but the red aura has already mixed in with it. So, when I was only able to restore part of your ki, till I got involved, but you got rid of it. You would probably be quite the talent in ki, Chris explained. Hearing this, Quinn could not hide the expression on his face. He could get rid of the red aura? What did he exactly mean by that? If this were true, did it mean it would stop him from becoming a vampire? Did Quinn even want that? More importantly, there could also be a chance for him to turn his friends back to the way they were. Have you done it before? Quinn asked. Chris shrugged his shoulders. No, how could I? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this, but I'm pretty confident I could do something. Quinn didn't like the sound of that. The red aura was now a part of Quinn. Getting rid of it, there was a good chance that it could kill him, and Quinn didn't want to be the test subject for that, nor any of his friends. The conversation seemed to move on from there, as Chris was now bored of the first subject. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he acted more like an impatient teenager moving on from subject to subject. At the moment, Chris was the only one asking questions. Quinn was not getting a chance to ask his own. Chris had learned that Quinn had just fell through one of the cracks when fighting a certain beast. It was an accident. He didn't explain that he was on an expedition with the others. Assuming that this man was down here and had no clue who Quinn was, he could assess that he had to have been down here for a while, at least before the big duel had happened. Only someone living under a rock would not have known who the newest world leader was. After hearing everything Quinn had to say, Chris started to think for a bit. Quinn wanted to ask, what happened to him? How did he know about ki? And even more, but it just didn't feel like there was ever the right moment. I like you, Quinn, but you seem to be on the weak side, Chris said. You said you fell just from an Emperor-tier creature. Well, believe it or not, but I fell down here because I was fighting a demon-tier creature, Chris said, pointing to himself, and he also had his chest puffed out as if he was proud. Demon-tier? I'm sure Logan said there was only one demon-tier beast on this planet. That damn diamond-looking crab I was holding on for dear life, he mumbled in anger. As Quinn thought, he was fighting the same beast, and now he was starting to wonder just who this person was and how they were strong enough to live fighting against a demon-tier. Were they on their own? The mystery surrounding Chris was just growing. I decided you have talent, and as we are the only two humans here, it would be a shame if you were to die. As I said, I think you and I are going to spend a long time down here. Underneath here, there are more high-tier beasts than you can dream of. It's a dangerous place, and I can't always protect you, so you need to get stronger. Now, it's going to be easier for you since you already know the first stage of ki. A genius like me knows all 3 stages. It might take some time, but as long as you know the second stage, you should be safe down here, so what do you say, my apprentice? Chris asked. Thinking about it, it wasn't really such a terrible thing, Quinn thought. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he was better than others to not learn something from them, especially after seeing how strong a demon-tier beast was. He knew he had a long way to go. Even before this, Quinn was interested in the other forms of ki after learning about them from Abdul and Lucy. Now he had the perfect chance to learn them. If Chris was willing to teach him without Quinn having to convince him, then why should he complain? This was a perfect chance to have one more skill in his arsenal. It's a deal, Quinn said as he went for a handshake. Even though Chris knew what was possible from Quinn, he wasn't worried and shook Quinn's hand anyway. At that moment, Quinn spotted a pair of blades behind Chris. Presumably, they were his weapons. Quinn wasn't stupid. He knew there were only a few people in the world that knew about ki, one of them being Pure. The man he was speaking to was most likely a member of Pure, but just who was Chris? Out of habit, he had used his inspection skills on the weapons, and the information about them was brought up. Inspect. ... Quinn's wondering eyes didn't go unnoticed as Chris spotted him looking at the 2 blades behind him. Oh, so it looks like you're interested in them, huh? Well, I can't blame you, Chris said as he walked over to the blades and picked them up. They were in their sheaths, but he pulled them out for Quinn to get a better look. After all, I bet you've never seen or set your eyes on a pair of demon-tier weapons before. This will be a nice treat for you. Pulling them out in spectacular fashion, as if there was some big reveal. He was expecting a grand reaction from Quinn, but it never happened. Placing his hands over his mouth, Quinn couldn't help but let out a little chuckle. He had tried his best not to smile, but Chris was just acting so confident. "What, do you think I'm lying?" Chris said, partly annoyed. "How do you know that they are even demon-tier weapons?" Quinn asked. "Did you kill the beast yourself?" Looking at the sword a few times, Chris was now starting to doubt himself. No, but I was given these, and the person has no reason to lie to me or use them. I know their strength." Of course, Quinn knew the actual tier of the weapons held in Chris's hands right now, and although they weren't demon tier, they were certainly at the demigod tier. Whatever it was that Quinn hadn't faced, whoever the person was that had given him those blades, they certainly had to be strong. "Who gave them to you?" Quinn asked. "Maybe if I knew that, then I would be more inclined to believe you." When Quinn asked this, the expression and mood on Chris's face changed. His eyes narrowed, and his face was emotionless. "I'm afraid if you knew that, then I would have to kill you." Suddenly his expression turned into a smile. "Ha ha, but that's not going to happen, so don't worry. We're going to become good friends after all." It reminded Quinn that this person was most likely a member of Pure. What position? Who knew? If the weapons were at the demon tier level, then there was a good chance he was talking to the Pure leader directly now. However, Oscar had claimed the leader of Pure used a demon tier weapon, which Chris didn't have, and Quinn just couldn't believe someone like Chris, who was so immature and easygoing, could be the leader of any organization. Pushing past the awkward moments, Chris decided to get right to work. He seemed excited about talking to someone, and that he was going to have a strong disciple. "It looks like you already know how to use ki," Chris started to explain, which I call the first stage. From the way Chris was speaking, he would constantly say we and change it to I. It was clear that Chris wasn't someone who found out how to use ki naturally, and he had been taught by someone, no matter how badly he was trying to hide it. "This is not bad, because to learn the other stage, you would have to learn the first stage, first," Chris said, scratching his head as if he was trying to remember everything. "Now in this stage, the most important thing is to increase your ki output strength. It looks like you've already hit the limit and know how to utilize all your ki, although part of that is because of the other force messing about inside your body. There are other ways we can improve ourselves." Chris then started to walk over to the large boulder in the corner of the room, and then proceeded to lift it with ease, as if he was some type of superhuman. "Right now, I am using 100% of my ki in my arms and body to help me lift this boulder. Without ki, I would never have been able to do such a thing. But what if I could? This is why training the body and not relying just on ki is just as important. Each day I have been lifting the boulder, using less ki day by day, and at the moment, I can lift the boulder mostly by myself. Training your body in this way can make our bodies almost superhuman. Even a regular human, no matter how hard they trained, wouldn't have been able to lift something like this, but slowly, using less ki, our body tries to make up for what was missing before, and it changes us. So if you have already hit your ki limit, then creating a super body to use ki will make you even stronger," Chris said as he punched his chest a little too hard, and started to rub his pec a little, which had now turned slightly red. "Now this can also be used to train other areas, such as speed and other things as well, but I chose to mainly focus on strength." Although this might have been a good advice, it wasn't really helpful for Quinn, who was already beyond superhuman. Without using ki and just through his natural strength, he would have been able to lift that boulder just as easily as well. But it did make him wonder if this was something similar to what the Blades did. Even without abilities, Vorden's sister and brother were strong. According to Syl, their training was mostly to do with putting their lives on the line and activating that hidden strength the body had. If ki was life energy, would it activate this life energy when the human body felt like it was going to die? Had the Blade family figured out how to create a super ki body without knowing a thing about ki? However, what the Blade family did wasn't something just anybody could have done, and most people who went through training like that would have died. Now that I've told you how to improve the first stage, let's explain a little about what the first stage is. The first step is simple, knowing how to use ki in your body. Check. Know how to move ki around to different parts of your body? Check. And finally, know how to infuse ki into items or things you are touching. Ding ding! You have already completed the first stage of ki. Congratulations, Chris said, as he saw Quinn nod to all of those things. Now let's look at the second stage. The reason why the third part of the stage is so important is because it's a similar feeling rather than moving the ki to different objects and people. We are going to learn how to externally release ki to coat the outside of our bodies. Think of it as an invisible shell of armor. It's harder to get the hang of, but can be really helpful, especially in improving your weapons. When you can coat your weapon and infuse it with power, your weapons and attacks will be more powerful than others. It can even disrupt other people's life forces when hit by it. The second stage of ki. Is this what Lucy was using for her weapon? Is that what happened when she cut Peter? Her ki was the force I could see, the casting around the sword having attached itself to Peter, making it impossible for him to heal. After the explanation was done, it was time for the demonstrations, and surprisingly, Chris was quite the gifted teacher. He would press his hand against Quinn's back and sense what he was doing with the ki. Whenever Quinn would do something wrong or stray, Chris was able to correct him. A few times, the other energy inside Quinn tried to attack Chris, but if it ever did infect him, then he would do what he had done before, getting rid of the ki. Quinn had asked if he could do the same with the second stage, but apparently what he was doing was more inclined to Ki's third stage. Still, Chris said he shouldn't even think about learning the third stage until he had mastered the second stage. Although many could learn the second stage, the third was a little different. He didn't go further with explanations other than that. After a couple of days of hard work together, Quinn had finally shown some progress, and the two of them were getting on quite well. When talking, both of them would avoid questions about each other's past, and they seemed to respect that. Why should one tell them about the other if the other was keeping secrets? Soon they learned to respect each other. Finally, after Quinn had successfully coated his gauntlets in ki, he was ready on the third day. "I knew you were good," Chris said. "To learn this in 3 days, I guess we had nothing else to do, and I am a great teacher." It was true. Without Chris, Quinn would have never been creative enough to figure out any of this independently. "What now, the third stage?" Quinn asked. Chris shook his head like Quinn was a fool for asking such a question. "Knowing how to use the second stage while standing still and knowing how to use it in a fight are two different things." Chris picked up his weapons and started to walk out of the cave, while Quinn followed. They went to a certain area that had many broken trees and craters on the ground. It looked like a bomb had gone off in the area and completely cleared all the jungle and greenery. "Ah!" Chris shouted at the top of his lungs. The shout itself was amplified with ki, and bird-like beasts flew in the air from a distance. Soon, the sound of large footsteps was heading their way. Chris went off to the side and sat down cross-legged on the floor and started to eat an apple again. "Show me what you learn, my great disciple," Chris said. When the loud footsteps grew closer, they found a large beast had jumped into the area they were in, shaking the ground as it landed. Using his inspection skills, Quinn could see it. "Inspect. Legendary tier beast." On the diamond-like surface where the ships of all the big factions were stationed, the rest of the groups and their people were waiting patiently inside their ships. They were unaware of how well the hunt for the demon tier beast was going, and all they could do was wish them good luck. While the others were away, Linda was in charge of the cursed ship. She was told to wait for Kaz to arrive back with the others and report to Quinn as soon as possible, but there still hadn't been any signs of their return. She checked to see how the other areas were doing as she made her way around the ship. Weevil had been brought over from the old Parasites faction. He was quite skillful, and his speed ability was nice to have if Linda wanted to get anything. The forging area led by Alex was hammering away. They appeared to have never stopped producing weapons. Alex was ecstatic because he knew they would soon be receiving new materials to work with as a result of the Pure Planets and Daisy materials. Finally, being part of the Big Four, they were free to trade without any worries, and Alex's dream of becoming a well-known forger across the universe would come true. Seeing his enthusiasm always put a bright smile on Linda's face. Finally, the last area she went to check up on was the makeshift school. The majority of the faction members' families lived off the ship on their respective planets, though some of the children from those families who lived on the ship were present. Since there were teleporters linked to each of the planets on board the ship, it felt like an ordinary job for them. In the morning, they could wake up and just hop through the teleporter, heading off to the faction, so most families decided to live on the planet. Nevertheless, there were a lot of children on board due to those Quinn had brought back. Peter was no longer here, and usually he would have been the one looking after them, but instead, there was little Borden. As she took a peek through the window, she could see that little Borden was holding one of the kids above him with his two small hands. "Wow, that's amazing! Borden, me next, me next!" another kid shouted. Are there any ordinary people in this faction? Linda thought. Knowing that all the areas were safe and doing well, all she could do was just walk around and check if the faction members were okay. As usual, when she was left with nothing to do, her mind would start to wonder about her brother. I wish he was here to see all of this, she thought. The worst part of it all was that she didn't know who to blame for his death. She had gone through so many emotions, and had gone from one person to the other, blaming Fex, blaming the parasites, and even blaming Quinn. In the end, there was one person she wanted to blame more than anyone, but that person was already dead. Feeling somber, Quinn's words rang through her head. Seeing how she was at one point, Quinn tried to pick her back up. The feelings you are going through at the moment aren't just felt by you. So many people around the world are experiencing the same thing. Rather than thinking about what you could have done, or who is to blame, we should start being more proactive and prevent anything like this from happening to others again. Quinn was a young adult while Linda was in her mid-20s. She often thought he was naive, and his decision-making skills were stupid and suitable for his age. But at times, he seemed the most mature person in the room, as if he had lived a long life. At that moment, a whiz of air passed her, and Weevil was suddenly in front of her. His face looked panicked, and it wasn't from the running. "Linda, we have intruders," Weevil informed her. This was something she didn't expect to hear. Outside of the cursed ship, all the other ships were on standby. From time to time, there would be those that went outside just for some fresh air and to check if any beasts were around that would come close. However, no such thing occurred. Unaware to the others, though, two certain groups were planning a move. Those from Pure that had supposedly run away were now returning, but they weren't returning to their ship. They were heading for the Cursed Faction ship. On top of this, the three people who had formed the temporary alliance were under Pure before and were also leading the charge. The Pure members were on standby, hiding behind one of the large uprooted slabs of crystal. In total, there were around 100 of them. The three members of the alliance were in charge of waiting for the Cursed Faction to open their doors. Two people were put outside on watch as the three approached. "Did you notice?" someone from the Greylash family said. "The three of them all have their beast equipment on. I guess that they aren't exactly there to just talk." "Then should we go and help them? Their strongest members are away." "Do you think we should? The Cursed Faction is now meant to be one of the strongest factions out there. If they can't deal with something like this, then they don't deserve to be a part of the leaders." "We're here to speak about the terms of our joining the Cursed Faction," one spoke loudly, trying to seem non-threatening. The two from the Cursed Faction looked at each other and knew it wasn't their decision to make. From the looks on their faces, Farine, one of the others from the Alliance, knew they were going to radio in. She quickly pulled out her weapon and got behind the faction member, placing a dagger against his throat, while Kubo did the same with his spear pointed towards the other one. "Open the doors nice and easy, and we promise we won't kill you," Kubo said. Fearing for their lives, they did as they were told, and the runway and door started to open for the cursed ship. They were in. At the same time, a loud explosion was heard in the distance, going off one after another. It wasn't too far from where they were, but it was enough to cause the effect they wanted. The other groups went to investigate, although the explosions themselves would do nothing to the hard terrain around them. It did attract some unwanted attention from beasts. With beasts heading their way, all the other groups started to prepare for a battle in front of them. Using this confusion and panic, the Pure members came out of hiding to also board the cursed ship. They were dressed in regular travelers' clothing, and even if anyone did see them now, no one would really know who they were. These factions weren't close to each other, and they didn't even know what the others looked like. They would simply think that the Cursed Faction was doing their own thing, and even if they did spot them, since these groups were only under a temporary alliance, they wouldn't care about another group getting attacked. They would just focus on the beasts and themselves. However, some did notice, like the ones from the Greylash family. They had an idea of who was behind the sudden commotion, but decided to keep their mouths shut. "Finally, we're inside," Kubo said. "Well, with everyone away, this should be as easy as taking candy from a baby." The Alliance members were strong, even if they hadn't done well in the duel. They knew few people in the world could go up against them. It was just that they were meeting those more frequently lately. It was now up to those on the cursed ship to successfully defend the attack. Before the planned attack, the three members of the Alliance had gathered inside the Pure ship. There was Tulk, Farine, and Kubo. These three were the ones who, before treading on Pure's toes and joining their group, had amassed a number of factions and were on the verge of becoming a major force. Inside the ship itself, there were no longer any Pure members, only those that were loyal to the faction leaders. Since the Pure members were said to have already escaped the planet, at least by what Tulk had informed the other leaders. Instead, an elaborate plan was made to get rid of the cursed faction. Lucy was well respected in Pure, not just because she was one of their higher leaders, but because she was also one of the founders of Pure. There were certain people within Pure, like Rank 1, who were in a position of power just because of their strength. Her death would come as a great shock to the leader, Mr. Zero. Having witnessed Pure's power firsthand, Tulk, Farine, and Kubo felt they knew who the strongest humans were. It was those in Pure. There wasn't a doubt in their mind, even after seeing Lucy die like that to the cursed faction. They felt that one day Pure would rule, and if that was the case, then they needed to be put into a position of power and be trusted. And what better way than to get rid of the people, or at least cause severe damage to those who had taken away one of their beloved leaders? At least this was their train of thought. A faction was nothing without those following them, so getting rid of them would most likely put Quinn and the others in a position where they would have to join up with someone else. The 3 Pure leaders were in the front, followed by about 100 of their followers as they boarded the cursed ship. What had come as a surprise to them when first boarding was how empty the ship was, considering its size. This was because the majority of the crew members were resting at home on their planets until they were needed and had no reason to remain on the ship, so only a token group of people were left behind. "This only makes our job easier! Let's take over this whole ship!" Kubo shouted, and the 3 of them split off into 3 different groups, each with 3 equal-size forces. Tulk had started his rampage in the main hall of the ship that led off to the different areas. They were engaged in combat with those from the cursed faction, and Weevil immediately went to inform Linda of the enemy's presence. Simultaneously, Farine had gone to the left side of the ship, and Kubo to the right side, with their little groups. The first thing going through Tulk's mind was that the fighting was proving a bit more difficult than he had first thought. He thought those in the cursed faction would be weak. They were a new faction, so they couldn't have good equipment, and most of them were from unknown factions. However, they had learned a lot being with the cursed, and surviving an attack from the Sun Shields, one of the strongest families to ever exist. Soon, Linda arrived, and her blood started to boil as she saw who was behind the attack. "Weevil, make sure no one dies. Help whoever is in the most trouble," Linda said as she continued to walk forward. Weevil went where he could, using his super speed and dagger to stop fatal blows, and those that were already seriously injured, he tried to carry and move off to the side for now. As for Linda, she carried on walking forward, not slowing down or speeding up. One of the members came forward with his blade, and she threw out her fist, not even caring if it cut her skin. The blade had barely scraped past the skin on her knuckles before her fist was planted in the Pure member's face. He was sent flying across the room with one hit. Another fight going on nearby, she proceeded to kick another man, and his legs were shattered as his body spun in the air a couple of times before landing on the ground. Soon the members, realizing what a threat she was, started to focus their attacks on her, but she dealt with them all with a single hit and carried on moving forward like a robot that had been given a command. "We have just found peace as humans, and it's people like you that have to ruin it," she shouted. Finally, it looked like someone had successfully stabbed a sword into her back, but turning around, she punched the blade in the center, snapping most of it off, before throwing it back at the person who had attacked her, then pulled out the blade from her body as if it had caused her no pain. The wound was healing, and at the same time, a pang of hunger was building up inside her, but her temper had already grown too much for her to care. "Ha! You're a strong one, so your ability must be strength, I assume, but let me tell you, there is a reason why my name is Tulk. I was based on a character who has inhuman strength and is a little green," he shouted as he charged forward with his fists. Tulk's equipment was great, and he seemed to be slightly faster than Linda. He gave her a solid, strong blow to the stomach. It was powerful, but she didn't flinch and proceeded to give her punch back, hitting him in the stomach as well. "I'm wearing legendary tier armor, and I can still feel her power," he thought. "But if I'm hurting, she has to be hurting as well," Tulk thought, as he continued to deliver blow after blow. The 2 of them didn't care if they got hurt, and continued to punch at each other, but as time went on slowly, one was coming out as the victor. Tulk was soon getting tired. "She should have a few broken bones, but her power has remained the same this whole time." While Tulk's damage was building up, Linda was healing after every attack. Her power was weaker due to Tulk's strength and armor, and her speed was slower, but her lack of pain felt when taking hits and her regenerative powers eventually made her the winner. The last punch was thrown by Linda towards the battered and bruised face of Tulk. His eyes were cut, and blood was dripping down onto his armor. He tried to twist his body to move out of the way, but a sharp pain was felt, and a broken rib stopped him. With a clean hit to the face, the punch had knocked him out cleanly. "I did it," Linda thought. She fell to her knees, feeling weak, not because of pain, but because something was going on in her body. She turned her head to look behind her, and could see that not only had Weevil managed to help the others, but reinforcements had arrived through the portals, mostly from the planets of the parasites, and it looked like they were nearly done as well. "I need to see if the others are okay," Linda thought, and tried to get herself up, but an unbelievable hunger pang was felt in her stomach. One she had never felt before. Weevil, seeing this, hurried over to her. "Is everything okay, Linda? Did something happen?" he asked, but he could only see she was holding on to her stomach. "Was this because I took too many blows? Does that mean I have to eat?" she thought. Quinn had tried feeding her in the past, and she did eat a little, but the idea made her sick. Just like Peter as a Draugr, she needed to eat human flesh, but unlike Peter when he was a ghoul, it wasn't compulsory unless she had taken on too many injuries. The problem was, in the state she was in, she wouldn't be able to reach the kitchen. "Weevil, get everyone out of here," she managed to squeal out. "But how is that going to help you?" "Just do it," she snapped back at him, and a strange look could be seen in her eyes. After clearing the area, Weevil decided to stay behind, unknown to Linda. He could see her on the floor looking around, and then she started to crawl towards Tulk, who she had just beaten. What is she planning to do? Weevil thought. The next few moments were impossible for Weevil to stomach when he saw what Linda was doing to Tulk's body. It was the only thing that would satisfy the pain, but soon the pain inside her body was replaced with a burning sensation. Unbeknownst to her, she was evolving. On the right side of the ship is where the cursed faction's hardest working members were. If one were to walk past, they would hear a constant clang that never stopped, no matter what time of day it was. This was the forging section on the ship, a place rarely visited due to how hot it was. Here, the forgers were led by Alex, with each person being hand-picked by him. The forging team consisted of 10 people and a few assistants, but the assistants would only come by occasionally. No one really knew what criteria Alex was looking for when choosing a forger, but whoever he chose always stuck with it. Forging was a tough job. One would have to complete tasks repeatedly, and the slightest change or wrong strike could ruin the outcome of hours and hours of demanding work. So it was a job few ever thought of doing, which was why Alex's being able to select the right people was impressive. In return for them finding their passion, they thanked Alex and worked just as hard as he did. The team grew and bonded together, and they all cared for each other. One of the forgers closest to Alex was called Nog, and he had noticed that recently Alex had been able to work for longer periods of time without stopping, as he was doing now. "Is he even human?" Nog pondered with a smile. He admired his work, but he did notice something strange. Lately, Alex had been touching his back increasingly as if something were sore, and he would often leave the forger's room, claiming he wanted to rest. Even when Alex was tired before, he never left the forger's room. Still, it was something that he had just noticed, so it wasn't too much of a big deal. Bang, bang! The entrance of the door was a wide, sliding one, and at the moment they could hear it being whacked upon multiple times. "Turn off the furnaces!" Alex ordered, and everyone did as he said. The furnaces generated a lot of noise, so it was hard to hear clearly just what was going on. "This isn't a funny joke, you guys!" Alex shouted, but the banging continued. Some of the other forgers started to panic as it was clear something was going on. On the table in front of them were pieces of completed equipment. Usually they would not wear any beast gear due to it being harder to work in, although they would have some things on their arms to give them a few extra stats in strength here and there. They quickly grabbed what they could and started to put on the equipment, and soon the door was pulled away and flung over to the side. A woman with short black hair walked in, and behind her were the members of Pure. "I knew this would be a gold mine," Farine said. "Take what you wish from here." Members of Pure needed weapons more than anything, and what better place than the forgery? When those in Pure ran forward, the one in front was quickly greeted with a hammer in the face. It landed heavily, knocking the first person out. "You think we're going to let you take our things?" Nog shouted. "Do you know how hard we worked making these? You'll just beat us up anyway, so we might as well put up a fight." Soon, everyone, including Alex, were chucking the things on their table towards the Pure members. They weren't fighters, so they didn't really know how to use the weapons they had created. As Farine raised her hand and said, "I was giving you guys an easy out," all the weapons on the table and in the air began to assemble and move towards her. She carefully set the large ball of weapons she had created on the floor in front of her. "Now go get them, fools trying to resist," Farine said. Alex was considering his options as everyone rushed towards them. Among all the peons that floated in her direction, he noticed that only one short sword remained on his table. "Huh, isn't that the new weapon I created?" Alex thought. This weapon was different from the others, for this one was created using his very own blood. Quinn had asked him to start putting his blood into weapons, but due to how weapons were made, the items would mostly be composed of glathrium, and only a small percentage of blood could be used. It made Alex wonder if a weapon with a higher blood content could be used. He knew Quinn wanted such a thing, so he set himself the task of doing it. Using more crystals and beast body parts as a basis would make it less durable, but he had eventually found a way to create a red-soaked blood fairy sword. A beast's eye in the center just above the hilt, by the sword, several sharp beast teeth, and then instead of a silver or gray shine like normal swords, this one was blood red. Needing to do something, Alex rushed forward and started to engage in combat with the first person he could see. He swung his sword sloppily into the air while running, and the man laughed. The swings were clearly those of an amateur. The man from Pure could easily block it, but when he did, he felt the weight of the sword and the strength behind such a swing. "What the hell?" the man said, as the weight soon crashed down, and Alex went for another attack, stabbing him in the stomach. Alex was a forger, and if forgers had one good thing about their bodies, it was their strength. On top of this, ever since becoming the Blood Fairy, his strength had improved beyond what a normal human was capable of. Farine, seeing this, tried to lift her hand and tried using her magnetic ability to pull the weapon towards her again, but there was no such luck. "Now I want that sword," she spoke. From the pile of weapons, she would then repel each one towards Alex at a fast speed. Using his reflexes, he moved and avoided the attack. Looking behind him, the small dagger she had fired at him was stuck in the wall. An attack like that would kill him. She began to use the weapon several times, but Alex was quicker than he had anticipated, and he dodged, hit, and narrowly missed all of the attacks. The moves still looked odd and sloppy as he would curl up, ducking, twisting his back in odd shapes. To everyone, it was clear he wasn't a fighter, and it looked like pure luck that he was avoiding the attacks. "Now I'm getting annoyed," Farine said. The weapons that were stuck in the wall now were also moving from behind, and that's when Alex noticed that one of the weapons being pulled was going for Nog. "No!" Alex thought. Nog was quite a distance away, and even with his fast movements, he wanted to make sure he would make it in time. "I have to move my body. It needs to move faster." As he was thinking this and screaming at his body to try to block the weapon, he felt a twitch like no other on his back. Nog looked around him. He looked for anything to pick up and block the weapon. He could avoid one, but he could not prevent them all. Then the sight of something red appeared in his vision. Two off them spread wide. "I'm sorry, Quinn, I couldn't keep it a secret." Everyone in the room could see his blood fairy wings clearly. He moved faster than he had ever done in practice, but they were so strong they tore through the uniform he was wearing. "So this is why you kept touching your back," Nog commented. Standing in front of Nog, he couldn't keep his eyes off Alex. His eyes would sweep from one wing to the other. In a way, the red color was just so captivating that it looked light and see-through. If a person were to touch them, he imagined his hands would just fall through, but at the same time, they looked strong and alive, pulsing like a heartbeat. There were several lines that stemmed from Alex's body going to the very tip of the wings. "Ah, this crap hurts!" Alex shouted as he knelt over. He quickly grabbed onto the dagger that had pierced the top of his thigh and pulled it out, throwing it onto the floor. He had managed to avoid and block some of the weapons with his sword, but not all of them. A dagger had managed to hit him in the thigh, and it had pierced quite deep. "Do me a favor, try to use the workbench as a cover. I'm going to try my best to get rid of these guys," said Alex. The workbench was large and solid, due to its having to be used to make weapons all day. It was the perfect tool for blocking attacks. Moving around would help them avoid attacks from all directions. Now, all the forgers were bent low and taking cover. His speech didn't sound particularly confident, but what else could they do? Gripping his sword tightly,
he flew over to the person who was the cause of the problem, Farine. She tried her best to throw out weapons towards him coming from all sorts of different angles, but like a fly, he was able to quickly change direction, avoiding all of them. All that training I did, it seems to have been for something. Even though Alex had never trained for battle, he did one thing every day as a blood fairy. He practiced flying. How could he avoid the temptation? Humans' wishes to fly were many people's dreams, and he could, so whenever he got the chance, he would practice. Lifting his sword above his head, he struck down, but created a wall of weapons. It was blocked easily. "You don't even know how to use that thing," Farine said, as she moved the wall of weapons to act like a claw, grabbing onto the sword and then picking it up. She struck with her short sword, stabbing Alex in the stomach. From the pain, Alex let go of the sword and flew back in a hurry. He had never been hit like that before, and he soon realized he was filled with something: fear. "You are no fighter, I can tell. It's a waste of time trying to fight back," she spoke, continuing to walk forward and pulling the weapons stuck all over the room to her once more. Holding onto his stomach, blood was starting to fill his hands. The pain was one he hadn't felt before. It was no longer hurting, but just looking at the wound was causing him to worry. "The others, they always get hit like this, but they carry on fighting. Who would go through this type of stuff? I don't want to do this. I can't," Alex thought. He noticed his hand was shaking, but then looking around the room at the other forgers inside, he could see one of them had his hands held over his head, his teeth chattering, and him mumbling words. "Please, just leave. Please, just leave." The man was clearly frightened for his life, and the reason he was here was that Alex chose him to be here. "Maybe if I was Quinn, I could have done something," Alex said, smiling, which soon turned to laughter. Farine thought Alex had gone mad. "You guys are so sick, attacking while our leader and others are away. All we wanted to do was protect what's ours, and you're trying to take it away. You're worse than beasts," Alex shouted as he flew towards her. She once more formed a shield in front of herself with the weapons, thinking that he was about to attack, but he had already passed her and was grabbing the sword that was lying on the ground. But before he could reach the weapon, a pure member who had anticipated his move swung their axe down, striking Alex's hand square in the middle. "Ah!" Another scream at the top of his lungs. Farine then turned around and quickened her pace, walking towards Alex. She smiled as if she was enjoying this. Seeing that smile alone, something was building up inside. Anger. It was causing him to feel the energy clearer in his body. Grabbing the axe, Alex pulled it out of his hand and yanked it out of the pure member, before grabbing his head with the other hand and chucking him off to the side. A display of strength is just not possible for a human, especially one not wearing beast gear. Picking up the sword again, he charged forward. He wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. When attacking, he would quickly fly in and out, hitting her. Farine, using the weapons as cover, thought she was safe, but what she failed to notice was how worn out the weapons were getting with each attack, and how Alex's weapon was glowing. Then, with another strike, Alex had broken through the shield of weapons she had been using. Then, out of nowhere, he reached out with his other hand as if to grab her, but her movements were fast, and she jumped back. "If only I could reach her," he thought. At that moment, the energy that was building up inside him went to his left hand. A red form of aura came out, like a laser shot, hitting her in the head. All the metal weapons fell from the ground, and so did she. Huffing and panting, Alex looked at her body. Maybe he should have been upset, as it was the first time he had killed a person, but instead he just felt relieved. "I did it! I did it!" he shouted, as he too fell to the floor. "Damn it! Take all their weapons!" a pure member shouted. They were on the move, but it looked like Alex could do nothing. He was spent on energy. "Leave the rest to us," Nog said, as he had his forging hammer in his hand. The other 9 were ready behind him to fight. Seeing Alex fight so hard for them, they couldn't just sit down. Now the biggest threat was out of the way, and they had a chance. They would soon realize they didn't have to, as reinforcements had arrived from the portals to take care of the others. "Thank you, Quinn. Thank you for giving me the power to protect these guys." Kubo was also looking around the ship to see if anything was interesting over on the left side. He had attempted to contact the other 2 to see how things were going, but there was no reply. "They're probably too caught up and excited about fighting. How come they get all the fun? Why haven't I found anyone yet?" Kubo said, running his fingers up and down his spear. Out of the 3, he was quite the bloodthirsty type, and he didn't care whose life he would have to take to achieve his goal. Eventually,
He and his group's search led him to one of the training rooms. When they entered, they were surprised to see a room full of kids and a really short little man the size of a small dog in front of them. The peer members thought that after seeing this, they would just turn around, but instead, Kubo licked his lips and started walking forward. "What are you?" a peer member tried to call out, but his friend quickly covered his mouth. "Are you crazy? If you say something to him, he could snap and kill us all. It's better you just leave him be." Pushing his friend's hand away, he just couldn't agree. "Are you really going to just watch him do that to children? I committed to working with Pure to build a world where our kids can grow up safely and without being harmed." The Pure member took a step forward, but at the same time, Kubo turned around, and with a single stare, the man froze and fell to the floor. "Now, kids, who wants to play a little game?" Kubo asked, as he spun his spear round and round. Moving in front of the kids was Borden. He looked up to Kubo from below, with his head tilted back. "Are you trying to hurt my students?" Borden asked. Kubo could hear a voice, but he didn't know where it was coming from until eventually he heard the sound of someone's feet tapping. Hearing that, he looked down and could see a small blonde-haired boy. "You look like a young adult, but have the body of a... Kubo couldn't make up his mind. The boy was like a toddler, but had the proportions of a normal-sized human. "Why is a kid calling the other kids his students?" Kubo chuckled, as he started to spin his spear around at great speeds. He twirled the spear above his head, threw it up in the air, and caught it, placing it by his side, all while making the strange noises martial artists would make in those old cliché movies. A round of applause was made by the kids when they saw this. "Whoa, I think he might be as good as Jerry with weapons," one of them said. "Nah, this guy's a little better. Jerry's good, but not that good." "What are you talking about? Give me a spear and I'll do the same thing right now," another kid shouted in anger. "What's with these kids? I'm here to attack them and they're all so calm. Do they not know the extent of the situation they are in?" Kubo thought. It was making him feel sick. This was not the pleasure he wanted. He wanted them all to be scared, crying with fear and begging for their lives. "Damn you!" Kubo screamed as he thrust his sword fast towards one of the students that was closest. The attack was too fast for the student to react. Skimming just past the student's face, the spear was suddenly stopped and unable to be budged an inch, and when looking down he could see the little man holding onto it. "They're only kids," Borden shouted. His hand that was gripped around the spear was tense. His knuckles were white. Cries from the kid started as a small scratch had been made on his cheek. "What do you think you're doing?" Borden shouted. The spear had snapped from where it was gripped, and a spike had grown out from Borden's back, not just one, but two. Scales on his face and arms started to grow as he couldn't contain his anger. Before he knew it, Kubo could no longer see the little man. "Hardening activated max." Kubo activated his ability while he was in mid-air and looking at the Pure members who were behind him. All of them were too stunned to even move to help, as they witnessed the small man lift Kubo into the air above his head, only to then slam Kubo into the ground. As his body landed, the arena floor tiles were smashed, and a vibration was felt by everyone in the room. Kubo was desperately coughing out blood. He had legendary tier armor on and used his hardening skill, but it was still useless. "You're still alive. I guess that's where your confidence came from," Borden said. "Oh crap, I transformed in front of the kids." Touching himself all over, Borden realized the kids were staring at his strange features. During his time teaching them, he had a lot of fun with them, and he showed his feats of strength, but he had never shown them his transformation like Quinn had asked. He knew if those on the cursed ship knew he was a Dalki, they would be afraid of him, and now Borden was afraid that the kids wouldn't speak to him again. "Wow, that's so cool, he can transform as well. Our teacher's amazing. I thought he was just a strong little man. I want to be like him. I'm the closest. Look at my hair, it's like his." Looking at the ground, Borden wanted to hide the smile on his face. He wanted them to remember him as a serious teacher as well as one they got along with. The kids had calmed him down, and the spikes and scales started to disappear from his body. "Did you see that? That was a Dalki. The cursed faction has a Dalki." The Pure members started to say this in a panic. "Kill it! We have to kill it!" "But I've never seen a Dalki turn into a human and transform like that," another commented. "Who cares? While it's not in that form, we have to kill it." Seeing the Pure members charge forward, Borden thought this was the perfect opportunity. "All right, kids, this guy isn't dead, so you'll be able to use him, right? Show me what you have learned so far." After touching Kubo, who was near death on the floor, the kids, almost fearless, decided to go into battle with those at Pure. This was something they were not expecting. Some wished to not fight children, but soon, when they saw how skilled and serious the kids were, they were fending for their own lives. They were skilled with the weapons they took from the members, were faster, and knew how to fight well using their abilities. On top of this, whenever Borden thought one would get hurt, he would intervene, blowing the person to bits. "None of you deserve to live. Just sitting there and watching that man do what he was going to do, you were all just as bad," Borden said. A few minutes later, the training room door opened. In came members of the Cursed faction who had come through the portals. They looked like they were in a hurry, covered in sweat. "Quick, we have to make sure they're safe." The man in front started to slow down his words as he saw that all of the Pure members, including Kubo, had already been dealt with. "I taught them well. AAA for all of you for this assignment," Borden said, giving them a thumbs up. Back in the main hall of the ship, Linda had finished going through her evolution. It was a pain just as bad as when she first turned, and she thought she would never have to experience anything like it again. At the time, she didn't know she was going through an evolution, but now that it was completed, she could tell her body had changed. Not much physically, but she knew something was different. She moved her body slightly through the air, wondering what changes her new body even had. "I'll need to speak to Quinn when he gets back. I've just got news from all the others. It looks like everyone is safe and they have dealt with all the intruders," Weevil reported. His voice startled Linda, and she quickly looked at Tulk, who had been eaten by her on the ground. She had done it. Images flashed in her head, something she thought she would never do. At the time, she didn't even feel like she was herself. She was starting to understand a little of what Fex must have been going through at the time. "That's good news. Anyone alive, let's round them up. I'm sure Quinn is going to want to hear an explanation from them about what just happened. When they wake up, we can make them clean up their dead. Send a message to them." Weevil nodded and started to walk away to give the message, but before doing so, Linda called out, "Weevil, don't tell anyone." He stopped for a second and then continued walking with a thumbs up. She didn't know if she could trust him with such a secret, but she owed him for helping and saving the lives of the others in the faction. After doing what was asked, the only person that was left alive by the leaders in charge of the attack was Kubo. He was locked away and kept an eye on until Quinn came back. The Cursed remained inside their ship, leaving the Greylash and other families to wonder what was going on there, while the other families dealt with the beast's attack outside. However, they didn't have much time to wonder. They had all just received a call with an update on the Demon Tier hunt. The ones that were sent out for a hunt were patiently waiting above the large crack that had been made on the planet's surface. They had called for smaller ships to come to their destination, and then they would go through the crack in search of Quinn and the Demon Tier beast. While waiting, though, they had to make a few decisions. Only small ships could be taken, so a small team, rather than the one they had brought with them, needed to go down there, and they were now deciding who would go. "We have to be honest with ourselves," Owen said. "Nearly everyone here is pretty much useless when fighting against the Demon Tier beast. We knew it was going to be a large one, so we brought a big force, but we never knew it was going to be a defensive type. If we take more people down with us, then they will just get in the way, or there's a chance they might not return." The others that were listening in on the meeting nodded in response. It made sense after all. Now it was just a matter of who to pick. From the Cursed side, Syl was already adamant that he would be going. Fex had also agreed. As for the others, although Sam was a good strategist, it would be risky to take him down there, and Dennis and Nate knew they weren't really up for the challenge. Paul could do well, but he didn't have the right equipment with him to do much damage either. So the only two that were chosen were Syl and Fex. The military had chosen Oscar and Duke, Greylash family member Owen and another member, while surprisingly, Mona had said that she would stay above. "My beast isn't strong enough to deal with that thing," Mona said. "I thought when the smaller crabs came out, I would be able to control them, but it seems to be linked to the Demon Tier beast. Besides, someone has to protect those on the surface. We will wait here, and if your ships are destroyed or you need help, we can easily send more support." The others didn't like this too much. As one of the family leaders, Mona would be getting a big reward out of this joint hunt. Not only that, but she had also kept the Demon Tier location device a secret from them all, which had put a sour taste in everyone's mouth. Still, it was true that Mona didn't really do much, and the deal had already been agreed upon beforehand. "I would like to volunteer to come as well," Logan said, raising his hand. "I can help you locate and pinpoint the demon-tier beast easily." Oscar looked at Logan, who had a small frame and a small digital device by his side. "This is a very dangerous task, boy, and although I will protect you, I will protect my own life and those close to me before protecting you." "Don't worry, I can look after myself," Logan said. The truth was, they wanted someone like Logan to go down with them, so there wasn't much pressure on him when he requested to join. In the end, Helen and her two sisters also agreed to join, but their jobs would be different. They had done a good job of protecting their backs from the beasts when the leaders went to attack. This time, they would be in charge of protecting the ships that they would land on. Their guess was that this secondary inner planet could be filled with dangerous creatures. Finally, two more people had volunteered, Bonnie and Void. "You do know you still won't be able to record anything," said Oscar. "Why risk your lives?" "We need to make a report on this. I know this will be a big turning point for the whole world," Bonnie said. Through her determination and sheer willpower, the others knew she wouldn't take no for an answer, and so those that were to go down to the inner planet had been decided. Finally, the ships had arrived, but due to how few of them were going, they only needed one ship. However, the other two that were brought as well were left on standby, protected by Mona in case they needed more help. Once everyone climbed on board, they were wished good luck and they were on their way. Once on the ship, everyone took a seat, and Logan was in charge of controlling the ship, claiming to have the most experience. When they saw he was able to control it by just putting his hands on the control panel, they quickly allowed him to take charge. "Everyone strap in. Hold your gut as much as possible. We will be dropping down at a speed greater than this ship can fly. Your insides will feel like they are being pulled out of you. With me being at the front, if you throw up, then the sick will be going all over me." The ship was ready, and it soon started to descend into the black crack. Diving deep down, at first it was a steady, slow ride as they used their lights to navigate through the crack, making sure they wouldn't hit any of the walls. "What the? Is this it?" Fex said. "I thought it was going to be a lot worse than—" Once the ship got past a certain point, it felt like a strong force was pulling them down. Their stomachs felt like they were sinking into themselves, right down to their toes. "Ah! I'm going to be sick! I'm going to be sick!" Fex shouted. "Don't you dare, pretty boy!" Ivy shouted, as she was the one that was sitting in front of him. "I will tie you up and whip you until you're raw if you're sick." The group was still falling rapidly when they finally caught sight of a light. At first, they kept dropping, and at the right time, Logan activated the thrusters to counterbalance the ship. The real suffering for the others would start at this difficult stop. Eventually, when all was settled, Fex quickly undid his straps and headed straight for the onboard toilet, but unfortunately he threw up all across the floor. The group quickly landed and left the strip as the smell was too much for them to bear. "What the hell do you eat?" Ivy asked. Honestly, Fex didn't know how to answer that one. Looking around them, they could see the forest area, and immediately, Syl was looking for any signs of Quinn nearby, but couldn't see any. "There will have been a set distance where he could have fallen from. He couldn't have gone too far from here," Logan said. "What are you doing?" Duke asked as he walked over to Logan. "Pull up your machine and let's look for that demon-tier beast." Logan looked at Duke for a few seconds. There weren't many interactions between the two of them at school, but he still had a dislike for this man, based on the trouble he had caused. "No, we're here to find Quinn first, and then locate the demon-tier beast second," Logan said. "Did you just see how far we dropped from?" Duke replied. "You think that brat is alive? You're just wasting our time. And why do you care about him? Remember, Mona's not here to protect you." "But I am," Syl said as he fired a lightning bolt, hitting just ahead of where Duke was standing. He was inching his way closer and closer to Logan, and it was clear if he had moved any closer, he would have hit him. Oscar was about to give Syl another lecture when they all heard a loud beast stomp. The ground was trembling, and tree branch breaks could be heard. A long-necked beast could then be seen peeking over the trees, and when it eventually emerged from the surrounding vegetation onto their area, it was visible. Its large size makes it resemble the ancient dinosaurs. Quickly pulling out one of the scanners, Logan quickly scanned the beast in front of him. "Be careful, it's a legendary tier beast," Logan warned them. The rest got ready for battle, Oscar drawing his sword and Owen ready to fire. Then a streak of blue lightning went past all of them, hitting the beast in the neck, causing its head to fall and hit the floor. The beast was dead. When they turned around, they could all see that it had come from Syl. "We will look for Quinn first," Syl said. Returning to the cave, Quinn was covered in cuts and bruises all over his body. They were healing slowly, but rather than using blood from his blood bank or the one from his small flask, he decided to let his body heal naturally, as he didn't want to cause suspicion. Fast healing could be explained via ki, but not at the speed Quinn's body would heal after consuming blood. Doing this would make him feel hungry later, but he would always consume some blood from the blood bank without having Chris notice, so that wasn't too much trouble. Besides, blood needed to be rationed now, otherwise, Quinn would be feasting on the closest human next to him, and he was sure Chris wouldn't want to be a volunteer, not without an explanation first. "Another one added to the pile," Chris said, as he placed the clear crystal on the table. Now there were 5 crystals of the same clarity next to each other. "Don't worry," Chris said. "You did all the work and got beat up for them. You can keep the crystals. Besides, I do not need them anyway. I have my demon tier weapon," he said, putting an emphasis on the word demon, making sure Quinn had heard him. He did this often, as if he was gloating about the weapon. He thought that Quinn didn't believe him due to him being jealous. Quinn had given up trying to convince him otherwise. There was no way for him to really explain how he knew it wasn't the case. Still, he was glad Chris had been a nice guy, so far at least. Between the two of them, they had collected 5 legendary tier crystals, which was above the rank of any gear that Quinn had, especially since his Emperor tier equipment was only good for defense and not much else other than that. The planet was a gold mine for high-level tier beasts, but so far he hadn't met anything under the Emperor tier. "I wonder what they will do with this planet after defeating the demon tier beast," Quinn thought. "Since now the families are in an alliance, will it go back to the way it was before, where different shelters belong to all the leaders on a single planet, and there would just be a routine tax? Or maybe this planet and the others were too close to the Dalki?" As days passed, it always felt like the big threat over their heads was getting closer, whether they wanted to admit it or not. Building new shelters and sending a force out to protect them wouldn't be the best of ideas. "You did really well, Quinn," Chris said as he sat down next to him and started to go through what went well and what had gone bad on their latest outing. So far, Chris had been helping Quinn learn the second form of ki. Quinn knew how to use it, but using it in battle was a different story, and the way Chris made Quinn aware of this was by putting him up against legendary tier beasts. It was strange at first, as Quinn realized that he would have to quickly shift his ki over to different areas of his body during a fight more often than before. There was only a limited amount of ki one could have, and using a weapon while also enhancing it with ki would use up quite a lot of it. It was critical to have absolute control of how much you would use and where you would use it. Quinn was learning fast, faster than usual, although Chris never told him that. The reason for the fast learning was because controlling the ki in this manner was similar to him using the shadow. Usually, people struggle with controlling 2 forces at the same time. It would be like trying to separate your mind into 2, or when one learns the piano, making their left hand and right hand do different things. These skills to do well would take years, but Quinn was learning fast. He was unaware of this, though, as his battles with the legendary tier beasts had been difficult, more difficult than he had anticipated. Quinn didn't use his shadow or vampire abilities while fighting, but he did use his body to the fullest, using speed, strength, and stamina. Not because Quinn was concerned about Chris, but rather because he wanted to improve his use of ki, and thought this was a great way to do it. He managed to still defeat the beasts, but not without getting quite badly hurt in a few scuffles here and there, which was why he was in the condition he was in now. Chris would immediately review everything he had done during the fight, and advise him on what he should have done differently or how he could have done better. Quinn had never been taught by a better teacher than Chris, even though Chris claimed he was a bad teacher. It was perfect and allowed him to focus on the correct things each time. After taking everything in, Quinn wondered how he would implement this second stage of ki with his current set of abilities. "The hardest part of it all will be when using the shadow. Controlling 2 different things and thinking of the fight is hard enough, but then using the shadow, is it even possible?" The problem was that he didn't really have the time to practice it either. "All right, I think that's enough for today. We should rest up. We have a big night tomorrow," Chris said, as he went to his bed of leaves and went to sleep. The next morning, Chris was already awake before Quinn, or at least Quinn couldn't see him in the bed next to him. Usually Quinn would be the one to wake up first, due to him not needing much sleep in the first place. The sound of something passing through the wind was heard, similar to when one would swing a fast skipping rope. Trying to check out what the sound was, Quinn stepped out of the cave and could see that Chris was standing on top of the rock and facing the waterfall. He had his demigod-tier weapons in his hands and was swinging them against the waterfall. The strikes from his weapons were so clean that it cut through the stream of water perfectly. There were no droplets of water. Even though he was attacking the waterfall, it continued to flow as if it was never hit by anything. It was uninterrupted. "Oh, you're awake," Chris said with a smile, looking over at Quinn. "I thought I would warm up for today's event." Warm up, Quinn thought. For all the times they had gone out before, Chris had never warmed up once. Why was he warming up now? With a spectacular leap, Chris was able to jump across the waterfall's pool of water and land next to Quinn. Seeing things like this had become normal for Quinn, and he had to remind himself that the man in front of him had no ability. He was superhuman and wasn't even a vampire. "Your face looks confused. My disciple, don't you trust your teacher?" Chris spoke with the great smile he usually had. "My wounds are all healing well, so if you want to go hunting, we can." "Not too bothered," Quinn said. Hunting legendary tier beasts was starting to get old for him. If Chris hadn't already explained or shown what the third stage of Ki was, Quinn would have left in the middle of the night and tried to find the others. Whenever Quinn would bring it up, Chris would just mention that it was too soon to talk about it. In Quinn's head, this didn't mean he wouldn't teach Quinn the third stage, just that he wasn't ready. He kind of liked the feeling of being a student. In the end, Quinn was only 17, and he hardly got to experience this in his life. He had grown up too fast to enjoy those parts of life and just appreciate the quiet moments. In addition, there was someone that Chris reminded him of, Vincent. When Vincent left the system, Quinn never thought he would feel strange without him, but it did affect him, and he did feel slightly lost. "Of course, I'm going to have to warm up for what we're going to do today," Chris said. "Today is your final day of second stage Ki training. You and I are both going to hunt a demigod-tier beast."
A demigod-tier beast, a tier of beasts that was just above a demon tier. Quinn had no idea how strong it was, but he wasn't too afraid. One of the main reasons for not being scared was because his system made him believe it wasn't a reason to be. Even after defeating the legendary tier beasts, even with the first kill reward, Quinn wasn't even close to leveling up to the final stage. There were times when they were out on their training and a demigod tier beast was approaching them. Using his inspection skills, he knew so, and somehow Chris would know as well, as he had warned them and two of them were running before it arrived. The thing was, even after using his inspection skill on the demigod tier beast, he still didn't receive an instant level up reward. This meant as long as Quinn used all of his powers and abilities, the system believed it should have been something Quinn could deal with. Right now, it looked like obtaining the demon tier crystal was the only thing that could level him up. Still, Quinn was conflicted about how strong a demigod tier beast would be. There was one thing that did worry him slightly. Maybe the demigod tier beast Quinn had seen at the time wasn't strong enough. If they ran into a humanoid one, or maybe something similar, then it would definitely be a problem. "Will I be taking it on my own?" Quinn asked. He wondered if there was a chance he would have to use his shadow abilities to get out of this one. Chris started to laugh, a deep laugh from within, and fell to the floor, punching the ground. Quinn felt like it was an overreaction, but Chris was often this way. "Come on, man, you can barely beat legendary tiers, and honestly, I've never really fought a demigod tier beast myself, even though I don't think it's something I can deal with on my own. Of course, I will be joining you on this one, and I will be using the demon tier weapons as well." Gulping, Quinn was worried. Was Chris just bluffing about this? Perhaps he thought due to him having the demon tier weapons, there was no chance he could lose. Still, Quinn had no idea of the extent of Chris's full power. He hadn't seen him use the third stage, nor what the third stage of Ki was capable of, and Chris hadn't seen Quinn's abilities. Maybe it won't be too dangerous, Quinn thought. He did have one thing to worry about, how much time had passed since he had been down here. The others might have already left the place, or they were busy looking for him. Quinn would hate it if the cursed faction came down and were suffering trying to find him. The only things that didn't make him worry so much were Syl and Sam. With Syl's strength, they could deal with anything apart from a demon tier beast, and with Sam's intelligence, they would never risk bringing everyone down to a place like this. "Come on, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go looking for that beast," Chris said with a big smile. While the two of them were walking around the forest, Quinn followed Chris's lead. Quinn wanted to ask Chris some questions he hadn't asked before. "Chris, "Have you tried to look for a way out of here? And I mean recently?" Quinn asked. "I already told you everything. I tried, but even if I found a way out, I don't think I would leave yet," he replied. "Not until I teach that damn crab a lesson." Evidently, Chris was still resentful of the crab for bringing him here in the first place. Quinn had learned a little bit more about him over the course of their time together. He didn't say whether he traveled alone or with others, but he did say he made an effort to defeat the crab demon-tier beast. He jumped and grabbed onto the crab's neck as it prepared to escape, but the crab dragged him down and he eventually passed out. Later on, he woke up and found himself in this place. The two of them had been walking around for a while now, and what was strange was that they hadn't run into a single legendary tier beast. There were, though, a couple of emperor tier beasts that had approached them. These were beasts similar to horses in appearance that had bodies made of a stone substance and green plants growing from their bodies. They would be able to control the vines and plants from their bodies to trap their enemies before stabbing them with the sharp single long horns on their heads. At first, Quinn stepped forward, thinking this was a chance he could practice his ki use, but Chris placed his hand in front of him and went up ahead instead. The horse charged forward with its horn pointed out and was running quite fast. When it got within range, vines from its body started to tangle around Chris's arms. "Where the hell are all the beasts?" Chris shouted as he ripped the vines and held out his hand. When the horn hit the palm of his hand, it didn't pierce through, but instead it crumbled to pieces until he was able to hold the head of the horse. Only now, seeing this, did Quinn notice how big of a guy Chris was. Was he always this big? Grabbing the sword from his back, he cut the beast's head clean off, killing it in one swoop. Quinn was about to approach the horse's body to help find the crystal, but then Chris let out an almighty roar. He swung his sword out once again, and it looked like the links on them started to open up and extend. Each of the sections of the short blade opened up, and now it was nearly 4 times as long and moving as a snake. The trees that were in front were each hit and fell on top of each other one by one. When he was done with his attack, the sword retracted back to its original size. "Maybe that will be enough noise to bring one of them over here," Chris said. After waiting a while, the two of them still could not find any legendary tier beasts or demigod tier beasts. "It was so easy last time. We saw one by accident, so why can't we find one now?" he started to complain. "Well, demigod tier beasts are rare in the first place, but I do think something is strange. Let's just head back for now and see if we can find anything in the opposite direction," Quinn suggested. Upon returning, Chris was quiet, and Quinn had never seen him like this before. He often loved to talk, and Quinn kind of just nodded along, only asking questions about ki when he had them. When they finally reached the waterfall and cave, Chris stopped. "No, as your teacher I can't disappoint you. I won't fail you, Quinn," Chris said with a passion, holding his hand by his chest. "It's okay," Quinn said nervously. "I never knew you were taking this whole thing so seriously." "You have been the best student I have ever had, the only student." Chris started to speak even more dramatically now. "So I can't let you down. I have come up with an idea. In those old movies, in the final test between master and disciple, the student must overcome the master." Quinn was really starting to worry. Often, Chris would quote things from martial arts movies, and a lot of the training seemed to be based on them as well. But now he was starting to wonder if this crazy behavior was because he had been down here too long. Originally, Quinn had gone along with it. Perhaps that was a bad idea. What the hell, let's just go with it." "Thank you, Master. I will be willing to do anything to please you," Quinn said with his hands held out. His face was bright red as he looked at the floor. He didn't want to admit it, but he was kind of enjoying the role play. "Excellent. Then for your final test, you and I shall fight each other in a final duel." Although Chris was cheerful and often a joker, when he said things he really meant it, which meant that Chris was also dead serious about them having a duel. "Can I really do it without using the shadow or my blood abilities?" Quinn thought. He didn't know why, but right now his heart was beating fast, and it wasn't out of fear or worry like in the past, but it was out of excitement, a feeling that Quinn had suppressed a few times, but now he was starting to realize something. He was enjoying the thrill. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he liked the feeling of getting stronger, improving himself, learning new things and finding out what his body could do. He imagined this was what athletes felt when they competed in sports, always striving to improve. Maybe he realized this more now than before because of the situation. He wasn't risking his life. He wasn't following some quest. Of course, he needed to get stronger to achieve his goal, but now it was just a simple battle. The worry was if he let this power get to him like it did so many others. Perhaps the others feared that maybe one day they could be surpassed, and rather than improving themselves, they chose to suppress others. Chris also knows how to use the third stage of ki, and he hasn't shown or told me anything about it. But if I can get him in a position where he has to use it, maybe I can learn a thing or two myself. You've learned enough about the second stage of ki that I know you won't die from this, Chris said, and before he knew it, Chris had disappeared in front of his eyes and was throwing an uppercut towards his stomach. However, Quinn wasn't Chris's typical opponent. Although he wasn't going to use his shadow or blood skills, he wasn't going to hold back. "You might want to go all out for this one," said Quinn as he held Chris's fist with a single hand. Both were using the first stage and second stage of ki, one not overpowering the other. What was stranger was that even if Chris had better control of his ki, Quinn was sure that both of their strengths in ki should have been the same. If that was the case, then his superior vampire strength should have made it so that he was overpowering him. Quinn wasn't the only one that was confused by this either. Chris focused on strength more than anything. He trained his body on top of using his ki explosively, but still, they were both equal. Chris had only seen Quinn fight the beasts, and watching could only do so much when determining one's strength. He thought it was either due to his gauntlets or his use of ki. At the same time, the two of them were trying to find where their extraordinary strength was coming from. Now I see, Quinn thought. Even though his demigod-tier weapons are on his back, the reason he keeps them on his body is so he can still activate their power. Now that Quinn was more in tune with his senses, he could feel it. The aura from the crystal made to make the weapons, when activated, was infused into his body, giving him an incredible stat boost, making him comparable to Quinn's stats. What was impressive was that it was the only beast gear that Chris was wearing. The stat boost from a demigod tier weapon was impressive, and if he were wearing legendary armor or other items, then perhaps Chris would have even overpowered him. If all humans learned to use ki and fully utilize the beast's weapons, they would be unmatched in power, even against the Dalki. Now Quinn understood the obsession with this hunt, and more so the desire to conquer the beast planets before the Dalki. At the same time, Chris was learning new things about his number one pupil, Quinn. I thought that the strange aura inside him was taking up useless space in his body. It turns out I was wrong. It supported him in other ways, making his whole body superhuman. Instead of being upset that Quinn was holding back this information, Chris smiled instead. Soon after, he threw out punch after punch, with each one being blocked by Quinn. All of these punches, he's using second stage ki on them, and he's hitting them in a different place each time. He's really making me work and testing if I've fully mastered the second stage of ki, but there is something I can do that you can't. Seeing the fist coming towards him, Quinn decided to not cover himself with the second stage ki. While Chris was still treating this as a lesson, Quinn wanted Chris to bring everything he had and was imagining it as a real fight. Taking a large punch to his shoulder rather than blocking, he went on the offensive as well, throwing a kick and hitting Chris on his head. His body went skidding on the floor, but he quickly recovered. That was a good hit. Let's see who can take more. Not letting Chris have time to recover, Quinn was mixing his punches in with his kicks. The patterns of the kicks were obvious for Chris to block, as he recognized their style and how they worked, as it was the standard of what the military used. What he didn't realize was the style of punches. It was something he hadn't seen before. A mixture of boxing with a traditional Chinese style of wushu. He noticed some patterns, but this was unique, and soon he was getting hit more than he liked. Thankfully, he was better at controlling the second stage better than Quinn, and was able to cover himself more thinly. Although he would feel the force more from the punches and take slightly more damage, he would cover himself more, and with a strong body like his, this didn't matter too much. If I was using my weapons, this match would be done for, Chris said. While Quinn was thinking along similar lines, if only he could use his blood abilities and shadow powers, this would be a walk in the park. Still, Quinn had not pushed Chris enough for him to show the third stage of ki, which was his goal in all of this. By slowing down the strikes, he wanted to give Chris the false sense that his power was weakening and that it was working. Chris noticed the attacks coming in slower, then started to go from defense to offense, and when he did, Quinn was ready with a flash step, dodging the attack appearing right behind him. The great thing about learning the second stage of ki was that it acted as a defensive barrier. Slamming his right foot into the ground, raising the energy inside him, Quinn was starting to perform the hammer strike. Usually against an opponent this fast, it would take too much time, and they could interrupt the move, but seeing Chris's fist come at his stomach, he was able to block the attack using a coat of the second stage ki. All that was left was to deliver the powerful strike on Chris. Boom! An explosion shook the ground so hard that it had even rocked Quinn off his stable feet, and it allowed Chris enough time to just avoid the blow. As he did, the fist hit where he was, and a smack through the air itself was seen. He could feel the wind pressure alone from the attack on his face. What was that? I thought this kid was talented, but what? In the middle of Chris's thoughts, another loud explosion happened, and the ground was shaking again. At a distance not too far away from the two of them, winged beasts could be seen flying away from the scene. It was clear something was going on. "You want to go check it out?" Chris asked. "Yeah, it wouldn't do any harm to check at least," Quinn replied. The two were soon off to explore just what was causing the strange explosion. It didn't take long for Syl and the others to find out just how dangerous the place they were in was. Syl had already dealt with a legendary tier beast with ease before, a single strike even. However, while searching for Quinn, they soon found themselves coming across more than they bargained for. It had been a few days since they landed and began their search. Due to Syl's persistence, they agreed that they would look for Quinn first. According to Logan, the demon tier beast was remaining still in one place and unmoving, and it seemed to stay that way for the entire duration. This was one of the reasons they eventually agreed. The other was that they didn't want to get on Syl's bad side. It was clear he had a short temper, and the level and strength of his powers were hard to gauge. Of course, with each day, after 24 hours had passed, Syl's ability would reset, although the others wouldn't know this. Resetting meant Syl no longer had the abilities stored, and he would have to touch the others again. As long as Owen and Logan both agreed to it, it was simple to touch them. Helen and her two sisters had been left in charge of the ship, but after each day of searching, the group would come back to it. Therefore, touching them was still rather easy for Syl, a lot easier than he had imagined. It was a strange feeling when the girls saw him. He was a powerful person who even caused fear in the leaders, but at the same time very childlike. The girls found him quite cute and often played with his hair or pinched his cheeks, so there were no problems there. Still, after displaying his powers in front of everyone, two people were cautious of him, and those were Duke and Oscar. They would keep their distance from Syl so that he couldn't get anywhere near. There were no secrets about this child, as Duke knew his ability well from the files he had received when he was in school, but they didn't know the ins and outs of the ability. Regardless, they didn't want to be anywhere near him for now. Because of this, Syl's attack power was significantly weakened compared to before, but it was still strong enough for him to defeat the beasts with ease. The group was standing in a dark, muddy field. It was strange as there was no greenery while the rest of the place was filled with forest. All their problems with the beasts seemed to stem from when they stepped foot in this area. In the clearing where they were standing, a large silver gorilla with a scorpion-like tail emerged from the forest. Multiple plants would emerge and begin firing at the gorilla as soon as it came into range. It was the thorns from Helen's skill. Unfortunately, he didn't have their soul weapon, so it was basic. By the time it got close, Syl was able to finish it off with his lightning bolt. That was now the fifth beast that had attacked them while they were there. They didn't know why, but it was as if something was radiating from them. All the beasts were now starting to make their way towards the group, and that included the strong ones. "Why do they keep coming?" Bonnie asked as she was starting to panic. As soon as she finished saying those words, another beast came into view. There was a problem, though. Syl couldn't keep doing this forever. His MC points and level would have been above everyone there, and it was true he could combine the levels to make an almighty attack, but the stronger the attack, the more MC points it would still use, and Syl was starting to grow tired. It looks like they're doing this on purpose. As he was observing both Duke and Oscar, Logan thought, the two of them haven't done much in terms of helping fight the beasts. Even though Owen is firing his abilities, you would think they were just preserving their strength, but that's not it at all. They're afraid of Syl. Logan's hunch was on the ball. Both Duke and Oscar didn't want to help Syl, and were glad he was getting tired out. They felt like he was a loose cannon that they couldn't control. Because of him, they were wasting time and effort when the demon tier could have escaped for all they knew. They wanted him to weaken. Soon a loud rumbling was heard, and the ground appeared to be shaking from underneath them. The shaking was so rough that Bonnie and Void fell off their feet. It went on for a good few minutes, and it was only getting stronger. When the shaking stopped, they realized that the beasts had stopped coming from the forest area. Was that an earthquake? Bonnie asked. Finally, with a moment's rest, Logan could pull out his computer to check something. Hey! A voice was heard shouting in the distance. When Syl and the others turned around to look, they could see Quinn walking forward with a red-haired man behind him. Quinn, you're safe, Syl thought, and a giant smile beamed on his face. However, Quinn's mood soon turned sour, and his facial expression changed when he looked at Duke. It was so intense that even Chris, who was standing next to him, could feel his ki building up. Whoa, Quinn must really hate one of them, Chris thought. When he looked over, that's when he recognized just who Quinn was waving over to. Wait a minute, isn't that the military supreme commander Oscar and Owen, the head of the Greylash family? What the hell are they doing here? And does this kid know them? I really shouldn't be here, Chris thought, as he started to turn away and hide his face. When he did, that's when Oscar spotted the two weapons on his back, and his eyes widened. Back on the surface, where the others had fallen through the crack, Mona had begun to make herself comfy. She had brought out a nice, comfy, levitating seat with her, and the others were busy chatting away. It turned out that there weren't many beasts on the surface of the planet. For whatever reason, she didn't really care. This had turned out quite nicely. While they are doing all the work, I still get my part of the deal, having access to the demon weapon on request. Even if it isn't successful, I can always build up a force later and try for the other demon tiers thanks to Logan. The only thing I didn't really calculate was the strength of the demon tier. Who would have thought that they were that strong? I'll have to prepare more in the future, but I'm sure I'll be able to do something if I pick and choose my battles, she thought. While relaxing away with her eyes closed and deep in her thoughts, she felt her eyelids darken even more as a large shadow was cast over her. Opening her eyes, she could see a large spaceship, but it was not one that she recognized, and it definitely wasn't one of the ones belonging to any of the others. Could it be pure? Miss Bree, what should we do? A man shouted. Prepare yourselves. This could turn into a nasty battle, she said, as she prepared her beast by her side. All the groups were ready and standing behind Mona, waiting for her command. The ship slowly landed, and the ramp started to defend itself first. Let's see how you deal with this, Mona thought, as she commanded her beast, which was like a spirit, to head over to the entrance of the ship. When the doors lifted, a large dark red fire hand was seen grabbing onto the beast, and it was turned into ashes in a second. What do we do? Miss Bree! Bree! Mona! They shouted, but she wouldn't respond. They thought it might have been due to how easily her beloved beast was killed, but it wasn't. It was because of the three people seen walking out of that ship and heading towards them.
I heard there was a demon tier beast on this planet,
a deep voice said. Mona immediately fell to her knees as the person in front of her approached, tears streaming down her face. What is he doing here? Why is he here now? Why did he leave that island? She screamed inside her head as she feared for the whole world as they knew it. When looking at the weapons on the red-haired man's back, Oscar's memory flickered of when he last saw them. He instinctively grabbed his blade, which was by his side, but his grip around the hilt loosened when he looked at the man closely. Who is that? I've never seen that person before, he thought. Regardless, even if they didn't know who Chris was, he was already on his way out of there. That was until he saw a black smoke of mist. Isn't that the kids? The strong anger inside Quinn still hadn't settled. He promised himself that if he saw Duke again for attempting to take his life, he would finish him the next time he saw him, and through that, his desire was summoned, and someone or something was there to complete it. Although the smoke appeared behind Quinn, when Chris turned his head to have a look, he could already see the large, deathly claw of the Bone Claw appearing behind Duke. A large swipe of its hand slashed the back of Duke, carving a large scratch across his whole back. "Ah!" he screamed in pain as he fell to the floor and landed on his knees. The long fingers were strong, and Duke never saw it coming. They had sunken quite deep into his body. Oscar, who was usually keeping an eye on Duke, was too busy looking at the red-haired stranger who was by Quinn's side. He was distracted and was unable to help Duke in time. Seeing such a creature, he thought it was a humanoid beast and went forward to strike. But by then the beast had already teleported away from Duke's behind, making his sword hit nothing but air, and the next place the Bone Claw appeared was directly in front of Duke to finish him off. Why is Quinn attacking them? From the way he was acting before, he seemed to be on friendly terms with them. If I'm not wrong, that's the same beast that I saw that was protecting him before. Can he not control it? The initial blow on Duke's back was worse than he thought. It had ripped through his chest armor, although it was weaker on one's back, which meant he could only think that it was a high-level beast. The only thing to do now was to activate his soul weapon and cover himself with the earth, but it would be too slow. All these thoughts went through his head as he saw the claw dangling in front of his eyes, but then slowly it started to freeze, as a large tunnel of ice came out and froze the death claw in place. Soon after, a slice with the demon tier sword dealt with the beast. Instead of the black blood one would see, they only saw it turn into a black mist that slowly went over to where Quinn was. However, it would be hard for them to relate that the beast had something to do with Quinn. Despite this, the only reason Chris had figured it out was due to the beast's strange actions beforehand. "What was that?" Bonnie asked. "I think it was some type of beast. Is it still alive?" The attack had startled most, and they were now on guard for what was about to happen next. Turning his head, Oscar could only assume it was one person, especially after seeing the smoke head their way. "That damn red-haired," Oscar thought. Seeing him walk towards them, Quinn was the first to step forward in front of Chris. "What are you doing, Oscar?" Quinn said, ready for a scuffle. "This man hurt my men. You expect me to do nothing when Duke almost died." "That man doesn't deserve to be protected by you," Quinn replied, still upset. "He tried to kill me. He was the one that had pushed me into the black crack when we were all escaping. Whatever is happening to Duke now, he deserves it." Hearing this made Oscar rethink just who was the one that had really hurt Duke. The sound of the lightning ability being activated was heard, and soon Oscar had to move back as he covered Duke, for the lighting was coming from Syl. "This isn't a good situation. The cursed faction is too strong. There is that blonde boy over there, and there is also Quinn and the other man. 3 against 1, or 2 if I include Owen being on my side. It isn't a good matchup for me," Oscar thought. "How could you?" Duke shouted. "I saw one of the Emperor tier crabs coming from the side, so I decided to push you back before it clawed your head off. I knew no one would buy my explanation, so I kept it in. Now that you're alive, you should be thanking me." How could such a person claim such a thing? Duke's words were only making Quinn angrier. "What an obvious lie," Quinn replied. "You try to save my life? Why would you ever think of doing that? You've been scum ever since your days at the academy." "Quinn, hear him out," Oscar said. "And I have to say, I'm not really on your side right now. It seems like the rumors are true after all. The cursed faction really is working with Pure," he said as he pointed his finger towards Chris. This was something Quinn expected, but the certain situation wasn't one he thought he would be in now. "Quinn, I'm sorry for putting you in this situation," Chris said. "I should have told you I was in Pure, but people tend to act this way when they find out." "Don't worry," Quinn replied immediately. "I was the one that actually started this mess, and I might not be the best judge of character, but that man on the floor is a lot worse than you." "Quinn, tell me who you want me to deal with. I'm ready when you are," Syl said, still standing there with bolts of lightning running up and down his arm. With the Demon Tier's third active skill, Syl had to be careful, and Quinn knew this as well. Essentially, that single skill was what made the demon weapon so deadly. The stronger one was, the more powerful the effect that skill had. Quinn, if you're going to fight, then I will be happy to help out my disciple for this one, Chris said. This is not how a leader of the world table should act, Oscar said as he placed the sword down by his side. Even if my man has done something wrong, we need to hear out both sides first and act accordingly. We don't want to start another civil war right after we have decided to team up together again, right? As angry as Quinn was at Duke, what Oscar said made a lot of sense. In his position, he couldn't just act rashly anymore. His actions were the actions of everyone else in his faction, and it would affect them too now. If Quinn had a grudge, it could start a fight that the others didn't want to get involved in. Huh? What? Quinn, you're a world leader? Chris was so confused that he could not understand what Oscar was saying. He knew the others were the world leaders, but he had no clue who Quinn was before meeting him. He had never seen him before, but apparently he was a world leader. This situation is getting wilder by the second. Quinn thought that it would have been better for the two of them to have been honest with each other first. Guys? Logan interrupted everyone, even though he hadn't said a word so far. Soon he didn't need to say anything. The rumbling in the ground had started. The ground was shaking violently just like before, but it was even more intense. Everyone move! We need to get out of here now! Logan shouted. However, the warning was too late, as the ground underneath them was shaking. They all quickly tried to move away from the area as much as they could. Then, out of nowhere, a large diamond was seen popping up. Now the others were starting to understand why there was no vegetation in this area, and they were about to meet an old friend. The large diamond could be seen popping out from the ground. Everyone knew what was coming. Whatever arguments they had with each other moments ago were forgotten, as they had to deal with the real problem at hand. The demon-tier beast wouldn't wait for them to figure out who was in the right and who was in the wrong. It exploded as the beast surfaced, and the sound it made was one similar to the one that Quinn and Chris had heard off in the distance before. Its whole body was in view, chucking up the ground from beneath it. While everyone was busy arguing, Logan was keeping track of the demon-tier beast. When he had a look, he noticed it had moved locations, but once again it remained still. Slowly he was starting to put things together, the rumbling in the ground and the movement of the demon-tier beast soon after. The ground they stood on, why was there no vegetation in the area? Simply put, the area they were standing in now was one of the spots the demon-tier crab visited frequently. Still, he couldn't work out why beasts were constantly making their way here. However, a memory returned to Logan when they were underground on a particular orange portal planet. The beasts appeared to communicate with one another and were all affected by the king-tier beast's immense power. Is there a lingering power that we humans can't see? Is that what was attracting the beasts here? As intriguing as that thought might have been, he and Bonnie and Void had to leave the area because the others needed to deal with a formidable beast. "Thank you," Duke managed to cough it out as he was still injured. Right now he was being carried underneath Oscar's arm. The injury wasn't too bad, and usually one would be able to still move, but for some reason the pain lasted a while after the attack. "If you're too weak to join this battle, then you don't have to fight," Oscar said, before rushing in to fight the crab with his weapon drawn. "I was going to leave you guys be," Chris said, "but now that damned crab is in front of me, I'm going to have to teach it another lesson." Drawing his two blades, Chris was not holding back this time when he went against the demon-tier beast. As for Syl, Quinn had managed to throw his shadow to the ground and used his sync skill to drop Syl inside his shadow, reappearing him by his side. Syl had great power using his abilities, but in terms of speed and reflexes, he was better than top humans, but nothing compared to all these monsters here. Watching Oscar take on the crab, Quinn realized something. He didn't notice it in the last fight, but Oscar only had the Earth ability. He didn't utilize Ki, yet he was able to move faster than the crab, and it was all because of the demon-tier sword. Not only that, but Quinn soon realized that he was even moving faster this time compared to before. Was he holding back? Maybe from fighting a demon-tier beast before, he knew the crab hadn't shown everything yet, so he didn't want to use his full strength, Quinn thought. "Syl, you're tired, right?" Quinn asked. "I can see the sweat on your face." "Quinn, I can still help you fight," Syl said, as he grabbed onto Quinn's arm. "Don't worry, I'm not going to die, and I have a few tricks up my sleeve." You recover with Logan and the others, and protect them if you see anything coming. We can't have you dying, and we still need to get Vorden and Rayton back," Quinn said. It was safe to say that the crab had made a full recovery from the last fight. The beast of a higher tier did heal faster, and they had seen its impressive regeneration abilities. Still, each person seemed to have learned from the last fight and was much more cautious. Apart from Chris, who was swinging his large blades at the large crystal on the crab's back, but then Quinn noticed something. When one of the thin claws came to attack him, without even looking at the claw, it was knocked away, as if by some invisible force. "Is that the same thing Lucy did? Is that the third stage of Ki?" Quinn thought. The second stage could only block. The third stage of Ki was an external strike of Ki. Now knowing this, even if he were never to see Chris again, it was something he could try to advance on his own. Finally, Quinn too had come and joined in the fight. Wasting no time, the first thing he did was use a hammer strike against one of the crab's legs, blocking another one of its thinner claws, raising a blood wall. He had used only 10 points of HP to create the wall. He knew this would not be enough to block the attack of the demon tier, but he needed to only slow it down. While touching the blood wall, he was able to coat it with the second stage of Ki. Then, when one of the other claws came towards him, he prepared himself to use a hammer strike, or a hammer kick, kicking one of the claws and slightly cracking the crab's outer shell. His blood wall was shattered, but he was fine now, flash-stepping out of the way. Jumping after the damaged claw, Quinn threw out a blood swipe, catching it with his shadow, creating the scythe, then striking it down. He finally cut the limb off. This was something Quinn was able to do before, but this time it was different. The limb wasn't regenerating back. Thanks to him using his second coat of Ki, when attacking with his shadow scythe, he was able to leave a little bit of his own Ki in the attack to disrupt the beast's natural healing process. Seeing this, Chris went back as he found attacking the large crystal useless and stood in front of the crab. "This is going to tire me out, Quinn, so I might need you to take care of me for a while." Not allowing Quinn to reply, Chris started to extend his two swords and slashed at full strength at all the claws around the area. They whipped around out of control like snakes. He didn't care if he was able to hit Oscar or Owen, but the two of them were able to avoid the blade anyway. The strong attacks managed to cut each of the limbs off, and they were now no longer regenerating. The weapon itself was impressive, as it ripped apart each of the hard legs like a chainsaw. Not even Oscar's demon tier blade was able to do that. However, as soon as he was done, Chris was covered in sweat and on the floor. "Take that, you stupid crab. I couldn't do that the last time because I was on my own. Quinn, make sure I'm safe." There was only one easy way for Quinn to do this. "Shadow lock activated." Chris had suddenly disappeared, but there was no chance of him getting hurt any more. "I hope he's smart enough to not try to break out of this place," Quinn thought. The diamond on the crab's back started to shrink, and soon its two large claws that remained near its face started to crystallize just like before. It started using them like two giant hammers, slamming them down. When Owen lightning bolted himself away, he appeared on the crab's back. It was still partly made of diamond, but now he could see that a section of it was no longer covered in the diamond. "The crab's back is now open. It looks like it can only move part of the diamond around to different parts of its body." Hearing this, Owen was striking the back, and Quinn started to help him while Oscar was left in the front. It was better this way, because occasionally the crab would shoot a jet of water out of its mouth, and when it did, Oscar was able to use his weapon's active skill. When it happened this time, part of the crystal covering the crab's hands started to fall off. Not only that, but through Owen and Quinn's persistence, they were able to crack the crab's back and were successful. Its flesh to its real body could finally be seen. The crab cried in anger and lifted its two claws again. Seeing what happened last time, Oscar and Quinn were both able to get away. Instead of doing what it had done last time, it had burrowed itself under the ground, and it was on the move again, too fast for them to catch up. "We were close," Owen said. "I think if we chase it this time, we should be able to finish it off." "From the data, it looks like the crab is resting in another area again. I agree with Owen," Logan said. "I know everyone might be tired, but the crab is tired and hurt as well. If it ran away like that, it should be on its last legs. After all, a beast's survival instinct is to run away." During the fight, Duke was patched up, and the wound did not seem to bother him as much anymore. He was once again fit and ready to fight. It seemed like the argument they all had just moments before was all put on hold as they worked towards the same goal. By opening the shadow lock, Chris was let out as well. When everyone was ready, they were finally on their way again, but only after a few steps. A small spaceship was seen heading down to where they were. "That's one of the Bree family ships," Logan said. "Did Mona decide to finally come down here?" Just in case something had happened on the surface, or Mona had changed their mind, they decided to wait for the small ship to land, and the doors slowly opened. The surface of the planet was scattered with bodies strewn across the floor. Signs of a one-sided battle were seen, as all the bodies were from the new Joint World Alliance. There was no discrimination when it came to the attack. Cursed, Bree, Greylash, and the military. All of these had been beaten, with most of them dead or missing limbs, soon to die. One of them, Mona, was still alive, her legs burned. She could feel pain throughout her whole body, but was unable to move. She tried looking around to see if anyone could help someone who was at least in better condition than herself, but there was none. "That maniac! What did we do? What did we do to make him angry?" Mona said with a face full of tears. When she saw who had left the ships, she did nothing but comply with their demands. After getting everything they wanted, that's when the rampage soon started. At that point, all Mona wanted to do was help the others. She wanted to do something to stop the cries and screams she heard behind her, but she remained still, not wanting to anger the person in front of her. She thought that even if everyone here disappeared, she would be safe. Why? Because she had great power, but that great power was overshadowed. When the man touched her shoulder, he had already decided that she was not worth his time. "Usually a new generation is stronger, but this time they are weaker." Those were the last words she heard before her legs were burnt to a crisp. "Please, someone, anyone, stop them!" Mona cried as her head went to the ground and her vision faded to black. A shadow soon stepped over her, but she had already passed out to notice.
"You and your power will be needed in the future, so you will not die here," the voice said, before picking up Mona and leaving the area. At this very moment, on the inner planet, the others now had their eyes set on those same people that had attacked above. When the doors opened from the Bree ship, the first person they could see stepping off was a large, muscular man with a scruffy gray beard and spiky gray hair. Behind him, there were two more as well, both blonde, handsome and beautiful. The moment Owen saw who it was, he nearly dropped his fan to the floor. Instead, it moved away from his face and was now hanging by his side. "Are they from the Bree family?" Oscar said, unsure, and thought that maybe Owen would know more, but looking at him, he could see the sweat running down his face and a panicked look. Before he knew it, Owen was bowing down. Bowing? The Greylash family? Who could this person be to cause them to bow down? Oscar thought. It was the same for both Quinn and Chris, as they had never seen this man before, and he wasn't alone, as a blonde-haired woman and a blonde-haired middle-aged pair came out behind him. "No, no, no, what is he doing here?" Syl said as he suddenly went into a crouched position on the floor and started to rock back and forth. "He found me. He came for me. He's going to kill Quinn. He's going to kill everyone." Logan, who was closest to Syl, could hear everything, and putting Syl's reaction together with the appearance of the other two, he had a bad feeling and hoped he wasn't right. "Quinn, this man, can you feel it?" Chris whispered. "Yeah, I can," Quinn replied. "He has more ki radiating from his body than I have ever seen. Who is he?" Chris said. Before, Quinn didn't realize the strange energy coming off everyone's bodies, but more people had a ki-infused bodies than they thought. Whether they were actively aware of that or not was a different story, but this sometimes set apart those stronger than others. Some people could sometimes feel this as a certain type of aura, but what they actually felt was the ki, as ki would often shape and react to a person's emotions. Seeing how strong the ki this man had, and the sheer amount of ki in his body, Quinn thought that maybe it was the pure leader who had arrived, but Chris would have surely known what the pure leader would have looked like, so it couldn't have been him. "I came here to collect what is mine," the old man at the front said. "My name is Hilston Blade, and we are part of the Blade family." Saying those words made Logan, Quinn, and Chris
act differently at that precise moment. Chris had heard this name before, but it was passed around more as a myth within Pure. This is the guy! This is the guy Syl is so afraid of! The person who trapped him on that island! Quinn thought, gripping his fist. Inspect. Inspection failed. No quest has been given. No threat detected. At that moment, Quinn wasn't fighting him or trying to live, so it made sense for the system not to have a quest for him. Still, for his inspection skills, which were now at a high level, to fail was surprising. But there was something else that it did show him. Although it failed to bring up basic information, it didn't fail to bring up the equipment stats for the gear he was wearing. This was why Syl had acted like he had when first seeing Hilston. He knew what that equipment was before Quinn did. An armor colored in black and gold trim, almost demonic in design. It looked impressive on his body. And it didn't just look impressive. Every single piece of equipment he has is at the demon tier level. How is that possible? Quinn thought. Seeing that alone was telling him to try and get out of here, but could he even if he tried? Although he had no demon tier weapon, did that even matter? According to Syl, Hilston was somewhat of a superhuman, and now sensing the key from his body, Quinn could tell why. If he also had the added stats of the demon tier equipment and Syl's ability, this person was the strongest human to exist. My grandson, if you wanted to run away and hide, you should have done a better job. Your face was blasted all over by those reporters over there, Hilston said with a chuckle. Hearing Hilston speak provided more clues to both Chris and Oscar about who this man was and why Owen was bowing down. If the family's blonde boy could do something like that, then the head of the family should be something special. I'm sorry, Syl kept repeating. Now seeing the person they were all afraid of acting like that, they knew it was a serious problem. This bastard! Look at Syl! How is it normal for your own family member to be that afraid of you? Quinn thought. But these were just thoughts, as he knew he wouldn't be able to do anything. He was happy that the Bone Claw was still recovering, because if it could read his thoughts right now, it might have come out for an attack. I see that you guys are in the middle of a hunt. I know there are a few of you who might not know me, but we are the ones that have controlled the Bree, Sunshield, and Greylash families from behind the scenes for a few generations now. We have hidden in secret, but a certain someone wanted to show off a little, Hilston said, looking in Syl's direction. So we have finally decided that we should have more of a presence around here. You two, Hilston said, pointing at Bonnie and Void. You are the reporters that filmed everything earlier, correct? Turn your camera on. It's time that everyone knew of the Blade family around here. Record everything you can. Although the words spoken by Hilston were calm, they felt like they needed to listen, and Void started turning on the camera. If they are here, did Brock come along with them, or is he still on the island? Logan thought. Brock was one of the key workers on Blade Island that had let him go free. If it wasn't for him, he wasn't sure they would have ever escaped that place. He also told Logan to keep looking, as if he was close when asking about Richardino. Well, what is everyone waiting for? Why don't we go on this hunt together? Hilston said, smiling. It was a weird reaction to say the least, but the only reason why it was working out between everyone and these two groups was due to how quiet Chris and Quinn were being, and how cautious Oscar was. Owen was the tiebreaker in all of this. As soon as Hilston suggested going on a hunt, he stood forward, bowing just like before. It would be great to have you help us on a hunt, Owen said. Oscar had noticed Owen's change in demeanor. Owen was a confident young person who spoke freely whenever at the leader's table, but he wasn't doing so now, which made Oscar act cautious as well, on top of knowing that he was released to the blonde-haired boy somehow. The whole group was on the move just like before. This time, Bonnie and Void were filming the whole thing. They were unable to go live where they were underground on the inner planet, but they would be able to post a video about it afterwards. Although Bonnie and Void felt like they were forced to film, at the same time, she couldn't thank them enough for allowing them to film such a turn of events. After witnessing Syl's power, she became curious about his family background. She never expected them to turn up. The two of them were walking off to the side, filming everything, while the Blades were traveling in the back. This included Syl, who was striding alongside his mother and father while keeping his head down. No one asked him to do this. He just naturally fell into place, and seeing Syl like this was just upsetting Quinn even more. "I've worked so hard. I've improved so much, but still, everything is telling me that if I try to save Syl from them, I'm going to lose. I need to think of a way to bring back Syl with us. I can't lose him again." Logan was now traveling closer to Quinn and Chris. He felt more comfortable next to them, especially after the new people appeared. "Quinn, I think it's best if we stay away from Syl for now. Pretend we don't really have a relationship with him. We don't know how much they know about Syl or why he left the island. They might not even care. I just feel like maybe part of the reason they are here is because they're looking for the people who helped him escape from there, and if he finds out what we did, I'm sure he will have a great grudge," Logan explained. Quinn agreed, but he was fairly certain that they had already been targeted, especially if they learned that they had also taken in all the other children from the island. After fighting Syl's siblings, Quinn knew how strong the Blades were, so he thought he had a clear idea of the other's strength. What he did not expect was that Hilston, Syl's grandpa or technical father, had 4 pieces of Emperor-tier gear on him, and the other 2 by his side were not weak either, with each of them wearing demigod-tier armor. The atmosphere was heavy in the group, as they soon realized that in the end, all these people were just a group of strangers working together. "The signal is not too far up ahead. It still hasn't moved. It is probably quite injured from the last fight," Logan said. "It shouldn't take much to finish off the demon-tier beast." Oscar felt the need to clarify things as they approached the beast. "Hilston, being so strong, I was wondering why you never chose to show yourself to the military," Oscar asked. "I understand you said you have to come out now to look for your beloved grandson, but it seems like all the great power users knew about you apart from us." Chris was also interested in this. Pure had very little information on the Blade family. They just knew a greater power existed beyond the big 4 families, and nothing else. All their attempts to get an insider had failed. "You should see it as a blessing that you didn't know about us," Hilston said while laughing. "All of these only knew our family due to the pain of choosing us, the pain of trying to overthrow us. So in return, they were punished for it. I hope you don't do the same." Hilston sounded so composed while speaking, but his words also carried a threat, and Owen understood what he was talking about. The large families had signed a contract that required them to chain the stronger members of their families because they had all attempted to defeat the Blades at one point. "If these Blades were so powerful, then my real question is, why didn't they join the war and try to help us fend off the Dalki?" Oscar thought, with anger building inside him that even the other big 4 families, as arrogant as they were, had tried to defend the Earth. Yet the Blades just sat back and did nothing. Finally, they were moving through tall grassy fields after leaving the forest light green. Then, just like the area they had been in earlier, a sizable mud patch with no grass could be seen up ahead on the hilltop. The crab's broad back was visible. It was still bleeding from its previous wounds, which had not fully healed. Even though it was far away, they could see it because of its size. "Thank you for leading us to the demon-tier beast. It will be nice to add another one to the collection," Hilston said, and the 3 of them picked up their pace and walked ahead of the others. "Wait," Oscar said. "We still haven't discussed the terms. I know you are powerful, I can see that, and I would be happy to invite you along to our hunt, but we have already agreed with the world leaders as to what to do with the demon-tier weapon to be made. If you would like, I would be happy to add you to that agreement as long as everyone agrees, but we need to agree to these things beforehand." Immediately, Hilston started to laugh. "You expect me to be part of some deal? Have you gone mad? The Blade family takes what they want from whom they want. That demon crystal, once we kill the beast, is ours. I thought you would be smarter than this, Oscar. I thought you were complying when you were leading us here, but now I see it was all just a big misunderstanding." "You crazy old man!" Duke shouted at him. "You really think that we would just let you have the demon crystal? Why would we agree to such crazy terms? Maybe all of that hiding has made you go crazy." Duke had been holding it in for a while. He hated it when others disrespected the military, and even more so when they did it to Oscar. A family they had never heard of before. They couldn't be that strong, was what was going through Duke's head. Oscar was just a cautious person and sometimes too nice. "Crazy?" Hilston repeated, and the mother and father Blades stepped back, pulling Syl with them. Owen was now sweating even more than before. "This is it. This is what I feared. I now need to choose what to do." There were rumors passed along the big families, when they learned of the Blade family, and one of those rumors and rules was never to say the word crazy in front of the Blade family. Not only had they said that word, but Duke had directed it at him. Everything happened too fast. No one was able to react or see anything. Suddenly, Duke's body was on the floor, his neck twisted at a weird angle, and his eyes gone. Just moments ago, he was standing a few meters away, but now he was standing over Duke's body, his hand extended in a grabbing motion. "Oh, I think it broke easier than a toy," Hilston said. Looking at Duke on the floor, Quinn could tell with his inspection skill that Duke was dead. His neck snapped in front of everyone there. Some of them had closed their eyes for just a second, and when they opened them, the whole scene had changed. It seemed so out of the blue, so unexpected. Hilston had been calm, talking the whole time to them all. Did Duke sound rude when he spoke up? Sure, but usually one would argue for some time, or have some type of disagreement before it led to this. Those present had no idea that Hilston would lead to Duke's death. Although Quinn wanted to be the one to kill Duke and thought he had gotten what he deserved, Quinn felt like they now had something bigger to worry about. He killed him, just like that? In front of everyone. What's going to happen now? He thought. Just as expected, that single action soon caused a chain reaction of events. The ground was lifted where Hilston was standing, two large walls holding and trapping him in place. Soon after, Oscar had swung his sword and activated the first skill. A tunnel made of ice came beaming out towards Hilston. Oscar was keeping a close eye on him and was prepared to draw his sword in case he managed to avoid or dodge this attack. Instead, Hilston watched as the ice melted closer to his body and closer, until all that was left of the tunnel was a pool of water. "The fire ability from the Sunshield family. They're still alive?" Oscar said. He had received information on the Sunshield's demise, but had no clue what had happened to them. Now, knowing what type of ability the kid and his family held, all sorts of thoughts were running through his head. How was Hilston's firepower so strong that it could even defeat Bernie's demon-tier active skill, even if the Blade family had captured him? "That idiot's ability has become quite handy in more ways than one," Hilston said. "That fool was also considered one of your leaders, correct? Unfortunately, he didn't quite live up to his name. If this is the power of the leaders, then the human race deserves to become extinct." From the start, Oscar wanted to avoid this conflict if possible, but from this man's actions, which were so rash, even killing Duke, he knew if a person like this was placed near the top, it would be doom for the human race. His words just then had convinced him even more. This wasn't just a fight to avenge Duke's death. This was a fight for the whole sake of humanity. Gripping his demon sword tightly, it was the only thing he could safely rely on at this time. Oscar was about to advance when he noticed a glint of blue light approaching from behind. He managed to turn his sword at the last second and deflect the blow. He could now see the gray lash's power as blue lightning streaks covered his sword. However, Oscar wasn't ready. He hadn't covered his arm in earth, and the power from the sword was coursing up and down it. Nevertheless, he stood there as if it didn't matter and let the ground slowly fall over him. "This person is just like that kid, but he should be more experienced, so I have to be careful," Oscar thought. When the lightning died down from the sword, Oscar moved again, ready this time. Even if Hilston was in a secret position of power, hardly anyone knew the abilities of the weapon, and Oscar wanted to use this information against him. When the lightning attack came towards him again, this one was more powerful and larger than before. Two huge lightning bolts came towards him at light speed. "The first shot is a warning shot to see how I handle it. The second is a demonstration of your true strength. That is just perfect." As he set his sword down, Oscar activated the ice barrier, the third ability. It rose in time and started to glow as the sword was stuck in the barrier. When the lightning bolts hit the barrier, they stayed there for a few seconds before being reflected. Now, the powerful attack was being used against Hilston, and it would be slightly stronger than before. Following the attack, Oscar moved in, thinking that it wouldn't be enough to finish him. "I didn't activate all of the demon-tier weapons aura before, but I'm going to need every bit of your power, so please help me." Oscar said this as he went from one side of the field he was on to the other, faster than before. The bolt of lightning had hit Hilston first, and rather than being flung back or trying to avoid the attack, Hilston just stood there. However, Oscar didn't care, as he swung his sword down with his full strength and speed. Before his sword had struck Hilston, his eyes widened, and his sword was stopped as it was grabbed by Hilston's bare hand. He's completely fine, even though he was hit directly by his own strike. I saw it, but he looks unhurt. Now that Oscar was closer, he could see the black and gold armor better, and seeing how well he took the attack, there was only one thing running through his mind. It can't be. He's wearing demon-tier armor. This weapon is strong, but it seems you rely on its power too much, Hilston said. You have neglected training yourself, and at the same time, you forget that abilities are king. Oscar received a powerful blow from Hilston right in the stomach. Since it was so powerful, he had anticipated flying, but instead, his back was knocked into several walls as he sent through them, slowing him down. Additionally, because the full force of the punch had been received, it allowed the punch to cause much more harm than usual. This person, they're not human, was the thought running through Oscar's head as he was sent flying. When his body did finally land on the floor, it didn't stay there for long, as a pillar made from the earth rose up from the ground and hit him on the back, lifting him above the ground. Before he knew it, a large fireball was in front of him, chasing him back down to the ground. Using his strength, Oscar managed to activate the second skill of the sword. The fire started to slightly freeze, but it was stronger than he thought, and had still hit him. The fireball slammed him into the ground before the flames eventually diminished. He was hurt, badly hurt, but Oscar was a strong one. He dug his sword into the ground and used it to lift himself up. How can I beat him? If he uses lightning, then my earth ability should give me the edge, but he has multiple abilities. He can switch to fire, which is strong against ice, and can even use the earth skill better than me. He is also physically stronger than the other two by his side, and they haven't even started fighting yet. Watching the whole thing, Bonnie and Void's eyes were filled with tears. They were capturing everything they could, expecting it to be a fight of high skill. Void had upped the frame rate on his camera, and later he could capture as much as he could. The reason their eyes were filled with tears, though, was because Oscar, the war hero of Earth, was being toyed with. Even if they didn't like what the military had done, everyone had to thank Oscar for what he had done in the war. They had seen recordings of how he fought against the Dalki, and now for him to be treated so, barely able to do anything against another, was devastating. "Why are you guys just standing there?" Bonnie said, "watching with your eyes wide open? I know this is selfish and stupid of me to say and ask, because I and Void can't do anything, but you guys are the strongest Earth has to offer, right? Then do something. Can't you see, if nothing is done by that man, then, please, just help him," she said, falling to her knees. So far, no one else had joined in. Oscar was the only one that had acted so soon after Duke's death. They were overwhelmed by the power they had seen. "Armor skill, activate," Oscar said, and his chest piece started to glow green. "This will help me heal, but it will take some time." But time was something Oscar didn't have, as two even larger lightning bolts were sent his way. He was too injured to move, and the active skill of his chest piece hadn't healed him enough yet. He noticed that the red ring on his sword was only partially off cooldown by turning it around. He raised an earth wall, but the lightning bolt went right through it, not slowing down. "I finally made my decision," a voice was heard over Oscar's shoulder. A metal fan was seen pointing outward from a hand, and out of it came another strike of lightning, hitting Hilston's and slowing it down. "Owen, thank you," Oscar said. "Recover, and we will fight him together. I had planned to do this at some point, and I can't see any other time where we have a better chance of beating the brute." Still, even with Owen's lightning power and Oscar's earth from before, he was being overpowered. That was until someone else joined in, attacking the same spot Owen did, increasing his power. A large bang of sparks erupted, and all of the lightning had disappeared. "Oh, Syl," Hilston said. "I couldn't have been happier. It looks like what Vicky and Pi said were true. You have finally gotten your powers back, but I didn't think you would be using them against me." Oscar was happy about it, even though he had no idea what was going on, or why the boy with the blonde hair from before was fighting his own family. "I never thought I would be helping the military," another voice said, "but I have a feeling if we don't kill that guy, he's going to snap all our necks like he did to that other dude," Chris said, as he stood by Oscar's side as well. It seemed like Bonnie's plea had hit a lot of them, and they had all come to their senses. Everyone was willing to join in the fight, all except for one, which was Quinn. He was still standing by the side, doing nothing. Is he really not going to join in this fight? Bonnie thought. Fex, who had chosen to stay out of a fight between these giant powers, looked at Quinn and was curious as to what he was planning.
To defeat one man, some of the most powerful people on Earth were banding together, and Syl was part of that group. Logan was the one who had managed to convince him. During the fight, Logan had managed to snatch Syl slightly away from his family, and through his own words, he made Syl think. Syl, you know what's going to happen if Hilston beats them all, right? Quinn isn't just strong enough to take on your grandfather. It's just not possible, Logan said. But with you, they might have a chance. Syl looked over to his father and mother, who hadn't joined the fight, and then at his grandfather, looking at Oscar with a smile. That smile started to build up a wave of slight anger in him. It was because of him he lost all those close to him. But whenever he thought about fighting, that anger started to turn into fear, and his hand started to shake again. Syl, Logan snapped. We saved you once. We risked our lives to break you out of there, and if it wasn't for you back then, we all would have been dead as well. But last time Syl had Vorden and Rayton by his side supporting him. This time he was on his own. When your grandfather finds out that we were the ones that took you from that island and hurt all of his people on his precious island, do you think he will let us live? Do you think he'll let Quinn go peacefully? The answers to all those questions were clear, and that was when Syl finally plucked up the courage to fight against his grandfather. Quinn, even if you are too afraid to fight, I will protect you this time, Syl thought as he looked over to Quinn. Even the stranger who had been identified as a member of Pure had joined the battle, and Bonnie was glancing at Quinn and wondering why he wasn't doing the same. Instead, Quinn was just standing there. As for Fex, if Quinn wasn't going to go in, then Fex wasn't going to either. At the end of the day, Fex was a vampire who owned Quinn, not the human race. Besides, Fex wondered how much he could really help anyway. Why isn't my inspection skill giving me a quest? It has come up before, no matter how hard the task was, even against Pi and Vicky, so why not against Hilston? Quinn thought. Is that what you're telling me, System? Are you telling me that it's impossible? The others didn't even have time to notice that Quinn was just standing off to the side because they were too worried about the monster in front of them. Oscar, I need to borrow your power, Syl said as he approached him. Not moving away, Oscar let Syl press his hand against his body. Oscar knew the highest chance of beating this man was with the kid, and he was going to do what he could to protect him. The green glow around his armor had gone away, and his body was fully healed. However, he wouldn't be able to use the active skill again for a while, and he was doubtful if Hilston would even give him the chance to. I'm going to scratch up that old man's armor just like I did against that crab, Chris shouted as he charged forward and extended both his blades, swinging them towards Hilston at both sides. Hilston quickly slammed both blades into the ground with the bottom of his hand. His key body was even more powerful than Chris's key, and no matter how many stats Chris's weapon gave him, his strength from the demon tier armor would always outweigh them. Soon after, a flash of blue lightning appeared by Hilston's side as Owen had transported himself right next to him. Acting fast, Hilston fired out his lightning strikes towards Owen. Throwing his fan on the ground, the lightning was suddenly drawn to the fan, causing no harm to him, and now Owen was able to attack Hilston. However, while the others were occupied preventing any attacks, a dome of earth was quickly raised above Hilston. When the dome came down, he was nowhere to be seen. Is this how you do it? Hilston said, coming down like a lightning bolt himself. He was behind Owen and had grabbed him on the shoulder, slamming him onto the ground. With his other fist covered in flames, he was ready to finish Owen off. Before he landed his hit, the ground started to shift underneath Owen until he was covered in a box made of earth. He was moved back over to where Syl and Oscar were standing. Chris, lifting his weapon again, tried to strike Hilston. This time Hilston had grabbed the blades, then swinging the weapon, he managed to lift Chris' whole body off the ground and slam him back down. Before he tried to get up, 4 strikes of lightning in a row were thrown out, keeping him on the floor. The ones watching from the side had seen it all. What Hilston had done was far more impressive than the ones fighting knew, because during the whole time they were fighting, Syl was firing his lightning bolts at Hilston, yet not a single one had hit. Syl needed to stay far back because he didn't have super speed or good armor to give him extra stats, but now he couldn't even hit him with lightning. Owen, Hilton said, I'm surprised you agreed to join up with them. I always thought you were the smartest of the other leaders, especially when I took your dear grandfather. Don't you care for his life?" Owen, getting out of the earth box Syl had created, looked hurt, but was still well enough to continue fighting. "Do you really not understand?" Owen said. "When you captured my grandfather, his life was already over. I'm sure some of the chained you have would rather be dead than kept alive, and I don't want to live in fear of you or anyone else. If we have any chance of beating you, now would be the ideal situation for it." Hilston started to laugh. "Look, the two of you are gravely injured. One of you is hurt from before, and I haven't had a scratch on me. To me, it makes no difference whether we fight you together or one at a time. Maybe you have confidence because my grandson is on your side, but let me tell you why you can never beat me, Syl," Hilston said, turning to look at Syl and looking right into his eyes. "There are 3 reasons why. First of all, even though we can both copy the same abilities, thanks to my years of experience, I'm better at using them than you are. Second, you never finished the training on the island. Had you, you might have posed some threat, but your physique is incomparable to that of your parents, let alone mine. And finally, you have access to more skill storage than I do. Still, I can tell you are back to your old self by the strength of your abilities. However, there is a quality difference between the skills I have and the ones you have." After his speech, he fired off a large blue lightning bolt, more powerful than any other, and Syl's lack of reaction had done the same. When the two hit, though, there was a clear winner as it continued to push forward against the other lightning strike. Before the strike hit, the ice barrier was raised once again, but it was only a repeat of last time. Even when the strike was returned, it had hit Hilston's chest piece and had no effect whatsoever. "Now, what was the point in that? You have only delayed your passing," Hilston said. When the ice barrier went down, there was one more person that was now with them who wasn't there before, a kid with black curly hair. "Oh, and who is this?" Hilston said. "According to the information, Father, he is one of the new leaders," the Mother Blade spoke. "A new leader, and you think joining now will change the tide somehow?" "Right, you are all idiots." "No," Quinn said. "I don't think even my joining would help us win. To put it simply, I think you're a monster that can't be beaten." Hilston smiled at these words. He thought monster was quite a powerful-sounding phrase, and this boosted his ego. "However, I know more than just one monster exists, and to defeat a monster, I just need to call another monster." By now, Quinn had recovered enough to look at what Quinn was doing. His second stage of ki and great body had helped him survive the lightning attacks. He knew Quinn's strength, at least he thought he did, and thought that there was no point in Quinn joining in. He should have run off while the others were fighting. So then, why does he have this much confidence? Placing his hand on the ground, a shadow started to spread out on the floor. While observing Quinn, he also noticed something else about Hilston. He would give the others plenty of time to show their power. This man was crazy. All he wanted was a strong opponent, which was why he was always waiting for them, and he knew that Hilston would now do the same. A shadow began to bubble up once it covered the entire floor, and a figure could be seen emerging from it shortly after that. A tall, long, black-haired man wielding a chained sword on his back appeared. Seeing this, Fex fell over on his back. "Arthur!" The bodies of those from the great families were scattered on the surface. All of it was done by the one and only Blade family. Some of them, upon seeing the old man, didn't know it would be the last thing they saw before they moved on from this world. They were fighting for peace, fighting against the Dalki, but they never expected to be fighting against an unknown enemy. When attacking those on the surface, Hilston was sloppy. Some would think this wasn't in line with what the Blades did in the past. The truth was, Hilston was always sloppy, leaving traces of the Blade family behind wherever he went. There were plenty of witnesses that had seen his power before, yet no one outside the big families knew who the Blades really were. Why? Because someone was always there to cover their tracks, to silence those that knew about them. The problem was that this time it was too big to be silent. Too many people were involved, and the Blades were making it clear they were now getting involved in this mess. They were no longer hiding. Because of Hilston's sloppiness, there were a few unexpected survivors. It was those that were stronger than he thought, those that were a little more special than regular humans. One of the first ones, whose bodies had come to and were slowly healing, was Sam. Sam had remained on the surface, hoping to provide help or information if Quinn ever needed it. He wasn't a great fighter, and he hadn't learned the ability yet, However, his body was slowly healing enough to keep him alive, but not enough to get his body back to the way it used to be. His legs were still broken in places, and several burn marks were visible on his body. Looking up, opening his eyes, he was trying to see if anyone was alive. "Nate! Dennis! Paul! Are you guys okay?" These were the others that had remained on the surface along with him. They too weren't much against the Blade family, but then again, no one was a match for them. One of the others that fared better, though, was Paul. His arms were still intact, even though the bottom half of his body had been crushed. "I can't die here," Paul thought. "Everyone is still alive, waiting for me to come back. And what would Haley do? She still doesn't know the truth." He was thinking about his daughter and was worried for her. She had remained back on the ship with the rest. After witnessing what Hilston had done, it would have been easy for him to have destroyed the other ships and everyone on board as well. The strongest members were there with him on the hunt. All he could do was hope that they hadn't gone there first. What if she's alive? What if she's hanging on to life, just like me? With these thoughts running through his mind, Paul dragged himself across the floor, putting one hand in front of the other and digging into the hard ground. Using his hardened nails, he dug into the icy surface and pulled himself towards the closest body. The person was already dead, but what Paul needed was something else. He had never taken blood directly in this way before, but he had no choice. He started sucking the blood into his throat, digging his fangs into the veins of one of the dead bodies. His entire body started to feel tingly, and soon after that, his legs started to feel better. His limbs weren't torn, only his legs were crushed. However, he would have already passed away from blood loss if he had been a regular person. When his body had fully recovered, he turned to look around and noticed someone struggling to get up off the ground nearby. That person was none other than Sam. Grabbing another body, Paul brought over another body and dropped it in front of Sam. "Drink up. You're like me, right? So it should heal you," Paul said. "I don't know where my flask went, and I'm guessing you lost yours in the fight as well." It didn't take long, and Sam didn't really have to think about it before he dug his fangs into the body in front of him. Just like Paul, his body was soon healed, and he was able to walk like before. "My flask was completely destroyed," Sam said. "What about the others? Have you checked if they're okay?" "Well, the cursed faction members who were near me at the time are all dead, but I haven't had the time to check everyone here yet," Paul replied while looking at all the bodies. It was reminiscent of scenes he saw during the war, something he didn't expect to see here either, especially not done by another human. In their search for any survivors, they found a few, but their conditions were always unfavorable. They were mostly in so much pain they were asking to be killed, or would soon die anyway. For those that were like this, Paul, using his poison ability, was able to give them a painless death. When Sam was searching, he had his best friend in mind. When they first got off the ship, Nate had managed to grab onto Hilston's arm and activated his soul weapon, slowly solidifying it with his hardening ability. They soon found out that Hilston allowed that to happen. Even with his arm heavier than usual, the old man was still able to move it just as fast and had hit Nate away. From that single punch, Sam didn't see him get up again. He was hoping that maybe he had activated his hardening skill in time and would still be alive, but it was difficult to tell. Multiple craters from different abilities being used were all over the place, and if Nate hadn't recovered, he could have been hit by one of those as well, just like what happened to Sam. The only difference was that Sam wasn't human. Eventually, the two of their searches allowed them to find the two cursed members they were looking for, Dennis and Nate. They were still alive, but were in horrible conditions. Moving them and carrying them to the side, they were wondering if there was anything they could do, but just like the others, they were soon to die. "I think the only thing I can do is make them pass away peacefully just like the others," Paul said with regret. At first, he didn't really care for the cursed faction, but they did start to grow on him as he spent more time with them. In particular, he was close to Dennis, who was closer to his age. They had a lot more in common. "Is this my fate, to always let people down at the last hurdle?" he thought. Sam was equally feeling bad. He had tried talking to Nate, but his jaw from where he had been punched was shattered, and it looked like he was hardly responsive at all. "If it's the only thing we can do, then I guess we should do it," Sam regretfully said, as tears fell from his cheek and onto the floor. "There's one more thing the two of you can do," a voice said. They both turned their heads to try and see where the voice was coming from, but they couldn't see anybody. They both knew from their reactions that they were hearing the same thing, so it couldn't have been in their heads. Just like someone did to you to make your body stronger, you can do the same to them. You two are strong enough to create another." The voice continued to speak. "Who are you?" Sam shouted. "Show yourself! Why should we listen to someone who is hiding?" "It's up to you two whether you decide to listen to me or not, but you know that the man who committed this atrocity has disappeared below, and that this could save their lives. I fear the same fate will have fallen on your friends as well. The least you could do is save the very lives in front of you," the voice explained as it slowly faded away, and the two of them could feel that the presence was gone. They thought about it for a few seconds, and they understood what the voice was saying. To do to them the same thing that Quinn once did to us? He wants us to turn them? But is that even possible? Sam thought. He remembered the tales Quinn would tell about the vampire world, whether or not it was possible. It was certainly illegal via vampire law, but did that really matter? Was the law or his friend's life really more important? At nearly the same time, the two of them slit their arms and started to pour their blood down the other two cursed members' throats. "You guys have to live!" they both shouted, as the ritual for the turning had begun. Normally, turning someone involved more than just letting them drink vampire blood. An unintentional consumption of vampire blood by a human would not turn them. One couldn't just carry vampire blood around with him and turn people as they wished. What would need to take place was a blood ritual, the activation process of turning a human into a vampire, and that started with the human consuming the blood. Both Paul and Sam had no clue how to activate the blood ritual. Their only knowledge was what they had been through themselves via Quinn. And Sam wasn't too sure Quinn knew either, since he would activate via the system he used. However, someone was telling them everything they needed to do step by step, the same voice that reached out to them before. They could feel the strange energy inside them activate and resonate, as if their bodies were linked to the two in front of them, and just like before, the process had begun. "I can't believe the ritual actually worked. It looks like they might pull through this," said Sam. He was now worried about something else. He was worried about just what both of them would turn into. Based on all the people Quinn had turned so far and their situations, the most likely answer was that they would turn into undead types due to the situation they were in. It was also possible that they were just more likely to turn into these and could turn into something else, but all of this was based on when Quinn turned people. Right now, for the first time, Sam and Paul, two regular vampires, were turning others. Sam was actually originally a halfling, but through fighting and spending time with the others, he eventually evolved, and he was thankful he did. Otherwise, the process they were going through now might not have been possible. Sam turned to look at Paul and noticed the sweat trickling down his face. Sam assumed that Paul was experiencing the same thing as Sam. A tremendous amount of energy was felt coming from the others as they screamed in pain during the ritual. "You two are only regular vampires," the mysterious voice said. "It will drain you. You are not a vampire leader or a direct descendant. Most likely turning one person will be your limit." Thinking about this, when Quinn turned others, he seemed completely fine. As a vampire leader, just how many people could he actually turn before he felt like these two right now? Another question was about whoever they turned. Would they be loyal to Quinn like Sam and Paul were, or would they now be under their command? These were questions Sam wanted to ask, but he was afraid of relying on the mysterious voice too much, and whether this whole thing would eventually be a trap of some sort. There was a risk and reward to doing this, and Sam had calculated it was worth the risk to save their lives. "Nate, I know you would never have wanted Quinn to turn you. You would have thought of it as outside help. You might even lose your precious ability that you worked so hard on perfecting your whole life. But you will forgive me, right? You will understand that living is a much better life than death." "You still have a lot to do, not just by helping Quinn, but helping make your legacy in this world," Nate thought. After a considerable amount of time, the strange energy that the two of them could feel draining from their bodies finally vanished, and Nate and Dennis's screams and turns began to fade. Eventually, when the pain in their bodies was no longer there, they could feel that their wounds had healed from before. Slowly, the two of them were coming to their senses, and they could see the others in front of them. They could remember everything that happened moments before. They were conscious of the whole thing. Nate even remembered trying to talk to Sam, but now he was completely fine. "What magic is this?" Nate said, as he went to touch his face and noticed that his jawline felt a lot smoother compared to before. His blocky, square hair felt softer, and his whole body felt slightly lighter. "I feel so fresh. I feel so alive. Did you guys have healing abilities? What's with that blood you gave us? Nate asked. Rather than asking questions, the first thing that Dennis did was get on his knees and placed his head on the floor. Thank you for saving my life. I thought I was okay with dying, but when I felt there was a way to live again, I grabbed and pulled on it. Thank you, Dennis said. I guess I should thank you too, man, Nate said. Sorry, I was just so shocked I forgot to show my appreciation. You two might want to hold your thanks for now, Sam said. Both Paul and Sam went into a brief introduction of what had just happened to them and what they now were. They were shocked and surprised, but at the same time, they had thought something was up for a while. They just never thought it would be something like this, a whole secret race separate from humans hiding in the dark. There wasn't enough time to go through the whole history of what Quinn had been through and the others, but they'd explained a little about Kaz and the other's situation, who had already turned. For a second, Nate was silent, and Sam was worried about how he was taking it all. I'm sorry, Nate. I know you didn't want any help, said Sam. Placing his hand on Sam's shoulder, he looked up and had a gentle smile. Don't be sorry, you idiot. You saved my life. Why would I be ungrateful and hate you for something like that? I'm not an idiot. I would have liked to have accomplished things myself, of course, but how the hell am I meant to do that if I'm dead? And I couldn't die before getting a date, you know that. Hey, wait a second, Nate suddenly shouted, as if he was excited. He touched his face again and ran his fingers through his hair. He then turned to look at Dennis. He indeed has clear skin, strong facial features, and gentle eyes. He's gotten more handsome, Nate said with excitement. Does it mean? Nate said as he continued to point at himself. Ha ha, Sam chuckled. I'm not really the one to judge you on that, but you can see for yourself when we get a mirror. I do have a question to ask, Dennis said. You said there were different types of vampires, so what are we? Sam tried to look at them to see if he could figure it out. There weren't any standout features, but one could never be too sure. In the end, they would have to wait for Quinn to let them know. Now, with everything explained, the group needed to decide what to do next. They were unable to turn others, and everyone they had found was now dead. They were the only survivors of the whole thing. Who is that guy from before? Sam asked. I don't know, Paul replied, but could you smell it? He had the same smell as us. Whoever was helping us through that whole thing, they were a vampire as well. Other than the smell, Sam already knew that the person seemed to be quite knowledgeable, as they explained everything very clearly to the two of them. The question was, why or who was trying to help them out, and why did they leave and not show themselves? They both knew that vampires had very strict laws, and surely those two, not being vampire leaders, turning people without permission from the leader was against a type of law. Not that Quinn would have said no, or not permitted them anyway. What should we do now? Nate asked, still touching his new smooth face. I guess we have two choices. There's still two smaller ships that were brought over from the main group, said Sam. We can either use them to go down and search for Quinn, or head back to see if the others are okay. You guys can do what you want, Paul said, but I have to head back to the others first before doing anything else. I know Quinn might be in trouble, but there might be others like you two that need saving. I'll go with you, Dennis said. Don't worry, we will all go, Sam said. Honestly, I know Quinn might need our help, but I don't know how much we could even do to help him. Who was that monster? Will Quinn even be okay against them? Nate asked. I'm not sure, but Quinn usually has a few things up his sleeve that he even hides from us from time to time. I just hope what he has is something big enough.